You are listening to Horror Game Developer. My games aren't that scary. By Entril J.I. Novels from Novelfire. Chapter 401, Night of Terror 3. Nightmare Forge Studios. How is it going? Is the update doing well? The CEO paced his office, staring at Daniel, who sat on the sofa, his eyes closed as he tried to remain calm. It hadn't been long since the update had been released, and the two of them were unable to hide their nervousness. This was make or break for them. Given the backlash they were facing, their only hope was that the game would perform well. If the update they spent so much money and time on didn't perform well, then their entire careers would be over. God damn it, how long until we get the analytics on the game performance? Unable to hold his nervousness, the CEO slammed his hand against the side of the sofa. It's already been several hours. Daniel remained quiet upon hearing the CEO's outburst. Ever since the incident, he had been rather irritable. Every little thing would tick him off. Especially when taking into account that it hadn't even been that long since the update had been released. The analysts were probably still running the statistics, and all of them. The CEO should be well aware of all of this, but he just wanted to vent. Opening his mouth, Daniel was just about to change the topic when tia-ra-ra-ra, tia-ra-ra. A phone began to ring. The CEO and Daniel both paused. Tia-ra-ra-ra, tia-ra-ra. It wasn't just one. It was two phones. Both looked at each other, turning their attention towards their phones. The moment they did, their screens abruptly changed. Flick flick. A clown appeared a moment later, staring at the two with a smile. Hello there. His voice was high-pitched and friendly. But the moment he spoke, a cold chill swept the room. The two tried to react immediately, but it was a little too late as a certain tune played in the air. Mr. Jingle says pause. The two froze in place. Their eyes shook, their minds screaming at the same time as they tried to free themselves. But as if they lost completely control of their bodies, neither of the two could move at all. What's going on? What is happening? Panic began to settle in their minds. However, this was merely the start as the shadows around them shifted. Flick. The light turned off and all cameras deactivated. A cold breeze washed over as a shadow began to elongate a moment later, taking the form of a man wearing a gray coat. The moment he appeared, the hearts of the CEO and Daniel froze, their eyes falling on the pair of dead eyes that stared straight at them. Just a look at the eyes, and the two felt as though the very air had been sucked out of the room. Taking a casual look at the place, Seth sat down on the soft couch and crossed his legs, taking out a pack of cigarettes before lighting one up. Puff. Smoke floated in the air as he took a drag of the cigarette. I'm not a big smoker. He began speaking, his voice sounding cold. I've smoked on certain occasions, but lately, I've been finding myself smoking a little bit more. He tapped the end of his cigarette, letting the ash fall lightly onto the glass table in front of him. Taking a quiet look at the cigarette, his face scrunched up for a brief moment. I've been feeling a little off lately. My head throbs here and there on occasion. It's been getting a little bit better, but... He paused, alternating his gaze between the two of them. For some reason, as the CEO and Daniel met his gaze, their bodies stiffened even more, hearts pounding at the sight of his eyes, now darkening into an even deeper shade of black. There have been too many things that have been bothering me lately. A lot of those things could have easily have been taken care of had I been a little bit more, how do I say it, firm, straightforward, or... Seth paused, his expression turning even more hollow. Assertive, yes, that's the word. Puff, I should have been more assertive from the start. I should have dealt with a lot of you faster instead of letting my problems grow. I even tried to give the two of you chances, but neither of you took them. Seth paused as he looked at them. Why do the two of you have to make life more difficult for me? Do I really have to take matters into my own hands? The two tried to shake their heads, telling him that he didn't. But their bodies were frozen, alongside their mouths. Neither could make out a word. I guess I do. Seth tapped the end of his cigarette again, before rising to his feet, his gaze settling on the two of them as his voice dropped even lower. Neither of you will remember this conversation once I leave. Coming to a pause, Seth suddenly laughed. I guess to some extent you can say this conversation is pointless. However, you can say that I'm not the most normal human there is. I'm a little twisted. that is. Puff, I like watching the faces of people who suffer because of the things that I do. I really do. Puff, I've always been like this and probably will never change. I'm twisted, and this is why I'm telling the two of you. Seth's lips curved into a faint, cold smile as his eyes lingered on the CEO and Daniel, both trembling uncontrollably. Their voices quivered as they tried to speak, maybe to plead, maybe to beg for forgiveness, but it was far too late for that. He took out his phone. I just need a little something from you two before I leave. Flick. The screens of their phones flickered, and Mr. Jingles appeared once more. He issued a command, and the faces of the two grew even more dire, but they could do nothing about it as their mouths soon opened, and they started speaking. The entire sequence of events that followed took several minutes before Seth put his phone away. That'll do. He patted his coat before looking at them for the last time, the cold smile still lingering on his face. Those are some good faces. It's the entire reason why I decided to come here personally. Bastard. Once I get out, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. His lips curled further at the sight of them. It was almost as if he could read their thoughts. I just wanted to see the faces you'd make knowing that I was the one who had caused your downfall. I just wanted to see the faces you'd make knowing that I am the reason why this company will go under. Seth stopped, his entire body slowly turning black as he started to fade into the ground. I just wanted to see the faces you'd make in your final good moments. His figure completely disappeared shortly after. Of course, he erased all traces of his appearance as he left. The room plunged into silence, the fallen ashes fading into the shadows, the CEO's and Daniel's eyes shaking uncontrollably. No, come back, no. No. Da-da-da-da. Mr. Jingles says, forget all about what just happened and everything related to it. The minds of the two blanked. By the time the two snapped out of it, the sun rose from the window. Huh? What's going on? It was the light from outside that made the two more alert, and as they stared toward it, their groggy minds regained some semblance of clarity. The update. The two shot to their feet, ready to rush to the lower floors and demand the analytics team's report on the update. But just as they did, they realized something. Their phones, they were buzzing. Tia-ra-ra-ra, tia-ra-ra-ra-ra, tia-ra-ra-ra, tia-ra-ra-ra-ra. Both stopped at once, turning their attentions to the phones. The moment they did, their expressions changed drastically. What? Yes. They had hundreds of missed calls. Not only that, but a certain headline was making the rounds on the internet. Breaking, terrifying sights in Malavia Island. A gaming studio resorting to the usage of anomalous objects in order to increase player retention and gaming ability. Thousands injured, hospitals full. BUA is taking the case extremely seriously. The perpetrators will most likely be arrested soon. And sure enough, bang! The doors of the room slammed open, and several figures dressed in black entered the room at the same time. Catching sight of the figures, Daniel and the CEO's faces changed drastically. Oh no. Chapter 402, Investigation 1. WHE. Sirens rang across the entire island, the disturbance attracting the attention of everyone on the island. What is happening? Why have I been hearing ambulances all over the islands? Did you not hear? Apparently, a certain game has been circulating lately, causing people to go mad. Some suggest that the company even went as far as using anomalous objects in order to make the game more immersive. Holy shit. The people started talking. News articles started to be released. It didn't take long for the entire island to find out about the incident. Anger immediately surged. What the hell were they thinking? Are they trying to kill people? This is corporate greed at its finest. Get the BUA to handle this matter. This is totally unacceptable. Reporters began to swarm the company, while the outcry online grew so loud it drowned out every other piece of news. The chaos escalated to the point where the BUA had no choice but to release an official statement. We have already reviewed the situation and taken the individuals involved into custody. A formal investigation will commence shortly. We ask for your patience and understanding during this time. That just barely managed to suppress the people's outrage and outcry. And such outrage was only natural. Anomalous objects were taboo items, handled only by trained professionals. They had once been cursed artifacts that claimed countless lives. Ordinary people were never meant to come into contact with them, and with the constant threat of the gates looming over them, it was only natural that the public would be outraged. This was why the BUA had to take this matter very seriously. In a dimly lit room, a man stood before a haggard-looking figure, his face pale and mouth trembling. I don't know what's going on, I really don't know. Everything felt like a nightmare to Daniel. He had merely been an assistant a moment prior, with the game he had been working on reaching massive success, when all of a sudden, everything came crumbling down before his very eyes. He still couldn't believe how it had all fallen apart so quickly. How did this come to be? You're saying that you don't know anything. A man sat opposite Daniel. He had neatly kept dirty blonde hair and wore a dark suit that perfectly accentuated his sharp features. Just his presence alone was enough to make Daniel feel extremely suffocated. I don't. He really didn't know anything. Whatever is being reported, I really have no idea. How is it possible for our games to have an anomalous property inside? We've all tested it well. There were no issues beforehand. It's almost as if, Daniel suddenly paused, a thought occurring to him. The investigator raised his brow upon seeing the subtle change in Daniel's features. Is there anything that you'd like to share? About that? Daniel hesitated, but he eventually bit his lips and came clean. The programs that we've used for our games, they're not actually ours. At the very least, it wasn't developed by us. Oh, it was developed by another developer who gave us the programs. Daniel smacked his hand against the table. Right, he also works for a guild. It's him, it has to be him. Daniel's eyes turned crazed upon saying this. He's the one who is responsible for all this mess. He must have sabotaged the programs. I know for a fact that it's not us. We have no access to any of this stuff. In fact, we also have the programs that he gave to us. You can check them. We're innocent. The investigator from the BUA didn't say anything, his eyes squinting slightly. His name is Seth Thorne. Clank. The door to the investigation room closed a moment after. The investigator walked out, his expression complex as he turned to his right, where his colleague walked out from another room. How did he answer? He said that the programs don't belong to them. They got them from another developer. Same. Luke replied, brushing his dirty blonde hair back as he reached for his breast pocket and took out a pen. He took out a small notepad and began jotting down some things. They both claim that he's the one to have caused this mess. The investigation also appears to show conflict between the two parties. Should we have him come to our station? There's no need for that. Luke replied, frowning as he looked at the notepad. As far as I'm aware, he is from the Severed Stars Guild. They're a Queen-grade guild that is on the verge of reaching the King grade. It'll be difficult to get them to send him over to us. The best thing we can do is go there directly or get strict permission from the central branch. That complicated? Yes. While the BUA had strict control over matters that handled the supernatural and gates, they still needed permission before raiding a guild. Guilds held a lot of power, and if the guilds joined together, they'd be able to overturn the entire BUA. This was why they needed to be careful when handling matters like this. But surprisingly, Chief Investigator, a woman came rushing in a moment later. She had a look of urgency on her face. Seeing her like this, the two investigators frowned, but before they could get their words out, she spoke. There's someone here. He seems to know about the current situation and wants to talk with the two of you. What? The two investigators stopped, their heads slowly turning to meet one another's gaze. And then, bring us to him. Let's not waste time. Yes. The woman followed their orders and immediately brought them away. The BUA branch on Malavia Island wasn't anything extravagant. Its main building stood at the island's center, several stories tall, with most of the interrogations taking place in the levels hidden underground. Arriving on the higher floors, the investigators made their way towards a specific room. Clank. The moment they did, they both came to a sudden pause as they caught sight of the man who stood by the sofa. Although not well kept, his dark hair was generally well maintained, and while his features weren't remarkable upon closer look, he was actually rather handsome. If not for how pale his face was, he would have been much more attractive. But that wasn't what grabbed their attention. What truly grabbed their attention were his eyes, as he turned his attention towards them. For some reason, feeling his gaze, the two felt a subtle chill running down their back. But soon, "Hello," a smile appeared on the man's face as he stood up to greet the investigators. "How are the two of you doing?" He held out his hand politely. "I just came here because I have some important things to talk to you about regarding the current investigation." At the same time he shook their hands, he sat back down. "Please have a seat." He pointed at the seats opposite him, his dark eyes flickering for the briefest of moments. "There's a lot that I want to talk about." Chapter 403, Investigation 2. The room tensed as the investigators looked at the man who sat before them. From the very beginning, there was something about him that unsettled them both. Was it his eyes, the pallor of his face, or perhaps the quiet, unreadable way he carried himself? Neither of them could quite tell why, but the longer they looked at him, the stronger the feeling grew. That something about him was deeply, unmistakably off. "Investigators." It wasn't until Seth spoke again that the two snapped out of their daze, exchanging uneasy glances before slowly taking their seats on the sofas. "Right, I apologize for that." "Oh, yes." Luke took out his notepad again, turning his attention towards Seth. "You must be Seth Thorne, correct?" "I am." Seth didn't look at all surprised that they knew his name. He had revealed it to the assistant, but that wasn't really the main reason why. "I'm sure the two of them must have talked about me, right?" Neither investigator said a thing. They just sat in silence. This didn't seem to bother Seth in the slightest as he went on, his tone calm and steady. "Actually, you could say my relationship with them isn't all that good. I'm sure you've already looked into it, and you must know I was accused of stealing from them." Yet again, the investigators remained silent. They allowed Seth to say everything that he wanted to say. "I never stole anything from them. The programs were something that were developed by me, but..." He reached for his pocket and passed over a certain contract. The two investigators looked at each other before Luke reached for the contract, giving it a quick skim. It didn't take long for his expression to change. "This. What is it?" Adrian, the other investigator, took the contract and skimmed through it himself. It didn't take long for his expression to shift, his eyes widening slightly as he lifted his gaze toward Seth. "I've worked for this company for several years. This is the type of contract that I've signed with them. What do you think?" The room fell silent once again, but this time it wasn't out of restraint. The investigators simply had no words. Both sat frozen, utterly speechless at the terms laid out before them. "This? What sort of predatory contract was this?" The more the two read, the more shocked they were. "Their bonus only comes after the company subtracts every possible cost, marketing, production, ads, distribution, platform fees, all of which are completely decided by the company itself. That means their payout could easily be zero. They don't even get paid unless the total goes over $100. It was one bad term after another. But the nail in the coffin was the last term they read. Clause 117. Any work, creation, or intellectual property developed by the employee within 6 months following the termination of this agreement that relates to the business, products, or services of Nightmare Forge Studios shall be deemed the property of Nightmare Forge Studios. This is what they meant by stealing from them. A heavy silence fell across the room, the two investigators going through the contract for the nth time. They were utterly shocked by the fact that such a predatory contract existed, and they started to feel sympathy for Seth, but at the same time. "That still doesn't explain what happened." Luke spoke, heaving out a long sigh, putting the contract down. "While I do feel some sympathy for you, considering the kind of company you had to work with, that doesn't change the fact that an anomalous object was used in the game. Is it possible you provided them with the object yourself? Perhaps as a way to get revenge, maybe disguised as a program?" The room grew tense, the investigators' eyes narrowing. However, Seth's expression remained the same. "Actually, I never handed them a program." "What?" Seth passed on another piece of paper. "This here is a bank statement for a payment that was made to them. It totals $1.4 million, and that's all the money I've managed to earn from the games. I did this so that I wouldn't have to give them my programs." This sudden piece of information changed the situation significantly. It didn't take much to verify the bank's statement. After asking their assistant to check, she returned a short while later and gave them a brief, confirming nod. The situation shifted yet again. But it wasn't over. Actually, there's something else that I wanted to share with the two of you. Seth looked a little hesitant, but he eventually made up his mind and took out another piece of paper. He slid it over the table, and the moment the two investigators took a glance at it, they realized what it was. An NDA. I signed it, and technically speaking, I could get into serious legal trouble for sharing this. But I believe they've been trying to use me as a scapegoat, which is why I felt compelled to come here. And the reason I showed you all of this first was to give you a sense of what kind of people they really are. He pulled a pen from his pocket and set it on the table. At first glance, it looked ordinary, almost unremarkable, but the moment he pressed the tip, something changed. Krrr. A static sound came out of it. It carried on for several seconds, until a voice echoed a moment later. H&D over, programs. The voice grew smoother and smoother with the passing of seconds. I know that you've already paid, but I've got many ways to make your life more miserable. Don't even think for a second that you've got the upper hand. I've got connections in all sorts of places, even guilds. If you don't think you can hand the programs over, I'll just contact them and have them frame you for some shit. Be obedient and hand them over. The recording stopped there. The room fell silent, and the two investigators were at a complete loss for words. Like I previously stated, I've never handed them the programs. I recorded this even though I had signed an NDA to protect myself. Seeing how the situation turned out like this, I am of the belief that they are trying to frame me. Seth passed the pen over. You can verify the legitimacy of the recording. There are no alterations. This is really the CEO trying to threaten me. Seth wasn't done. He pressed a small card over. This is my guild ID card. In here you can see all the transactions that I've had with the guild. You can see exactly which items I took from there or not. I can assure you that you won't find much. I've only just started half a year ago. For the finishing touch, he extended his arm forward. I'm powerless too. If you want, you can check for yourselves. I don't even have a node. I've been trying to form one, but I haven't managed to open it yet. Right now, I'm just an ordinary citizen. Looking at the two investigators, Seth smiled. This should be enough to prove my innocence, right? Chapter 404, Investigation 3. Look, I held onto my head, trying my best to curb the rising headache. The past few days had been rather foggy for me. I could hardly remember much, but I was fully aware of everything that I had done. None of it had been done without my volition. Staring at the empty office before me, I looked around before eventually sitting down in my chair. I felt completely drained. Especially when I thought back to the investigators. Just remembering those moments made a cold sweat run down my back. It had been far too nerve-wracking for me. Thankfully, I had thought things through. Given all of the provided evidence, it's impossible to frame me for the crime. I've got a contract that states I've never provided the programs. Even if they do search the programs, they'll only realize that there's nothing wrong with them. Of course, they might ask me about the programs themselves, but I already had several answers for that. In general, there was no need for me to worry much. I could tell from how the meeting went that the investigators didn't share good feelings about the CEO and the assistant. After everything that I'd shown them, there was no way they'd have good feelings about the two. As such, their words became much less believable. There was no proof either. But what truly put the nail in the coffin was their confession, the one that I'd managed to get on the phone. That was all I needed in order to make the investigator's mind clearer. Everything else was just an addition. There's no proof that I've done it, and there's no way to trace it back to me. That being said, I'm aware that cracks will start showing soon. There was no proof now, but if one investigated closely, they'd notice the multiple holes within the entire situation. They'd also start noticing a lot of things that were tied to me, which would put a lot of attention on me. This was why I was usually against doing such things. I was against the attention, but I had reached a point where such caution had been thrown out the window. I had started to feel numb regarding these things. The changes happening to me. I was clearer than anyone else. He'll call me soon. I glanced at my phone. The only person capable of knowing about what truly happened was the guild master, and I knew that he was going to give me a call any moment now. But that didn't matter. I wanted to see him too. Let's check the news while we're at it. I took out my phone to see how the internet was reacting to the situation. As expected, it was chaos. Sunday Times, both the CEO and the assistant have been placed into custody. What will happen to them? Investigations undergoing. Did they really resort to such despicable means? Newsletter Nightmare Forge Studios stocks plunged to the lowest. All investors are pulling out. Will there be a future for the company? Malavia Flash, large-scale demonstrations have filled the streets as the case continues to gain national attention. Sources suggest that the unrest stems from an ongoing conflict with a rival developer, a claim that has only fueled public speculation. The question remains, what is the real story behind these escalating tensions? The number of articles flooding the internet was overwhelming. The moment I clicked on one, another one would pop up. It was to the point that the news even started to reach outside the island, and it was reflected in the comments on the forums. What's going on? What happened in Malavia? You do know? Apparently, a company decided to use anomalous objects in order to make their game scarier in order to compete with a game developed by an unknown developer. What? Yeah, it's crazy. We're talking a multi-million-dollar company against an indie developer with a small staff. The game he released was really good. How good are we talking about? Enough to make you kill yourself. These discussions quickly spread across the internet, and before long they were trending on global forums. As more people took an interest in the situation, my game began to attract even greater attention. I smiled when I saw this. That's great. This meant a lot more money for me. It was only a couple of days until the end of the month. I had timed the release perfectly so I could withdraw the money and use it on game items when the time came to look for the cult. I didn't have much SB left. Balance 507 SB. The development of the 3D world wasn't cheap, and the same was true for the medicines. I had spent pretty much all that I had. It was about time that I restocked on SB. There were quite a few items that I wanted to purchase. Well, there's also this. I reached into the drawer and pulled out a particular knife. It wasn't especially striking at first glance, but a faint hue shimmered along its blade, pulsing softly, as if the weapon itself were alive. I really need to grow this more. Butcher's knife. Knife with the ability to cut through anomalous objects and entities. The more it kills, the stronger it becomes. Current rank E. There was so much potential with the knife. I also need to. Ding. The chime finally arrived, stopping me dead in my tracks. Coming to a pause, I turned my attention towards the phone and took a deep breath. I guess it's time. I stood up, putting everything away. The guild master had finally messaged me. The walk towards the guild felt heavier than usual. I stepped into the elevator, doing my best to ignore the curious stares around me. Ever since the incident with Nightmare Forge Studios, my popularity had surged, at least for the time being. Thankfully, Zoe, Kyle, and anyone else that I knew weren't present. I took the chance to rush to the guild master's office. Clank. Opening the doors, a smile greeted me. You're here. The guild master wasn't seated as he usually was. Instead, he stood by the window, one hand clasped behind his back and a cup of tea in the other. When he heard me enter, he slowly turned around. Have a seat. We have a lot to talk about. The guild master seemed to be in an unusually good mood. Dressed in a gray vest over a crisp white shirt and a matching gray tie, he exuded a calm, composed air that put the room at ease. He sat down on the seat opposite me. I won't beat around the bush. It was you who caused all the mess that happened recently. I sat in silence for a moment before nodding. Yes. The guild master smiled, not at all looking angry. Rather, he looked pleased. I looked into it. I'm actually more surprised that you didn't do it before. It would have been a lot faster, and it would have saved you a lot of trouble. I knew this, but I was still extremely cautious about my identity. The fewer things that were tied to me, the better. Still, he was right. That being said, what I'm most curious about is something else. The smile vanished from the guild master's face like a candle snuffed out. He leaned forward, elbows resting on the desk, the dim light catching on the sharp lines of his gaze. Why didn't you ask for my help? The question cut through the air. A chill crept along the floor, coiling up my spine. Even the faint hum of the ceiling light seemed to falter, leaving behind a heavy silence that pressed down on my chest. Seth, the guild master said, his voice growing quiet. You need to understand something. He folded his hands together, eyes never leaving mine. Taking care of a gaming company is a trivial matter for me. One call and it's gone. I'm not saying this because of what you've been through, but because of what it's cost you. His gaze hardened. Time, energy, focus, the very things that make you valuable to me. He smiled again, but it didn't reach his eyes. From the moment we made our deal, we entered a cooperative relationship. If something troubles you, or you need anything at all, I'll handle it. He patted his chest. There's no need to be shy. You can rely on me. I opened my mouth but soon closed it. Eventually, I managed to get a few words out. I know, I just thought I could have handled it myself. And you did. The sudden warmth in his tone only made the moment more unnerving. The guild master leaned back, the leather chair creaking as the tension in the room started to uncoil. He took a sip of his coffee, savoring it before letting out a soft, almost amused hum. Like I said, he murmured, we're in a cooperative relationship. The stronger you become, the better it is for me, so. He paused mid-sentence, his eyes glinting in the low light. My heartbeat quickened. Tell me what you want. He paused, the middle of his cheeks caving in slightly. I'll try my best to help you. Chapter 405, Upgrading Anomalies 1. Just say the word and I'll give it to you. Is it money? I can give it to you. Is it fragments? I can give them to you. Is it items? I can also give them to you. The guild master set his cup down gently, the faint clink of porcelain echoing in the quiet room. If it's within my capabilities, I will get it for you. Don't be shy. Just give me the word and I can get it for you. My heart shook. It wouldn't be a lie if I said that I wasn't tempted, but I also knew that things weren't going to be so simple. He was simply helping me because I was useful to him. He wanted me to rely on him more and more until I was completely under his control. He didn't show it, but I could tell. This was why I had been so cautious. However, the mission is looming closer, and I'm nowhere near reaching the fourth order. I had around 15 fragments in total, 5 from the recent call quest I'd completed, and the remaining 10 from the few dungeon dives I'd done just to meet the monthly quota. Out of those 15, only 9 had a purity level above 70%. I was still far off from that. But that wasn't the only thing. I've also been neglecting my anomalies. I think there's room for growth for all of them. It's a bit more complicated for Mr. Jingles and the conductor, but it might be possible to evolve Myrle. Maybe I can try with the Realm Walker. Can I upgrade him further? Once the thought settled in, it didn't leave. I found myself helpless as the guild master's gaze continued to linger over me. In the end, I quietly sighed. This is what I've come here for anyway. Actually, there are a few things that I need. Just as he planned to use me, I planned to do the same. This was a mutually beneficial relationship. But a very dangerous one. Ding! Watching the elevator doors open, revealing the all-too-familiar corridors of the containment department, I finally took a moment to let out a long breath as all the tension and anxiousness from a moment prior started to fade from my mind. That was nerve-wracking. It felt as though I had been sitting on pins and needles. Just thinking about the guild master and his demeanor was enough to make me feel sick. Thankfully, everything went smoothly. He even went as far as to agree to my request. He said that he'll send over the fragments to me later. I should get ready for that. Ultimately, even though he said he could provide me with anything, I knew that I couldn't straight up ask for hundreds of fragments. I settled for around 40 low-purity, conceptualization fragments for the Realm Walker, and some high-purity, Warden fragments for Myrle and me. I had also wanted to upgrade Mr. Jingles and the conductor, but it wasn't so easy to do. Because of the gap in our levels, I still wasn't sure what requirements I needed to meet to upgrade Mr. Jingles. Mr. Jingles was a C-ranked anomaly. This meant that he was at around the 4th order. In order to go from 4th to 5th order, there was more than one thing needed in order to jump levels. Fragments were no longer the only requirements. Essence was required, along with some other things I was unsure of. This was why I didn't ask for anything for Mr. Jingles. I'd only be able to do it after I reached the 4th order. I wonder what will happen once Mr. Jingles evolves. But those were thoughts for later. Zeth. A warm voice reached me from before me. Lifting my head, I saw Kyle looking at me with a smile on his face. He looked rather happy, although his face was rather pale. Did you just come back from a gate? Yup. Kyle brushed his hair back, exposing his rather nice features. It was a pretty tough gate, but we managed to clear it. Team leader Soren was monitoring us the entire time. She didn't do anything, though, but we got a pretty decent clearing rate. That's not bad. But what about you? Kyle suddenly frowned. I heard that you've been neglecting your job as squad leader lately. There are a lot of people talking about you. Oh, I wasn't unaware of the rumors going around me, let alone my outburst online and all the chaos that I had been causing. The facts were that I had been so focused on my game that I had hardly gone with them to clear any gates. Joanna usually handled most of the raids, and the team's performance was still pretty good, only improving by the day. This performance caught the attention of a lot of people, with some whispering about how I didn't deserve the position as squad leader, and that it should be given to someone who was more responsible. Thankfully, the section chief ignored them. But it's not like I've been neglecting them. They were my main testing dummies for my new game. A lot of the reasons why they had improved so much were because of that. You should be careful, Seth. Kyle's sudden warning made me pause. Careful? Yes. Kyle nodded his head seriously. I've been hearing from around that there are a few squad leaders around here who are personally trying to poach your members. There are even people from other departments who are trying to do that. If you let them be, I'm afraid that they might leave. Hello? So the situation has deteriorated to this point. I nodded. This did seem a little bit bothersome. The section chief might stop them from downright getting them transferred to their team, but if they poach them, he can't do anything about it. I'm also saying this since the squad leaders who are trying to poach your members are quite influential. Even I might not be able to do a thing if they went for my squad. Not even you. I found this hard to believe. Kyle was the star of the department. How would it be possible for him not to do anything? Well, it's a little complicated. Kyle scratched the side of his head. I may be a little popular, but I'm still rather new. Many of the squad leaders here have been here for a very long time. They don't usually show themselves since they're always away on missions, but they're from the same generation as Clara and Hermes. It'd be best to be careful. I see. I took his advice to heart. Setting that aside, I heard that you released a new game. How is that doing? I looked at Kyle. He wasn't aware. It's doing pretty well, actually. We had some very good first-day sales. Oh, not bad, not bad. Kyle looked genuinely happy. That's awesome to hear, I'm glad. Do you want to try it? That was until I offered him to try the game. The smile quickly wiped off his face, and his lips twitched. Seth. He looked really troubled. He was probably trying to think of a way to reject me. Something just came up. I'll take my leave, have a good one. And he did just that, passing me and walking away in a hurry. I could only stare at his retreating back speechlessly. My games, they're actually pretty scary, you know. I let out a sigh and shook my head. Considering how things had gone before, Kyle's reaction didn't surprise me in the slightest. I decided not to press the issue and started toward my office again, but just as I did, I came to a halt. Flick. The moment I turned my head, she turned her head away. Turning her head back, she looked at me. Oh, hi. Zoe waved at me. Then nodding again, she walked away, her movements a little stiff. The hell is wrong with her? Chapter 406, Upgrading Anomalies 2. Who's who? Kyle looked around, taking several deep breaths while holding onto his chest. He was mainly exhausted from the gate he had just completed raiding, but more than anything, he was trying his best to hide from Seth. I think I made a good excuse. It's not like I don't want to play his game or anything like that. I'm just exhausted. Yes, that's the word. It's definitely not because I don't want to spend the next few hours trying to see if there's any scary aspect about his game. Kyle made a face. He felt guilty for his thoughts, but he couldn't be blamed. He was a little traumatized from what had happened in the past. Okay, let me just get the reports over. Going back to his cubicle, Kyle looked through all of his files. The moment one finished a gate, they'd need to do some paperwork. This was something that most squad leaders had to do. It mainly had to do with the team evaluation, giving comments on who did well and who did poorly, areas to improve, and so on. Just the regular boring stuff. But it was also the most fun part of the job. At least this part of the job doesn't try to kill me. Grabbing a pen, Kyle was just about to write when he paused. he saw a pair of green eyes staring at him. Kyle blinked as he craned his neck a little to see Zoe staring at him. "Zoe." "Hey, ye." Kyle's eyes narrowed. "What's with you?" He felt that the way Zoe was behaving was a little odd. "Me, what's wrong with me?" Zoe blinked innocently, trying her best to act normal, but the more Kyle saw her like this, the more suspicious he became. Something is up. If she wants something, she usually takes it without asking. If she needs something, she usually asks without anything else. This is definitely suspicious. "Aim." Zoe coughed, trying to ease the awkwardness. "Just spit it out. What is it you want?" "Seth's number." Aim. Kyle's and Zoe's faces froze. Neither of the two spoke, the surroundings growing silent. That was until Zoe sighed. "All right, I'll be honest with you. I'm still struggling to apologize to him for what happened several months back. I also can't seem to get a hold of him since he's always holed up in his office." "And you've not thought about knocking?" "No." Kyle closed his eyes, feeling his head throb. In the end, he took out his phone and sent her Seth's number. Kyle knew and understood Zoe quite well. She was the type who would not relent once she set her mind on something. Since she had made up her mind to apologize to Seth, regardless of what word he was going to say, she was going to continue. In the end, it was best for him to send her Seth's number. Here. This was also good. Kyle wanted Seth to have more friends or people he could talk to. Because of how busy he had been, he hadn't been able to spend much time with Seth. Seth was also too much of a loner. This would at least get him talking with someone. Although I doubt he'll answer his phone, he never does. Thinking about it, Kyle prepared to tell this information to Zoe, but by the time he lifted his head, she was already gone. He could only stare at the area where she'd be at a complete loss. She won't start flipping out once he ignores her, right? Seth was probably the only person in the world who would ignore someone like Zoe. He was. Well, he's Seth. Kyle shrugged, going back to work. He decided not to think about it. He found himself doing it a lot lately. It brought him peace of mind. Space. The guild master was efficient. Not long after I returned to my office, a package was delivered to me. I didn't even need to look at it to know what it was. He really did send everything. I looked into the box and selected several fragments to test their purity. 79%. They were all of very high purity. With this, I shouldn't have a problem reaching the fourth order. Honestly, I didn't know how to feel about this. This felt a lot easier than I had expected. Had it not been for the guild master's help, it would have probably taken me much longer to accumulate all of these fragments, but with just a word, I managed to acquire all of this. Of course, I understood that things weren't so easy. Nothing was free. However, this was necessary for me. I had to do this in order to survive the upcoming quest. Let's start with Myrle. I picked up the first fragment, its surface swirling with a faint white glow that pulsed gently against my palm. This was a crystal of the Warden affinity. Would you like to remove the attribute? Play button yes, no. A familiar sight presented itself before me. The color faded from the fragment as a white cloud formed above me. The fragment grew warm and my head felt a little light. It was a process I was all too familiar with. The moment the cloud appeared, a tingling shot through my arm and Myrle's head popped out from the painting. Her eyes narrowed, almost fish-like, as she leapt out of the painting and lunged toward the cloud, absorbing it in a single swift motion. Her number on my laptop increased, and I reached for the other fragments. Warden 2240. Warden 2740. Warden 3440. I extracted the attribute from each crystal one by one, feeling my head grow lighter and more unsteady with every fragment I completed. Just a little bit more. I still pushed myself further, trying to get through all the fragments. My mind felt dizzy, and I felt nauseated. I still held on, and soon. Warden 4040. Myrle absorbed the last attribute, and a change began to occur. Her body began to emit a faint glow, her dark hair shifting as if stirred by an invisible breeze. Her eyes deepened in color, the black growing richer, darker, until they seemed endless. Then her body began to stretch and change, her features maturing before my eyes. In moments, the little girl who looked no older than 10 had transformed into a teenager. I stared at the scene speechlessly before a notification flashed across my vision. C-ranked anomalous entity Myrle. Description: Myro was once an innocent girl, but fate dealt her a cruel hand. Taken by a cult, she was turned into one of their experiments and never managed to escape her grim fate, dying in the process. Now she exists as an anomaly. Loyalty, 7178 plus 7. Skill, innocent giggle. With her soft, eerie giggle, Myro can temporarily nullify the effects of other anomalies and skills, disrupting their influence for a brief moment. Resentful giggle. Myro's laughter seeps into the minds of those nearby, awakening their buried guilt and fears. Fragments. Hiss. I drew a deep breath, looking at the new skill that she acquired. It didn't target anomalies but humans. I could already picture the countless possibilities that this skill brought. But most importantly, I'm hungry. Myro rubbed her stomach, lifting her head to look at me. Hey, bring me food, be quick. Myro had really turned into a teenager. Chapter 407, Fourth Order 1. Can you hurry? Even her behavior was like that of a teenager. I rubbed my head, trying my best to keep calm, but Myro really wasn't letting me. What's up with you? Nope, go back. I summoned her back, her form vanishing from sight as the area fell silent once more. Sitting down in my chair, a wave of exhaustion hit me, and for a brief moment I started to regret my actions. That cute little girl who would always ask for chips. I want her back. Well, let me keep her new skill, though. Resentful giggle. I could already picture the flood of misunderstandings this skill would cause, but the more I thought about its potential, the more a spark of excitement stirred within me. It would no doubt prove invaluable when facing intelligent anomalies or humans. Still, that exhausted me quite a bit. The worst part, I wasn't done just yet. There was still one more anomaly that I planned on upgrading. Come out. A black shadow stretched across the floor, rising before me and taking shape as the Realm Walker. Its presence felt far more imposing than before, a suffocating pressure that seemed to fill the entire room as its form solidified. Seeing the state of the Realm Walker, I started to wonder, if this is how it is after upgrading into a Realm Walker, how much more terrifying will it become? I didn't waste a second. Reaching down, I grabbed a conceptualization fragment. Would you like to remove the attribute? Play button yes, no. I didn't hesitate and pressed yes. The familiar process repeated again, and a gray cloud formed right above the two of us. A faint smile tugged at the corner of my lips as I stared at the cloud and nudged it with my chin. Go ahead. But, the Realm Walker merely stared at the cloud before looking away. I stared at the Realm Walker in confusion, blinking while turning my attention towards the cloud and pointing at it. You're not going to absorb it. The Realm Walker turned its attention toward me, and whilst it didn't have any facial features, the moment our gazes met, it almost felt as though it was scorning me. Almost as if it was saying, you expect me to absorb this. Pooh. Okay, that was just me imagining that. But it really did feel like he had spat on the floor. What's wrong with you? You never used to care about such things. Why are you suddenly becoming picky? The Realm Walker didn't answer. It couldn't answer. It could only show me its disgust with its body language, its head turned away from the disgusting cloud that roamed in the air. I was at a loss for words, and soon a figure appeared next to me, its sickly hand placed against my shoulder. It's reached a point where just any low-quality attribute won't help it grow. What? I turned my attention towards the conductor. Are you saying that it won't accept attributes coming from low-purity fragments? I thought it wouldn't make a difference. That only applies up until a certain level. The conductor explained, staring at the Realm Walker amusingly. The Realm Walker has reached a stage where it can only grow through fragments of sufficient purity. For the little girl, things progress smoothly because the ones you used were of high quality. But this stage is crucial for anomalies. It's the foundation for the next, far more significant level. I see. I suddenly felt grateful for the conductor's presence. If not for him, I would have never realized any of this. No one else shared the same decree as I did, and without his guidance, I had been stumbling forward blindly. To some extent, one could argue that conductor was my translator. So in short, I need higher quality fragments in order to upgrade the Realm Walker. Yes. I groaned to myself. This was really bothersome. Looking at the numerous fragments in front of me, I could only lament to myself. I should have asked the guild master of higher purity ones. Or maybe not. I had never planned on asking too much from the guild master. The main reason I had asked for low purity ones was that I had a fax machine, which could turn fragments into high-quality ones. However, in hindsight, I probably could have pushed further and asked the guild master for higher quality ones. Still, I was also aware of one fact. The more I asked, the more I'd have to give back. I'll settle for now. I turned towards the fax machine and sighed. If possible, I'd want to upgrade the fragments now, but I didn't have any SB. I'd need to wait a bit before doing that. In this case, should I try to reach the 4th order? It hadn't been long since I'd reached the 3rd order. I wasn't sure how my progress compared to the others, but considering it had taken Kyle 4 years to reach the 5th order, I couldn't help but think my pace was absurdly fast. Still, I didn't plan on stopping. Given the upcoming mission, I had no choice but to reach the next order quickly. And so, after taking a few moments of rest, I took out several fragments from my locked-up drawer and placed them on the table alongside the other fragments that I had removed the attribute of. Okay, this should be it. I felt a little nervous while staring at the fragments before me. However, I was also excited. I wanted to know what my next node would be. Taking a deep breath, I placed my hand over the fragments. A notification followed a moment later. 40 fragments have been located. You have met the criteria to advance. The purity level is 82.3%. Do you wish to advance? Play button yes, no. The answer was clear. My hand moved on its own, and just as I was about to press yes, a familiar voice stopped me in my tracks. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The conductor's figure materialized in front of me, its tall, lank form bending slightly as it stared at the notification panel before me. It could see it. But more importantly, I shouldn't do it. I blinked slowly, trying to understand where the conductor was coming from. You shouldn't. The conductor shook its head, pulling away from the panel before turning its face toward me. A raw, tearing sound filled the air as the stitches across its eyes and mouth came undone, threads snapping one by one. As its gaping eyes fixed on me, its lips stretched into a wide, unsettling smile. You shouldn't do it for a very specific reason. Its hand rose slowly, a single finger extending toward me as its grin stretched wider, twisting into something creepy. Your mind isn't stable. The moment you absorb the fragments, the conductor's words trailed off, its smile widening until it reached the corners of its face. It raised a finger and pressed it gently against my forehead. You'll become something like us. You'll turn into an anomaly. Chapter 408, 4th Order, 2. It was as if the entire room had been filled with water. All of a sudden, my breath caught in my throat. The air grew cold and an invisible weight pressed down on me from all sides. Across from me, the conductor stood motionless, its unsettling smile stretching further. It was almost as if it was savoring my struggle. Have you not noticed the changes in you? The conductor's voice echoed again, dripping with amusement, its hand still raised and finger unwavering as it continued to point directly at me. It's starting the turning. Its voice dropped into a whisper. A cognitive shard in your mind is beginning to assert itself more and more. You've managed to suppress its influence to slow it down for now, but you can't stop what's coming. The inevitable will catch up to you. The conductor lowered its hand. You'll soon turn like the rest of us and... The conductor stopped, bringing its hands to its shoulders. I find myself shuddering at what you might become. With those words, the conductor stopped speaking, but staring at its expression, I could feel the lingering excitement in its body as it stared at me. I didn't say a word. I couldn't say a word. The world around me seemed to have slowed to a crawl, my mind struggling to comprehend the conductor's words. No, rather, I know. My heart pressed heavily against my chest. I wasn't stupid. I'd already noticed the changes in my behavior. I'd tried my best to brush them off, to pretend they weren't there, but denial could only go so far. I'm slowly starting to turn. I looked at my hands. They looked normal, but staring at them, they felt paler than usual. The fear I would normally feel in moments like this was simply gone. In its stead, all I felt was a quiet sense of dread that crept up into my mind. Absorb those fragments and you'll turn, cuck. The conductor's chuckle silently made its way into my ears. I wouldn't mind if you turned. I'm excited to see what you'd become. Biting my lips, I pulled my hand away from the fragments. I guess that's that. It seemed like I couldn't go into the fourth order. At least not in my current state. I reached into the drawer, grabbed a pill bottle, and shook out several tablets. Without hesitation, I tossed them into my mouth and washed them down with a gulp of water. My mind cooled the moment the pills made their way into my system, but this was far from enough. This won't do. At this rate, I might never reach the fourth order. This put me in a terrible position. For the upcoming mission, I had to reach the fourth order. I had done a lot of preparations for the cult mission, and the only thing that was missing was me reaching the fourth order. And yet, shit. I covered my face, trying my best to think of a way out of the situation. But regardless of what I thought, there was no magical answer. Overdosing on pills. That'd probably make my situation worse. Ask the guild master. That would probably be enough for him to discard me. He was the last person I wanted to find out about my condition. The cognitive shard would leave a gaping hole in my worth, and the guild master only cared about people for the value they brought him. The moment I lost value in his eyes, I didn't doubt for 1 second he'd discard me. In that case, why do you seem so against the possibility of becoming one of us? The conductor's voice broke through my thoughts. When I turned toward it, I saw it seated in the chair across from me, legs crossed with an eerie sort of grace, as if it had been there all along. I don't quite remember how I became what I am now, but it's not so bad. The power I've gained is difficult to even comprehend. And when I look at you, the conductor paused, its expression shifting, the amusement fading into something more solemn. When I look at you, I see the potential for something far greater than anything I ever was. I see you becoming an anomaly that the entire world will one day fear. I see you becoming the one who can bend the world to your will. The next black. I frowned, trying to make out the last part of its sentence. Can you repeat that? Becoming the next. Black. Huh? I strained to catch its words, leaning forward slightly, but once again they never reached me. It was as if something or someone was preventing them from being spoken. Instead, all that came out was a faint, grating sound that scraped at my ears and sent a shiver down my spine. I looked at the conductor, and seeing how it didn't appear to notice anything, a certain thought occurred to me. The system. Could the one blocking me from hearing be the system? I came to a sudden pause, and just when I felt the tension in the room reach the peak, my pocket vibrated. Tia-ra-ra. A familiar ringtone echoed in the air. I paused for a moment, taking out my phone and staring at the caller. Unknown caller. Looking at the number, I frowned. A scam call. I hung up and blocked the number right after. But just as I did so, tia-ra-ra. My phone rang again. I frowned once more, turning my attention towards the phone again, but this time the screen said something different. Jamie. I thought back to our past conversation and answered. Hello. Seth. Jamie's voice echoed from the phone's speakers. I sent you a couple of messages, but I didn't see you answer. Is everything okay? You did. I looked at my phone, and it indeed seemed to be the case. Oh, you did. So it looks like you didn't see them. I've been pretty busy lately. No kidding, I've been keeping a close eye on your situation. Your game is currently killing it. It's no wonder you don't have any time. Yeah. He wasn't wrong. Instead of losing steam, the game was performing even better. This was one of the few good things that had been happening to me lately. At the rate things are progressing, it won't be nuts to say that you've got the silver award clinched. That's incredible. Thank you. Thanking Jamie, I got straight to the point. You're calling me for the stream, correct? There was silence on the other line. I smiled silently. A promise is a promise. Since I said that I'd do it, I'll do it. Are you sure? I know that you're busy and all of that, so. It's fine. I reassured him. I'm planning to use this stream to boost the game's popularity. If everything goes well, it should help improve sales and raise my chances of winning the award. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. I didn't want to sound too pushy, but your popularity's been skyrocketing since the incident. Your name's really trending right now, so with a stream you could draw a huge audience. It'll be great exposure for you. I even know the perfect place. I've done all the research and... Actually... I stopped Jamie before he could continue, my voice coming to a pause. There's a place I want to do the stream. I'd like it if we do it there. Chapter 409, Cult Mission 1. A friend of mine will contact you in a bit. Make sure you answer, all right? He will help us arrange all the matters for the stream. All right. Click. I hung up the call with Jamie. All in all, it ended on a great note. He agreed to do the stream at the location of my choice. The place was, of course, the location of the cult. But why do it there? Wouldn't that be stupid? Not only would I be exposing Jamie to unnecessary danger, but I'd also be revealing my own location, practically inviting the cult to track my every move through the stream. There was no way they'd ignore a broadcast showing people trying to infiltrate their territory. There was also another matter. With the stream, I can't use my powers. I was essentially handicapping myself to the extreme. But this is what I want. I had long considered all of the possibilities. There'd be no way for me not to take them into account. I'd be stupid not to. But there was one very specific reason why I wanted to do this. One key reason. Risky. The conductor's voice echoed from the opposite side as it looked at me. I just smiled and didn't answer. Just like the stream will expose my location, it'll also make the cult aware of the fact that I am filming in their location. I was, in essence, exposing them to the entire world. For an organization that had gone to such lengths to stay hidden, that was the last thing they would want. Their motives were obvious, and in my mind, their subsequent actions would also be obvious. They'll very likely try to remain hidden. In this case, there's a higher chance of me going deeper into their place because they'll try to avoid me. This was the perfect opportunity for me. Of course, there was more to it than that, but this was the essence behind my decision. I guess I should take some time to prepare. I checked the calendar. There were only a few more days left until the deadline of the quest. I guess I'd better get ready. Space. At the same time, containment section. The number you've dialed has blocked you. Zoe stared speechlessly at her phone. Blocked? She's been blocked. Even as she tried to make sense of the situation, she still struggled to do so. This was the very first time that she'd been blocked, and her mind struggled to process the fact. It also was as if she hadn't texted him, specifically saying, "I'm Zoe," and so on. Hey. Who? Zoe took a deep breath, trying her best to calm down. Right, maybe he didn't see the messages. No, it's very likely he didn't see the messages. She tried to be optimistic. Knowing Seth, he very likely didn't bother to check. He was like that. Zoe felt a lot better when she thought things this way. At the end of the day, Seth didn't answer the message, and he was too antisocial to answer calls from strangers. Oh, there he is. Zoe spotted Seth not long after as he came out of his office. After a moment of hesitation, she walked up to him. Just tell him that it was your number and leave. Zoe stopped in front of Seth and waved her hand. He stopped too, looking at her in confusion, but just as Zoe was about to speak, a ringing sound echoed. T-R-R-R, T-R-R-R. Seth's brow raised as he took out his phone. The moment he did, Zoe caught sight of his screen. Unknown caller. And soon, hello. Yes, hello. I see. Fuck. Bang. Zoe's phone met an unfortunate end that day. Space. The next few days proceeded rather calmly. I didn't do anything exaggerated. I calmly went on with my day, either working on my game or visiting my own squad to check in with them. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and before I knew it, it was the day of the quest. Time sure flew by. I looked at the bag next to me. I had packed all of the essentials. There was still 1 hour left before I'd head out. I decided to leave my office for a short moment, but I quickly came to regret that decision not long after. Is that him? I heard that he's going to get demoted sooner or later. I also heard that his members are getting recruited by other squad leaders. Why is he a squad leader when he hardly does anything? I wonder what the section chief sees in him. Is he going to be demoted soon? What's up with him? I heard he created a good game, but why is he at a guild if he's busy creating games? Not sure. I heard the guild is sponsoring his games. There were a lot of looks of judgment directed at me. I couldn't blame them. This was all due to my negligence with my team. There was also the incident with Zoe, but I think that was mainly her being in a bad mood. I had no idea why she reacted the way she did. Still ignoring all the stares, I stopped before Kyle's cubicle. I guess he's not here. This wasn't surprising. Kyle had been very busy lately. I hardly saw him these days. Then again, I'd been swamped myself. With the cult mission, the new multiplayer update, and the guild version of the game still in development, there wasn't much time left for anything else. There were a lot of things that I needed to do. I guess I should become freer after this mission. That'll be one big problem out of the way, and also have no more quests. The thought made me frown. For some reason, I hadn't been getting many quests lately, if any at all. I had been able to do everything as I wished without any problems. This felt somewhat odd to me, but since I was extremely busy, I was glad that I didn't receive any other quests. But at the same time, I couldn't help but feel slightly uneasy. Deep down, I knew that this mission was going to be very different from everything else I had experienced in the past. This mission was going to be a turning point in my life. I just didn't know what that turning point was just yet. I hope that I'm overthinking. Taking a deep breath, I was about to turn away when a sheet of paper on Kyle's desk caught my eye. Curiosity got the better of me, and I reached out, picking it up. The page was covered in messy scribbles, half-finished sentences, rough sketches, and fragments of strange symbols that meant nothing to me. At the center of it all, one thing kept appearing again and again. The number 71, written in different sizes, underlined, circled, even carved so hard into the paper that it nearly tore through. My breathing came to a sudden pause as I caught sight of it, but as if that wasn't enough. A single sentence caught my attention, one that made my heart pause. It's not a date or a rank, it's an order, there's more. Chapter 410, Cult Mission 2. Zone 9. Situated on the far edge of the city, the district marked the industrial zone, filled with sprawling factories and warehouses. Thick plumes of dark smoke drifted through the air, casting a hazy shadow over the worn streets below. I should be close. I looked at the compass in my hands. It pointed towards the east side, and I followed the direction it pointed. The large backpack pressed heavily against my shoulders, though the weight was more noticeable than bothersome. Taking out my phone, I looked at the screen. He still hasn't replied. Ever since discovering the note on his cubicle, I'd called him more than a dozen times, trying to understand what he'd written. But Kyle never answered. He was busy, but I needed him to respond more than ever. That number, it meant a lot to me. So I'll wait a little bit more. I continued down the pedestrian road. This part of the city was clearly worse than the other. Graffiti covered the cracked walls of rundown houses, trash piled in corners and along the sidewalks, and in the distance, looming industrial buildings stood beneath a noticeably thicker, heavier air. It's a shithole. I didn't want to linger here any longer than I had to, and fortunately it didn't take long to reach my destination. The compass in my hand began to spin erratically, signaling that I'd arrived. Craning my neck, I looked up. Before me stood a tall brick wall, its front gate bearing a weathered, rust-stained sign that read, Millwall Steel Production. The factory beyond the gate was in no better shape. It was clearly abandoned, with shattered windows, crumbling bricks, and wild weeds creeping through the cracks. Graffiti covered its faded walls, a common sight in these areas. I didn't rush to enter. Instead, I sat down on the ground and set my bag aside. He should be here in about 10 minutes. Jamie, that was. I arrived a little earlier on purpose. There were a few things that I needed to take care of before the stream started. Like, help me look to see if there are any cameras set up. There's no need to disable them. Just let me know their general location if they're there, and see if they are connected to anything. My screen flickered for a moment as the clown appeared. A moment later, the screen flickered again, and the clown disappeared. It doesn't really matter if the clown disables the cameras or not. Ultimately, I'll be live streaming all of this. There's no way they wouldn't be able to know about my movements. Still, I had yet to reveal the location of my stream. The moment I did, I'd probably catch them off guard. That'd be the perfect chance for me to get a better idea of where they were hidden within the abandoned factory. I sure hope it works. Opening my random page, I looked at my profile. Seth Thorne. Posts 5 followers, 151K following, 0. While my following wasn't anything absurd like Zoe's, it was still pretty decent. I checked my latest post. I'll be streaming soon. It was just a simple black background with the stream announcement. However, it garnered considerable attention. Likes 72K shares, 13.4K comments, 9.8K. What was particularly interesting were the comments. There were quite a lot of them. "Woo, you're streaming. I'm really interested. Are you finally going to address this entire situation? I must say, I am sorry for doubting you before. Who would have thought that they'd screw you over like that? As someone who also works for a black company, you have my sympathies. I'll make sure to tune in to the stream. Count me in, too. I wonder if he'll start cursing everyone out again, lol. I'd actually be pumped if that were the case." There were plenty of supportive comments, people expressing how they shared my frustration over the whole Nightmare Forge studio incident. Many said they'd join the stream to show their support and hear me talk about what really happened. Of course, there were also not-so-pleasing comments. Conspiracies started to churn among some people. However, those comments would usually be drowned out by the other comments. Thinking for a moment, I pressed like on a particular comment. What do you guys think are the chances that he's the one who actually made the entire mess with the game? I mean, he does work for a guild and he also has a grudge against them. I'm not saying he did it, but I'm sure everyone can figure it out. That should do it. And sure enough, it didn't take long for replies to appear beneath the post. He liked it. It's true. He actually is the one responsible for the chaos. Holy shit. Wait, relax. It might have been a mistake from his side. There's no need to jump to conclusions so quickly. Needless to say, that single like started a chain reaction. Threads started to appear on the more popular forums, the conspiracy beneath the Night of Terror. A hidden player. What really happened on the Night of Terror? It was chaotic, and as I stared at it, I couldn't help but smile. That's more like it. I liked how a single action of mine had created all of this chaos. It felt nice. TRR, TRR. Eventually, my phone rang. I picked it up to hear Jamie's voice on the other side. "I'm almost there. Where are you?" "I'm here already." "That quick?" "The bus came early." "Oh, if that's the case, I'm going to hurry up." Do. The line fell a moment later, and not even a minute after the phone call ended, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. "Hey." Jamie waved at me, his short brown hair slightly messy, barely covering his sharp green eyes. A large bag was slung over his back, the straps digging slightly into his shoulders as he approached. Huff, huff. He looked out of breath as he tossed the bag to the ground and sat down. That felt like an entire workout. I glanced at his back, and when I noticed the bits of metal jutting out from his bag, I looked away and leaned against the wall. My phone flickered at the same time as a certain clown appeared. I looked at it for a moment before turning off my screen. That's what you get for carrying so much stuff with you. All hot for the stream. Jamie replied, his breath still heavy. Reaching for the bag, he began unpacking the equipment, his movements quick and his experience evident. As he started setting everything up, he glanced up at me, a conflicted expression flickering across his face. I saw what you did. Online, you are really crazy. You only found out now. Right, you're not exactly right in the head. I should have known from the moment you did what you did several months back. How could I forget? Jamie shook his head and returned to setting up the equipment. I watched his actions for a brief moment and thought about helping until... Ding! My phone rang. Looking down, my hands paused. Soon a smile marred my features. 1,081,940. $1 has been deposited to your balance. Took you long enough. Chapter 411, Cult Mission 3. Shop. Section Consumable. Luck Halo. A glowing, ring-shaped candy that hums faintly before dissolving on the tongue. For 5 minutes, probability subtly bends in the user's favor, dice roll high, doors open easier, and bullets seem to miss. Once the effect ends, misfortune equal in weight to the gained, luck immediately follows. Price, 15,440 SP. Blink Serum. A small syringe filled with pale blue liquid. Injecting it grants instantaneous reflexes and enhanced perception for 30 seconds. After the effect wears off, the user experiences 5 minutes of blurred vision and delayed reaction times. Price, 12,120 SP. Fate Draft. A silver vial that smells of ozone. Drinking it lets the user foresee a single near-future event within the next 10 minutes. He will lose a memory of the same duration. Price, 41,870 SP. Pulse Extract. A vial of viscous red serum. Drinking it amplifies strength and adrenaline output by 200% for 2 minutes. Once the body stabilizes, exhaustion sets in so violently that movement becomes impossible for 10 minutes. Price, 9,660 SB. Shop. I looked through the consumable section of the system shop. Usually I tended to avoid this section. It wasn't so much that the items weren't useful, but they were typically one-time use and extremely expensive. The downsides were also a little too much for me. There's also the fact that I could never afford them before. These were all third-order items, and ever since reaching the third order, I hadn't found myself needing to look at the shop often, besides the pills. This was the first time I was doing so in a while. I knew that I had to go all in for this mission. Balance, 100,532 SB. I had converted exactly $1,000,000. With that much SB, I decided to buy 1 Luck Halo, 1 Blink Serum, 1 Fate Draft, and lastly 1 Pulse Extract. That came to a total of 79,090 SB. This left me with 21,442 SB. I didn't rush to use the remaining SB. I saved them up in case I needed anything else later down the line. However, I wasn't very optimistic. If my guess is right, the moment I find the cult, I won't be able to purchase any items. I didn't even know what I was supposed to do. The mission stated that I had to find the cult, but was that truly it? No, in fact, was it even a wise decision to go? I pulled up the quest once more. Continuation quest. Difficulty, 4th order. Reward, 210,000 SB. Objective, locate the main branch of the cult. Location, NA. Description, the cult and you can no longer coexist. Locate their hideout in Malavia. And find out more about the architect alongside their doctrine. Best be careful as the cult will now actively look for you. They have eyes and ears everywhere. Time limit, 6 months. Locate their hideout. Find out more about the architect alongside their doctrine. There was nothing that stated that I had to attend the quest. But I have to go. I had a very large feeling that the mission was related to the reason for the sudden shift in the world, and the main cause of my disease. Just like the conductor said, I'm slowly starting to turn. I can't afford to remain idle. Okay, everything is almost set up. Are you ready? Jamie's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. When I turned to him, I saw a strange-looking drone hovering beside his shoulder. A small red light blinked on its surface, and as I stared at it, I couldn't help but be surprised. This was new. Like this, he said with a grin. It's a new model I picked up online. It tracks all my movements and records in full 360 degrees. The camera quality's great too, and best of all, I don't have to hold a stick while filming. Makes the whole experience way smoother. I couldn't say he didn't have a point. But how much was this? The smile wiped from Jamie's face. Let's not talk about it. That much. Like I said, let's not talk about it. Jamie cleared his throat and pulled out his phone. A moment later, a notification popped up on my screen. You should have gotten the notification. It's a co-host invite. Jamie started explaining. With it, you'll be able to see the viewers' comments and the stream stats too. I tapped the link and a new interface opened on my phone. Since the stream hadn't started yet, the comment section was empty, but I could already see the layout. Every panel, every stat, ready to update the moment we went live. This is pretty neat. Do you need a bit more time to get ready? I'm good to go whenever you are. I already posted online to let everyone know we're about to start the stream. Just give me the word and I'll hit start. Okay. I cleared my throat and looked at the weird drone. It would take a bit for me to get used to the drone, but it wasn't a big deal as I turned my attention to my phone. You can start it. Okay. Fiddling with his phone, Jamie officially began the stream. Black Circle Live. Viewers 0. I paid close attention to the viewer count. The numbers began climbing the instant the stream went live, the comment section flooding with messages that quickly filled the screen. The stream has started. Iwa, where is this? It's him. I'm early Leo, let's go. Black Circle Live. Viewers 11,029. I remained calm, even when the viewership count increased rapidly. I stared at the comments in silence, waiting for several more minutes before starting to speak. It looks like a lot of you have shown up today. The comments continued to flood. A lot of them were asking about the situation with Nightmare Forge Studios. In particular, they were asking about my involvement in the Night of Terror. I deliberately ignored those comments while speaking. Today, I will be doing a stream with Jamie. The drone panned in Jamie's direction as he waved his hand. How are you? He was a professional. The moment the drone panned on him, he smiled and threw a few entertaining lines. I wasn't like him. The only thing I could do was introduce them to the setting. Behind me is an abandoned factory, I said, turning the camera slightly to show the looming structure. Jamie and I will be exploring it today, and trust me, it's going to be really scary. I licked my lips. They were quite dry. Scratching the back of my head, I checked the comments. You're going into an abandoned factory. You're not going to talk about your involvement. Was that all bait for this? Seriously? I don't give a fuck about this. Talk about the incident. The comments were about what I'd expected. Most people wanted to know more about the situation. Still, I ignored their questions and kept quiet about it, refusing to let the topic take over the stream. Reaching into my pocket, I took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. At the same moment, I pushed open the factory gate, its rusted hinges groaning slightly, and stepped inside. Let's go. A certain tension settled in my chest as I stepped in. The cult quest began. Black Circle Live. Viewers 42, 193. Chapter 412, Cult Mission 4. The comments weren't very nice. I didn't come here to watch you go into some sort of abandoned factory. Fuck, I'm going to leave if you don't talk about the incident. Also, why is he wearing sunglasses again? Elmao the maniac is back. Did you do it or not? Fucking answer, shit, this is so fucking annoying. I feel scammed. I looked at my phone and put it away a moment later. That was also the moment when I turned my attention towards the drone hovering right before me. You can all leave if you wish. I know a lot of you are interested in other things, but I'm not going to answer them. At least not now. Perhaps I might reveal a few things here and there during the stream. Who knows? I suddenly paused. There might even be a chance that something might happen during the stream that might give away the answer. Since I didn't have my phone with me, I couldn't see the chat's reactions firsthand. But judging from the startled yelp that came from Jamie's side, I could tell whatever had just happened definitely made an impact. I gave him a look, and he put the phone away. Aim. He cleared his throat, turning his attention towards the drone. Should I get started then? I think it's best if I give a bit of a description of where we're at, so that everyone has an idea of the setting of the place. Clearing his throat again, Jamie started to give the background of the place. This place used to be part of Millwall Steel Production. Yeah, that Millwall. They're still around, with 3 other plants running across Malavia Island, but this one's different. This one shut down about 10 years ago after a series of incidents that no one ever fully explained. He tilted the drone upward, capturing the towering brick structure looming above us as we moved toward the main entrance. Weeds pushed through cracks in the pavement, and faded flyers clung to the walls, their edges fluttering in the breeze. Officially, it was labeled a containment failure, a sort of industrial accident, gas leak, a couple of workers unaccounted for. But the weird part is that the company never demolished the site. They just fenced it off and left everything inside like they planned to come back, but never did. He walked slowly toward the main gate, boots crunching over gravel. Some locals call this place the Dead Forge. They say it still hums at night, like the machinery's running underground, even though there's no power feeding into it. And he gave a nervous laugh. Some of the old staff swear that during the shutdown, the higher-ups were running some kind of experimental refining process, something that had nothing to do with steel. There was no questioning Jamie's abilities. The moment he spoke, he was able to capture a perfect picture of the situation. His tone was neither too fast nor too slow, and his voice was extremely controlled. He's improved a lot since the last time I saw him. Of course, all of these are rumors regarding the place. As many of you know, there have been others who have done streams in this area. Nothing has shown up just yet, but I've got a good feeling about this. Jamie smiled wickedly as he rubbed his hands together. We might just be able to find something absolutely earth-shaking. Sit tight and watch the 2 of us do the exploring for you. Jamie's introduction stopped there. For a moment, I was almost tempted to check my phone, but I decided not to. The comments were still probably going to be negative. Still, Jamie's introduction was praiseworthy. I'll wait a little bit more before checking. I'm sure they'll calm down after. I didn't really care too much for the number of viewers. The goal wasn't to have a large stream. It was more like a sort of protection. I was one of the cult's main targets. Normally, if someone were here, they'd try to stay quiet, erase any trace of themselves. But I was almost certain that this time was different. They knew I was here, and I could feel it. They wouldn't go overboard and risk revealing too much, but they were definitely planning something. That was my goal. I planned on finding their true base this way. There's also the compass that will help me, but I can't guarantee it will lead me in the right direction. Of course, there was also the lamp I'd acquired a while back in the hourglass gate. That would help me identify footsteps. Not that I can show it to the viewers. I'll have to be more subtle when using either item. Okay, we're about to enter. The two of us came to a stop in front of a heavy white metal door, its surface streaked with rust and grime. A small, faded sign was bolted to the wall beside it, the letters barely legible under the dust and peeling paint. Equals. MILLWALL Steel Production, Furnace District C. Authorized personnel only. Equals. Exchanging glances, Jamie reached for the doorknob before pulling. Kriak. A long, strained sound that echoed through the empty yard and sent a faint shiver down my spine. Rust flaked off the hinges, scattering onto the ground like old ash. A stale, metallic scent drifted out the moment the door opened. It was the kind that clung to the back of your throat. The air inside was cold and stale. Jamie lifted the drone higher, its light cutting through the dark. The beam revealed a narrow corridor stretching deep into the factory, the walls lined with rusted pipes and peeling paint. The floor was littered with metal fragments, cables, and something that looked suspiciously like dried soot. Christ! Jamie muttered under his breath, his nose scrunching up. Smells like something died in here. You're not wrong, I replied automatically. The sound of my voice bounced off the walls, distorted by the emptiness. The air reeked. It was an awful mix of rotten and metal, layered with a thick, oily stench that clung to the back of my throat. Besides the smell, there was also a thick silence. For a second there was nothing, just the faint whir of the drone. Then, from somewhere deep within the factory, a low vibration rolled through the air. It wasn't loud. It wasn't even distinct. But it carried through the air like the faint hum of a machine waking up after years of silence. Jamie froze mid-step, his expression tightening. Did you hear that? I did. My heart grew heavy. There was no denying the sound. Jamie tried to laugh it off, but it came out strained. Guess that's the hum the locals were talking about. Probably just some loose metal vibrating somewhere. Echoes travel weird in old places like this. Right. Deep down, I knew it wasn't loose metal, or whatever he was talking about. The drone's camera whirred softly as it adjusted, its light sweeping across the walls. Under the pale beam, faint black markings began to emerge. The sight made my breath come to a stop as long, curved lines carved into the surface, half buried beneath years of grime and dust, became visible. Jamie, I said slowly, trying my best to keep myself calm. Move the light back for a second. Sure. He did, and as the beam passed over the wall again, the carvings came into focus. Interlocking circles, a spiral, an eye made of rings. My stomach dropped, and I took off the glasses for a moment, just to make sure I wasn't seeing things, but glasses or not, the symbol remained. It's that symbol, the one that had been following me for quite some time. Jamie let out a quiet curse. This looks pretty fresh, doesn't it? I didn't reply, but there was no need to reply. The symbol did indeed look fresh. But soon Jamie laughed. Kid's eye. He focused his attention back on the camera. Look at this, y'all. What do you think about this graffiti? It's pretty unique, isn't it? Jamie didn't seem the least bit scared. To him, the symbol was probably just graffiti, something left behind by kids who'd snuck in for a thrill. But I knew better. This wasn't some random drawing, not at all. This symbol, it's a greeting. Rattle, rattle. The hum within the factory deepened for a moment, just enough to rattle the loose bolts along the doorframe, as if the building itself was reacting. Jamie glanced at me, his face growing uneasy. What was that? I didn't answer right away. I didn't know myself. Instead, I looked deeper into the corridor, where the darkness seemed to pulse faintly in rhythm with that sound. Eventually, my lips parted. I don't know, but I guess we'll soon find out. Step. I took a step towards the distant darkness. For some reason, the moment I took a step forward, something within me stirred. I couldn't explain what it was, but it felt uncomfortable. Chapter 413, Creeping Dread 1. The deeper the group ventured into the factory, the stronger the stench became. None of you can smell what I'm currently smelling, but it's quite bad. How would I describe it? It's like the smell of rotten meat drenched in industrial oil and then fried in a rusted pan. Would that work? Seth paused for a moment. What sort of description is that supposed to be? Anyway, did you all notice that strange symbol near the entrance? I've been trying to look it up, but there's nothing even close to it online. I guess it's just some kind of unique graffiti, maybe something gang-related. The soft glow from Jamie's phone illuminated Seth's blue-tinted vision from behind, mingling with the light from the hovering drone as it scanned the area ahead. The air felt cold, and the smell grew worse. Step. Looking down, Seth glanced at his compass. It was spinning in all directions. He pursed his lips. I guess it might take a while before I get what I want. This wasn't unusual. The compass tended to do that sometimes, as if waiting to calibrate or whatever it was doing. Putting the compass down, Seth stopped before a certain door. MILLWALL Steel Production, Furnace District C. Authorized personnel only. It was the same sign as before. But this time it was a little different. Click, click. It's locked. The metal door refused to budge. Seth frowned and Jamie stepped up. It's locked. Click. Heh, you're right. Jamie tried a couple of more times, but each time he'd get the same result. The door was indeed locked. He clicked his tongue. That's a little problematic, but worry not. I've come prepared for situations such as these. I have a couple of tools that can help pick the lock and... Bang! Jamie was startled out of his wits by the sudden bang. When he turned his head, his eyes widened in disbelief. Seth stood there, calmly pulling his foot back from the now-open door, tilting his head slightly as he adjusted his sunglasses with a casual look. I opened it. No shit, you opened it. At least warn me before you do this. Jamie nearly screamed at the top of his lungs. Staring at the door and then Seth, he held onto his heart. He nearly had a heart attack. Let's go. Seth didn't wait for Jamie to recover before entering. Hey, wait. Startled, Jamie hurriedly followed Seth from behind. He didn't want to admit it, but this place creeped him out for some reason. He didn't want to be alone. But the moment he entered the room, he began to regret his decision. The interior was darker than expected. The drone's light did little more than carve out pieces of the blackness, revealing patches of corroded steel, exposed beams, and hanging cables that swayed slightly in the still air. Each of their steps echoed, followed by a delayed, hollow aftersound. Jamie's breath grew. Nevertheless, he remained professional. This place appears to be one of the main production halls. Jamie's voice echoed faintly through the emptiness, bouncing off steel beams and concrete pillars. It's very large, evident from the echo that you guys hear. It's also very dark, and despite the drone's best efforts, I can hardly see much into the place. He moved the drone higher. Its light swept across the hall, catching flashes of rusted machinery and conveyor belts half swallowed by shadow. Dust shimmered like fine ash in the air. In any case, the reason we're here is because we're trying to investigate the reason behind the hum. He paused for a moment, deliberately dragging his answer. What is that, you say? Jamie exhaled slowly. Some say it's just leftover machinery still running beneath the floor. Others think it's the sound of the old furnaces cooling, or ghosts of workers, if you believe that sort of thing. He gave a nervous chuckle, though his voice wavered slightly toward the end. But the interesting thing is, this sound doesn't show up on any normal recording equipment. It's only ever heard in person. People describe it as a deep resonance, something you feel in your chest, like your own heartbeat syncing with it. Jamie shrugged, looking at the darkness around him. Some say they're screams from a faraway place, he continued, lowering the camera slightly. Others have argued that it's the screams of the victims from the experiments that occurred here. His words seemed to hang in the air longer than they should have. Even his voice carried a subtle tremor, though he tried to mask it with a half-hearted chuckle. Obviously, those are just rumors. Officially, there's nothing to confirm any kind of experimentation. The drone's light swept slowly across the production hall again. A sea of rusted steel glinted faintly under the light, the reflection giving the illusion that the floor was moving. Jamie proceeded to talk to the audience. He replied to most of the comments that he saw. Of course, he specifically ignored the ones who were discussing Seth's circumstances. "Where are we headed now?" "Oh, we're going to the control room." Jamie's words made Seth pause. However, he continued a moment later. "Control room." He was just about to suggest that. "The main reason we're here is to dig deeper into the workers who used to operate in this place. We're here to investigate the hum and the stories surrounding it. Was the experiment real, or is there something else hidden behind it all? An anomaly, perhaps?" Jamie's words were enough to garner the interest of the viewers as he chatted with them. At the same time, he quietly followed Seth from behind. He did so in order to focus his attention away from his surroundings. But it didn't take long for them to find the control room. "It's here." Seth stopped before a certain door. You found it already?" Jamie voiced out his surprise. That was quick. He had expected to spend more time looking for the control room, but Seth managed to find it rather quickly. But beyond that, he was curious about something else. "How can you see with the sunglasses?" "Kriak?" It was a question that was inevitably drowned out by the creaking sound of the metal door as it slowly started to open. Soon, a small room appeared before them. A gust of stale, metallic air swept past them. It was hot despite the chill outside. It smelled faintly of burnt copper and something sweet, almost like overripe fruit left to rot beside a furnace. The room beyond was small, maybe 20 feet across, lined with rusted control panels and shattered glass monitors. The walls were smeared with dark stains that could have been oil, or something else. But what drew the eye immediately wasn't smell. No, it was the markings. Circles, dozens of them, scratched into every surface. Each ring overlapped another, forming spirals that converged into a central eye-like emblem above the main console. For a moment, Jamie forgot how to breathe. His expression was dazed. But soon he collected himself. Jamie raised and nudged the drone higher. "Guys, look at that. What the hell is that?" He was pointing at the markings. The viewers naturally flooded the comment sections. Most thought it was graffiti. Some noticed something else. "That's some graffiti." "What's up with that type of graffiti? It doesn't look nice at all." "Yeah, it's pretty ass." "Pretty sure it's graffiti." You don't think it's graffiti?" Jamie suddenly asked Seth, who in turn frowned. He hadn't even said anything, but that was indeed what he wanted to say. In the end, he shook his head and fixed his gaze on a metal plaque bolted beneath the main panel, half hidden beneath grime. He wiped it clean with his sleeve. "What's that?" Jamie leaned in, pointing the drone's light at it. "Cognitive Harmonic Stabilizer, Prototype Unit D. Authorized for internal experimentation only." Jamie frowned. "Cognitive what?" Seth didn't answer. His expression had begun to change slightly, and as he took a step back, his heart, which had remained calm since the start of the mission, finally began to beat. Especially when beneath, it read one single name. One he was all too familiar with. Myrl. Chapter 414, Creeping Dread 2. Myrl. Is that the name of the person who was working here? Check this out. Jamie flashed the camera over the metal plate. Project D15, what's this supposed to mean? Do you all think it's some name for the thing that they were building? Or maybe it could be one of the experiments. Jamie threw out the words as a joke, but I didn't laugh at all. Staring at the metal plate, a quiet creeping dread began to settle inside my chest. There was no doubt about it. This was the Myrl that I knew. She was an experiment. Yes, I should already have been aware. This was information I was already aware of. But it says Project D15. What does that imply? Does it imply that there are 15 more of them? No, it could also be more. I knew that Myrl was of great importance to the cult. From the old lady responsible for the Twisted Man to the subsequent cult quest missions, I knew that Myrl had some major importance to this cult. I just didn't know why, but now, I was a little bit more certain. This project, it's turning humans into anomalies. I took a deep breath. Based on all the evidence and information that I had learned, this felt like the most obvious conclusion. This cult, it was turning people into anomalies. However, at the same time, this cult was also responsible for providing tools that could help people heal their fragments. Thinking about it, a creeping thought entered my mind. Doesn't this sound an awful lot like my circumstances? I had a cognitive shard, and I was slowly turning. The system provided me with medicine to heal my shard, or at least contain it. In that regard, H.U. My chest trembled. Despite my best efforts to remain calm, the creeping sense of unease only grew. There's no confirmation yet. I might be jumping to conclusions. Has everyone looked online to see if they could find anything? Nothing. Well, I guess that makes sense. Let's see if we can find any more clues. Jamie's voice broke me out of my thoughts, and when I turned towards him, I saw him head towards the nearby drawer and pull it open. Clement White, Senior Inspector. His hand reached inside before eventually taking out an ID, pass, and looking at it. For a moment, I was confused. He knew the name before he pulled the card out. No. Jamie looked at me. I just looked at the card and saw the name. I didn't know the name beforehand. My eyes narrowed. I could ignore it the first time, maybe the second time, but the third time. How did you know what I was about to say? What? Jamie looked at me weirdly. Are you okay? Judging from his expression, he really looked lost. I just answered your question. Was it not you who was speaking? I frowned but didn't answer. Instead, I took out my phone and checked the comments. Surely, Lal, the two are already losing it. He forgot he asked the question. He's really losing it. What's wrong with him? Huh? I looked at my phone again. Seeing the comments, I was at a loss. They said that I had asked the question, but I didn't. I was almost certain of it. See? Jamie moved next to me, staring at my phone as he pointed at it. You did ask the question. Hello? I licked my lips, feeling that they had become drier than usual. Anyways, check this out. Jamie handed the ID card over to me. This is the ID of the Chief Inspector. Do you think we can go to different areas with this? I'm sure that with this, you won't have to smack each door apart. Yeah. I looked at the ID card. ===. ID. Name Clement White. Sex M. ===. The edges of the laminated card were slightly warped and bubbled, as if it had been left near extreme heat. A faint oily residue stained the photo side, obscuring the face, but in the flicker of the drone's light, the image seemed to shift, just slightly. All right, everyone, we've got ourselves a key card. We might finally get into the sealed section. Maybe we'll find the famous furnace core everyone's been talking about, right? Jamie kept joking with the chat, his voice light and casual, but the unease twisting in my chest wouldn't fade. If anything, it only grew stronger with each passing second. The longer I looked around, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching us from the shadows. But even with the glasses, there didn't seem to be anything. The only thing that stood out to me was the strange symbols on the wall. I've never seen symbols like these before. It's strange, though. I know they're connected to the cult and the number 71, but no matter how much I look, there's nothing about them anywhere. And what's worse, I have no memory of ever encountering them before now. Clank, clank. In the background, Jamie looked through all of the drawers in search of any other clue. I stopped him. Stop, I've searched all of the drawers. There's nothing. Jamie stopped, looking at me weirdly. You did, went. Just before. What, really? Yes. I could still recall myself opening. Besides a few pieces of paper, there was nothing else in the drawers. Seeing how Jamie didn't believe me, I pointed at the first and second drawers. Papers and a stapler. Jamie did as I said, pulling open the first two drawers. Inside was exactly what I expected. Stacks of old papers, yellowed at the edges, and a dusty stapler resting on top. He scratched his head, letting out a small laugh. I guess you did. Yeah. I glanced at the comments as I walked over to the drawers, then pulled them open again myself. Paper and a stapler. I looked at the chat. But the moment I looked, my expression couldn't help but change slightly. What? Is this supposed to be a skit or some shit? Elmao, do they think that we're fucking stupid? This shit is the most obviously rigged stream that I've seen in a very long time. Lol WTF. Nah, clip this shit. Someone needs to call out these two clowns Elmao. Staring at the comments and then Jamie, we both frowned. What were these guys talking about? Rigged. What about this was rigged? Jamie seemed to have an idea as he pointed towards the graffiti. Are you all talking about this? Well, I know they look fresh, but neither of us has been to this place before. What? You're saying that Seth didn't check the drawers? That you've got clips of it? Jamie paused, turning his attention towards me. My frown deepened. I'm pretty sure that I did. But the chat says you didn't. They have a recording of everything. Let me see. Walking closer to Jamie, I stared at his phone. He was replaying the video of the two of us entering the control room at the same time. The video looked normal, with the exception of my sunglasses, as we casually looked around the place and I checked a few drawers. But, see, you've never checked the first 2 drawers. Jamie suddenly pointed out. I opened my lips, but found myself unable to refute. It was true. But I was certain that I had opened it. How did? Jamie suddenly froze, his brows knitting together as he stopped at a specific frame in the footage. His expression shifted, growing tense as he slowly zoomed in. The video came to a halt on the faint reflection in the glass panel of one of the monitors. Under the drone's pale light, we could see our faces staring back, only something about the reflection wasn't quite right. It was, looking at them, right at the drone. Chapter 415, Creeping Dread 3. The sight made me freeze. Jamie did too. Neither of us said a word. Our eyes stayed fixed on the reflection in the recording, those shapes, those faces, staring straight toward us, or rather toward the drone hovering silently between us. Did you? Jamie eventually broke the silence, turning his attention towards me. I didn't answer. Instead, I kept my attention focused on the reflection. There was no doubt about it. The reflections were indeed staring at the drones. But was it really the case? Elmaya, what are these two trying to do? Why are they making such faces? You know we can see the phone, right? There's literally nothing. They're obviously doing it to raise the tension. Don't fall for such a cheap trick. This stream is boring. You should get out of this room and explore other places. Despite the wave of negative comments, neither Jamie nor I paid attention to them. Especially when, blink, the reflections were no longer staring at us. It was almost as if it had never happened from the start. Jamie and I looked at each other. You saw, right? I did. It became very obvious to me that something was going on. A shift in perception? It doesn't seem like the viewers can tell, but at least Jamie and I saw it. There's also the matter of how he was somehow able to speak before I spoke, or the weird moments when either one of us thought that something had happened when it didn't. Something was off. I could feel it, and Jamie could feel it too. Jamie cleared his throat. Aim chat, I know you might not believe what I'm saying, but it's really the truth. Neither Seth nor I is lying. You might not be able to see it, but we both feel it. Ah, well. I suppose there's no point in discussing this further. Let's head deeper. With this key, we can probably enter other areas. I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I looked at the keycard. I wasn't stupid. How does it make sense that a keycard is here? This place had been raided multiple times by streamers, the homeless, and even treasure hunters. Surely they'd be able to find a card like this. It's been obviously placed in advance. But how? I hadn't disclosed the location of the stream until the very start of the stream. There was absolutely no way for anyone to know about the location. That was unless... I looked at Jamie and pursed my lips. Eventually, I shook my head. This was unlikely, but what if? What if he had been the one to leak the location? Or maybe worse, what if he were part of the cult? Now that I think about it, he was there during the museum incident. If they can target me, what does it say that they won't target him? Bah thump. For a moment my heart leaped. What, come on, don't be ridiculous. None of this is staged. Look, I don't know why the situation is turning out the way it is, but I swear on my life that I didn't do the things you're talking about. I'm losing it. Well, maybe. It's dark and it's kind of cold. Jamie was chatting calmly with the drone. Looking at the chat and then the comments, I swallowed in silence. There's no way such a string of coincidences can happen. It's way too obvious. Does he take us for fools? It's pretty darn obvious. Just go ahead and go to the next room. Yeah, go. I can see that people are starting to lose interest. BTW, has anyone researched the guy Clement White? Oh. The last comment attracted Jamie's attention. His words similarly attracted mine, as I reached for my phone to look at it. Apparently, Clement White was a rather famous inspector. He was still alive not too long ago, but he recently died. From what I understand, he was fired before the plant shut down and was later hired by a different company. That's pretty interesting information. Jamie mumbled, frowning. It hadn't been long since the factory had been shut down. It wouldn't be strange for most of the workers to still be alive. But for this Clement to die, that was also not strange. Many people die every day. This was a normal part of life. But is that all? I thought you had found something interesting. Oh, I did. The commenter replied a moment later. He died by suicide. Oh. Jamie's voice turned tense, but only for a brief moment. But what does that have to do with the situation? This is pretty much it. He died by suicide, and in his last letter he wrote something like, "I'm twisted, but it's my wife who made me twisted." I don't really understand what it means, but I just thought it was interesting. I guess it is. Jamie looked at me, but I couldn't tear my gaze away from the comment. I'm twisted, but it's my wife who made me twisted. I silently swallowed my saliva. Anyways, should we get going? I don't think there's anything else interesting in this room. Jamie pointed at the drone, and he soon walked out of the room. He started talking with the drone as he did, but I didn't move. I couldn't move. The clues were all there. This is definitely the place that I'm looking for, but based on all the information, there's no doubt whatsoever. The cult. No, this place. It was turning humans into anomalies. I swallowed, feeling a creeping dread crawl into my mind. Myrle, the twisted man. One room alone contained ties with the two alone. This was no coincidence. It's almost as if the cult is doing this on purpose to welcome me. But like I said, the only person who knows of this place is Jamie. There's also the graffiti being fresh. My eyes narrowed, locking onto the door as a faint light flickered beneath it. A moment later, Jamie's voice echoed from the other side. It was muffled, but it was his. Glancing around and noticing that Jamie was still outside, I pulled out my compass to check it. It was still spinning, refusing to settle on a direction. Suppressing a sigh, I reached into my bag and retrieved a particular lantern, its surface cold and faintly pulsing with a blue light. It's been a while since I've used this, but it might be useful. It was an item I.D. once used inside the hourglass gate. Its function was simple but invaluable. It allowed me to trace the footsteps of anyone who had been in the room, the glow shifting in brightness based on how fresh the tracks were. Taking out the lantern, I raised it up. Let's see. The light pulsed. Steps appeared all over the floor, moving in all directions. Looking at them, my eyes narrowed as I tried to see any steps other than mine and Jamie's. But, the sight that greeted me was an unexpected one. The steps. There were none. Blink. Should I get started then? I think it's best if I give a bit of a description of where we're at, so that everyone has an idea of the setting of the place. Jamie's voice echoed in the background. But, this place used to be part of Millwall Steel Production. Yeah, that Millwall. They're still around, with 3 other plants running across Malavia Island, but this one's different. This one shut down about 10 years ago after a series of incidents that no one ever fully explained. Blinking my eyes, I looked at my surroundings. It was there that I noticed something. I was outside. Not only that. Officially, it was labeled a containment failure, a sort of industrial accident, a gas leak, and a couple of workers unaccounted for. But the weird part is that the company never demolished the site. They just fenced it off and left everything inside like they planned to come back, but never did. But Jamie. He was repeating the same things he had done in the past. What in the... Chapter 416, Creeping Dread 4. What the hell is going on? I glanced around, the faint light filtering from above and the towering silhouette of the factory ahead. Everything... It was exactly as it had been at the very beginning. Some locals call this place the Dead Forge. They say it still hums at night, like the machinery's running underground, even though there's no power feeding into it. And Jamie gave a nervous laugh. Some of the old staff swear that during the shutdown, the higher-ups were running some kind of experimental refining process, something that had nothing to do with steel. Even the words that Jamie was saying were the exact same as before. Did I travel back in time? A loop. This wasn't the first time I'd gone through something like this. So, after the initial wave of confusion passed, I managed to steady myself and regain my composure. Can this be a loop like the Hourglass Gate? The thought crossed my mind for a moment, but after looking at Jamie, I started to believe that perhaps it was. He was there and also noticed the strange things. However, given how he's talking calmly, it doesn't seem like he remembers any of the things that have happened. In that case, we might just be able to find something absolutely earth-shaking. Sit tight and watch the two of us do the exploring for you. Jamie stopped and then turned to look at me. Is everything all right? You seem to be spacing out. I looked at Jamie before shaking my head. No, I'm fine. I'm not. Oh, good, let's go. Taking a brief pause, he signaled the drone to move away a little as he whispered, Don't let the comments get to you. They're usually always like this. Yes, I know. He didn't need to tell me this. I was already aware. That's good, let's go. The viewers are growing impatient. All right. The two of us continued ahead, eventually stopping before the same door as before. Equals. MILLWALL Steel Production, Furnace District C. Authorized personnel only. Equals. Kriak. The door creaked open just like before, its rusted hinges releasing a deep, grating groan. As it swung inward, the stale, metallic stench of the factory spilled out, and Jamie's face scrunched up. Christ! He muttered under his breath, his nose scrunching up. Smells like something died in here. Nothing changed from this point. Pulling out my flashlight, I stepped inside and swept the beam across the walls. As I'd expected, the symbols were there again, etched into the surface just like before, their dark lines twisting faintly under the light. Jamie walked closer, looking at the symbols with a frown. These look fresh, graffiti. Maybe. I kept my expression neutral, my eyes fixed on Jamie. The thoughts from before still lingered in my mind, and the longer I watched him, the heavier the unease grew. I am usually never wrong about my thoughts. Something is off about Jamie. Tapping my foot against the ground, my hands twitched. Can I trust him? I'm not sure if I can trust him. However, he looks completely the same as before. It doesn't seem like he remembers anything. Should I keep observing him? Yes, that might be the way. What do you think? Jamie turned his attention towards me as he squatted down to look at the graffiti on the walls. Do you think they are graffiti or Huke? Wham! I kicked Jamie right in the head, forcing his head to smash against the wall as he slid down across the wall a moment later. The surroundings turned completely silent. Even my phone turned silent as I stared at the passed-out Jamie. I'm usually never wrong about my feelings. Might as well do this before it's too late. If it turned out I was wrong, I planned on apologizing. If that would help. WHIR. The drone hovered steadily in the air, its faint whir filling the silence. The camera stayed locked on me, the small red light blinking as it recorded and captured every second. Adjusting my glasses, I moved away from Jamie and headed deeper into the factory. At the same time, a thought crossed my mind. I've been kicking people a lot lately, haven't I? I wonder where I got that from. Step. I walked in silence, heading deeper into the factory. I didn't speak, didn't glance back. I just kept moving toward the control room. To be honest, I couldn't care less about the stream anymore. The only reason I'd kept it running was because, in a place like this, having eyes on me felt like the only form of protection I had. It prevented the cult from taking any drastic actions. Of course, they might have a way to stop the cameras, but I also have ways to prevent that. Narrowing my eyes, I stepped into the control room, the air just as heavy as before. Moving straight to the drawers, I pulled one open and retrieved the ID card. Clement White. Staring at the ID, I placed it in my pocket. Just before leaving, I took out my phone and checked the comments. Heck, that was funny as shit. This guy is batshit crazy. Ha ha ha, do you all think this is a skit? It has to be a skit. He should have done it before lol. He waited too long. Yeah, it took so long. I was getting tired of all the talk. He wasn't bringing much to the stream anyway, and the chemistry wasn't that good. Nobody liked the weird, mind-reading nonsense. I guess he saw that too. Still feels scripted like everything else we've seen so far. I mean, come on. There's no way such coincidences can occur at the same time. As expected, the comments were going crazy. I stared at the cards for a long moment before turning my attention to the drone footage. Replaying the video, I focused on the reflection just as I had before. But this time, it was different. The reflection was normal. Strained. I put the phone away, turning my attention towards the monitors. Within the blue-tinted world of the glasses, I could see everything clearly. and as I scanned my surroundings, I didn't feel any other presence besides the cold. The only thing that stood out was the symbols, etched across the walls, the floor, even the table, each one seeming to twist toward me, watching from every direction. Let me head out. With the card in hand, I moved out of the control room. Outside the control room, the factory was silent again. The hum that had followed since the entrance had faded, leaving only the faint hiss of the drone's rotors. The corridor ahead stretched into a wall of darkness. Each step landed with a dull, heavy thud, louder than it should have been, and the cold pressing in from all sides grew sharper, heavier, almost suffocating. I pushed the unease aside and kept moving, forcing myself deeper into the shadows. If I turn left, I should be able to get to the staff area. There should be an elevator there that I can use to access the lower floors. That's where I need to go in order to. Suddenly I stopped. Pausing for a moment, the frown on my face deepened. How did I know all of this? Chapter 417, Follow-up 1. It shouldn't be possible for me to know. Why do I know? I stopped and glanced around. The darkness seemed thicker here, denser, wrapping around me from every side like a living thing. The faint beam of my flashlight barely cut through it, swallowed almost instantly by the black. It was only through the blue tint of the glasses that I could see my surroundings, and as I looked around, I felt my breathing growing heavier. Images flashed in my mind. Large metal door, rusted pipes, and a grinding elevator. Why am I recalling such images? The memories almost felt real, vivid, as if I had actually seen and experienced such things before. But I was sure I hadn't. Was someone or something manipulating my memories? Dong! A sudden bell toll rang out through the darkness. The sound crashed against the walls and reverberated through the air, jolting me upright before fading into an uneasy silence. I looked around, feeling the unease in my chest grow. What the hell was that? I stared in the direction of where the noise came from. It appeared to come from where I came from. And just as I thought it was a one-time thing. Dong! The toll echoed again. This time it was even louder. Closer. Hi-ta. Subconsciously, my breath grew heavier. Taking out my phone, I looked at the chat. I wanted to see if they'd also heard the same thing. But, what are you waiting for? Come on, hurry up, start moving. Stop wasting time, this isn't scary. Hurry. You guys can't hear it. From the comments, it looked like they didn't. Hear what? What's with this cheap way of trying to instill fear? No, of course we can't hear it. Are you talking about the hum? Watch him say he can hear something and pretend that it's the hum. Dong! The doll was closer this time. It was so close that when I turned my head toward the corner of the corridor, my heart nearly leapt out of my chest. Within the faint blue tint of my vision, a distorted shadow stretched across the floor, its body unnaturally long and thin, one hand gripping what appeared to be a large drum kit. I couldn't see its true form as it was merely just a shadow, but that was enough to make me move. Without hesitation, I picked up the pace. I don't know if I can fight it, but I don't think it'll be smart for me to fight it. I can probably assume that it's going to be the least of my worries. I moved as fast as I could. The corridor twisted ahead of me, iron beams cutting through the dark like ribs. The tolling faded, replaced by the low creak of metal settling somewhere deep in the factory's gut. The drone followed, its small light dragging my shadow long across the wall. I'd never been here before, and yet as I ran, my steps came naturally. Every turn, every hallway felt instinctive, as if some part of me already knew the layout, already knew exactly where I needed to go. I turned another corner. The air was thicker here, the smell of rust and oil layered with something sour like burnt sugar. Dong dong! The space opened up around me, a large chamber filled with all sorts of machinery, the drone's light casting eerie shadows everywhere as I took off my glasses. My light caught on suspended chains, swaying gently as if they'd never stopped moving since the factory closed. Each one ended in a hook black with corrosion. The hum was gone, replaced by the soft, clinking sound coming from the chains as they swayed and hit each other. I slowed, trying to quiet my breathing. The floor beneath me wasn't flat. It dipped slightly toward the center, where puddles of oil caught the drone's light and reflected it back in broken ripples. For a moment, I caught sight of my reflection. It stared back at me, and I felt a growing sense of unease. I lifted my phone, checking the stream out of habit. The chat hadn't stopped. Lines kept appearing even though the signal bar showed a weak connection. Wow, he ran a lot. Why did he run all the way here? Is he in the wrong room? You're close. You're close. I looked at the last line, feeling my heart press tightly against my chest. Dong, dong, dong. The tolling grew louder. It came from all directions, ricocheting off the walls, disorienting me as I spun in place. The drone whirred frantically beside me, its light darting across the walls and machinery, throwing huge shifting shadows that danced and twisted all around me. For a moment, I thought about going back. But where did I come from? I had a horrifying realization. I couldn't recall where I'd started. No, in fact, I couldn't recall much at all. Why was I here? What was I doing? What's going on with me? I pressed a hand to my head, trying to piece everything together, but the harder I tried to remember, the sharper the pain became. A throbbing headache pulsed behind my eyes, and through it all, my phone wouldn't stop vibrating. Phone. I picked up the phone and looked at it. Perhaps I might be able to get a clue. I looked through it. What are you doing? Why did you stop again? You said that you were going to the room on the right. Hurry up. Stop wasting time. I'm getting bored. Comment. I narrowed my eyes, staring at the comments flooding my page. I was streaming. All right, I was streaming. I forced myself to focus and followed the directions flooding in from the comments, turning right. That's when I saw it. A rusted metal door, half hidden in the shadows, the light of the drone exposing it to me. Next to it was a small keypad. Dong dong. Hearing the tolling sound, I didn't hesitate and moved toward the door, taking out the ID card from my pocket and scanning it. Ding. The door unlocked and I hurriedly entered. Clank. I also didn't forget to close the door behind me. Ha. Flick. A moment later, the lights flickered to life, bathing the space in a dim, sickly glow. I found myself standing inside a small, confined room, its walls lined with peeling paint and exposed wiring. In the center stood an old elevator, its metal doors dented and stained with rust. The tolling had stopped, and my phone also stopped vibrating. I looked around once more, and soon. Ding! A harsh cranking noise echoed through the room as the elevator doors slowly slid open, a grinding sound following. Inside, the dim light reflected off a large mirror at the far end, its surface fogged, but I could still see myself on the opposite end. I looked at my reflection as it stared back, and I instinctively stepped forward. The grinding sound echoed once more as the elevator closed. And the moment the doors shut with a dull clang, a faint chime rang in my ears. Then a notification flickered into view, appearing right before my eyes, hovering in the dim light. Continuation quest completed. Difficulty, 4th order. Reward, 210,000 SP. Objective, locate the main branch of the cult. Location, NA. Description, the cult and you can no longer coexist. Locate their hideout in Malavia. And find out more about the architect alongside their doctrine. Best be careful as the cult will now actively look for you. They have eyes and ears everywhere. Time limit, 6 months. I blinked slowly, looking at the notification before me. But before I could even voice out my confusion, another notification rang. Ding! A new quest appeared. But the moment I saw it, my heart sank. Chapter 418, Follow-up 2. Continuation quest activated. Difficulty, NA. Reward, Imblance Shard. Objective, who they worship. Location, NA. Description, you've infiltrated the cult, but your presence hasn't gone unnoticed. Their whispers follow you through candlelit halls and smoke-filled chambers. Uncover the secrets buried within this branch, its hidden rites, forbidden texts, and veiled motives, and learn the true identity of the entity they worship. Time limit, NA. Staring at the quest, my heart grew heavy, especially when I saw the NA in the difficulty section. What does this mean? Why is there no difficulty description? A quiet sense of dread crept up my spine as I thought about it, but that feeling faded a moment after as I caught sight of the reward. Imblance Shard. What the hell was that? I pressed on it, but there was no description. I even went as far as checking the shop, but there was also no description about it. My phone. There was no signal. What the hell is this Imblance Shard? My thoughts wandered to my condition. I wanted to believe this could be the cure I'd been waiting for, but with no description, that hope was all I had. Clanka, clanka. Strange noises echoed from the elevator as it descended, a mix of grinding metal and distant creaks. My expression tightened, and I pressed my back against the cold metal frame, listening carefully as the sounds grew louder. How far down am I going? I didn't know how long I had been going down, but I knew it was a while. When I turned to see my reflection, I took a look at my face. It was tense. Hoot hoo. I had to take several deep breaths in order to calm myself down, as I focused my attention on the quest description. Uncover the secrets of the cult, find who they worship. Reading the description, I knew that I was in for a massive pain. To make it worse, the drone was no longer recording and the chat had long died. This only meant one thing: the stream had ended. Maybe this is good. I swallowed silently, focusing my attention on the door of the elevator. I don't know why there is no difficulty set, but it doesn't matter. I have a feeling that I need to complete this mission for my own sake. Not just for the reward, but for all the information that I'll learn alongside it. Clanka, clanka. The elevator shuddered and came to a stop with a metallic groan that echoed for what felt like minutes. The single light above me flickered twice, then steadied before flickering again as I stared at the doors where a small gap started to form. The doors were opening. Without a second thought, I activated my second node. Trait transfer. A shift occurred around me as I was pulled into the darkness beneath my feet. The doors slid open with a hollow groan, revealing nothing but a long, narrow corridor stretching into darkness. Thankfully, I have a skill like this. If not for this skill, I would have been afraid of suddenly getting attacked by cultists from all sides. Even so, as I stepped toward the corridor, a faint tension lingered in my chest, like the air itself was holding its breath. It was dark, and within the darkness, I felt a sudden shift in the surroundings. It felt suffocating, and just standing still felt as though thousands of different eyes were staring at me. Despite the feeling, I knew that I had to keep going forward. This was the only path for me. Step. The echo of my step reverberated loudly across the surroundings. Thin pipes snaked along the ceiling, dripping occasionally, while the soot-stained walls bore symbols carved deep into the concrete. For a fleeting moment, each mark seemed to shift, but the moment I looked at them, they returned to normal. Am I imagining things? I wasn't sure, but I kept going forward. The deeper I went, the heavier the air became. Every breath felt heavy, the scent of iron growing stronger and stronger. The faint hum that had haunted the upper levels was gone now, replaced by a slower, deeper rhythm, almost like the heartbeat of something buried beneath the factory itself. The narrow passage eventually split in two. Both directions were identical, same rusted piping, same soot-caked walls, same smell of burnt oil, but the right corridor carried a faint light at the end. I hesitated. Eventually, I moved towards the light. With each step I took, I felt increasingly tense. I didn't know what was ahead of me, nor did I know if there was anyone waiting for me. I knew that I wasn't exactly in the real world, but in an opposite realm, and I also understood that the cult had many anomalies under its control. Still, I knew that I had no other choice but to keep going forward. And eventually, I drew close enough to the light to see what was waiting for me. It was a small room, dimly lit by flickering candles placed unevenly along the walls. Their wavering light cast long, shifting shadows across the floor. In the center stood a narrow podium, and resting atop it was an old, weathered book, its cover cracked, while its pages were yellowed from age. I grew breathless. Something about the book threw me off, and yet before I knew it, I found myself walking towards it. It was almost as if my body moved in its own. Flip. The moment I opened the book, a faint hiss escaped from within. The pages were brittle, clinging together beneath a thin layer of soot. As I carefully brushed it away, my hand stopped mid-motion. A familiar symbol stared back at me from the very first page, etched in thick black ink. Beneath it, a large 71 was scrawled in uneven handwriting, the numbers slightly smeared. As I leaned closer, studying the lines of the mark, a faint whisper brushed past my ear. I immediately grew alarmed, turning my head to look around. But silence. Nothing. There was nothing around me. I frowned, feeling a gentle throb in my mind. Eventually, I returned my attention to the book as I flipped to the next page. Flip. This time there were words, written in flowing cursive that had nearly faded with age. I had to narrow my eyes and lean closer, tracing each letter carefully just to make out what they said. He was but a mere librarian, a keeper of sorts. The world turned against him, and he fell from grace. When God rejected his wisdom, heaven lost its wisdom alongside him. He's but a vault of borrowed faces, his real face hidden beneath the lies. Reading the pages, I felt my breathing come to a complete pause. I didn't understand what the words meant, but with each line that I read, the headache became greater. It soon reached a point where I had to stop, a groan escaping my lips as I held onto my head with both hands. Save me from this torture. Give me a path of guidance. The mist is like a swoosh. It happened abruptly. The world changed, and the second node ceased to function. Immediately, I was brought out of the other realm, and I suddenly found myself standing inside a different room. No, it was the same room, but the place was different. There were tables and weird equipment around. The air also felt colder. I blinked, looking around in confusion. Where is this? My mind was blank. All thoughts appeared to have stopped. Where am I? Bits and pieces of images flashed across my mind. Cold quest. None of it made sense. Tilting my head, I rubbed my head. The headache intensified, pulsing behind my eyes until it felt like my skull might split. My gaze drifted to the bag slung over my shoulder. Without thinking, I pulled it off and started rummaging through it. The instant my fingers brushed against what was inside, a flood of distorted images crashed through my mind, fragments of memories, voices, and some other things. By the time I came to my senses, I realized I was gripping something tightly in my hand. A phone. A flip phone. What? I opened it, a single number appearing. After a moment's thought, for whatever reason, I dialed the number. Do. It rang in the silence. The tone echoed through the silence, each ring stretching longer than the last, just as I began to think no one would answer. Click. The line connected. I exhaled slowly, the sound shaky in the quiet. And then, hello. I spoke. Chapter 419, Calling 1. I didn't get a response. Was the phone broken? I looked at it again, fiddling with the numbers. However, there didn't appear to be any change. Why is it not working? Why is no one responding? I started to panic a little, my breath growing heavier. I didn't know what was happening, images flashing across my mind as bits and pieces of memories surfaced. No, I remembered who I was. But my mind was messed up. It was stopping me from speaking properly. Is anybody there? I tried to speak again. But yet again, I received no response. My heart sank, but I continued to speak nonetheless. I need your help. I just barely managed to get the phone working. I can only call 3 times for a minute each time. Please help me. Wait, but how did I know this? I looked at the phone, the confusion growing. The situation didn't make sense at all to me. There was so much confusion in my head, and the more time passed, the more confused I became. Things that I wasn't supposed to know popped up in my mind, and things that I was supposed to know started to leave my mind. I licked my lips, looking around me. I don't know where I am. Concrete walls. I'm underground. I think I hear water, but it doesn't drip right. It echoes too long. Drip. The water didn't sound right. It didn't drip so much before fading, each drop elongating unnaturally before breaking apart. When it finally hit the ground, there was no splash, only a dull, soundless impact. Something about the sound made me feel unsettled, and as the drip continued to echo, my ears pricked up as I heard a certain noise coming from behind me. Step. It was the sound of a step. My breath caught, my eyes shifting in all directions as I brought the phone next to my ear, and my gaze fixed on a nearby metal shelf. Without a second thought, I slipped behind it, crouching low as the cold metal pressed against my back. Step. I hear something moving. I'm crouching under a shelf. I hope it doesn't hear me. The air around me seemed to close in. A crushing weight filled the air, tightening around my chest until breathing felt like dragging air through mud. My body sank lower behind the shelf as if the pressure itself were forcing me down. A presence soon stepped into the room, and I held my breath. Step. A shadow cast on the floor, my eyes tracing the shadow as it walked around the room, my heart beating so loud that I was afraid it would hear me. With every step, the air seemed to grow heavier, pressing down until it felt as if the walls themselves were closing in. But despite this, I continued to speak. It smells like copper. I didn't know why, but it felt like I had to speak. Drip, drip. Like blood left too long in the air. I need your help. Get me out of this place. I really need you to help me. My voice trembled, the fear finally starting to get to me as my stomach started to churn. Images continued to flash in my mind. Faces, some that I felt were familiar, some that I felt like they were. But then, I felt it. Step. The presence stood right before me, a large shadow casting over the area that I was in. I pressed the phone closer to my ear, my entire body shaking from the fear as I spoke. Oh God, something is in front of me, I can feel it, please don't find me, please. I begged. I prayed. I hoped. But, bang. It still came, a loud smashing sound filling the surroundings as something smashed against the shelf. Oh no. I ducked further down the shelf, hiding my presence as much as possible. But that was useless. Deep down, I knew that it had sensed me. And sure enough, bang, bang. The banging continued. It was louder than before. Pieces started falling from above me as the shelf started to break down before me. I wanted to scream, to run away, but I was paralyzed. I couldn't do anything at all. Bang. I heard a crack and the table shattered. The phone call ended. My expression changed drastically. I felt a shadow appear above me, hovering its head over the hole above to stare at me. An eye stared right at me. The moment I locked eyes with the eye, my mind was dazed. Memories flooded my mind, and I was suddenly reminded of everything. The cult, the quest, the phone call. That was also the moment that I managed to curb a lot of the fear that I felt as I processed the situation before me. Not a moment later, I saw the eye move with a large movement, and my second node churned. Trait transfer. The surroundings darkened around me as the presence faded completely. I seized the moment to step out from behind the shelf, but the instant my foot touched the ground, a sharp pain shot through my node. The skill flickered out, and before I could react, I was facing the back of a towering man clad in white, his grip firm around the handle of a massive axe. Pieces of metal splintered from the spot he hit, as its large body turned to face my direction. I didn't give him the time to turn. A dark figure manifested before the man clad in white, lunging towards it and blocking its movements. But as it did, the man's hood fell away, revealing his face, and my heart sank at the sight before me. What greeted me was a face. Yet not his own. It was stretched unnaturally across his features, pinned in place like a mask, the edges pulled tight as if forced to fit where it didn't belong. For a moment I froze, unable to process the sight. But I was quick to snap out of it. Shit, is that his face, or is he wearing someone else's face? Would you like to know? I grew startled by the man's sudden words. Staring at him, I grew tense. Did he just read my words? A grin spread across the man's face as he gripped the axe tightly. The Realm Walker immediately got into action, tightening its grip over its body, but the man's power proved to be incredibly explosive as he still managed to force a step in my direction. Step. I didn't move. I watched as the man drew nearer to me. Step, step. The Realm Walker continued to block it, transforming its body, but despite its best efforts, it couldn't stop the man at all as he took one step after another, drawing nearer and nearer to where I was. Seth Thorner. He began to speak my name, his hoarse voice filling the room. We know a lot about you. His skin stretched further apart as its grip over the axe tightened. You've been giving us a lot of trouble. We've been watching you closely, waiting for you to come, and now you've come. A large, grotesque smile filled his features as he stooped right before me. I'll greet you in the architect's scent. Ziyang. A sudden tune filled the air, stopping the man's words halfway. Instantly, the smile wiped off his face as he turned his attention towards the figure that stood not far from where I was, its long hands holding onto a violin as its lips pulled into a smile. It always pleases me to see someone who might appreciate my music. Ziyang. The conductor drew the bow across the violin, and a low, trembling note filled the air. The sound resonated through the room, making the very walls quiver. As the melody deepened, I stared at the man before me, his features shifting, the once present smile slowly melting away from his face. Standing behind him, the Realm Walker finally managed to make him come to a stop. I stood in silence, staring at the scene. The tune continued to fill the air as I stood, making no noise. On the other hand, the man looked to be struggling. Ziyang. A look of raw struggle twisted across his features as the music continued, his face trembling under the weight of each note, as if the melody itself was tearing something out of him. KKH. His face twitched, and his expression started to twist. The mask glued to his face began to slip, peeling back to reveal raw, pallid flesh beneath. My heart, which had been racing, somehow found a steadier rhythm as I slid a knife from my pocket and studied him for a long, measured moment. In that moment my mind throbbed once more, the world's color fading right before my eyes. Gray. It all soon turned gray. And soon a thought crossed my mind as I stared at the knife in my grasp. Should I? Chapter 420, Calling 2. I stared at the knife in my hand in a daze. Should I or should I not? The silence around me seemed to stretch. The knife in my hand grew in number, appearing in my vision as multiple. I frowned, feeling my head throb once more. I wasn't stupid. I understood very well that my mind was currently being affected. From the momentary loss in memory, the calls, and the weird instances with Jamie. It was all a jumbled mess that I couldn't understand, and it was such a mess that it made me grow extremely apprehensive. What's happening? Why am I acting like this? None of this makes sense at all. Why can't I sense anything at all? Spurred. When I snapped back to reality, the knife in my hand had already moved forward, stabbing the cult follower in the chest. My mind blanked at the sight. That. Thud. With a thud, the body fell, and I stood on the spot with my mouth open, struggling to understand what had happened. Drip, drip. It was the faint dripping sound coming from the knife that brought me back to reality, and when it did, my chest started to rise and fall faster. Leave. I needed to leave. I needed to leave this place. The more time I seemed to stay in this place, the more it felt like I was starting to lose sight of myself. I didn't understand the reason for this, but I knew that I couldn't linger any longer. Without a second thought, I activated my second node. Trait transfer. I planned on using the Realmwalker skill to escape, but... What? The node refused to activate. I blinked hard, my stomach twisting as I shut my eyes and tried to activate the second node again. But the instant I did, a sharp, searing pain shot through my skull, forcing my breath to catch in my throat. Shit. It quickly dawned on me, a moment later, that I couldn't use my node. Something was preventing me from doing so as the pain in my head grew progressively worse. No, let's remain calm. Leaning my hand against the wall, I tried to remain calm. I knew the way back. I just had to go back to the elevator. Pressing my hand against the side of the wall, I moved out of the room. Lights flickered from above as I walked ahead, with the corridor narrowing the more steps that I took. Flick, flick. Ignoring all of it, I continued to move. Just keep going forward. I have to keep going forward. I repeated the same words in my mind over and over again, trying to force myself to move in the right direction, even if I started to forget. I thought it would work. I really thought so. But not even a moment later. I stood in the middle of the corridor, blinking my eyes slowly. The pain in my head intensified as I looked around. Where's where? Holding my head, I continued to look around. But the more I looked, the more confused I became. None of this felt familiar. Wasn't I in a room? Where? Look. I groaned, holding onto my head while taking out the flip phone from my pocket. I dialed the same number as last time. The phone rang. It ranged for several seconds. But soon the line picked up. Click. I moved. I whispered into the phone, my voice extremely soft. I paused. Something seemed to cling to my chest at this very moment. I started to feel out of breath. I don't know if that was smart, but I couldn't stay there. I had to get out. I'm in a corridor now. I looked around and began to describe my surroundings. The walls, the same, concrete, rough, cold, they press in close, narrower than before. The ground is wet. I can hear droplets coming from above. Drip, drip. Looking up, a droplet fell on my face. For some reason, despite nobody speaking, I found myself describing my surroundings. I can't see far. There are lights here, but they don't stay steady. Flick flick. The lights above me started to morph. They grew dimmer and started to flicker. Alongside the flickering, my shadows started to flicker. I think they're fluorescent, but they don't hum like they should. They flicker like they're gasping. Flick flick. The lights flickered again, my chest growing heavier. But that was also the moment I spotted something. I see a marking carved into the wall. I moved towards the nearby wall, pressing my hand against the rough surface of the corridor as I looked at the symbol. They looked weird, I can't describe it. The markings appear to be faded. Moving my hand back, I looked at it. It was wet. As my lips quivered, I started to describe the symbols. They twist inward, but they're jagged, uneven, broken in places as if someone carved them in a hurry. The symbols were weird. I couldn't quite make out what it was. It looked more like graffiti than anything else, but I knew. I knew from just one look they weren't anything simple. They don't look like patterns, I can't tell, something like. I paused, noticing the symbols before me shift. Eyes. My lips quivered once more. They look like eyes, yes, eyes that never close, that never look away. The air thickened around me all of a sudden. The carved lines seemed to drink in the light, leaving behind a faint shimmer that pulsed every few seconds, almost like a heartbeat. The longer I looked, the clearer they became, the eyes. They were staring right at me, not one but all of them. Each one followed a rhythm, blinking in and out with the flicker of the lights. Drip, drip. The water rolled down the wall beside them, tracing over each mark like veins, darkening the carved grooves. Staring at the liquid, I quickly realized it wasn't water. It was too dark to be water. My breathing grew rougher as my feet moved on their own. Feeling the eyes that appeared all over, alongside the dark liquid that dripped down, my body moved on its own. Leaves, I need to leave before it's too late, ha. Bah thump, bah thump. The walls on either side began to twist inward, the concrete groaning as if it were breathing. From the corners of my vision, shapes stirred. Faces half formed within the grime, their hollow gazes following every step I took. Each step forward felt like walking deeper into something that was no longer just a corridor, but a throat slowly closing around me, trying to swallow me whole. I think they moved the eyes they're moving. The eyes on the walls started to move. Everything started to move. I need to hurry, I need to leave this place. Where is the exit? Where is the exit? I grew more desperate, running forward with all my might while looking around in panic. I felt the sense of desperation vividly in my chest. But that wasn't all. It smells. My nose scrunched up as I rushed ahead. A certain smell started to linger in the surroundings. It smells like iron, like rust. No, not quite. Or maybe not rust, there's another smell. Present rot, where the hell am I want to go home. I clutched onto my shirt, feeling my stomach churn more and more. The sense of desperation only grew as I ran deeper into the corridor, and as my breathing grew heavier, something suddenly stopped me in my tracks. Step. It was the singular sound of a step. In that moment, my entire body froze as a cold chill swept over my body. Hunt. My breathing grew heavier as my entire body tensed. Before I knew it, my breathing started to sync with the person on the other end of the phone as I slowly turned my head. And then, the phone call came to an abrupt end. Images started to resurface in my mind in that moment as I snapped out of the confusion. Without hesitation, I reached for my bag and took out a small candy. I popped it in my mouth a moment later. Luck Halo. A glowing, ring-shaped candy that hums faintly before dissolving on the tongue. For 5 minutes, probability subtly bends in the user's favor, dice roll high, doors open more easily, and bullets seem to miss. Once the effect ends, misfortune equal in weight to the gained, luck immediately follows. The candy tasted sweet, and it melted the moment I popped it in my mouth. Bah thump. Staring in the direction of the shadow and watching it creep closer and closer, my heart started to drum loudly inside my chest. Did it work? Is it working? I felt a wave of anxiety as the shadow drew closer. Step. 1 step. 2 steps. Just as my heart couldn't take it, something occurred. Clank. It was a loud metallic sound. It was muffled, but it reverberated loudly across the surroundings. The moment it sounded, the shadow stopped, its body turning in the direction of the noise. I held my breath, trying my best to keep my presence to a minimum. And then, step, the shadow moved again, this time in the opposite direction. That was the moment when I could finally breathe again, as I leaned back against the wall. Although I could have fought whatever the shadow was, given how my nodes weren't exactly working, I didn't feel too confident. Taking several more breaths, I tried to catch my breath. But as I did so, I heard a loud grinding sound coming from behind me. By the time I realized what had happened, the walls swallowed me from behind. The moment I regained my vision, I found myself in another room. I blinked my eyes in confusion, looking around me. Was this supposed to be luck or bad luck? No, but what was happening to me? What in the world was this cult? The more I stayed here, the more it felt like my mind was being swallowed. This mission, I also came to a conclusion. There's no doubt about it. This mission was above Fourth Order. Chapter 421, D16-1. Bah thump. My heart drummed loudly inside my mind. This is above Fourth Order. The moment the thought entered my mind, it refused to leave. Thinking about everything that had happened to me so far, I was almost certain of it. This was the first time that something like this had occurred, and even now, I was completely and utterly confused by the situation. Nothing made sense. My memories, my concept of time, my everything, all of it was messed up. It was almost as if I was playing in the hands of something extremely sinister. Okay, calm down. I tried to calm myself down. Having experienced many scenarios, I was more accustomed to situations such as these. But, shit. Grabbing onto my shirt, I found myself unable to calm the trembling of my hand. It had been a while since I'd feel such a deep sense of dread, and when I finally took in my surroundings, I realized I was standing in what looked like a library, or something close to it. The lighting was dim, barely enough to see, but the heavy, musty scent of old paper filled the air, confirming what my eyes were seeing. Tall wooden bookshelves lined the walls, reaching all the way to the top, as a faint dripping sound continued to echo in the air. Looking around, I saw numerous books, enough to number several thousands. Yes, this is a library. But at this point, a lingering doubt remained. I no longer trusted anything that I saw or heard. Clenching my teeth, I turned around. That was where I came from, or at least it should have been. But instead, all I saw was a brick wall. I took a deep breath, forcefully trying to calm myself down. Let me check my surroundings to see if there's some sort of door that I can use to escape this place. At this point, I no longer cared about the mission. I just had one goal, and that was to escape this place. I should have never have accepted the mission in the first place. I thought I had been ready. I made so many preparations, but even after all of my preparations, I wasn't ready for this. But just as I took a step forward, clank, a loud clank echoed in the air. I flinched at the sudden noise, instinctively stepping back from where it came. When I turned toward the source, my eyes landed on something small and unassuming. It was a single book lying on the floor, its cover half buried in the shadows. The sight made me grow extremely apprehensive, nearly forcing me to take another step back. But it was also in that moment that I recalled something. Right, luck halo. I had consumed this right before appearing in this room. The time limit was 5 minutes, and such time had yet to pass. All these strings of incidents were most likely due to the halo. In that case, should I take the book? I only hesitated for a moment. Knowing that this could be an opportunity, I walked towards the book and picked it up. The moment my fingers brushed against the cover, I felt its texture. It didn't feel like cardboard, it was more like leather, but also a bit different. It was warm, a bit pliant, almost as if it had been breathing moments before I touched it. My eyes lingered on the surface. There wasn't a title or a name, not even a trace of ink. Only a faint imprint pressed into the material, a circular mark fractured down the middle with jagged lines cutting through it. The same symbol. The one that had been haunting me as of late. I hesitated for a moment, standing completely still as my grip on the book tightened. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop myself. The curiosity, or perhaps something else entirely, guided my hand. And soon, flip, the pages turned. At first they were empty. The parchment was pale and smooth, but as I kept looking, faint lines began to rise beneath it. Letters formed slowly, bleeding through the fibers like veins surfacing under skin. My breath caught, but my mouth opened. Index of the Forgotten. Words spilled into the air. The air shifted not long after, and the sound of my own voice came back distorted, like something was whispering it behind me a half-second later. For a split second, I nearly turned back, but my neck. It wouldn't move at all. The air felt heavier, thicker, and I could hear my own heartbeat echo faintly in my ears. Flip. The book turned another page on its own, the spine creaking like old wood. == Subject to D1. Object Cognitive Shard Test Theory. Overview. Controlled testing was conducted to observe physiological and psychological responses upon exposure to the cognitive shard. Observations. The subject exhibited a direct resonant response with the shard. Preliminary data indicate a measurable correlation between the shard's cognitive field and the induced dissonance generated during manual interference. This dissonance appears capable of triggering minor somatic and neurological alterations within the exposed individual. Result: experiment terminated prematurely due to instability. The primary objective, controlled manipulation of the shard's internal energy, was not achieved. Conclusion: despite failure to sustain stable interaction, evidence supports the hypothesis that the shard's contained energy can be harnessed to induce or generate localized anomalous phenomena. Further testing is recommended under enhanced containment protocols. Reading the contents, I swallowed nervously. A data report, D1. I quickly grasped the situation as my perspective on the book shifted. This right here was the experimental log of the cult regarding anomalies. Flip. Project D2. Project D3. I flipped one page after another. Each project contained different descriptions, but with each description I realized something. They're getting closer and closer to creating real anomalies. And then, Project D13. Object Cognitive Shard Test Theory. Overview: to reproduce and stabilize the previously observed somatic alterations induced by the cognitive shard. Conclusion: experiment deemed a conditional success. Data confirms the feasibility of inducing controlled hybridization between organic matter and anomalous resonance fields. Further study required to assess long-term viability and containment compatibility. An image appeared next to it. It depicted a long figure, its body elongated, wearing a top hat and a sick smile. Twisted man. My lips pressed tightly, my hand still moving to the next page. Flip. Project D14. Flip. Project D15. I stopped at the last project, my heart racing. I knew what it symbolized. But, Object Cognitive Shard Test Theory. Overview: to finalize the observed data and construction. Conclusion: experiment on hold pending review by the Ethics and Containment Oversight Committee. Estimated resumption date: indefinite. I swallowed nervously, staring at the data before my eyes. I knew the reason for all of this. It was all because of my actions. I was the reason why the experiment had been pushed back. I licked my lips once more, forcing myself to calm down. There was only one more page left, meaning that there was one more experiment. After hesitating for a moment, I flipped to the next page. Project D16. The last project. I grew curious about the data and brought the book closer to me so that I could read better. But, Object Cognitive Shard Test Theory. Overview: the final test. To initiate a full synchronization event between subject D16 and the cognitive shard, overriding prior containment and stability restrictions. Only 2 lines. That was all it said. Pausing, I brought the book closer to me to see if there was anything else, but there was. At least not until a moment later. Status active. Status active. I blinked my eyes in confusion, trying to grasp the situation. But not a moment later, my expression froze. Test undertaking. 11:47. The test has entered the facility. Subject is broadcasting. Movement steady, no signs of resistance. 11:50. Subject located the control room. Keycard acquired and verified. Access granted without delay. 11:59. The subject has entered containment. Visual feed steady. No interference detected. 12:00. Observation continues. No further input required. 12:27. Subject is reading experimental log. Chapter 422, D16-2. The silence that stretched following the last words made my blood run cold. My hands, which had been steady a moment prior, began to shake as my breathing grew rougher and rougher. But as if that wasn't bad enough. 12:28. The subject is experiencing emotional upheaval upon the discovery of the experimentation. A new log manifested before my very eyes. Clank. The book dropped from my hands. Where? I hastily looked around, asking Mr. Jingles to see if there were any cameras looking, but regardless of where I looked, there didn't seem to be any cameras pointing at me. This made my chest grow heavier. How? A series of questions floated through my mind. D16, that's me. No, it can't be. It's impossible. It makes absolutely no sense. This is the cult trying to mess with me. It can't be. I started losing it, a constant ringing sound echoing through my mind. Looking back down on the ground, I tried to reach for the book, but just as I bent down to pick it up. A sudden pain jolted me out of my thoughts. The pain pierced my mind as I held onto my head, spit flying out of my mouth as my vision turned blurry, and I stumbled my way across the room, holding onto the sides of the shelves. But the moment I touched one of the shelves, as though it was made out of paper, it suddenly started moving. Rattle. By the time I realized what was happening, it was too late. Clank. With a loud crash, the shelf fell and books spilled all over. But that wasn't all. Clank, clank. One shelf toppled into another, setting off a chain reaction as they collided one after another, collapsing before my eyes in a thunderous cascade. I froze at the sight, aware of the chaos that had happened. And it was also then that I was reminded of the side effect of luck halo. Oh. My chest trembled as I looked around me. I could feel something shift in the surroundings, and without second thought, I rushed in the opposite direction from where I came from, trying my best to find a way out. As I left, I tried to look for the book, but the chaos that followed made it impossible for me to do so. The only thing I could do was grit my teeth and leave. But it was hard. My mind still hurt, and my vision was blurry. The lights were dim as well, making it extremely hard for me to see properly. Where should I go? What am I supposed to do? I could feel the place stirring to life. Muffled groans and sounds filtered in all directions, most likely from those that had been startled by the noise, and I picked up my pace, dashing in all directions as I tried to navigate through the chaos. And soon a door appeared. Ada. The moment I saw it, I didn't hesitate. I ran toward it with everything I had, my footsteps echoing sharply across the floor. The pain in my head flared up. It was sharp and unbearable, twisting my vision until the world warped around me. The single door ahead blurred and split, shifting into 3 overlapping shapes that pulsed in and out of focus. Which? I didn't even know as I crashed into the wall, my hands pressing in all directions as I tried to feel for the knob. At the same time, I started to hear whispers. The voices echoed around me, distorted and overlapping, as if the air itself was trying to speak. I strained to listen, to catch even a single word, but the sounds twisted together into an unintelligible murmur. The hair at the back of my neck rose, and soon. Click. I finally managed to find the doorknob, twisting it and opening the door. Without a second thought, I rushed out of the room. But what greeted me on the other side of the door was darkness. A complete and utter darkness that made me stop dead in my tracks. Where is this? I was struggling. I couldn't think properly. My emotions were a mess, and the pain in my head grew stronger by the second. I didn't know what was going on, but it was making it impossible for me to think or analyze the situation properly. And soon, flick, light flared into my vision, exposing a large room before my eyes. That was also the moment my mind, blanked as a terrifying cold, suddenly gripped me. Hayo. Trembling, I hesitated, but eventually I reached for my pocket and took out a certain flip phone, dialing a number. The line answered a few rings after. Click. As usual, the line was silent. But I knew that someone was listening. And eventually I spoke, my voice trembling as I looked around me. Everywhere. Marked on the walls, to my right, to my left, on top. Everywhere. Eyes everywhere. Drawn in dark ink, the markings stretched across the walls in long, uneven lines. The ink shimmered wetly, as if it had only just been laid down, a thick, oily scent hanging in the air. It ran in slow, deliberate drips down the walls. Drip, drip. There, looking at me from every direction, it's all I can see. I don't know what's going on, but there's no way out for me. This is it for me. Looking around, there was nothing. The room was completely sealed from all sides. Not a window or a door. 1, 2, 3. I didn't know why, but I suddenly started counting. 9, 10, 11. I stared at each eye individually, feeling the throb in my mind growing increasingly painful. 31, 32, 33. The more I started to count, the more I started to feel a change in the surroundings. Rattle, rattle. The room trembled, a deep vibration rolling through the floor and up my legs. The air grew heavier, colder, as if something was forcing its way in. But regardless of where I looked, I couldn't see a thing. Still, I was sure that something or someone was present, watching me. I started to shudder, a strong metallic scent filling the air. And despite all of this, 54, 55, 56, I still found myself counting. With every eye I counted, the presence in the room grew more prevalent, pressing closer, heavier, until it felt like the walls themselves were breathing. I wanted to stop, but my mouth refused to listen to me. I continued to count, each additional number seeming to grow in the sense of unease. And soon, 68, 69, 70, 71. I stopped, reaching the final number. 71. The surroundings turned completely silent. It was in such silence that I heard it. Kaya. The soft sound of a breath as it brushed against the back of my neck, sending shivers down my entire body as I froze on the spot. That was also the moment that images flashed inside my mind. The memories started to return to me, and my mind was suddenly brought back to the past. During the final call, the hot breath ran down my neck. Who am I? The voice whispered back then. That time I didn't have an answer. But this time I did. The words flowed out of my mouth on their own. Dantalion. Chapter 423, The One They Worship One. Dantalion. The name escaped my lips once more. It was as if something clicked inside my mind. The haze that had previously taken over started to fade, and images once more flashed across my mind. An old book. Flip, flip. Hurried flip of the pages. Drip. A red droplet. One that stained the pages. And soon, help me, please. I don't want to do this anymore. Please help me. A voice, one that sounded desperate, rushed, or to be more precise, like mine. Drip, drip. Even more droplets fell, staining the pages red. All sorts of symbols appeared, but eventually the pages stopped at a certain page. Why, yes, yes. The voice grew frantic, excited. And then, drip. More blood spilled on the book, a hand reaching for the blood, pushing the book to the side and copying the symbol on the wooden table beneath. The hand shook as it copied, even more blood spilling on the table. But the hand didn't stop. It continued to copy the symbol, and soon the voice whispered, You are my last hope. I beg you to save me from this suffering. I beg and hope for you to save me. You are the only one who can grant me freedom. You. The hand paused, the last part of the symbol finally drawn. Who seeks and values truth. Great Duke of Hell Dantalion. Rattle, rattle. The surroundings shook. Flip, flip, flip. The pages flipped rapidly. Cracks started to appear within the table, the symbol pulsing with life. Voices started to whisper in the air. They came from all directions, reaching for the one who had caused all of this. And as all of this was going on, the head slowly raised. A mirror appeared. Within the reflection, a face stared back. One devoid of a face. Ifweb. The book suddenly closed, displaying a blank title. One that glowed in the dim lights of the room. Ars Gotia. The flashes ended there, and my blood froze. Images replayed in my mind, constantly, over and over again. But I didn't have time to dwell on them, as a hot breath ran down my neck once more. Huh? I suddenly started to shiver, my head flicking back. But greeting me were the same eyes, scattered across the walls, the floor, even the ceiling. But as I stared at them, a cold shiver crawled down my spine. They weren't like before. The surfaces they rested on seemed to pulse faintly, and within each glossy black center something shifted. They weren't looking at me. They were looking somewhere else. The realization sank in slowly, like ice crawling up my spine. The eyes weren't fixated on my body, my face, or even my movements. They were looking somewhere else, something that was present in the room. Huh? I exhaled shakily, taking a step back, but the moment I did, I felt something press against my back, halting me on the spot. Bah thump. I froze, my heart thumping loudly within my mind. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I took deep and steady breaths. And soon I turned around. But nothing. Every wall around me quivered at my gaze, the carved eyes twitching as a low hum filled the room. It wasn't mechanical. It wasn't natural either. It was like hundreds of whispers had filled the room, each one speaking over another. The air grew heavier, and the weight on my chest increased. Dantalion. The name still echoed faintly in my mind. It refused to leave my thoughts, whispering inside my mind like a broken record. Dantalion. The sound of it alone made my pulse quicken. Yet amidst all of this, the pain in my head started to surface once more. It was far stronger than before, and my vision started to twist and turn before my very eyes. I didn't know what was happening, nor did I have the time to think about it. Dantalion. A single name whispered in my mind. It was soft, and yet it filled every corner of my mind. I couldn't think or do anything. Dantalion. It felt suffocating. It felt, Hail Dantalion. Hail Dantalion. Hail Dantalion. Hail Dantalion. Huh? Blinking my eyes slowly, something changed. The room I had been in was gone, erased as if it had never existed. In its place stood a vast chamber, dimly lit by dozens of candles flickering along the walls. Their flames bent and swayed as if breathing in rhythm with the air itself. All around me, figures cloaked in white knelt low to the ground, their faces hidden beneath hoods. Hail Dantalion. Hail Dantalion. Their voices rose and fell in a discordant chant, the same words repeated again and again, each one scraping against my ears like a whisper meant for something else listening in the dark. I stared at it all in a daze, my heart calm as I struggled to make sense of what was before me. What happened? How did I end up over here? What is going on? I was calm despite the situation. No, calm was the wrong word. I was out of it. I understood everything that was going on, but at the same time my mind was sluggish. Hail Dantalion. Hail Dantalion. Dantalion. That name. Who was he? Why were they chanting his name? Why were they kneeling before me? What was happening to me? Slowly, my head turned to look at my surroundings. As I did, a constant ringing sound echoed inside my mind. It was loud, and it took over my entire mind. Hail Dantalion. Hail Dantalion. Hail Dantalion. Besides the candles and the kneeling figures, a massive red circle stretched beneath me, its lines sharp and long, painted on the floor with fresh paint. I recognized it instantly. I'd seen it before back then, with the twisted man. Lifting my head, I let my gaze sweep over the room. The walls were lined with countless framed portraits, each one depicting a different face, men, women, children, hundreds of them, maybe more. Their painted eyes seemed to follow the candlelight, glimmering faintly in the dark. I even saw a picture of Myrle. Zeth. A voice suddenly spoke, and a woman dressed in pure white walked out from within the dim darkness. Because of the dimness of the surroundings, it was hard to make out her features, but I could tell from just her voice that she was quite old. But how did she know my name? No, it only made sense for her to know my name. It must have been hard on you. I turned to face her direction, her wrinkles highlighted by the flickering lights of the candles. You are the last of our works, the vessel perfected through fire and faith. A cold hand pressed against my cheek, her smile warm as she looked at me. "You are Dantalion," she declared with certainty. "One of the 72, Duke of Knowledge, keeper of the veiled mind." The candles around the room flickered, the frames on the walls rattling. A chilling cold spread across the entire room, one that made me feel as though I had been submerged in a dark abyss, sucking the very air out of my body. "We have labored in your name, Great One." The woman spoke while staring at me. "No, through me. The bodies we offered before were flawed. D15 came close but was unworthy. Now we bring you a vessel untainted, strong in flesh and spirit, bound by the shard in their mind." Rattle, rattle. The surroundings started to shake once more, the floor creaking as the presence within the room grew. I stood on my feet, bound by something invisible, unable to move or react. "We renounce all other dukes, all other kings. We kneel only to you, O great Duke Dantalion, and seal our covenant in devotion and blood." Her voice grew more hoarse, my mind filling with all sorts of whispers. "Accept the devotion. Accept the prayers. Accept the worship. In return, bestow upon us your sight, your wisdom. Bring honor to our names, wealth to our kin, and dominion over what is to come, for we are yours, in mind, in soul, in eternity." Rattle, rattle. The room grew even more frantic, the frames rattling more and more. And soon, it all turned silent. But only for a moment. Not a moment later, the surroundings were filled with the same two words. "Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion!" Chapter 424, The One They Worship Too. "Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion!" The voices thundered through the air, echoing off every wall. "Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion!" Their cries multiplied, overlapping until the sound filled every corner of the room, an endless chant that seemed to crawl beneath Seth's skin, vibrating through his bones and thoughts. Seth watched all of this in a daze, his thoughts sluggish. But amidst the sluggishness, certain images continued to resurface in his mind. Ars Gotia. That was the name of the book in the memories. But he had never read such a book in the past. In fact, he couldn't recall any of the things that he saw in the memories. "Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion!" With the thunder of the voices, Seth's face started to distort. Parts of his body began to tremble uncontrollably, a cold shudder running through his limbs as his thoughts grew dull and heavy. His mind felt thick and slow, as if it were being dragged down into something deep and suffocating. The nodes in his mind started to churn, and something deep within them also started to turn. Seth realized it rather quickly what it was. His cognitive shard. Something was trying to take over. His heart raced, but his thoughts were dull. He could only stand in a daze, watching as the cultists continued to chant the same things, the frames on the walls rattling with their voices. Amidst all of this, even more images began to appear. A mirror. A reflection stared back. But with each blink, a new face would appear. This persisted for a while, new faces showing up with each blink. But eventually, the images ended. Seth's breathing grew even more sluggish, his breath so heavy that he started to pant. "Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion!" As the chants echoed on, the candle flames wavered violently, their light twisting across the walls. The air rippled, and the presence that lurked in the depths of the room swelled until it felt as though something vast was leaning closer, breathing just beyond the veil of sight. Seth's heart started to beat faster, his face growing paler as his eyes focused on the old lady before him, as she slowly took out a mirror to show his face. His heart sank the moment he looked. His face. It was gone. There was nothing. At least for just a moment. The moment he blinked, his face returned. New images appeared in his mind. Rattle, rattle. The room and the vision shook. The pages of the book started to flip once more, turning faster by the second, as though an invisible hand was rushing through the pages. And then, ifwep, it stopped at a certain page. 9 kings, 23 dukes, 7 princes, 21 marquis, 10 earl, 13 president, 1 knight. The unholy trinity rules above all. The words written in the book glowed for a faint second, and for a moment, something resonated with Seth's mind. In that moment, something became clear in his mind. Information that he struggled to process moments prior suddenly became clear. D16. That was the last and final project designed for the cult. The perfect host, one of 72 demons of the Ars Gotia, the 71st to be exact. And me. No, to be more precise, the Seth of this world. He was originally D16. The host of the one they worship. Dentalian. Ding. A sudden notification flashed across Seth's vision. Who they worship. Quest completed. Calculating rewards. Rewards calculated. Ding. Implants shard. Reverses the physiological impact of cognitive shard buildup in the host. Under specific conditions, the process may also regress the shard into a fractured node. The world appeared to come to a sudden standstill. In that moment, Seth's eyes locked onto the description in front of him. His previously dazed eyes regained some clarity as his gaze remained fixed on the description. Implants shard, this is what an implants shard does. Suddenly, another thought came to his mind. This shard. It was extremely convenient for his current situation. So convenient that he suddenly started to question the system again. For a moment, he had almost believed that the system was closely tied to the cult, but looking at the reward he had received, he started to doubt this. Why would he get something like this if the system was related to the cult? But if it's not, then... Seth's eyes squinted, and his breathing started to grow rougher. Who did this system belong to? Rattle, rattle, rattle. Shaking Seth out of his thoughts was the loud shaking of the room. His expression changed as he looked around. Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion! The cultists continued to change, their voices rising, louder this time, desperate and hoarse. One by one, their tones began to merge, forming a single dreadful harmony that pulsed through the room. Rattle, rattle. The rattling deepened, shaking the walls as if something monstrous was trying to force its way through. Suddenly, craw crack. One of the cultists' heads snapped, their bodies falling limply onto the floor. Thud. Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion! Nobody stopped, all eyes focused on Seth. A tremor ran through the corpse. Then, slowly, its face began to cave in, twisting and shrinking until it vanished entirely, leaving behind only the pale blankness of skin. That was also the moment the body stopped moving. Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion! The voices grew more rushed. Faster! Hail Dantalion! Louder! Hail Dantalion! Hoarser! Hail Dantalion! Bah thump, bah thump. Seth's heart beat in rhythm with the chants. Craw crack. Necks snapping and bodies falling onto the floor. Thud, thud, thud. In a similar fashion to the first body, their bodies squirmed on the ground before their faces started to shrink, before disappearing. Seth looked around, the scene leaving him breathless. That was also the moment he started counting. 1, 2, 3. He started to count the number of cultists in the room. Hail Dantalion! 9, 10, 11. Hail Dantalion! Their voices grew louder, but the number grew smaller. Rattle, rattle. The room rattled more fiercely, and the heavy sense of dread only grew. Something was coming. It was approaching. 17, 18, 20. Thud. As another body fell, he stopped counting. He didn't need to count. He already knew the answer. There were still 20 people left in the room, 20 of 70. 71 if they included him. He understood everything in that moment, the air fading out of his lungs. But despite this, a sudden calm took over his body. Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion! Hail Dantalion! The chants grew louder, rising into shrill screams as the number of cultists began to dwindle. The rattling intensified with every cry, bodies collapsing one after another. Through it all, Seth watched in silence. He did not speak. He did not move. Hail Dantalion! Rattle, rattle. The presence in the room grew heavier, spreading like a suffocating weight that pressed from every direction. The air itself seemed to tremble beneath it. As the pressure deepened, the cultists began to shake, their bodies quivering with a dreadful, feverish excitement. It was almost here. Twitch. Seth's head twitched. He could feel the shard in his head pulsing like a heartbeat. Twitch, twitch. Something was trying to invade his mind. Dentalian, 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 dentalian. Voices. Whispers. They invaded his mind in droves. Who are you? Dentalian, dentalian, dentalian. But it was also in that moment that he felt his nodes again. Seth's mind cleared in that moment. And soon a black shadow appeared next to him. The Realmwalker held its hands forward, exposing several fragments. 40 in total. For this moment, Seth had prepared. In case the situation turned for the worse, he was prepared. He didn't hide them in his back, but had his anomalies keep the fragments. Are you sure about this? A voice whispered in his head, louder than the constant whispers within it. The moment you take them, you'll turn, there's no way back. The voice continued to whisper. Hail Dentalian. Hail Dentalian. But staring around him, Seth understood he didn't have any other options. And so, yes. Seth reached for the fragments, his actions causing the cultists to raise their heads finally. Hail, what are you doing? How is? Hail Dan, What's this? But it was too late. 40 fragments have been located. You have met the criteria to advance. The purity level is 82.3%. Do you wish to advance? Play button yes, no. Chapter 425, The One Who Laughs Won. Pain. The moment Seth absorbed the fragments, he felt an immediate pain. It was sharp and stronger than anything he had ever felt before. For a moment his mind blanked and darkness took over his mind. But amidst the darkness he realized something else. His cognitive shard. It was pulsing and squirming wildly, wrestling control back from the external force that was trying to dig its claw into it. He didn't fully understand what was going on, but he knew that this was better than whatever had been happening to him. Rattle, rattle. The room shook more fiercely. Stop. What have you done? The shrieks of the cultists echoed loudly within the room, each one more panicked than the other. Seth stared at the woman in front of him, her face aghast. And yet for some reason his lips curled. And soon, he began to chuckle. It was soft at first, almost inaudible amidst the rattling. But it didn't take long before the chuckles grew louder. They started to fill the entire room, drowning out the rattling across the room as Seth's eyes started to darken. The cognitive shard in his mind started to swell. Like a heart, it started to pulse. Bah thump. With each beat of the shard, Seth's expression grew more and more twisted, his eyes darkening with each passing second as the laugh that escaped his lips grew more and more erratic. Rattle, rattle. The room shook even more fiercely, but this time, everyone was clear as to who was causing the rattling. The laugh grew even more pronounced, an invisible pressure coming out of Seth's body as his eyes darkened to the point where they became almost entirely dark. His face began to pale considerably, and a strange pressure started to emanate from his body. The sight made the cultists pause, their expression turning from shock to horror. This sight. He's turning. They were all familiar with this process. Through countless experiments, they had come to understand the phenomenon known as the turning. It was the moment when the cognitive shard reached a state of oversaturation, when its influence exceeded what the human mind could contain. From that point on, the subject would begin to change, piece by piece, as their body and consciousness warped into something no longer entirely human. That was the moment they'd turn into an anomaly. Of course, there were other factors that contributed to this change. Not everyone who had a cognitive shard could turn. It depended on the cognitive shard in their mind. On rare occasions, they'd turn into a powerful anomaly. However, it never reached the point of concern. That was until today. On this day, D16, the perfect vessel began to turn. The pressure emitting from its body started to shroud the entire room, suffocating everyone within it as they could only watch in horror as its body started to change, its face paling and its eyes darkening. But it was the laugh that sent chills down their entire bodies. From the moment the laugh began, they all felt something stir within their minds. It made them feel numb. It made whatever action they thought of doing to stop him from turning come to a grounding halt. They started to recall things of the past, memories that they had long forgotten. Breaths turned ragged. Faces paled. Rattle, rattle. The room shook even more fiercely, the entity hidden within the room trying to wrestle control of Seth's shard. But it was too late. Hey. Seth had already lost control over his body. All he could do was laugh. But amidst the laughter, a figure appeared before him. It stood straight, its presence overwhelming everyone within the room as the stitches on its face began to stretch, its eyes fixed on Seth. None of the cultists moved. Under the weight of the figure's presence, they couldn't move at all. No, almost S. They could feel the true weight of the figure standing before Seth. And yet, it's being overwhelmed. The pressure coming out of Seth's body was greater. More terrifying. More sinister. This is beyond my imagination. A cold shudder began to run down its body as it continued to stare at Seth. From the moment Seth began to turn, the conductor felt its old strength return. No, it was climbing steadily. From A to S. The conductor could feel its body reaching realms it had never reached before. The same was for Myrle, Mr. Jingles, and the Realm Walker as they all appeared beside the conductor. Rattle, rattle. And yet their combined presence was like nothing compared to Seth's. In that moment, he was becoming a completely different entity. One strong enough to make the conductor shudder. Nobody knew when, but Seth soon began to stop laughing, his expression calming down as the rattling across the room started to stop. For a brief moment, the surroundings turned silent. All eyes fell on Seth. The cultists, the conductor, Myrle, Mr. Jingles, the Realm Walker, the frames on the wall. All eyes were on him. And amidst all of this, the conductor slowly began to move, taking out a blank mask. Here, as he did, he knelt down on the ground. Thud. The Realm Walker followed. Thud. Mr. Jingles followed. Thud. Myrle followed. All anomalies bowed at once as Seth reached with his hand, taking the mask from the conductor's hands and slowly placing it to his face. The moment he placed the mask on his face, the mask squirmed. It began to morph, turning into that of a jester, only for it to change a moment later. A clown, a king, a harlequin. The mask continued to change, settling into different faces. But none of them stuck. The only thing that did was the obsidian pair of eyes that stared beneath. Blinking slowly, they turned towards the cultist woman. She stood still, staring at him with wide eyes. Her aged features shone slightly beneath the faint flickering of the candles. Neither talked. But soon, crack, her head started to squirm and turn as a large smile began to form on her features. A sinister voice came out of her mouth a moment later. How unexpected. The surroundings turned deathly still. How very unexpected. Ding. A chime rang before Seth's features a moment later. Continuation quest activated. Difficulty NA. Reward end of trial period. Objective escape. Location NA. Description: the cognitive shard is erratic. Power unlike you've ever felt before is churning in your mind, but your body is changing alongside it. The damage is starting to become irreversible. Dantalion has noticed and will soon claim your body. Escape before it's too late. Time limit 1 hour. It wasn't known whether he acknowledged the mission. He merely gave it a cursory glance before shifting his attention back to the lady. As he did, the only lady's smile grew wider as her features started to age further. In that moment, time seemed to stop. Chapter 426, The One Who Laughs Too. Tick tick. 00, 59, 58. The room was silent. Neither party moved. A pair of black eyes fixed on the figure before him, her smile stretching unnaturally across her face as bodies continued to collapse beside them. Thud thud. 13, 12, 11. The number of cultists in the room started to dwindle with each passing second, the old woman's smile stretching further and further. The pressure emanating from her body also increased as Seth's black eyes remained fixed on her. And eventually, thud, The last cultist fell, their face squirming before fading. A heavy silence pressed across the room, the flames from the candles flickering. The silence pressed on until the old lady's lips parted. "Oh, what an interesting quest. You've got about an hour to escape." The voice was hoarse, but the moment the words came out of its mouth, the tension lingering across the room heightened. The smile on the old lady twisted further. "What a curious construct, this system of yours. It doesn't appear familiar, so. Was this body once D16's, I wonder? It also appears that you're aware of how you're wearing a shell of a body that doesn't belong to you. How exquisite, your thoughts." Secrets and details that Seth had never spoken about began to spill out from the woman's mouth. It was as if she could see right through him. No, she could see right through him. "This system, as you call it, curious. You seem as ignorant of its nature as I. How strange. Its essence is unfamiliar even to me. It is not of my design, nor does its power bear my mark. Peculiar, profoundly peculiar." Blinking slowly, the old lady's face warped. In just the blink of an eye, she turned from an old lady to an old man. The voice changed alongside the change. "It is true, you are not of this world, and yet, could other worlds truly exist? No, that should not be possible. I am certain of it, which means there is something I have not seen, something else at work here. I am also certain your memories have not been altered or changed." As if something suddenly struck his mind, the smile on the old man's face turned incredibly twisted as he looked at Seth. "Yes, that is the only explanation. It must be so. There can be no other cause. How else could such a thing occur?" The entire time, Seth remained quiet. His dark eyes remained still as he listened to the old man. At the same time, a lot of things started to make sense in his mind as he thought back to all the occurrences in the past. The strange coincidences, the number, 71, and what had been happening while trying to get into the cult. All of it was due to Dantalion, the 71st demon of the Ars Gotia and one of the Dukes of Hell. The demon with many faces and the one whose knowledge surpassed all. It was no wonder it could read Seth's mind. There was nothing that one could hide from Dantalion. "It appears that you know about me." Seth didn't react as Dantalion appeared a few inches from his face, studying Seth's expression carefully. This makes matters most intriguing. Few among mortals are even faintly aware of our kind. We have long veiled our existence beneath shadows and silence, invisible yet ever present. And yet you, standing before me, bear knowledge that should not be yours. How curious, how deliciously interesting. Krog crack. A cracking sound resounded as the old man's neck tilted, his eyes still focused on Seth. A shift began to occur in that moment as the pressure emanating from the old man's body intensified, causing the surroundings to rattle more than before. Seth remained standing still. His mind was calm, utterly calm. But at the same time, the entire world felt foreign to him. He didn't even know if he was breathing. All he could feel was an unbelievable amount of power as the insides of his body started to squirm while the cognitive shard in his mind grew more and more in size. He could tell that the more it grew, the more dangerous it became for him. Rattle, rattle. The surroundings shook, the elderly man's face changing once more. At the same time this happened, Seth felt something squirm inside his body. The cognitive shard that was expanding in his mind expanded even faster, and the timer before his eyes started ticking down faster. Tick, tick. 00, 49, 31. Despite this, Seth didn't show any reaction. He couldn't show any reaction. He was incapable of doing so. Instead, he looked at the conductor, Mr. Jingles, Myrle, and the Realmwalker. In that moment, it was almost as if he was connected with them. Rattle. The room shook further, the bodies on the floor squirming once more before slowly beginning to stand. With no faces, they all moved robotically, helping themselves to their feet. Stop resisting. Stop, let the cognitive shard take over. The moment you let go, you will be able to return to where you belong. There's no need to fight it. Voices continued to whisper in his mind. They grew in volume with each second that passed, drowning his thoughts away. Tick, tick. 00, 43, 22. The time flashed down rapidly. In just half a minute, it had already lost more than 5 minutes. Take the implants shard. Make the pain stop. Make all of this end. This isn't your world. The voices continued as the time went down. a sharp pain invading Seth's mind as the cognitive shard enlarged further and further. Blood began to seep from every one of Seth's orifices, his nose, his ears, the corners of his eyes, trickling down in thin, dark lines. It streaked across the smooth surface of the mask he wore, staining it crimson and giving the blank face an almost grotesque semblance of expression. Tick-tick. 00:27:19. The time was shooting down rapidly. More than half a minute passed in less than half a minute. The old man's face turned into that of a young woman with long black hair and smooth features. Staring at Seth, she smiled. You should take the shard now before the moment passes. Once the threshold closes, even I may not be able to draw you back, and I would rather not see you lost beyond return. The body still has some uses for me, after all. But, Seth remained quiet. He just stared at the lady in front of him with his dark, stained eyes. Tick-tick. 00:13:55. Time jumped more. Seth's features beneath the mask remained the same, albeit the mask was now covered in streaks of red as his body started to tremble. The power in his body had started to grow erratic. It had been calm a moment ago, but that was no longer the case. The power that was enough to make the conductor feel shivers started to increase once more, causing it to raise its head. Myrle, Mr. Jingles, and the Realm Walker did the same. They all raised their heads to look at Seth. Even Dantalion could no longer ignore the power that was coming out of Seth's body, its features contorting into a frown. But just before it could react, tick-tick, 00:017. Seth raised his hand. The numerous cultists around him came to a direct stop. At the same time, their heads slowly turned in Dantalion's direction. You've taken control of them. Seth quietly nodded, a faint laugh escaping his lips. But it wasn't a laugh out of amusement, nor was it a laugh out of happiness. It was a laugh that sent chills down one's body, as, not a moment later, a hoarse voice emerged from Seth's lips. I see no reason why no anomaly can't bind to my command. Dantalion's expression changed, but it was too late. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the surroundings shook. The cognitive shard in Seth's mind expanded, and soon, bang! An explosion rang out. The surroundings crumbled. 00:00. On that day, a gate appeared. The final rank. SS. Chapter 427, The Gate That Shook the World 1. Contrary to what Seth believed, the stream never started. What's going on? He said that he was going to start a stream an hour ago. Why is nothing happening? Did he forget? I don't think he forgot. I tried to at him a couple of times, but I've yet to receive a response. I think there's something wrong with the stream, maybe some technical problems. How strange. Where did he say he would host the stream? Not sure, he hasn't said. Did he not? I thought he did. I'm pretty sure he didn't. Even Jamie isn't answering. I suppose they must have encountered technical problems. Everyone had been waiting for some time for the stream to start. When they realized that nothing was streaming despite waiting for so long, everyone started to wonder if there were some issues on Seth's side. I was looking forward to it. This bastard did this intentionally to promote his game. Yeah, he's obviously doing it on purpose. With the delay came the hate. None of them went easy on Seth, insulting him in every way possible. Severed Star Guild. Hey. Zoe looked at Kyle. Hey. She called him a couple of times, only getting his attention after a few seconds as he pulled the earphones out of his ears. What is it? Did something happen to Seth? Seth, Kyle blinked slowly before his face turned weird as he looked at Zoe. Why are you asking me about him again? What's here? Zoe promptly cut him off, showing him her phone. On the screen, a series of comments appeared. They were all the hate comments Seth was receiving. Kyle's brows rose at the sight. What the hell did he do this time? He didn't even look shocked. He just naturally accepted the situation, immediately putting the blame on Seth. And it's a long story, but if I have to summarize it, he liked one of the comments that made it seem like he was the one responsible for the Night of Terror. Now, all the viewers are hounding him for an answer as he said he was going to host a stream, but never showed up. Hello? Kyle took a slow sip of the coffee beside him, his brows knitting together as he turned the cup in his hand. The label read, Kyle Special. How strange, he muttered under his breath. It feels weaker than usual. Sorry, you were saying. Feeling the look Zoe was giving him, Kyle looked back up to her. Then, as if his mind finally processed her words, his brows furrowed tightly once more. Wait, how do you know all of Thai? Flick, flick, flick. Suddenly, the lights of the containment department turned off. Not just the office. Every single piece of electronics was turned off. What's going on? A power outage. Everyone within the department stood up, looking up in confusion. But soon, everyone realized that something was wrong as none of their phones or devices were working. What's going on? Very quickly, everyone realized that the situation wasn't simple. Kyle and Zoe exchanged glances while turning their attention towards the section chief's office as he walked out a moment later, his expression extremely serious. Unlike them, he seemed to have a subtle idea of what was going on as his gaze was directed towards a certain direction. He didn't say anything, but the grimness in his expression displayed just how serious the situation was. And not a moment later. Everyone get ready. The section chief's heavy voice rolled through the room, sinking into every corner. I don't know what's going on, but I need you all to get ready. He brought his hand to his shirt, clenching it tightly. This might very well be our last day. The blackout didn't just affect the severed Star Guild. It affected every household on the island. In just a matter of seconds, 5 million people lost access to all electricity. The island was plunged into a total blackout. Thankfully, since it was still daytime, the island wasn't plunged into complete darkness. Even so, the sudden loss of power brought everything to a halt. Major corporations froze mid-operation, communication lines went dead, and transportation, including most cars, shut down entirely. What is happening? Help! Someone, what is going on? Panic began to spread amongst the citizens. Nobody knew or understood what was going on, but it wasn't until it happened that true panic began to spread. Rumbled. The island. It shook. Heck. Hayek. Screams filled the streets, echoing off buildings as people stumbled and fell in their panic. It didn't matter whether it was Zone 1 or Zone 9. Every corner of the island was swallowed by the same rising chaos, a wave of fear spreading through all the zones without exception. Everyone please calm down. Calm down. The police and the guilds immediately executed emergency procedures, trying their best to quell the chaos that had spread through every corner of the island. There's no need to panic. Please calm down. We will try our best to keep you all safe. Despite saying this, none of them truly believed their own words. They exchanged uneasy looks, fear and confusion playing on their faces, while a heavy sense of dread settled over their hearts. But just as the fear was starting to consume the minds of every single person, flick, flick, flick. The lights started to return. Beep, beep. The cars began beeping in a steady, unnatural sequence, one after another. Street lamps flickered to life, casting harsh light across the chaos. Phones all around started ringing nonstop, their overlapping tones forming a dissonant chorus that filled the air. It's back, the electricity is back. My phone is back. Yes, it's back. Even the island started to settle down. For just a moment, calm started to return to the island, the members of the Bureau and the guilds taking the moment to take a deep breath. But that sense of calm merely lasted a minute. It didn't take long for the top executives of the guilds to realize something. Gone, they're completely gone. Huh, what are you talking about? Speak calmly. I can't understand you very well. The anomalies that we've contained, all of them, they are gone. The same sort of call occurred within each guild. At the moment the blackout struck, every contained anomaly vanished without a trace, gone so completely it was as if they had never existed at all. These weren't minor cases either. Anomalies of every rank from the lowest to the most dangerous disappeared. The realization hit like a tidal wave, plunging the entire island into immediate crisis. Call the Bureau. Immediately inform the Bureau. Place this as a nationwide emergency. Quick, quick. All the guilds rushed to report their findings to the Bureau, each one sending urgent messages, calls, and incomplete data as fast as they could. For the first time in a long while, the guilds set aside their rivalries and began working together, forced into cooperation by the sheer scale of the crisis unfolding around them. Yes, gone, they're completely gone, we don't know what is happening. Please send help, send. Rumble, rumble. A loud rumbling echoed once more, the entire island shaking as a result. Screams echoed throughout the entire island as panic settled once again. When it all settled down, all eyes fell in a certain direction. Nobody understood why, but everyone had turned toward the exact same direction, as if drawn by an instinct none of them could explain. When the authorities finally reached the origin point of the chaos, they found it to be located at a certain abandoned factory. The moment they investigated the matter, they found a gate. An anomalous-type gate. That day, Malavia Island was evacuated. The world turned its attention to the gate. And soon a value was revealed. SS. The world shook. Chapter 428, The Gate That Shook the World Too. Breaking, Malavia Island has been shut down. All citizens have been evacuated. The BUA has issued an official alert demanding that all guilds around the world pay attention to the matter. Not much else has been revealed about the gate. Breaking, Kermite class, the world questions the incidents that have occurred at Malavia Island. What is going on, and can we survive this? Breaking, in an unprecedented move, the BUA has issued its first global alert in years, prompting immediate responses from international guilds across all regions. Officials confirm that every major guild has been formally summoned, heightening concerns within the global community. As uncertainty grows, the world now waits anxiously for further developments, unsure of what this unfolding incident may bring. One day had passed since the gate appeared. In just one day, the entire island was evacuated. Alongside it, the BUA issued a global warning, prompting the entire shutdown of the island and the immediate assistance of all international guilds. Malavia Island, BUA branch. Thank you all for coming. A man dressed in a pristine, dark suit and with a large frame stood before a large oval table, where a large projector appeared behind it. Seated on the oval table were all the top guild executives from Malavia Island. This included the guild master of the Severed Stars Guild and the guild masters of the other King Grade guilds. We've already issued a global warning, and the guilds from the main island will be coming in the following hours. As many of you understand, we're not dealing with something minor. The initial recordings of the gate's energy have been released, and the levels are suggested to be at around. The man paused, his tone turning graver as his gaze swept across every member of the room. The gate's rank has been measured to be at around SS rank, and it's still steadily climbing. I'm afraid we're going to be handling a Kermite-class anomaly. The atmosphere in the room immediately turned tense. It was as if the very air had been sucked out of the room, with the faces of many turning grave. Sigil Elcid Melas, Thrall, and Kermite. This was the official classification that ranked anomalies. In the rankings, Kermite was the last class and considered the most dangerous. It implied that whatever they were dealing with was at a level that posed a threat to the entire world. There were not many Kermite-class ships in the world, but whenever one appeared, the consequences were catastrophic. Even the conductor, the anomaly that had appeared not long ago, was only Thrall class. This indicated just how terrifying a Kermite was. The incoming guilds will be arriving with their full personnel. The island will be overwhelmed soon, so I expect all of you to receive them properly and brief them without delay. We cannot afford even a moment of hesitation. We still have no certainty about how long the gate will remain stable. Tapping his fingers against the table, the agent pressed his lips into a thin line. He froze mid-motion as a faint signal reached his earpiece, lifting a hand to listen. After a tense moment, he gave a clipped nod and raised his gaze to the others, his expression darkening. Scouts of the highest order have already been dispatched to assess the situation, and I need every one of you to prepare for the inevitable descent. Select only the strongest your guild has to offer. If you send anyone less, I fear you will be sending them to their deaths. The room turned silent following his words. Nobody made a single sound, their attention fixed on the agent. They were all aware of how serious the matter was, and as such, didn't deny his words. Okay. With his hand pressed against his ear, the agent looked at all the guild masters. The delegates from the other guilds are here. Let's go and welcome them. This is going to be a long couple of days. The meeting was soon dismissed. Over the next few days, an increasing number of people began to arrive on the island. Guild masters of all major guilds made their way onto the island, taking their time to observe the gate and delegating some orders to their guilds back on the island. The BUA was also busy handling other matters. There was not a single moment of rest for anyone. Severed Stars Guild. Has anyone found the whereabouts of Seth? Kyle asked, checking his phone and seeing the multiple strings of messages that he had sent to Seth. He was starting to get really worried. I haven't gotten anything either. Joanna stood before Kyle, her phone out as she also sent him a series of different messages. However, regardless of how many she sent, she didn't receive a single message back. When she looked towards the other members, they also shook their heads. It's as if he's completely disappeared. Kyle's expression turned grim as he looked at his phone once more. He tried calling, but when he received the "sorry, the number you've dialed cannot be reached" message, he could only close the call before leaning back in his chair while biting his nails. He was really starting to worry. You found nothing. Joining them, Zoe looked at Kyle. He shook his head, prompting her to frown deeply. Why did he disappear all of a sudden? This is quite rare for him. Do you think that something has happened to him? Maybe during the... I don't know. Kyle cut her off, not wanting to even think about it. Despite his best attempts at trying to remain calm, he was actually starting to panic. Where was Seth? What was he doing? Why did he suddenly disappear? Why couldn't he reach him? The more questions Kyle had, the heavier his chest became. And just when the first signs of anxiousness were starting to show on his body, a certain voice boomed across the surroundings. I'd like everyone's attention. Immediately, all eyes focused on the section chief as he walked out of his office, holding onto a tablet. I will now announce the names of the people who will be participating in the game. For very clear reasons, not everyone will be able to participate. Only the top elites of our guild will participate. Now then. Clearing his throat, the section chief began listing down the names. Zane Tiffin, Cassandra Tales, Zoe Turline. One by one, names began to be called. Everyone was familiar with the names that were being called, from Zoe to Kyle to Clara. All the top elites of the guild were being called. The list wasn't very long, with the section chief soon reaching the end. But as he did, his brows furrowed. This sort of reaction caused the room to pause, all eyes falling on the section chief. Why is he frowning? Is there something wrong with the list? But soon the section chief spoke. The last name that came out of his mouth made the room pause. Seth Thorne. And not a moment later, a figure walked into the room. The instant he appeared, the room stilled. Kyle and Zoe felt the air tighten around them, pulled toward that void-like presence as his cold, obsidian eyes swept the space with unsettling calm. Seth. Chapter 429, The Gate That Shook the World 3. Where the hell were you, Seth? You didn't answer your phone at all. I was worried that something could have happened to you. Kyle was the first one to approach Seth. Phone in hand, he flipped it over to show his phone log. There were over 30 phone calls in the past hour alone. Staring at it, Seth paused. He didn't say anything, his dark eyes staring at the screen before he nodded in acknowledgement. I'm fine. His response was rather lukewarm. This made Kyle frown, realizing that something was a little off with Seth. From his demeanor to the way he carried himself, it didn't quite seem like Seth was okay. He was just about to ask about it when, all of a sudden, several other voices cut in at once. Squad leader, where have you been? Are you done with your game? I couldn't get in contact with you. The members of Seth's squad closed in around him from all sides, bombarding him with questions before he could even process what was happening. Seth stood in the center, silent and unmoving, while their voices overlapped in a frantic chirp around him. Kyle could only stare at the scene with a frown, feeling that there was still something off with Seth. Thankfully for Seth, the section chief spoke a moment later. For those who have been called, please follow me. I will escort you personally to the designated gate. All team leaders are required to attend as well, except for team leader Soren, who will remain here to oversee the guild. Leaning against one of the white pillars of the room, Soren looked at the section chief with a baffled look, taking out the toothpick from her mouth and flicking it towards a nearby member. Oh, what do you mean accept me? I'm sure you understand this better than anyone. You've only just come back from the hospital after your treatment. You're in no condition to participate in the gate. No matter how sharp your mind is, your body won't be able to keep up, and you'll only become a burden because of your current state. You have to stay here. But, no, Tusk. The exchange ended with the team leader clicking her tongue. Everyone looked at her with sympathy. By now, everyone knew the team leader's circumstances. No one doubted her talent, not even for a moment. Among everyone present, she was likely the most gifted member the guild had ever produced. If not for her injury, her name would have probably risen to the top of the world rankings by now. Due to her injury, she was unable to use her nodes. She also had to travel often to the central island in order to treat the fractures in her node. The process was slow, bringing her out of the guilds for weeks to months. For this reason, it was impossible for her to participate in the raid. Soren understood this as well, and as such, she could only click her tongue to show her displeasure while mumbling, "I should have delayed the treatment for another month. Fucking idiot." The section chief ignored her mumbles and urged everyone to follow him. "Let's go, we don't have much time. The situation is turning more and more serious with each passing minute." He turned around and left a moment later. Seth, Kyle, Zoe, and everyone else who had been called followed the section chief out of the department. The air grew tense as they moved, all eyes falling on them. In that moment, everyone memorized the faces of those who were leaving. Because this could very well be the last moment they saw them. Space. What was it like to be an anomaly? Seth had been asking himself this question from the moment he found out about the past of the conductor and how humans could turn into anomalies. Were all anomalies humans, or was there more to it? Did anomalies feel emotions? What did they see? Were they just programmed to complete their last wishes? These had been questions that Seth had continuously asked himself in the past. However, despite asking the conductor, he received no answers. The same was for Myrl. Nobody could give him an answer. It was almost as if they didn't know how to answer. But now, Seth had finally caught a glimpse of the answers. Cold. That's how he'd describe how he felt. Numb. That's how he'd describe his state of mind. Isolated. That's how he'd describe his existence. He was both there and yet not. He didn't feel any connection with the world, and as the cold pressed on, he realized that the world before his eyes was very different. It was dark. Pure dark. However, amidst the darkness, he felt speckles of light scattered in all directions. He also felt the power he had never felt in the past. A power so strong that it threatened to consume him at every single second. No, it was already consuming him. Raising his hand, Seth reached for the speckles of light. He didn't know what he was doing, but it was almost as if his inner instincts had taken over. From the moment he raised his hand and reached for the speckles of light, the pieces faded from his view. A faint throb reached his mind a moment later as something stirred within his chest. Seth didn't know what was happening, but he was in no state to care. He continued to look around, reaching for more and more speckles. Each time he locked onto one, it would fade from his vision. They were all similar to some extent, with some being brighter than others. Those became a lot harder for him to consume. The pain that came with the absorption was even greater. However, Seth didn't care. He just consumed each speckle. His instincts had completely taken over, and all he could see was the darkness around him. He didn't even know he was still standing on the same spot he had been in the past, his eyes closed. Myrl, the conductor, Mr. Jingles, the Realm Walker, and the vessel for Dantalion were all staring at him. Nobody moved. Nobody dared to move. But this was only for a moment. Realizing that this was the perfect opportunity for him to take over, Dantalion took a step forward. His lips cracked into a smile. This was the perfect change for him. So long as he... Rumble, rumble. The surroundings shook fiercely. Myrl, Mr. Jingles, the conductor, and the Realm Walker all faded from sight a moment later, leaving Dantalion alone. His feet came to a pause. Krog crack. His face changed once more, turning into that of a young child. He didn't look particularly fazed by what was happening. In the end, rumble, rumble. He could only watch as the surroundings around him started to crumble. The vessel shook its head, the smile cracking on its face. I knew it. You are indeed the perfect vessel. It would be such a waste for you to ruin such a good body. Let me take over inst. Seth's eyes opened, revealing a pair of inky dark eyes that seemed to consume the very light from the surroundings. As he quietly scanned the surroundings, his face turned paler. Blood started to leak out from every orifice. His cognitive shard pulsed with even greater intensity, growing increasingly out of control. The power emitted from his body grew as a result. Dantalion's expression changed. What are you doing? There were subtle hints of panic in his voice. Not out of fear, but something else. What are you trying to do? Anxiousness. The body is going to shred completely if you... Dantalion couldn't afford to lose this body. It was the perfect body for him. If he lost the body, then it would make it impossible for him to ascend. But it was too late. Before Dantalion could get his words out, Seth raised his hand. The moment he did, a black fog appeared. It consumed his entire body. No, not even a moment later, the surroundings changed completely, turning into a massive office. Click, click, click. The repetitive sound of keys echoed a moment later. At that moment, the surroundings warped as a gate appeared. People began to enter a moment later. Chapter 430, Impossible Gate 1. BUA Headquarters. Undisclosed location. In a certain room, 15 people were gathered. Their figures were swallowed by a dark, heavy hue, concealing their expressions and identities alike. All of them sat behind a large, semicircular desk, the shadows stretching across their frames as if the room itself refused to reveal who they were. They were the Central Oversight Board, COB, the top executives of the BUA. Nobody knew of their identities, nor were they each aware of each other's identities. What is the update on the current situation? A certain voice spoke. The voice was muffled, making it difficult to discern the gender of the speaker. The recent scout reports have revealed the gate to be an anomalous type gate. They've all been extremely careful and have yet to start the scenario, but from the initial reports, the scenario takes place inside an office. Any details on the anomaly responsible for this reading? Nothing yet. The members of the COB discussed the situation among each other. It was rare for them to come together and talk with one another. It was essential to note that this only occurred when the situation reached a critical point. The last time this occurred was several years ago when the last Kermite-class anomaly was located. Should we start sending in members? There are several guild members who are asking for our permission to enter. We should. Yes, let's not delay things any further. But who should we send? I've already thought of this. One of the members pressed down on the table as a hologram appeared in the middle of the table. On it were details of several guilds. Given our lack of information and the scouts' inability to properly initiate the scenario, it's best that we send in a dummy team first. We'll use this team to gauge the scenario and identify the primary source of the disturbance. A suicide squad. Yes, I understand. I was thinking along the same lines. We can't afford to lose the top elites. We can send them later when we have more information. There was no shred of sympathy in the board members' voices. They were all experienced veterans who had encountered thousands upon thousands of deaths in their entire lifetime. To them, the deaths of several teams were a rightful sacrifice, especially when considering that all of this was being done for the greater good of the world. I've already compiled a list of the teams that should enter. The hologram changed once more, displaying several emblems. The members that we can't sacrifice are those of the King grade. They hold too much importance to be discarded like that. However, we also can't have the teams be too weak. Otherwise, they won't be able to explore much of the gate. Agreed. For this selection, I chose to prioritize several key factors, primarily familiarity with the island itself and its designated grade, which is the Queen grade. As such, the guilds I intend to send into the gate will be Malavia Island's Severed Stars Guild, Sire Island's Nate Guild, Time Island's Black Rose Guild. One by one, guild names began to be listed. None of the other members said a word as they listened. Until Tandoria Island Comet Guild. The last team was called. With a total of 8 teams, the Suicide Squad was assembled. Does anyone have any complaints? None. Approved. 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 With the approval of every member, the order was sent to those waiting in front of the gate on Malavia Island. Space. Swoosh, swoosh. Figures began to appear one after another. This is the gate. I don't feel anything. The figures that appeared came from diverse backgrounds. Their uniforms bore different emblems, each marking a distinct guild or organization, and their faces reflected a wide mix of ethnicities. Unlike Malavia, the central island had way more people. At this moment, the world's top elites were gathered inside the gate. This is an office space. Everyone had been briefed beforehand regarding the gate. The top scouts had been sent into the gate in advance, with details regarding it being shared with every participant. The only unfortunate thing was that there was a limit to the number of people who could enter at once. The limit was 100 people. There could be no more than 100 per mission. This wasn't an unexpected development. There were many gates that had a limit on the number of people who could enter. And to no surprise, those from the Severed Stars Guild had been allowed to enter first. Those bastards! The section chief clicked his tongue, glancing from his watch to the group gathered behind him. 15 people in total, 3 team leaders, with the rest being the top elite members of the guild, with the exception of Seth. I'm not sure why the guild master insisted on bringing Seth, but I can't refuse his orders. Seth was elite in his own way. There was no denying that. However, with no node and his recent absence from guild activities, he wasn't the best person to bring. There were many others with more experience that he could have brought. But that was the least of his worries. Click, click, click. Hearing the clicking sound coming from all directions, the section chief looked around. He stood inside a massive office floor stretching endlessly in all directions. Bright white lights glared from overhead, illuminating rows upon rows of cubicles that seemed to multiply the longer he stared. Beneath their feet, the soft gray carpet muffled every step, swallowing the sound as if the room itself were holding its breath. The clicking sounds, they were coming from all directions. This isn't too different from what the scout reports have said. The section chief's face didn't look so good. The same was for the other people who were present at the gate. They all understood that the reason they had been selected wasn't because they trusted them, but because they were supposed to serve as dummy teams for the eventual top elite teams. Fug, fug, fug. The moment the section chief heard the news of their approval, he knew that they were being sent over to die. He wanted to complain, but this was an order sent over by the BUA. Added to the fact that this was a global threat, he had no right to refuse. Refusal meant treason. Fug. The section chief gritted his teeth, looking around. He could see the heaviness in their expressions as they glanced around. None of them was ignorant. Everyone understood exactly what this meant, and a quiet gloom settled over the group, suffocating the atmosphere with a cold, tense atmosphere. But to make the situation even worse, BZZZ. Glinting under the bright office lights, the drone caught a glimpse of everyone's reaction, displaying it for the entire world to see. Indeed, this gate, it was being broadcast to every leader and member outside. The section chief opened his mouth but soon closed it. He eventually turned his attention back towards his team, but just as he did, a person started moving on his own. Seth. Where are you going, Seth? Everyone grew alert. Be it those from the guild or those from the other guild. All eyes fell on Seth. What are you doing? It's dangerous. Without saying anything, Seth continued to walk, moving past the first cubicle. Everyone held their breath in that moment, thinking that something was going to happen. But, nothing. Much to their surprise, nothing happened to Seth. Click, click, click. The clicks of the keys continued to echo, their speed the same as before. Surprised, everyone looked at each other. Eventually, however, they all started moving forward. Now that Seth had moved, they had no other choice but to move. They knew that the moment he walked past the first cubicle, the scenario had begun. The entire world held its breath. Chapter 431, Impossible Gate 2. What the fuck is this guy doing? Where is he from? He seems to be from the group from Malavia. Fuck, they're fucking us over. Now that he's moved, we've got no choice but to move. The other teams present all turned to glare in Seth's direction. Normally, inside a gate, the safest place was always the starting point. That was where most teams stayed long enough to assess their surroundings, confirm their location, and determine their objectives before moving deeper into the gate. The moment someone moved, the gate would start. While this wasn't the case for all gates, a lot of the gates were like this. It was only natural that Seth's behavior incurred the wrath of the other members of the Suicide Squad. I guess these are the standards set for the guilds that aren't part of the main island. Of all the guilds present, only those from the Comet Guild were from the Central Island. They were also a borderline King-grade guild like the Severed Stars Guild, but with the difference between the two islands, a Queen-grade guild from the main island was practically the same as a King-grade guild from another island. What should we do? Should we take over, or let them do their thing? Naturally, being the strongest guild, they wanted to take leadership of the operation. They believed that they had the most experience and were also the ones who had the slightest chance of clearing this gate. Although this was deemed a suicide mission, there was still a glimmer of a chance that they could be successful in clearing the gate. If that were to happen, Michael, stop him. Philip Rasmus, the section chief of the anomalous department of the Comet Guild, gave out a brief order. Understood. Not a moment later, a young man with a clean-shaven head and sharp features disappeared from the spot, stopping right before Seth. Wait a moment. He held his hand forward and stopped Seth right in his tracks. What's the matter? Kyle and Zoe both looked helplessly at each other. Needless to say, they both already understood what was about to happen. Everyone, listen to me for a moment. Before Seth could move or say anything, Section Chief Rasmus stepped forward, attracting the attention of everyone present. I'll cut straight to the chase since we didn't have a chance before. I want our team to take the leading position for this gate. All of you should be aware of our guild and our experience. We are the most suitable ones to lead this gate, especially if we want to survive this entire ordeal. The section chief's words brought frowns to the faces of the other teams. However, upon reflection, his words made sense. He was indeed the most qualified person. Not only was he part of a guild from the Central Island, but he was actually quite a renowned individual himself. He had yet to reach the global rankings, but he was still well known. If there aren't any objections, I'll carry on with the operation. Are you sure you're the best suited for this? A voice suddenly cut off the section chief. When he turned his head, he saw a disheveled-looking man about his age, dark circles carved beneath his tired eyes. Covering his mouth and yawning, the section chief of the Severed Stars Guild spoke. Not like I'm doubting your capabilities or anything like that. I know you want to do this for the sake of taking credit and all that bullshit, but I kind of think that we don't really have time to think about shit like that. The section chief scratched the side of his face. Why make it complicated? Work together as a team, no leader. Why does there need to be a leader? And if you really want to have a leader, we should be the ones who are most suitable since this gate comes from our island. We might know what is happening better. Oh. Philip's face darkened. This section chief, he really didn't hold back with his words at all, trying to be a leader to take credit, more qualified because they came from this island. He really wanted to laugh but held himself back. Instead, he looked towards the others. In that case, should we have a vote? Should we see which proposal is more appealing? The other section chiefs looked at each other. In the end, a vote was held. The result: Comet Guild 5 vote. Severed Stars Guild 1 vote. With the exclusion of the Comet Guild and the Severed Stars Guild, there were 6 other teams. In the end, it was an overwhelming victory for the Comet Guild. Most of the guilds present knew of their reputation and felt that they were the most reliable. This was a gate that involved their lives, and as such, they decided to put their trust in the most reputable guild. Well, fair, I guess. The section chief didn't look too bothered, shrugging his shoulders before looking at his team. Follow along with their orders from now on. He then looked at Seth. Especially you. But Seth just remained quiet, staring at his surroundings with his dark gaze. Good. Rasmus clapped his hands satisfactorily. Since everyone has decided to put their trust in us, it is best that we hurry up with our objective. We currently don't know the situation within the gate. The only thing that we know is that the scenario is an office space. What is the goal of the gate? What are we supposed to do? Let's look around for clues regarding the main objective. The order was rather straightforward. Gates all had structure and rules. Because the scouts didn't dare go too deep into the gate, there wasn't much information regarding the main objective of the place. However, it wouldn't be too difficult to figure out such things. Usually, a gate gave away the objective rather quickly. Let's check the nearby cubicles. We might be able to find some clues there, but be careful. You might never know what could happen. Click, click, click. Even now, each cubicle produced numerous clicking sounds. The number of cubicles numbered in the thousands, and with Rasmus's warning, one of the members of his guild stepped forward and moved towards the nearest cubicle, sliding the door to the side. Everyone held their breath in that moment, their bodies growing tense as they prepared themselves for what was waiting for them on the other side. But, to everyone's surprise, the cubicle was empty. The setup was simple enough. A long table was fixed to the cubicle walls, running along one side before turning sharply into the corner and continuing down the other. A single chair sat tucked beneath it. An old, bulky computer rested on the desk, with a thick monitor yellowing keys surrounded by scattered papers, a stapler, and a few forgotten office supplies. Most surprising of all, click, click. The keys moved on their own, as if something invisible was pressing down on them. Everyone grew silent, staring at the keyboard for a moment. Then all eyes turned towards Rasmus. He turned to a short-haired girl next to him as she closed her eyes. Eventually opening them up again, she shook her head. No, all right. Rasmus nodded and walked in. There doesn't appear to be anyone sitting on the chair. It appears as though the keyboard itself is an anomalous object. Be careful of that. In the meantime, look through the documents and see if you can find anything. The order was simple enough, and several people moved into the cubicle to review the papers. This seems to be an accounting paper for the sales of a game. With a member of the Comet Guild picking up the paper, he frowned while looking at it. Scratching his head, he looked at another paper. However, the result wasn't much different. It was another accounting paper. Something feels off. As this was happening, Kyle entered the cubicle. Because of its size, not many people could enter. He had to squeeze his way in, and as he scanned the place, his eyes eventually fell on the red stapler on the desk. The moment he caught sight of it, his expression changed subtly. Why does it feel familiar? The more he looked at the stapler, the more familiar it felt to him. His heart sank after a moment, and just as he was about to move towards it, someone moved towards it before he could. No, wait. But it was too late. The moment the person touched the stapler, blood spurted in all directions as a heart-wrenching scream filled the surroundings. Careful. When all eyes turned in the direction of the scream, everyone's face changed drastically as they caught sight of the scene presented before them. With screams filling the room, every gaze snapped toward the man's hand, now covered in staples. The staples had pierced through his skin, dozens of them jutting out at crooked angles as blood leaked in all directions. But that wasn't all. With each passing second that he held onto the stapler, more and more staples appeared on the man's hand, moving up his arm. Quick! Stop it, take the stapler away from him. It was also in that moment that Kyle's expression changed, as he suddenly recalled why the staple looked so familiar. I'm sure of it, that's, Kyle muttered, his heart sinking further down his body. Elcid Class Vial 42, the blind stapler. That was one of the anomalous objects contained within their guild. Chapter 432, Impossible Gate 3. The scream continued to rip through the surroundings. It was heart-wrenching, and the moment it sounded, everyone swiftly got into action, moving towards the member who had touched the stapler and swiftly removing it from his grasp. Quick! Get it off of Samuel. Let go of the stapler. But, the damage had already been done. Screams filled the surroundings as blood spilled from the member's body, his entire hand covered by staples. Thankfully, a mender was present. Let me pass. You handle it. With short brown hair, deep-set eyes, and a thin frame, Lawrence stepped forward. He was also a member of the Comet Guild, and with an indifferent expression, he approached the injured man and leaned down slightly. Help. He was still squirming on the floor, holding onto his hand as blood leaked out from every direction. Lawrence didn't say anything and just observed the wound. Then, Michael. Oh, yes. Not even a moment after the mender spoke, a bald man stepped up beside the victim. With a single, swift motion of his hand, blood sprayed in every direction, and a severed hand dropped to the floor with a dull, wet thud. Thud. Besides those from the Comet Guild, everyone froze on the spot, unable to react. But soon... What are you doing? You... The place instantly turned chaotic, the members of the Black Rose Guild flying into rage as they all shouted at the mender. But as if he was completely unbothered by them, he simply reached for the hand on the floor before picking it up and tossing it in his hand a couple of times. Not bad. The sight made the stomachs of a few churn, with the members of the Black Rose growing even more enraged, shouting all sorts of curses. Only the section chief remained calm, turning to them and holding them back. Just stop making a scene. But, Just shut up and let him do his thing." His shout was loud enough to be heard by everyone. Kyle, watching all of this from the side, was still staring at the stapler. "I'm sure of it, that's Vial 042, how did it? He's one of those crazy ones." Zoe's voice interrupted Kyle's thoughts. "Those bastards love healing in the most twisted ways." And sure enough, with a small grunt from Section Chief Rasmus, more likely trying to get him to hurry, the mender closed his eyes, and a soft yellow glow enveloped his body. A moment later, the staples began to loosen and drop from the severed hand, clattering onto the floor one by one as the flesh slowly knit itself back together, returning to its normal form. Tossing it a couple of times, he moved towards the Black Rose member before placing his hand onto the severed spot and using his node again. In just a few breaths, the hand recovered. "See, all done." He patted the victim on the face a couple of times, a thin smile gracing his lips. There was no need to scream so much. He then returned to where the section chief was. Although the members of the Black Rose Guild were still seething, their anger had subsided a bit as he had truly healed the hand of their member. "Let's not waste any time." Section Chief Rasmus spoke again, turning his attention towards the stapler and frowning. "Be careful of touching things from this moment forward. There's a chance they're anomalous objects, but—" The section chief frowned, turning his attention towards the short-haired girl next to him. Of the Hunter decree, Cassandra should have been able to spot something like this, for her not to have spotted it. I forget it." Seeing the astonished look on her face, the section chief understood that the situation was complicated. "I expected nothing less from a gate of this level." He once again moved towards the desk and sorted through the files. This time he didn't touch any of them, simply waving his hand. As he did, his gaze fell on a particular paper. "The boss needs the work to be done soon. He is very strict. We lack workers. We don't have much time left. I should hurry. The boss—" The section chief's eyes glinted. He seemed to have finally found a sort of clue regarding the scenario. He was just about to relay this when a voice suddenly spoke. "Vial 042, the blind stapler." When he turned around, he saw the section chief of the Severed Stars Guild bending over to look at the stapler on the floor. "This is an anomaly that our guild contained, taking into consideration what had happened recently." He raised his head to look at Section Chief Rasmus. "There's a high probability that all the anomalies that have disappeared on the island will be located in this gate." Suddenly, the place grew silent. All eyes fell on the Severed Stars section chief as he analyzed the stapler on the floor. However, just before he could get even more words out, Section Chief Rasmus spoke. "I won't dismiss your claims, but there's no proof of that. For now, this is what I found." He showed the paper to everyone. "I believe I have found a clue regarding the gate." Immediately, all eyes fell on the paper. Could this be?" "Yes." Philip nodded, his expression turning grave. "I believe the key to this scenario is to find out what the task they are working on is and finish it. The boss is most likely the anomaly that we need to watch out for. I'm afraid that given the words written here, we don't have much time to figure out what the task is." From just a simple paper, the section chief was able to deduce the entire scenario. This came from experience. Having cleared many gates, he knew the general rules of them, and as such, he was very confident about his guess. The same went for the other section chiefs. "Let's not waste any time then. Let's search the other cubicles and see what they are working on. Once we figure it out, let's get started." Everyone immediately dispersed from the cubicle, shifting their attention towards the nearby ones. "Let's separate into different teams. Since we're in 8 teams, let's do this in pairs, 4 teams in total." Looking around, the section chief settled into the group from Malavia Island. "You pair up with me." This order somewhat took Kyle, Zoe, and the others aback. However, there was nothing else they could do, as the other squads formed teams of 2. Eventually, they all dispersed towards the other cubicles. "I'll cut straight to the chase. All you need to do is follow what I say, and you should be fine, if you can follow what." Clank! All of a sudden, the sound of one of the doors sliding open echoed through the space, jolting everyone present to attention. "Huh? What?" Everyone turned their heads, watching as a black-haired young man made his way into the cubicle, displaying a familiar scene. "Seth, what are you doing?" His actions startled everyone present. In particular, the member of the Comet Guild. It's him again. Fucking reckless bastard. Section Chief Rasmus's brows furrowed tightly at the sight, burning Seth's image in his mind. This wasn't the first time he had done this, for him to do it again. He's a liability. I should find some time to get rid of him. At this rate, he'll disturb our operation. His mouth opened, ready to speak, but under everyone's watch, Seth pulled the chair back and sat down. He then booted the PC up, placing his hands on the keyboard. Everyone stood stunned, unable to make out his actions. But then, "You should hurry." He spoke, his voice low. For some reason, the moment he spoke, the air seemed to shift, growing incredibly tense. "The boss is strict, there's not much time left." He repeated the same words on the paper. Flick, flick. That was the moment the lights above flicked. All of a sudden, the repetitive clicking sound coming from all around stopped, and the surroundings plunged into a deep, uneasy silence. All the air appeared to be sucked away from the place. And then, click, 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 click. The clicks returned, louder and more hurried than before. Step. What followed was a single step. One coming from a certain direction nobody could point out. But the moment it sounded, everyone held onto their chest, sweat pooling down the sides of their faces while feeling the rhythmic thumpings deep within their chest. Bar thump, bar thump. It was here that they understood. The boss. He was coming. Chapter 433, Impossible Gate 4. Step. The step echoed quietly. It was just a casual step, but... Step. The moment it sounded, it was almost as if all air had been stripped away from the surroundings. Click, 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 click. The sudden rush of keyboard clicks added a sharp edge of panic to the air, the rapid tapping echoing through the room. Startled, several bolted out into the hall, glancing around in confusion and fear as they tried to make sense of what was happening. What's happening? Does anyone know? What should we do? Eventually, all eyes fell on the section chief of the Comet Guild. But his gaze was elsewhere. It was directly fixed on Seth as he sat expressionless, his hand tapping onto the keyboard. Click, click, click. His teeth clenched tightly at the sight of him. But as if Seth was oblivious to it, he repeated. Take a cubicle before it's too late. Wait, Seth. What are you talking about? Zoe and Kyle both looked at Seth in confusion. Neither understood the reason for his actions, and they could feel the displeasure coming from Section Chief Rasmus. Of course, neither cared about his opinion, but they understood this line of business very well. None of the people present was good. Everyone had seen death many times. Still, click, click. You don't have much time. Seth's indifferent voice rang out once more. This time it was their section chief who spoke. Are you saying that we should take a cubicle and pretend to work? Click. There's work on the computer. The section chief raised his head and looked at Seth's computer. Indeed, it looked like he was working on something. After a little bit of thought, he issued an order. Go to a cubicle and start working. Make sure you don't touch anything. If you see anything inside, either contain it or move on to the next cubicle. Without further ado, he headed away. Kyle and Zoe looked at each other before looking at Seth. In the end, however, they listened and moved away. There were many questions they wanted to ask, but they both understood it wasn't the time. Clara also followed along with the section chief's orders. She had been quiet the entire time, her gaze fixed on Seth. It was only when the section chief moved that she moved. The others from the Severed Stars Guild similarly moved. Wait! A voice bellowed, causing everyone to pause. What are you doing? Comet Guild Section Chief Rasmus's voice boomed through the corridor as he scanned the area, his thick brows drawn tight. His expression brimmed with barely contained fury, each word colder than the last. The section chief paused, looking at Rasmus. You didn't hear I'm going to find a cubicle to work. He covered his mouth and yawned slightly. From the looks of things, we have to work. Based on what you're deciding this. Philip turned his head to look at Seth. Based on his words. The surroundings fell quiet, all eyes turning towards Seth. He looked completely oblivious, his attention fixed on the monitor in front of him. Section Chief Rasmus's words grew even colder. Is this some sort of joke? I don't even feel a node from him. Are you kidding me? Did we not establish me as the la? No, I didn't vote, nor do I care. You can do your thing anyways, bye. The section chief turned away with the other members, completely dismissing the other teams. The sight enraged a few, with Section Chief Rasmus extending his hand to stop those from his guild from moving forward. Stop. But Section Chief. Sect. If they want to die, then let them die. He turned towards the other teams before settling his gaze over to Seth once more. The more he looked at him, the more displeased he felt. He really wanted to take this chance to get rid of him, but decided against it. Especially when... Step. The step was growing nearer. What should we do? One of the section chiefs from the other teams asked. They were all somewhat calm despite the situation. Although the step was growing nearer, it was slow. After pondering for a moment, Section Chief Rasmus answered, Let's move away from the step and observe. It'll soon pass this area. In the meantime, we can continue gathering up clues and figure out the project that they are working on before trying to solve it. That sounds like a good plan. I support it too. The other section chiefs appeared to agree with his approach. They all felt that what the Severed Stars Guild had done was extremely reckless. Although they all understood that the goal was to finish whatever project they were working on, the sound of approaching footsteps told them time was running out. And with the boss somewhere in this place, stalking the halls unseen, who could say he wouldn't attack them next? In their minds, those from the Severed Stars Guild were as good as dead. Especially when they all took the orders of a nodeless person. I guess this is the level of those from the smaller islands. With a shake of his head, Section Chief Rasmus led the teams away from the area. They all completely forgot about the Severed Stars Guild. They had already classified them as a burden that needed to be gotten rid of. Space. Section Chief. A Section Chief. Several people walked up to the Section Chief in unison. Do you think this is a good idea? Should we follow along with Seth's actions? But what if he's wrong, the boss, he's coming? Without replying to them, the section chief looked at Clara, who looked around the cubicles before nodding at him. Slide. He didn't hesitate to open the cubicle before him. The layout was the same, with the insides empty as well. This should do. He moved to the seat, then moved it back, sat down, and focused on the monitor in front of him. Section Chief. Eventually, he turned around to look at the others. Kyle and Zoe were the only ones missing in the group. The two had already left to look for a cubicle to enter. Section Chief, why are we? I just don't like them. The section chief replied languidly. Everyone just looked at the section chief speechlessly. So the reason why he decided to listen to Seth was because he didn't like the other section chief. Why did this feel like something the section chief would do? No, this really was something he'd do. But it's too late now. The section chief clicked on the mouse next to him, muttering things like, What sort of old model is this? Wired, A-ish. In reality, this wasn't the full truth. In part, the section chief really didn't want to listen to the section chief of the Comet Guild. He rubbed him the wrong way. But the truth was, before entering the gate, the guild master had told him a few words. This was regarding Seth, as he had tried to ask the guild master about the reason why he was selected despite his lack of qualifications. He could still recall the guild master's expressions back then. He offered a smile. Just a smile. But the words that came out of his mouth left the section chief at a loss. If there's anyone you should worry about, it's not Seth. What did this even mean? The section chief had long realized that there was something up between the guild master and Seth. He didn't quite know what it was, but considering who the guild master was, he decided to heed his words. This was one of the reasons he decided to follow Seth's instructions. His experience told him to listen. There's not much time. Clara will help you find an empty cubicle, enter it, and start working. There's not much time. The section chief took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and waved it at everyone. If you need anything, we all have our walkie-talkies. Communicate through that. It should work. Pausing, the section chief tapped the back of the walkie-talkie. Yeah, I think it works. Step. The step sounded again, the tension in the surroundings heightening. The remaining members looked at each other, eventually gritting their teeth before leaving the cubicle and heeding his instructions. There was no point in arguing further. There was no time for that. Without further ado, they all left, sliding the door of the cubicle closed. As they did, the section chief fully focused his attention on the monitor in front of him. I'm actually curious to see what exactly we're supposed to do. Click, click. Moving the cursor around, the section chief tried to get used to the feel of the mouse. It was cream-colored and noticeably bulky, the kind of old design that resisted smooth movement. He dragged it across the desk a few times, then lifted his gaze to the monitor. The screen was completely blank, an empty, pale display with nothing on it except a single greenish cursor blinking in the center. What exactly am I supposed to do? Curious, he clicked around. He didn't expect much when he did that, but contrary to his expectations, something occurred a moment later. Zone 7. A text appeared on the right of the screen. A small symbol soon followed that. Curious, the section chief pressed on it. The page expanded a moment later. Zone checks. Layout build. Intercom. Warnings. A series of different boxes appeared. Staring at them, the section chief blinked his eyes slowly. With his brows furrowing, he seemed to realize something as his expression turned stranger. Isn't this a tower defense game? Chapter 434, Impossible Gate 5. The more the section chief looked at the interface, the more he was certain. It's a tower defense game. However, it was a bit cruder than the ones he was used to playing. The space was empty, and it was up to him to fill it. He also looked to have a specific number of credits. 1,000 credits. With the credits, he could buy reinforced doors, visual detection, X-ray, and so on. There were quite a lot of options. But, what in the world is this? The section chief struggled to make sense of what he was seeing. With his brows furrowing, his mind focused on everything that he was seeing. Eventually, he came up with a hypothesis. The main purpose of a tower defense game is to defend the tower from the approaching enemies. However, when I look at the screen, I don't see any towers. This means that the goal isn't to defend the tower, but something else. Narrowing his eyes, the section chief looked at the screen more closely. It was also there that he noticed it. 2 green lines, each placed at the top and left of the screen. When he dragged his cursor over the areas, he immediately understood. Zone 6, Zone 8. I see. The section chief's eyes flashed upon seeing the labels. What I'm defending is not the tower, but I'm trying to prevent it from reaching the other zones. His eyes narrowed further. This is really odd. He had never encountered a gate like this before, and he began to question himself. Just what in the world was he trying to prevent from reaching the other zones? Pursing his lips, the section chief moved the mouse once more. But as he did, KHHH. The walkie-talkie next to him sprang to life. Section chief, section chief. Looking at the walkie-talkie, the section chief grabbed it and responded. Kyle, do you have any issues? In fact, does anyone have any problems? I have somewhat figured out what we're supposed to do. I was contacting you regarding that. Kyle's voice echoed slowly from the speaker. Looking at the walkie-talkie, the section chief knew everyone else was listening in on the conversation. And after a brief pause, Kyle spoke. This is a tower defense game, isn't it? The section chief fell silent for a moment before eventually cracking a laugh. That's what I thought. However, his laugh couldn't last for very long. Step. Not even a moment later, he heard a step, and his entire body froze on the spot. Without even thinking, his body moved on its own, dropping the walkie-talkie as he started working on the game. But the step stopped right as he did. The section chief's body tensed, and not even a moment later, slide. The door of his cubicle slid open. Space. Slide. The cubicle doors slid open, and a group walked in a moment later. Click, click. Besides the soft clicking of the keyboard, there was no other sound as the group looked around, their eyes narrowing as they tried to look for any clue. Make sure not to touch anything. Considering what had happened before, I don't think I need to remind everyone, right? Section Chief Rasmus's voice echoed quietly as he scanned the place, his gaze sweeping the cubicle before falling onto the papers. We're meant to stop it. How can we stop it? I am tired. The boss is really strict. Why am I even here? The section chief's eyes narrowed as he looked at what was written on the papers. Minda, stop it. Can we stop it? Boss is strict. These were all clues. However many times the section chief read it, he couldn't make sense of the words. The group had been at it for quite some time, gathering all sorts of bits and clues regarding the gate. Unfortunately, they still struggled to grasp the setting. How should we proceed? The section chief from the Black Rose Guild asked. We've been going around looking at each cubicle without actually doing anything. We've yet to figure out a single thing about the gate besides these weird encrypted messages. Don't you think we should follow along with what those from the Severed Stars Guild did? An element of frustration had built up amongst the group. This purely stemmed from their inability to find anything. For a moment, the steps that appeared to be approaching stopped, but it didn't take long for them to resume. Everyone was sweating bullets, feeling the presence drawing closer and closer. Philip Rasmus remained silent. He didn't answer and just stared at the papers in front of him. His mind was scrambling for answers. Step, step. But with each second that passed, the steps drew nearer. An invisible pressure they hadn't felt before began to spread through the surroundings, turning the air cold. Ha. Everyone's breathing grew rougher. Eyes locked with each other. Step. Another step. Section Chief Rasmus. A quiet voice called out. Flip, flip. Section Chief. Flip. Section Chief. Coming to a stop, the section chief looked back. He could feel it then. Step. The slow and dragged-out step coming from a distance. Almost in unison, all heads turned. And soon, every eye locked onto the figure walking past the rows of cubicles. A long, sharply dressed leg in a crisp black suit emerged first. Almost instantly, the air froze as the carpet cushioned its step. Then came the rest of it. A thin frame, long arms hanging loosely at its sides, the fabric of its suit fitting it almost too perfectly, as if stitched directly onto its skin. But it was its face, its appearance, that made their breath catch all at once. The moment they saw it, every trace of air seemed to vanish from the room. Enough. Nobody knew who it was, but a soft yelp escaped from someone's lips as the figure slowly turned its head in their direction. The instant it did, everything stopped. The air, the movement, even the surrounding clicks. The entire room fell into a perfect, suffocating stillness. But soon that silence was shattered. R.I.P. With a raw ripping sound, the figure's lips pulled into a wide smile as it stared at them. So we have slackers. Its voice rolled through the air, making their skin crawl. The unsettling timbre vibrated in their ribs, forcing shallow, rapid breaths from every person present. Ours run. They needed to run. Their minds screamed at them, but their bodies refused to listen. Not even Philip could react. His entire body was locked in place, completely unresponsive as a soft tune began to play in the air. What is going on? What is happening? Step. The boss doesn't like it when we have slackers. With another step, the figure's voice rippled through the room again, deeper and more distorted than before. Its smile stretched further, widening unnaturally with every passing second. Then, with a sudden wet tear, its eyelids split open, revealing not eyes, but a pair of dark, empty holes that swallowed the light around them. Eventually, it came to a stop before them, its hand leaning against the top of one of the cubicles as it looked down at them. Tell me. Its voice whispered once more. How should I deal with you? Nobody moved. Nobody dared to move. All eyes were fixed on the figure before them, their body trembling at the sheer pressure coming from it. SS rank. This was, without a doubt, an S-rank anomaly. But if this was S-rank, and there was still a boss, then how S-strong was this boss? Impossible. Everyone screamed the same thoughts at once. However, it was during such thoughts that Philip made his move. His nodes began to churn, and for a moment his mind started to recover. He was just about to move when... Flick. He felt something flick behind him. A soft light. Then... He heard the loud sound of laughter, one that was soon followed by a pair of cold hands that grasped him from behind. The sound grew more twisted, causing everyone to tremble. But before any of them could even think to react. Slide, slide. A chorus of sliding doors echoed from every direction. When they snapped their heads around, their eyes went wide. Figures were stepping out from each cubicle, one after another, dozens of them. T that S. The moment they recognized the silhouettes, their expressions drained of all color. V Vial 267. V Vial 099. Vial 829. In the span of a heartbeat, countless anomalies appeared, each recognized by them as they turned their attention towards the group. Their presence alone made the air feel suffocating. And from the front, the supervisor watched it all unfold. His smile stretched, farther and wider, pulling at the sides of his face until it reached his temples. Looks like even your colleagues aren't happy you've been slacking. With a low, delighted laugh, the supervisor casually turned his gaze away from them, as if the horrors surrounding them were nothing more than an office inconvenience. Don't let me catch you again. He started walking away a moment later. As he did, the faces of everyone changed to the point of despair. From start to finish, they couldn't do a single thing. Through the trembling gaps between his fingers, still pressed against his face, Section Chief Rasmus watched the figure fade into the maze of cubicles. His chest shook violently, each breath shallow and uneven. This. From the very beginning, he'd allowed himself to believe they might clear this gate. He'd imagined earning the achievement, rising to the top, proving his worth. But now, a single brutal truth crashed down on him. This gate, it couldn't be cleared. It was an impossible gate. Chapter 435, World Attention 1. BUA Malavia Branch. The auditorium was entirely silent. Despite the numerous important figures in the large auditorium, no one made a sound, their eyes fixed on the screen in front of them as they replayed the scenes within the gates. Help! Ayola! The screams of despair still echoed in the auditorium. The faces of all the members drowned in horror as figures emerged from each cubicle, one different from the last. Run. I want to leave. They tried to fight it, but they couldn't. There was a deep sense of helplessness and despair within their voices as they fought on with the anomalies, but it was no use. The footage soon began to distort, and the drone was obviously failing. But in the last moments of the clip, the supervisor stopped, turning slowly as it looked directly at the drone. No, it was looking directly at them. As it did, the supervisor fixed its clothes while smiling at them. Bring more. These were its last words, before the footage came to a complete stop. Silence fell over the auditorium once more, every gaze locked onto the dark screen. But eventually, the silence was shattered by a single step as Sean Richards, the executive director of the Malavia branch, stepped forward. I'm sure all of you esteemed guests are aware of how serious the situation is. Sean's tone was extremely grave, his expression dark as his gaze swept the auditorium. This is a gate that we've rarely seen in the past. No, in fact, one could even argue this is the most catastrophic gate in the history of humanity. A heavy tension swept the surroundings as the executive director turned around and pressed the remote in his hand. The screen flashed, displaying several images with notes and labels on the side. Vial 908, the Silent Wraith. Vial 101, the Backwards Man. Vial 819, the Twisted Man. Vial 222, the Quiet Screamer. One by one, the director began listing names, linking each to its respective image. This went on for several minutes until the image shifted, revealing a single image, one that every single person present was familiar with. Vial 779, the Conductor. The tension within the room seemed to heighten at the mention of the last anomaly. Each of these names that I've listed is the name of an anomaly that we've managed to identify within the video. They all have different ranks, and their properties are all different. However, if there's one thing that they all have in common, it's that. With a slight pause, the director's expression turned extremely grim. They are all anomalies that were once contained within the guilds on the island. Although everyone already had a vague idea, the moment the director confirmed it, a wave of chatter erupted among the guild masters. Their hushed voices overlapped in a frantic mix of confusion and disbelief, the tension in the room rising instantly. How does this make sense? Weren't they contained? What are the guilds in this island doing? How did they all appear here? It makes no sense at all. I thought they were merely replicas, but... What sort of gate is this? Most of the chatter came from the smaller guilds, who had trouble accepting the situation, while those from the greater guilds, particularly those from the main island, remained quiet, their brows furrowed as they stared at the screen in front of them. "A moment of silence, please." The director raised his hand, and silence fell once more. "I understand everyone's confusion, and I am equally shocked by what is happening. However, there is no need to panic." Clicking on the remote again, the pages changed. This time there were no images, just a long table with a string of text next to it. The truth of the matter is that, while the anomalies present are those that were contained within the guilds in the island, it is also true that they've all once been contained. The eyes of several guild masters flashed. They all had a sudden understanding. "Yes." The executive director nodded. "Since they've once been contained, we can do it again. We know their weaknesses and how to handle them. Even if we can't contain them, we still know how they function, and that's enough to deal with the situation. That's why they aren't the main cause of concern." A few sighed in relief, but their relief was only short-lived. The next moment, the executive director's face turned grim once more. "The main cause of concern at the moment is the boss." Silence. A deafening silence filled the space the moment the executive director spoke. Not a single person made a sound. How could they? Everyone present had seen the footage. They had seen the supervisor and its presence. They had all seen the numerous anomalies that emerged from each cubicle. They had felt the pressure coming from the gate. Everyone present was very keenly aware of the presence known as the boss. For the boss to be able to control the supervisor and so many anomalies, the executive director took a deep breath. "There's no doubt about it. We're dealing with a Kermite-class anomaly. One that seems to be able to control Vial 779, another Kermite class that had only recently been classified as such." Taking a deep breath, the executive director remained calm while detailing all the information regarding the gate. While there were some guild masters who found themselves unable to hide their fear, many present were still doing relatively well. Especially those from the main island. "We've lost all contact with the groups within the gate. While we don't know their vital status, for our purposes, it is best to assume they are dead. Since that's the case, we have no choice but to send a batch of new entrants. We have to be quick since we don't know when the gate might implode and affect the real world." The place instantly turned rowdy. "A new batch, but this gate isn't something that can be cleared by sending more people. We're just sending them to their death. Who is going to pay for our damages?" "What do you mean by damages? This is all for the sake of humanity. Why are you still thinking about your guild at this moment?" The tension that had lingered within the room seemed to have reached a breaking point, forcing several guild masters to fight against one another. Most of those who were fighting were the lower-ranked guilds. It was obvious why. They were keenly aware that they would be sent next. "Sure enough, I will list out the new batch of members that will be sent. This isn't something that can be rejected, as I have the full authority of the BUA to make the decisions. Any act of rejection will be seen as treason." The executive director's voice was cold as his gaze swept over the guild masters. "I have to repeat, this is a matter that concerns the entire world. This isn't something that you can reject." Pressing onto the remote, new names began to appear. The faces of many guild masters paled at the sight, but the executive director didn't care as he continued to speak. "Now, let's get on to what we've managed to observe. From what we've managed to see, the main aspect of the gate is two." For the next hour, the director went on to detail all the information regarding the gate and all the clues that had been found. The next day, a new batch was sent. The hour after that, communication with them was lost as well. But because of the nature of the situation, a new batch was sent the day after. Communication stopped as well. This cycle repeated a few more times, each one presenting similar results. This went on for the next week. By week 2, the number of people had dwindled considerably. It was also at this moment that the entire world's attention was on this gate. Chapter 436, World Attention 2. Good evening. We're coming to you live from the site of the gate. It has been 1 week since its sudden appearance, and authorities report no meaningful progress in understanding or containing it. What we do know is grim. Multiple major guilds have confirmed the loss of several elite members during attempted expeditions inside. Officials are calling the impact devastating, both strategically and emotionally, as some of the most skilled operatives have not returned. With each failed attempt, public concern continues to rise. The central question now echoing across the nation is this: if every effort ends in failure, when will it stop, and what will it take to overcome the gate? Reporters lined up before the gate. By now, there was no one who didn't know about the gate. This was a global crisis. Fixing the microphone in her grasp, the reporter turned in the direction of the gate once more, her hand trembling for a moment. With so many sacrifices, what will it take to clear this gate? Her words carried heavily in the air, prompting the expressions of the crew beside her to grow grim. At this moment, it wasn't just her and the crew. Almost everyone on the island, and those who were following, wore the same expression. For a gate to claim so many experts, was there going to be an end to it? Who could clear this gate? Could it even be cleared in the first place? The more they thought about it, the grimmer the situation felt. In the midst of the atmosphere, the sudden shuffling of footsteps prompted the people stationed outside the gate to raise their heads. The faces of many changed at the sight that greeted them. Moving past the crowd gathered at the front of the gate, several figures stepped forward, each dressed in different attire that marked them as members of entirely separate guilds. There were at least a dozen of them, their presence alone enough to draw attention. But the moment they appeared, the atmosphere changed. The shift was obvious. The chatter died instantly. The air tightened, and every pair of eyes turned toward them. It's them. Some couldn't hold back their excitement as they watched the group approach. In particular, the reporter nearly bounced in place. She snatched up her microphone with both hands and spun toward the camera, shouting, "Hurry, hurry." Needless to say, the cameramen didn't need to be told by her, as they quickly got all the equipment working before the reporter started speaking. "They've finally made their move. They've finally made their move." Her voice contained a strange sense of excitement. At last, the paragons have taken the field. There existed a global ranking for recruits, a list of the top 1,000 individuals in the world. Those who managed to place on it were known as paragons. They were the elite among elites, the pinnacle of talent and potential, and the backbone of humanity's future fighting force. Each paragon was worth in the tens of millions, with not even Kyle and Zoe making it into the rankings. The only one who had ever reached the rankings in Malavia Island was Clora, but even she quickly lost her ranking. It was an extremely competitive list that only accepted the absolute best. Pop. The bubble gum popped. Geneva brought the gum back into her mouth before looking at the group next to her. "How long until we dive?" "Give or take an hour." Anderson replied while glancing at the crisp watch on his wrist. Its titanium finish gleamed under the light, perfectly matching the sharp, dark suit he wore. With a smooth motion, he brushed his dark hair back, his expression composed and stern. "I've already made the necessary preparation for the gate. However, the higher-ups are demanding that we stay for one more hour. They need more time to analyze the gate." "Tell them to hurry up." An annoyed voice replied. Staring at her long nails, Cassidy clicked her tongue. "We've spent the last few days looking through all of the footage. We more or less know what we're dealing with." She turned, her dark braids brushing her cheek, to the burly black man nearby. His arms were crossed, and when their eyes met, there was a quiet recognition between them. Both were siblings and came from the same guild. "They're doing this because we've yet to gain any information regarding this boss. They are afraid that something might happen to us if we're not careful." His voice was rather deep, and among all the paragons present, he was one of the highest rank. Rank 47, Kai Latcher. "Pop." With the bubble gum popping again, Geneva brushed her long blonde hair away and yawned. "If that's the case, I'll get some rest for now. I'll conserve my energy for now." Her tone was calm, but there was an obvious annoyance beneath it. Although they were all deemed as paragons, they understood that they were still far from the pinnacle. They all understood the reason why they were being sent. "Boss." They were sent in order to learn more about the boss. It had become pretty obvious that the standard of the group sent was not sufficient to obtain more information about the boss. It was for this reason that the guilds felt the need to send them. She was aware of it. They were aware of it. And soon after she left, the space turned silent. Nobody made a sound as they readied themselves for the inevitable gate. Space. Meanwhile, inside the gate. Click, 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 click. The clicks of the keyboard continued to echo throughout the gate. They were relentless, almost endless. Within this atmosphere, "Have any of you seen anything?" Holding onto the walkie-talkie, the section chief spoke. His eyes were tired and his hair was disheveled. He had long lost track of time, and for the past few hours and days he had done nothing but stare at the monitor. Even now, he didn't know what he was supposed to do. The layout in front of him was completely different from what it was in the past. He only had a fixed number of points, but he had used all of them up for the setup before him. But even with so much time passing, he was clueless about what he was supposed to do. The worst part, step. He could still feel the steps coming from outside. Just the sound was enough to send him on edge as he focused his attention on the monitor. I don't entirely know what has happened, but given the screams that I've heard each day, I can assume that whatever is out there is extremely strong. It isn't wise for me or anyone to leave. The problem is that I don't quite understand what I'm supposed to do. Nobody did. Everyone was stuck in this endless limbo where they had no choice but to remain stuck in the cubicles, working. If not for the fact that everyone had brought food and drinks, they would have long since starved to death. This can't go on like this. Seth. The section chief tried to communicate with Seth, but he received no response. It had been like this for a while. This made him worried, and just as he was about to follow up, ding! A notification suddenly appeared on his monitor. Almost immediately, the section chief straightened his back as he looked at the monitor. It was there that he saw a red dot, right at the entrance of his area. The moment it appeared, the section chief felt the surrounding noise come to a complete standstill as his breathing paused. Ding! Another notification appeared. One that caught him off guard. Red will not forget your favor if you help. Will you help? Play button yes no. Chapter 437, Choosing Sides 1. Huh? The section chief's hand paused. Staring at the notification that flashed in front of his eyes, he didn't know how to react. Help, what was the red dot? The sudden turn of events caught him off guard. He had been prepared for many things, but this wasn't one of them. Ding! Time remaining, 00:00:30. The section chief's eyes jumped up at the sight of the timer. Shit! He cursed under his breath, scrambling to think of what side to pick. From the start, I've been made to build a defense in order to block what I presume is the red dot. However, it suddenly turns out that I can work with the red dot. This situation confused the section chief. He had no idea which side was the correct one. However, if he had to think quickly, the most logical answer would be the red side. He had been trapped inside the gate for a week, all with the goal of stopping the red dot. It was clear that whatever this red dot was, it was against the one in charge of this gate. In that case, if I help out the red dot and the red dot succeeds, I might be able to get out of this place. This felt like a logical conclusion. But at the same time, what will happen if I stop the red dot? Will I also be able to get out? Luck! The section chief ruffled his hair, his eyes locked onto the timer. 00:00:15. His hand reached for the mouse, his finger rising to tap one of the options. And just as he was about to select an option, the walkie-talkie next to him vibrated. A voice followed a moment later. Rejected. The section chief blinked, his finger pausing mid-motion. Don't help the red. He recognized the voice. It was Seth's. Huh, Seth, you're speaking again. Seth. Other voices followed a moment later. However, the section chief couldn't think about them. He knows what's going on. This wasn't the first time during the gate scenario that he had acted in a manner that suggested he knew something. The section chief's suspicions grew after this, but he didn't have time to voice his concerns. 00:00:03. There was not much time left. Thus, clenching his teeth, the section chief decided to listen to Seth. Click. No. There was an immediate shift at the moment he rejected the red dot. The surroundings started to change. The air grew colder, tighter, and for a moment the section chief felt as though someone was standing right behind him, watching him. But that wasn't all. Almost immediately after, the red dot started to move. A notification followed. Target has started moving. Stop it. The section chief sprang into action. His layout was fairly complex, almost maze-like, making it difficult to reach any of the exits directly. The area was divided into sections he could seal off individually, allowing him to redirect the red dot and guide it toward whatever area he chose. If he played it well, he could also make it go around in circles. I don't quite understand what I need to do. As far as I'm aware, I'm supposed to prevent the dot from reaching one of the zones, but I can't fully prevent it. The best I can do is slow it down, especially since I don't have unlimited energy. Section Chief, what is going on? Is something happening? Voices continued to echo from the walkie-talkie next to him. They were numerous and also distracting. Unable to fully concentrate, he reached for it and spoke. I've encountered a situation. I am recording it now. I'll send it to you when it's over. For now, all I can say is get ready. Don't speak for now. I need to focus. Putting the walkie-talkie back on the table, the section chief shifted the cursor and pressed onto one of the doors he had set up. Click. Door locked. The dot paused. It stood there for a couple of seconds before turning in a different direction. Good. The section chief was happy with the sight. But it was only temporary. There was another meter he needed to keep a close eye on. Energy, 9,801. Each second that he kept a door closed, he'd use 50 W of energy. He had to manage it carefully. The dot continued to move. As it did, the section chief continued to carefully control the doors, locking them at the opportune time and leading them around the maze he had created. He was doing a fairly good job. However, he could also feel the presence in the room growing more and more pronounced. The feeling of being watched intensified with every passing second, and just as he closed another door, the walkie-talkie vibrated. Lead it to Zone 6. Hey. The sudden instruction caught the section chief off guard. For a moment, he got distracted, and the red dot used the opportunity to move closer to the path that led to Zone 8. Shit. Without wasting a second, the section chief closed several doors, blocking several paths and forcing it away from the exit. The energy levels dropped rapidly as a result, but he couldn't care less as he reached for the walkie-talkie. I could have ignored it before, but I can't anymore. How do you know what is going on? Why are you telling me to lead to Zone 6? Tell me so that I can understand. The walkie-talkie remained silent. Staring at it, the frown on the section chief's face only increased. He was starting to feel that something was wrong. But eventually, do as I say, lead it to Zone 6. I will explain everything later, there's not much time. Staring at the walkie-talkie in silence, the section chief stared at the monitor in front of him, his hand pressing onto the mouse as he blocked several more areas. Although he didn't reply to Seth, he still decided to follow along. Seth clearly knew something about the situation. He didn't know how he knew, but it was clear to him that he knew something. Click, click. Closing and opening several doors, the section chief created a path for the red dot to move all the way towards Zone 6. As he did, he spoke into the walkie-talkie. Okay, I've done as you've asked. Can you tell me what's going on? But the walkie-talkie remained silent. Nobody responded. Seth. The section chief spoke once more. But yet again, Seth didn't reply. Did something happen, or is he ignoring me? Thinking for a moment, the section chief flipped the walkie-talkie over. He took out a small cord and connected it to the back of the walkie-talkie and then to his phone. One unique feature of the walkie-talkies was that they could help determine the locations of any other walkie-talkies connected to them. He could also make them create a sound. He wanted to use it to determine where Seth was. A page appeared a moment later, displaying several red dots. They were presumably the others. Where is Seth? The section chief looked carefully, his eyes narrowing. But as his eyes swept the map, they suddenly fell towards a certain spot. A spot where two dots appeared. His expression changed. A terrifying silence ensued a moment later. One that was broken by a certain beeping, one that came from right. Behind him. Die. 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 Slowly, the section chief turned his head, and it was there that he locked eyes with a certain walkie-talkie, resting on the soft gray carpet in the corner of the cubicle. That was the moment realization dawned on the section chief. Shit. The walkie-talkie buzzed a moment later. Young, old, female, male. Each time it buzzed, a new voice echoed. T, thank you. T, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And soon, ding, a notification appeared on the screen. Target has made it into Zone 6. Your services will no longer be needed. The section chief's world turned dark. Chapter 438, Choosing Sides 2. Swoosh. A blinding light. Look. What followed was a piercing ache. One that made it hard to think properly. Click, click, click. The repetitive click followed right after. What is? Voices murmured in the background. The section chief couldn't quite make out what it was, his brows furrowing tightly as he kept his eyes closed. Click, click, click. But eventually, the voices became clearer. Out. So Nia's out. Quick. The voices sounded frantic. They also appeared to grow in number, and when the section chief finally opened his eyes, he was greeted with numerous flashes. Click, click. Can you tell us what happened at the gate? How did you manage to escape? Did you unlock some sort of clue as to how to clear the gate? How did you survive? How did you manage to leave? Numerous phones and microphones were shoved in his direction. The section chief looked at all of this, stunned, his mind struggling to process the situation. He was completely overwhelmed by what he was seeing. But thankfully, several people dressed in dark suits came to his rescue a moment later. Move out of the way. Get out of the way. Anyone who doesn't move will immediately be arrested. With the insignia of the BUA, the reports all stopped, parting ways to let the men in dark suits approach the section chief. They all wore sunglasses, but despite them, the section chief could see the cautious look on their faces as they looked at him. Eventually, one of the men stepped up. You must be one of the people who have been sent through the gate, section chief of the Severed Stars Guild. All noise died down in that moment. Everyone's attention focused on the interaction between the section chief and the agents. Taking note of all of this, despite his confusion, the section chief nodded. That's incorrect. The agent turned to his right. Immediately, a man dressed in a white coat stepped forward. He had sagging eyes, and his hair looked to be on the receding side as he yawned and walked up to the section chief. Before the section chief could say anything, the agent spoke. He's a designated mender from the BUA. He's here to check up on you. Hello. It was only then that the section chief relaxed. He took a couple of breaths, looking around him to try to make sense of the situation that he was in. He was still unsure about the situation. In fact, he couldn't quite recall what had happened. Why was he out? What happened? Clearing his throat to grab the section chief's attention, the agent took a moment before speaking. I understand that you're most likely not in the best condition to speak, but I will still ask, considering the urgency of the situation, what exactly happened at the gate? The section chief could only offer a bitter smile. He himself couldn't quite remember. No, wait. The section chief frowned, several images popping up in his mind. There weren't many, and he couldn't make full sense of them, but as the images flashed in his mind, he suddenly recalled what he was doing. Game? Game, what could you mean by that? I was playing a game. The section chief repeated, prompting the brows of everyone present to furrow in confusion. What followed was a wave of whispers. He was playing a game? What does that even mean? I don't think he's still there. No, he could be telling the truth. You never know with anomalous gates. Can you elaborate? Yes, I can. The section chief spoke very slowly, his mind absorbing all of the images and information that were popping up in his mind. It was a tower defense game. Yeah, a tower defense game. Reaching his hand up, he grabbed a water bottle that someone handed to him. Taking a sip and wetting his lips, he continued. It was that right. Some doubts emerged in his mind, but after a moment he nodded. Yes, it was a tower defense game. The goal was to prevent a red dot from passing into certain zones. The more the section chief spoke, the clearer his mind was. I don't quite know what the red dot is, but from what I've managed to understand, it is that the gate is trying to stop the red dot from reaching the inner zones. I believe its goal is to reach Zone 1. While everyone listened, the section chief gave a detailed overview of the game. As he spoke, nobody dared to make a sound as the reporters recorded the entire conversation. However, from what I've managed to figure out is that it's a trap. The entire layout is a trap. The one that we should be helping is the red dot. Coming to this point, the section chief's mind was extremely clear as he raised his head to look at the agents from the BUA. That's right. His voice rose a little, growing a little bit more rushed. The way to clear the gate is to help the red dot enter Zone 1. Everything in the gate is constructed to prevent the red dot from reaching the first zone, and after my experience, I'm certain of it. This is the best way to clear the gate. The section chief scanned the surroundings, his voice growing even more urgent. We need to send more people in. Send as many as possible. Get them to take a cubicle and find ways to help the red dot get to the main area. Pressing his palm against the floor, the section chief tried to stand up. Whoa, relax, calm down. The agents immediately pushed him down. You're still recovering. There's no need to be agitated. We'll take care of it. Just relax. No, we have to do this now. The section chief urged, his voice growing even louder. There are people inside that are working with the gate in order to prevent the red dot from reaching the first zone. We need to get there quickly before it's too late. No. The section chief paused, his expression turning dark. We need to kill them. Silence fell over the surroundings following his words. For a moment, nobody dared to make a sound. But that was until... He doesn't appear to be lying. The mender behind him spoke, his hand pressed against the section chief's back. Judging from his brain fluctuations, he seems to be telling the truth. I believe that this might be the way to clear the gate. Despite the mender's words, the agents didn't rashly come to a decision. Instead, they quickly contacted the higher-ups and relayed everything that they heard. This entire process took several minutes, and in the meantime, the section chief's breathing grew heavier and heavier as he muttered. There's not much time. You need to hurry before it's too late. This is the way to clear the gate. You must believe me. None of the agents paid much attention to him. Despite his words being convincing, they couldn't quite fully trust them. After all, what if this was a trap? Since they didn't know how he had managed to escape, they couldn't trust the situation blindly, even if the mender confirmed that he was telling the truth. But then, swoosh swoosh, several figures appeared one after another. Over there. Look over there. They all wore the same look of loss and confusion as the section chief. And when asked what was going on, they all responded the same way. Game, we were playing a game. We need to help the red dot. That's the key to clearing the gate. At the same time, they were able to provide even more details about the gate, including footage showing how they had managed to leave it. This was all the confirmation the higher-ups needed. Not long after, a new unit was sent. With a total of 100 people and paragons, they all entered the gate. Their goal: eliminate all those who were working in the cubicles. Chapter 439, Fighting the World One. Section Chief. Seth. Zoe. Anyone. Damn it. Kyle continued to shout at the walkie-talkie, only to get no reply. Clenching his teeth, Kyle cursed as he tossed the walkie-talkie to the side and focused his attention back on the monitor in front of him. It had been a while since he had been stuck here, and in that time, the only thing he did was set up the stupid tower defense game. He had thought about leaving the cubicle, but thinking back to the steps that were lingering outside, he could only drop the notion. Especially when he thought back to all the screams he had been hearing for the past few days. Fuck, I don't even know how long has passed. Kyle had lost all notion of time. He was also starting to run out of food rations. If things went on like this, then he'd have no choice but to leave this place and risk going against the creatures waiting outside. If not for the fact that he had encountered Gates, who held similar premises, he would have long left the place. But maybe I should really leave. Ding! A sudden chime cut Kyle mid-sentence. Blinking slowly, he turned his attention towards the monitor. Hey! It was there that he spotted a red dot at the entrance of his zone. What is this? Kyle leaned his face closer to the monitor in order to get a better look, and just as he did, another notification sounded. Ding! But differently from last time, he also received a notification. Red will not forget your favor if you help. Will you help? Play button yes no. What the... The sudden turn of events took Kyle by surprise. This was the last thing he expected to happen. I'm supposed to pick a side? What the hell does this mean? I thought I was supposed to stop anything from entering. Kyle's mind started to churn. He started thinking about everything that had been happening, and in the midst of that, a new notification appeared. Ding! Time remaining, 00:00:30. It was a timer. Kyle's heart raced. Great, a timer. This was the last thing that I needed. Bringing his hand to his mouth, Kyle started to bite his nails, trying his best to remain calm as he analyzed the situation. From the start, I've been made to think that I should stop whatever was coming and prevent it from moving past. But is that really what I'm supposed to do? There's nothing that says that I shouldn't help the red dot. But what is the red dot? Is it fighting against the owner of this gate? This is confusing. Time remaining, 00:00:15. Time continued to tick, and Kyle grew increasingly concerned. He really didn't know what to pick, but eventually. I really don't know for now. I think I'll reject it. The once dead walkie-talkie suddenly flared back to life, startling Kyle. Huh? Turning his head, he saw the light of the walkie-talkie was back on. Seth, is that you? Seth didn't reply immediately. Instead, he remained quiet for a moment before replying again. Reject it, don't help the red dot. Really? Kyle was also about to reject. He felt that the gate was trying to stop the red dot, and judging from all the clues, this was the goal of the gate. However, he didn't reject immediately. Time remaining, 00:00:07. Instead, his brows furrowed. How can I tell that you're really Seth? Unlike with the section chief, Kyle's communications had been down for quite a bit. He didn't fully believe Seth's voice immediately. But contrary to his expectations, you have a birthmark near your hips. You were 12 when you stopped peeing your bed because of the... All right, I believe you. Kyle cursed 20 times over as he moved the mouse and pressed no. He was now certain that the person speaking to him was Seth. He was the only one who was capable of knowing such things about him. But also, just to remind you, I had a medical condi. Yes, sure. No, sir. Focus on the game. Kyle clenched his teeth, but eventually focused his attention on the game, blocking the red dot's path. Try your best to lead the red dot to Zone 5. Whatever you do, don't lead it to the other zone. I understand. Kyle had unconditional trust in Seth. Although he didn't know how Seth knew this information, Seth was quite reliable. He had shown it in the past. This was why he did as he was told and led the red dot towards Zone 5. All right, it's almost there. What should I do after that, should I? Clank. A rush sliding sound cut Kyle mid-sentence, his head snapping back. As he did, his body immediately tensed as the nodes in his mind churned. However, the moment he turned around and he spotted what was waiting behind him, his eyes widened. Seth. There was no doubt about it. The man standing before him was indeed Seth. But how, he was talking to him on the walkie-talkie, did he come to him? But before Kyle could even speak, Seth took out his phone and pressed on the screen. Not even a moment later, a beeping sound echoed. Beep, beep. Stunned, Kyle turned his head in the direction of where the noise came from, and when he did, his expression froze. Beep, beep. A walkie-talkie appeared on the floor. One that looked to be the same exact model as the walkie-talkie in his mind. Chills suddenly swept the back of his mind as he looked at Seth. It's about to escape. Kyle instantly turned around, his gaze falling on the monitor. As he did, his heart sank as he saw the red dot about to reach the entrance for Zone 5. There was only one door in its path, and without even hesitating, Kyle reached for the mouse and clicked. Click. The door closed. The red dot stopped. Hey-ha. Without even realizing why, Kyle found his breath to be extremely heavy. His mind replayed the sequences of events over and over again, and the more he thought about it, the colder his heart became. How was this possible? You've been tricked. Seth's calm words echoed a moment later. As Kyle turned his attention back to Seth again, his mouth opened, but the words that were about to leave his mouth never appeared to leave as he stared at Seth blankly. Tricked? But how was this possible? It knew information that only the two of them had known. He had confirmed it. And yet, Kyle's eyes suddenly narrowed. No, what is there to say that you're not tricking me, too? Seth remained silent on that question. It made sense for Kyle to be skeptical after what had happened. However, right before Seth could even think of speaking, the two of them heard the frantic sound of shuffling coming from outside the cubicle. They both paused, slowly turning their heads in the direction of the steps. And soon enough, several people appeared. In that instant, Kyle's eyes lit up. Are you the reinforcements? That's go. Follow orders, eliminate them. Chapter 440, Fighting the World 2. What's going on? Kyle let out a startled shout the moment he heard their words. However, contrary to his expectations, none of them answered. They just all stared at him and Seth wordlessly. But soon one of them reached for their walkie-talkie as they communicated. I've located 2 potential targets. I have their data locked in. One of them appears to be in the 5th order, whilst the other doesn't have any powers. We might need more support. Send more people over. What? By now, Kyle had come to understand that something was wrong with the situation. I recognize a few of them, but why are they suddenly so aggressive? Why are they talking about eliminating us? It makes no sense at all. It was Seth's voice that brought him out of his thoughts. They must know something. In order to make sure that everything flows well, even if we're innocent, they've most likely come to the decision to sacrifice us. Kyle's stomach sank. He could tell that the people in front of him weren't anomalies. They really were planning on getting rid of them. Why am I not even surprised? Kyle understood the business all too well. This was a business that prioritized the greater good over the health and well-being of select individuals. In this case, he understood that they had become such sacrifices. In such procedures, once the decision was made, talking was useless. The higher-ups had made the call. Do I really have no choice? Staring at the group in front of him and seeing them keeping him in check, Kyle's entire body tensed, his node slowly starting to churn. I can detect that his node is flaring. Get ready, he's of the temper. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Time freeze. Time stopped. Kyle's mind ached as he hurried forward, going towards the people in front of him while balling his hand into a fist and launching a direct attack against the nearest person. Bang. 2 seconds. That was how long Kyle could keep time frozen. But this was more than enough. Time freeze. Bang. Kyle wasn't an elite member for no reason. Turning his node on and off, he masterfully moved around those who attacked him and launched several attacks, preventing them from doing anything. Bang. Luck. Groans filled the space as the members in front of him struggled to keep up with his pace. But it didn't take long for them to adjust. They were all elite members for a reason. Matching the timing with Kyle's, one of them opened their mouth and shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" A loud voice suddenly filled Kyle's mind, disorienting him. Kyle instantly understood what had happened as his heart sank. Shit, sonorous. Kyle tried to activate his node, but his mind wasn't in it. He was stunned. That was all it took for one of them to close the distance between the two, their bodies fading in the surroundings before arriving right behind him. Kyle's expression changed as he activated another one of his nodes. Rewind. A sharp pain invaded Kyle's mind as the figure that had manifested behind him stopped. Not even a moment later, their bodies faded and reappeared right where they had been a few seconds prior. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Kyle didn't let this chance go to waste. Despite the pain that he was feeling, he knew that he had to finish things quickly. He could hear the numerous steps that were coming from a distance. Shit. Why couldn't he just talk it out, damn it? Regardless of how much he cursed, Kyle knew that there was no escaping the situation. His mind throbbed, and he was starting to become exhausted, but in order to escape this situation, he had no choice but to hurry. Pressing his hand against his chest, he used another one of his nodes. Acceleration. Kyle's entire body started to experience changes, the surroundings around him suddenly stretching as the muscle fibers in his body started to stretch alongside the changes in the surroundings. He also started to perceive things a lot quicker, like the sudden movement from one of the people in front of him. And also, bang, Seth's foot as it struck one of the people right in the head, stunning him and everyone else present. In that moment, everyone paused, unable to make sense of what had happened. However, Seth remained indifferent to it all. With one person down, he didn't move towards another target. He reached up with his foot and stomped on the head of the person that he knocked over. Bang! He looked completely ruthless, his expression lacking any semblance of emotion as he continued to stomp down with his foot. Eck! Bang! It was the scream that awoke everyone from their stupor. Shit! I get him! But how could they get him? Kyle used that chance to close the distance between them, arriving right before them before using his shoulder to tackle them out of the cubicle, sending them crashing against the cubicle opposite them. Bang! The sheer force of the impact knocked them all out at once. Hayo. But Kyle wasn't faring much better than they were. His breathing was heavy, and the nodes in his mind were throbbing intensely. He understood that if he continued like this, then it was likely that fractures might form on his nodes. He had to be more careful. But it wasn't like he could have afforded to do that. Most importantly, Kyle looked at Seth. He was still looking at the person he had kicked, his dark eyes gleaming under the bright lights of the office above. There were so many questions Kyle wanted to ask, but hearing the distant footsteps and voices, he hurriedly grabbed Seth's arm and pulled him away. "Let's go, we don't have much time. We have to run before it's too late." Kyle's words cut off in the middle, in a way that almost felt like his voice had been stolen away. And soon, ding, a sudden chime rang, startling Kyle. Slowly, his head turned towards the computer behind him. A notification greeted his sight the moment he turned. And soon, target has made it into Zone 6. Your services will no longer be needed. Swoosh. His body faded from the spot, disappearing completely. For just a moment, the surroundings turned silent. Seth remained standing on the spot, his gaze moving away from where Kyle had been and towards the corridor before him. Without a second thought, he took a step forward. The moment he did, several people appeared to his right. They also stopped. No, it was more like they were forced to stop. Standing in the middle of the corridor, with several bodies strewn across the floor, Seth's dark eyes shifted toward the newly arrived group. The dim lighting made the shadows beneath his eyes stand out even more, giving him an exhausted, almost hollow look. In that moment, nobody made a sound, a sudden tension enveloping the surroundings. But soon, "Pop," a certain pop echoed, and a figure walked out, her hand massaging her neck as she placed her hand directly into the pocket of her jean jacket. "What do we have here?" Geneva, one of the paragons that had been sent, looked at Seth up and down, her mouth moving slowly as she chewed the gum in her mouth. Her brows furrowed for a moment as she looked at Seth. Eventually, however, she raised her brow. "Seth Thorne." A smile filled her lips a moment later. "It says in your profile that you have no node, so then." Sweeping her gaze over the bodies on the floor, she looked back at him. "How did you manage to do this to them?" Seth remained quiet, staring back at her without an expression. Not just her, but the people standing behind her and the couple of drones that were pointed at him. At this moment, Seth's image was being recorded for everyone to see. The leaders and everyone who were still staying outside. All eyes were on him. The world was against him. Seth's lips curled. Chapter 441, Fighting the World 3. "You're smiling." Geneva stared at the man in front of her, feeling subtle hints of bafflement. He can smile in this situation. But soon her lips pulled into a similar smile. "I like that confidence of yours. It's a pity that we have to get rid of you. I'm sure you understand that even if you're innocent, we've got no choice but to do so. We can't avoid any outliers to mess with the plan. But what if I can provide good intel?" "We have enough." "Are you sure?" "More or less. At least, we have enough to be sure of what we have to do." "I see," Seth replied calmly, his dark eyes sweeping the group once more. "Well, it's good that you understand." Geneva massaged her neck once more, fiddling with her pockets to take out a packet of gum as she popped it into her mouth. "Pup, I won't delay this any further." Chewing on her gum, Geneva looked to the person next to her. Without needing her to say anything, the man, a relatively lean man with handsome features, stepped forward, his node churning as his body faded from the spot and arrived right behind Seth. The movement was instantaneous. There weren't many people who caught his action. And a moment after stepping in front of Seth, the man raised his arm, ready to strike at his head. He moved fast with full intent behind the blow, but the instant his attack came down, Seth moved. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, he tilted out of the strike's path and turned his body with eerie calm. His hand lifted, reaching toward the man's face, catching him completely off guard. Then, bang, he pushed the man's head against the ground. Before anyone could even react, Seth raised his foot and stomped down on his head. Bang, bang. His attacks were ruthless and precise. In just 2 stomps, a sharp cracking sound tore through the corridor, followed by a wet splatter that spread across the floor. It was only then that Seth stopped as he looked back at the group. For some reason, his dark eyes looked even more intimidating than before. A deep silence spread across the area. "Are you sure he has no node?" A voice soon broke the silence, speaking to Geneva, who continued to chew on her gum. Eventually, she nodded. Yes. She had witnessed the entire scene. The entire time, she didn't feel a node coming from Seth. He did all of this without a node. This was both interesting and concerning. Ray's movements were fast, and no normal person should have been able to follow up with them. And yet, Seth seemed to have been able to tell exactly what had been happening the entire time. It shouldn't be possible unless he has a node. Geneva's brows furrowed. This is rather concerning. He also didn't appear to be an anomaly. Should I? Pulling her out of her thoughts, she saw another person in her group move. She didn't quite know who he was. From another guild? She didn't pay much attention to who had been selected for her team, but extending her hand, she shook her head. Nah, I'll take care of it. We can't afford any mishap. It'll be better if I take care of this myself so that we can get this over with. Pup. Pulling both hands out of her pockets, Geneva's eyes narrowed as she stared at Seth. Something about him felt off to her. Not even his lack of node, but it was his demeanor. That dark, almost dead look in his eyes made the back of her skin tingle. Coupled with his pale skin, for a moment, she started questioning whether he was truly alive or not. Creepy. Pup. Popping another bubble, she closed her eyes and sighed. At the same time, her nodes started to churn. Not one, not two, but three. What set paragons apart from the rest was their ability to use multiple nodes simultaneously. At the same time, she started to take action, and the surroundings began to shift, a terrifying pressure emanating from her body. Taking a step forward, the world started to shift alongside her. The pressure only grew with each step that she took, and even Seth started to feel the full brunt of her pressure as his dark eyes flickered. But just as she was about to take another step, hey, a sudden giggle echoed. Huh. It was soft, but the moment it sounded, Geneva suddenly felt her nodes stop. In an instant, the pressure coming out of her body stopped, a sharp throb piercing her mind simultaneously. She didn't groan or make a sound, but, as if sensing something, her head slowly turned as she saw a pair of legs dangling from one of the cubicles. Lifting her head, a pair of dark eyes stared back at her. Pop, a gum popped. But it wasn't hers. Is this how you do it? A soft voice echoed a moment later as a young girl with deep black hair stared at the pack in her hands, chewing slowly as she studied the label. She looked quite interested in the gum as she mumbled, "Chips are childish. Maybe I should get him to buy me this." Geneva stared at the figure wordlessly, her mind relatively calm. As if sensing the paragon's gaze, the anomaly turned her head. She blew a bubble. Pup, the boss doesn't like it when people slack. Is that so? Geneva replied, staring straight at the anomaly that had appeared in front of her. As she did, she extended her hand to stop her group from doing anything irrational. Warden decree, around B rank manageable, I'll still call for backup. Geneva secretly sent a signal, using the chip resting next to her tooth. Yes, he doesn't like it, now get to work. The girl shooed them away with her hand. However, Geneva remained standing where she was. And who might you be? Me. The girl pointed at the metal plate next to her shirt. Supervisor Meyerl. Oh. Geneva pretended to understand, as she smiled politely. I apologize for not recognizing you instantly. I just wanted to take a break. Break? Indeed, I feel like all employees need a break here, and then in order to be as productive as possible. Meyerl furrowed her brows, fiddling with the gums in her hand. Eventually, she turned to look in a different direction. What do you think? The expressions on several faces shifted instantly, their eyes widening before they snapped their heads back. A figure had appeared behind them without a sound, its presence so sudden that it caught everyone off guard. It stood casually, almost lazily, one hand resting atop a cubicle wall. Its head leaned forward, propped on a lifted fist as if it had been watching them for a long time. Even Geneva's expression couldn't help but change, turning more serious. The conductor S-rank sonorous, backup required. Eventually, the conductor's lips opened, barely as its stitches kept its mouth from opening too much. What do I think? The conductor smiled, looking at everyone present. I would say she has a point. Geneva's lips pressed together, her mouth opening a moment later as she prepared to speak, but right before she could, the conductor's next words took her away. But we can't really spare much time. The situation is a little bit serious at the moment, especially when... Pausing, the conductor's gaze locked onto a couple of people present before raising its hand. Geneva's nodes activated instantly in response, but a giggle followed. Hey. And soon, bang, bang, bang. Several heads exploded. Thud, thud. Bodies fell a moment later. Chapter 442, Fighting the World 4. Thud. As bodies fell, time seemed to come to a complete halt. It was fast. So fast that hardly anyone had the time to react. Geneva had managed to react, but in the instant that she did react, the soft giggle that came after made it impossible for her to act. All she could do was stare at the bodies on the floor in a daze. But soon, heck, screams echoed. Despite the group being made up of elites, there were also several others who belonged to small guilds. Their mental toughness was a lot weaker, and when faced with such a terrifying anomaly, they found the screams ripping out of their thoughts without a thought. Geneva stared at all of this in silence, her mind churning to process everything as she looked at the anomalies before her. It's already been several dozen seconds since I called for backup. Why is nobody here yet? Realistically speaking, they should have already been present. Especially Latcher. He was extremely fast. Given that he wasn't here yet, there were only 3 conclusions. He's dead, he's fighting an anomaly, or he hasn't received the message. Neither conclusion was ideal. Geneva's eyes narrowed further as she looked at her own group. Besides a few, most of them were panicking. This wasn't ideal, especially since they were up against such powerful anomalies. Geneva understood that she had to do something quickly. Her nodes churned once more, her gaze locked onto Myrl. Myrl opened her mouth a moment later, a soft giggle escaping her lips, but the moment she did, Geneva canceled her nodes. Hey. Realizing what had happened, Myrl stopped. But that was the moment Geneva reacted. 3 of her nodes flared to life at the same time, igniting a surge of force that rippled through the air. The surroundings twisted, the space itself bending as the cubicles around her lifted off the ground with a deep groan of metal and wood. Myrl rose with them, carried upward as if the entire office floor bowed to her will. With a sharp swipe of her other hand, another cubicle shot outward, expanding unnaturally as it slammed into place. It formed a towering barrier between her and the conductor, cutting off his line of sight in a single, decisive motion. Geneva didn't stop there. She knew that she had to act quickly. Get your shit together. Shouting at the top of her lungs, she directed her gaze towards the members of her team. It was her shout that allowed them to regain a little bit of their bearings. However, not even a moment later, and a soft tune began to play in the air. Shit. Geneva was quick to react. Pressing her hands together, the surroundings shifted once more, a large dome forming around them, blocking all noise. Quick. Beads of sweat trickled down the side of her face as she bent over to help one of her teammates up, while she turned to look at a short, brown-haired girl next to her. Michela, I'm not sure if all of us can make it out. I'll make a path for you, try to get reinforcements. Without waiting for her to reply, Geneva opened up a path with a swipe of her hands. Michela stared at the opening before looking at Geneva. In the end, she faded from the spot, not saying anything the entire time. But, well, a long hand curled around the edges of the path that Geneva created, a stitched-up figure peeking from the opening, looking at the insides of the fort Geneva had created with an amused look. You're quite a troublesome one, eh? The conductor's lips stretched upward, some of the stitches breaking in the process. Thud. A figure fell next to the conductor a moment later. Pup. Staring at Geneva, Myrl looked unhappy. You. As if Geneva would give them time to speak. Her nodes churned once more, the surroundings twisting. The entire time, she kept a close watch on Myrl's lips, and right when Myrl opened her mouth, Geneva shut off her nodes. Hey. But contrary to her expectations, the giggle was a little different. Hayak. Hjorka. Hearing the screams coming from behind her, Geneva felt her thoughts were true. And sure enough, a moment later, images flashed across Geneva's mind. Images of her past, to the times that she wanted to forget. Her chest suddenly squeezed, her hands trembling from the sudden surge of emotions. So this is what it does. Despite everything, Geneva remained calm. This wasn't the first time an anomaly had tried to break her mind. Activating her nodes, Geneva closed the path in front of her, blocking all of the noise. The screams behind her continued, and with a flick of her hand, she opened up a path in the opposite direction. To those who can follow, come. Given the situation, Geneva decided to exclude those who couldn't make it. Her life came first. She couldn't put the others above herself. Without looking back, she ran out. A few others followed her from behind. My main priority right now is finding reinforcements. As things stand, I can't handle the 2 supervisors who are present. The fact that I'm still alive right now is a miracle. The conductor must be toying with me. I don't know what it's trying to achieve, but I need to take advantage of this to escape. Taking another step forward, Geneva pushed her node again. The space around her lurched, stretching outward as the cubicles bent and warped away from her path. In an instant, the cluttered office floor reshaped itself, forming a long, direct tunnel that cut straight through the maze. Her actions could be considered somewhat reckless, but she was doing so deliberately. She wanted to catch the others' attention. Come on, come on, come on. The more time passed, the paler her face became. She was pushing her nodes to the utmost limit, and with passing seconds, she could feel the strain that her nodes were taking. Her breathing was also starting to turn heavier. From time to time, she turned her head to look behind her. All she saw was darkness, but that darkness sent chills down the spine. Although she couldn't see them, she could feel them. They were moving towards her, catching up. Furthermore, the people who had been following behind her. They were gone. Hurry, hers. Luck. Caught off guard, Geneva bumped into something as she stumbled back. Shit. Her heart sank a moment later, but when she turned her head, she was stunned to see a familiar figure. It's you. Seth's dark eyes stared at her in silence as her pupils shrank. But before she even registered the movement, Seth's hand was already at her throat. His fingers pressed against her skin with quiet, terrifying precision, as if he'd been there the entire time and she had only just noticed. The force behind his hand was enough to make her entire body turn numb. She immediately tried to activate her node, but the moment she tried to do so, a soft giggle echoed in the air. Her node stopped. Geneva's eyes widened, her breath hitching as she stared into the abyss behind Seth's gaze. The longer she looked, the deeper she sank. Her thoughts unraveled, her awareness slipping into the darkness, swirling silently within his eyes. Why you, I snoo, I. Her voice cracked, the words collapsing as her lips trembled. Whatever realization she reached never fully surfaced. A moment later, her body went limp. Thud. Her body fell onto the ground a moment later as Seth raised his head. It was in that moment that he came face to face with the 2 other anomalies. For a moment, everything turned silent. But that silence was soon broken. Hello. The conductor's stitch shattered completely, its lips twisting into a wicked smile. Fake boss. Chapter 443, Fighting the World 5. Seth remained silent. He didn't show much of a reaction to the conductor. Instead, he scanned the surroundings before finally opening his mouth. Where is your boss? His voice was cold, the darkness in his eyes turning deeper than before. He looked incredibly intimidating. But, well, this only seemed to amuse the conductor. You do act like the boss, but you act nothing like him. I'm curious. What is your relationship with the boss? He also doesn't seem to want to kill you. He wouldn't dare. Oh, pop. Myrle's gum popped as she looked at the conductor. Is this guy on his period? Maybe. The conductor shrugged, entertaining Myrle's words. Seth remained quiet, unbothered by the words said by the 2 of them. Where is he? His lips parted once more, his eyes darkening once more. Do you understand what he's done? Seth's voice lowered, his eyes flickering further into the darkness as a strange pressure appeared to come out of his body. It was a pressure that even the conductor couldn't ignore. But despite it, the conductor maintained its smile. I understand it fully. With a sickening smile, the stitches sealing the conductor's eyes ripped as it let out a soft cackle. It's because that I understand it that I love it. Its cackle echoed across the surroundings, the amusement and excitement it felt becoming clearer than ever as it spoke faster. To hold that much power, how can it not be exciting? Not only that, but it's still growing. Looking at Seth, the conductor's eyes squinted. I know that you are aware of what can happen. I know that you're aware of the potential that the power holds. The conductor paused, its smile fading slightly as the surroundings turned silent. It was within that heavy silence that the conductor drew in a long breath. When it finally spoke, its voice trembled, not with fear, but with barely contained excitement. I know that you're aware he holds the potential to rule every existing anomaly once his potential is awakened. Taking another breath, the smile returned on the conductor's face. And as his vassal, I wish nothing more than to realize that potential. For a moment, the doppelganger remained silent. He didn't say anything while staring at the conductor and Myrle. But soon it shook its head. It's not possible the way that he is right now. I know, but I'll help him reach that point. You can't do it. And you can. The doppelganger remained silent once more. This silence made the conductor's smile widen. See? Eventually, the conductor turned away from the doppelganger. As it did, it started to fix its suit whilst also adjusting the metal plate on its chest. Turning its watch to check the time, the conductor's voice turned a little bit more stern. If you'll excuse me, I have work to tend to. I can't entertain you any further. If you wish to find the boss, I'm sure you won't need either one of us to tell you where he is. With that, the conductor proceeded to leave alongside Myrle. Pup. The doppelganger stared at their retreating backs without saying a word. Eventually, he lowered his head to stare at the numerous bodies around him and swatted down. Slap. He slapped the girl he had choked out a moment prior. Space. Bua Malavia branch. Heck. A scream echoed from the speakers. Images flashed across the large screen. Halik. Hiyik. They depicted a certain group, fighting just one person. He stood alone, fighting everyone at once with his dark eyes. Even Geneva. Click. The video ended there. For a moment, the area remained silent. All guild masters and agents from the BUA didn't make a sound. But soon, all eyes turned towards a certain individual. He sat with a smile, staring at the screen with little expression. But soon, as if noticing their stares, he looked back. What a shock, he said, his voice lacking any indication of shock. This person is from my guild, but who would have thought he'd be this stro? Bang! A thunderous slap suddenly echoed across the auditorium. Cut the bullshit! A voice boomed a moment later. When all heads turned, they saw a man with a thick, heavy beard rising to his feet. His sheer stature was imposing, with broad shoulders that made him look even bigger. Muscles tightened beneath his uniform as he locked a fierce glare onto the guild master of the Severed Stars Guild, his presence alone enough to make the air feel heavier. Do you think we're stupid? Do you really think we wouldn't know if your guild had someone like that? He was the guild master of the Royal Chamber, one of the most prestigious guilds on the Central Island. It was also the very same guild that Geneva belonged to. His reaction only made sense. Pointing at the screen, he shouted, You've seen the video, not just me. Everyone has seen the video. There's no denying that he's working for them. He took out not only the elites from my guild, but the elites from the other guild. The branch manager at BUA commanded, Replay the video again. The manager didn't say anything and just replayed the video. It was there that a certain pair of dark eyes appeared on the screen. They stared straight at the drone while a soft smile spread across his lips. The next scene was enough to send a cold chill across the room, as he single-handedly killed every single person present. Geneva included. The evidence was overwhelming, and as the video replayed once more, the breathing of several of the guild masters turned heavier. This wasn't just a small loss, but a great loss, especially when taking into account the fact that one of the people who had been killed was a paragon. But the creepiest part of it all was the fact that he appeared to be enjoying the entire thing. Everyone could clearly see from the video that the group had been trying to approach him calmly and talk things out, but he didn't even give them a chance before attacking them. By the time the video had ended again, all eyes fell on the guild master of the Severed Stars Guild. He could only smile innocently. As I said, I don't know anything about this. He isn't very reputable within the guild, and as far as I'm aware, he's at most a game developer. I believe that he's been possessed by an anomaly. Otherwise, this is not possible. This could also be self-defense. Everyone knows how the guilds are operating. Possessed self-defense or not, I don't care. It's clear that he's not on our side. Slamming his hand against the table once more, the Royal Chamber Guild Master grabbed his blazer from the back of his chair and shrugged it on with sharp, impatient movements. Without waiting for a response, he strode toward the exit, his steps heavy with pent-up fury. As he pushed the door open, he muttered under his breath, "Whatever the case is, the fact of the matter is that he's another variable that we will need to get rid of. I'll personally escort a team to handle him, see if I can't get rid of him then." There was no arguing with him. Nobody even tried arguing with him. Everyone understood his frustration. Not only that, but everyone had seen the video. They had seen the figure effortlessly dispatch all the elite recruits. He was someone that they needed to get rid of. And not long after, an announcement was made. Breaking Royal Chamber Guild Master steps in. What is the reason for his sudden involvement? Breaking Royal Chamber Guild Master vows to eliminate traitor at all costs. Who is this traitor? What exactly happened at the gate? The title made waves around the world. Traitor, there was a traitor. But soon a video appeared. It depicted a young man with dark eyes and dark hair. Despite most of the video being blurred, everyone understood what had happened. And soon, everyone thought back to the previous headlines. Breaking, shocking. A traitor has emerged in the Malavia Gate. What is the identity of this traitor? Breaking Seth Thorne, humanity's traitor. Chapter 444, Helper 1. It felt like she had been plunged into a terrible nightmare. One she hadn't experienced in a very long time. And when her eyelids fluttered open, a pair of dark eyes stared directly at her. Her body reacted in an instant, her muscles tensing as she readied herself to get up, but right as she started moving, a hand pressed against her lips and held her down. "Don't bother." Geneva's words were blocked by his hand as she glared at him. She tried activating her nodes, but as if sensing what she was about to do, he clutched her face and brought her down against the ground. Bang! The impact was hard, leaving Geneva completely stunned. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. Since when had someone... "Are you done?" The cold words pulled her out of her daze. When she looked up again, the pair of dark eyes from before remained fixed on her. In fact, looking at them now, his eyes looked even darker. There's something wrong with him. There is no way that someone like him has no node. He definitely is working with them. I don't know why he hasn't killed me yet, but I need to take this chance to. It looks like you still aren't aware of your situation. Seth's eyes flickered, and in the next moment he pressed his hand down. Bang! Geneva's vision turned white for a moment, pain flooding the back of her head as she heard a constant ringing sound in the back of her mind. Seth's words followed a moment later as he maintained his grip over her face and lifted her up. His strength was quite alarming. Lifting her body effortlessly with one hand, he turned her head to show the bodies on the floor. "Take a look." Sick bastard." Geneva's eyes narrowed as she glared fiercely in Seth's direction. Was this how it was? Was he trying to show her what he had done to her teammates? Was this his sick way of finding amusement in his killing? Geneva's heart turned cold. Despite everything, she knew that she had to remain calm. This wasn't the first time she had encountered an anomaly that took pleasure in killing people. Her hands tightened considerably as her mind scrambled to think of a way out of the situation. But it was amid such thoughts that Seth pointed at the bodies. To be precise, the ones that the conductor had killed. "Look carefully." Geneva didn't reply, her eyes turned away. But even if she didn't want to look, Seth made sure she looked as he increased his grip over her face and made her look. As he did, his tone turned even colder. "Look." So cold that Geneva found herself subconsciously listening to his words. It was also in that moment that she finally saw it. The heads that were present on the people whose heads should have completely exploded due to the conductor's actions. But that's not all. Still holding onto her body, he moved forward a little and kicked one of the bodies. A small groan escaped from their lips a moment after. This made Geneva's eyes widen. They're all alive. Seth answered for her. None of them has been killed. That wasn't the goal from the start. Finally letting go of her, Seth reached for his pocket and took several papers before handing them to her. Geneva subconsciously took them. I don't understand how you were fooled into thinking that we were on the opposite side, but these are some of the papers and information that I've managed to find throughout the entire gate. Looking at the papers, Geneva found herself holding her breath. He knows everything. He alters perception. Everything is a lie. Everything is deceit. The devil is coming. We must stop him. Geneva's eyes remained fixed on the papers. Looking at them, she didn't show much of a reaction, but she seemed to understand something. However, she soon shook her head. Based on the information that you've given me, then what makes you think that I can trust you? Everything is a lie. Everything is deceit. She repeated one of the quotes that she found in the papers, looking at Seth carefully. The devil is coming. He knows everything. He alters perception. We must stop him. Her lips pulled into a thin smile. The more I read this, the more I find myself wanting to get rid of you. The smile quickly wiped off Geneva's face as she glared at Seth. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I can't see through your deceptions? Her node started to churn. This time, with Seth being so far from her, she didn't need to worry about him smashing her head against the floor. Her lips opened again this time, but the moment the words were about to leave, Seth spoke. You have a little brother, correct? Geneva's throat clamped up at his words. Staring at him, her eyes started to widen. Brother. Seth remained calm, his dark eyes remaining fixed on her. He is someone that the public knows about because you don't want to involve him in the affairs of the world. Not even the closest people to you know about him. Of course, they also don't know about his condition, correct? Geneva's breathing started to quicken. The more she stared at Seth, the more she found herself unable to hide the subtle trembling of her shoulders. This shouldn't, how does he? All of a sudden, she was reminded of the words she read. He knows everything. He alters perception. Everything is a lie. Everything is deceit. The devil is coming. We must stop him. Your story is quite common within the industry. Sick family member. Join a guild in order to pay medical bills. Become famous. Manage the disease but do not cure him completely. Immerse yourself in the work to find a complete cure. It's the usual. The more he spoke, the darker Seth's eyes became. At the same time, despite her best attempts at trying to remain calm, Geneva's expression started to crumble. At this very moment, she felt naked, as if all her secrets and thoughts were laid bare for the figure standing before her. He looked emotionless, with no clarity in his gaze, almost as if he was death itself. Since you seem rather useful, I'll make you an offer. There was a moment of silence as the two looked at each other. But soon, you seem rather useful. I'd like to use you for a bit. In exchange, I can give you something that might be useful to you. Geneva didn't answer. How could she answer? She wasn't dumb. She didn't believe this offer for 1 second. But eventually, her lips opened. And what if I don't join? Then you're going to die. Geneva's expression crumpled. Die? As if that sounded like a threat to her. She had faced death many times before. Death was the last thing that she was scared of. But his next words took her aback. Not by my hands, but by those that you once thought to be on your side. Seth lifted his hand and turned his wrist. As he did, he looked back at her. By now, the whole world thinks you're dead. If they suddenly see that you're alive, they'll think that it's some trick. They'll kill you in order to avoid risks. You know how they are. Geneva's breathing grew even heavier, her eyes widening the more Seth spoke. There's no more place for you in this world. The only thing you can do is follow me. Checking the time again, Seth slowly turned around to face the opposite direction. Time is ticking. What is your decision? Geneva didn't move. She remained where she was, her mind struggling to process the situation. In the end, she clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles ached. Then slowly, she lifted her head. Devil, you're the devil. Devil. The corner of Seth's lips curled as he paused for a moment. I'm just a game developer, a very good one at that. Chapter 445, Helper 2. Why am I? Geneva quietly followed Seth from behind. She bit her lips, her mind churning with all sorts of thoughts. He is the devil. He has to be the devil that was in the documents. How else would he know about my brother? There's no way he should know. The more she walked, the more convinced she became of her assessment. And it was through such an assessment that she started to feel helpless. Thinking back to everything that had happened, she was no longer confident she could do anything to him. Recalling his dark gaze, her back shuddered for a moment. Can I beat him? Can I run away? There were all sorts of scenarios running through her mind. Realistically speaking, as a paragon, she had the means to escape. Even if she didn't use her nodes, she still had several items at her disposal. But that wasn't the problem. Does he really have a way to help me? Geneva clenched her teeth. The more she stared at Seth's back, the more mysterious he became in her eyes. Her brother didn't actually have a disease. In reality, he had been a victim of an anomaly in the past. Even now, Geneva has not forgotten the anomaly's title. Vial 1048. Geneva bit her lips tightly. The main reason she had joined Royal Chambers was that she wanted to find that anomaly and get it to reverse the curse that had been placed on her brother. However, even after becoming a paragon, there had been no news about the anomaly. This left Geneva completely helpless. But it was this sense of helplessness that drove her to become even more desperate. And as her eyes lingered on Seth's back and the cubicles around, a certain thought crossed her mind. If he really is responsible for this gate, then it's possible that he really might know where Vial 1048 might be. If that's the case, then I might follow along for now. It's just that. Geneva bit onto her lips with even more force. Taking his side will also mean siding against humanity. Her heart turned heavy at the thought. The thought of betraying humanity made her heart sink completely. This was most likely going to be a decision that she wouldn't be able to ever reverse, but thinking about her brother and what she had been doing her entire life. Geneva's teeth clenched tightly. Slide. Coming to a stop before a certain cubicle, Seth reached for the door and slid it to the side, startling Geneva. Click, click, click. The slow and unhurried sound of keys being pressed echoed a moment later, as she hurried her steps to see what was behind the cubicle. That was also the moment the clicks stopped. Bang, bang. Two figures looked at each other. When Geneva looked inside, her brow rose. She recognized the figure sitting inside the cubicle. She wasn't considered to be extremely pretty. Her features were a little plain, with short brown hair and eyes. However, there was a certain pressure emanating from her that made Geneva do a double take. It didn't take long for her to recognize the woman sitting down. Clara. Geneva wasn't unfamiliar with Clara. She'd seen her in the Grand Concord in the past, an event where the top recruits from across the world gathered as the official rankings for every guild and individual were announced on a global stage. She never ranked very high, but the fact that she ranked at all on occasion was a testament to her skills. Right, I heard that she's been struggling this year. I don't even know if she will be ranked, but now that I think about it, she should be in the same guild as him. Geneva's eyes narrowed as a thought surfaced. Is he also going to do the same thing he did to me? Stop the red dot from reaching Zone 2. Seth's voice echoed all of a sudden as he pointed at Clara's screen, where a dot suddenly appeared. For a moment Clara remained sitting, her eyes tracing Seth's body. But eventually, click, click. Clara turned around and did exactly as Seth ordered. There's no way for you to stop the red dot from reaching Zone 2. All you can do is either try to redirect it away or buy as much time as possible. That is the only thing that I need you to do. Clara remained silent. However, her hands continued to move, opening doors, pressing certain buttons, and using the tools at her disposal. Geneva watched all of this in stunned silence. She's listening to him just like this. She blinked her eyes slowly, alternating her gaze between the two. Could he have already blackmailed her? Were they in cahoots? What was happening? Why was she listening to him without even asking questions? Let's go. Most surprisingly, right after giving out the instructions, Seth turned around and walked out of the cubicle. Click, click. For a moment, Geneva hesitated. She wanted to walk up to Clara and ask her what was happening. Why did she listen to him? However, feeling a certain gaze from outside the cubicle, she could only clench her teeth and quietly move out. Slide. Seth slid the door closed a moment after, his gaze settling over another faraway cubicle. But right as he began to move, he stopped. His head slowly turned to face the distant corridor. Geneva followed his line of sight, and despite not seeing anything herself, she could feel it. The subtle trembling from the ground. But that wasn't all. She could also hear it. The sound of numerous footsteps heading their way. For a moment, Geneva held her breath, but soon her eyes lit up. It's the others. She was certain. These were the reinforcements. Maybe. Over there. There. Immediately, a group appeared in the distance. They all sprinted toward them quickly. He must be the one that we need to get rid of. Quick. Quick, we have to, eh? Stunned, they all came to a stop. What is she doing here? What, isn't she supposed to be dead? What is going on? All eyes were now focused on Geneva. Everyone present had heard the news of her death and had also seen the videos. These were things shared by them from the reinforcements that had just entered the gate. For her to still be alive. Get rid of her as well. A cold voice followed a moment later as the group parted to reveal a man with deep blue eyes. His dark braids fell gently over his shoulder as he stood a head taller than the rest. The moment Geneva caught sight of him, her breath caught. Latcher. There is no denying she is standing before us. However, that does not change the fact that this may be a trap. Based on the intelligence we have received, our course of action is clear. She must be eliminated. Kai Latcher's words were cold and heartless. But he was following protocol. Anomalies were twisted and ingenious creatures. One single mistake could mean the end of everyone present. To avoid the risk, they needed to eliminate her. Her death was signed. Wait. Finally finding her words, Geneva tried to speak, but it was too late. Latcher's blue eyes flickered as he turned his attention towards Seth, his eyes closing for a moment as the atmosphere turned incredibly tense. It was also in that moment that Seth looked at Geneva. Block them for me. He turned around a moment later and calmly walked away from the scene. His actions stunned everyone present. By the time they recovered from his actions, he was already several steps away. Get back here. It was also at this moment that a voice boomed, and a figure shot toward Seth. Swoosh. He was fast. His momentum was strong. But at the same time he moved, another figure moved. With her nodes churning, she raised both of her hands. Swoosh. A large wall appeared before the figure, causing him to stop. His gaze turned toward Geneva, who opened her eyes wide, her lips opening and closing as she stared at her hands. That lie. Get rid of her. Latcher's words reverberated a moment later as he clenched his fist and smashed it against the wall in front of him, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. Bang. Warn the others. Moving past the wall, he communicated with the others. A new traitor has emerged. Chapter 446, The Boss One. Kai Latcher. Ranked 47 in the global rankings. A prospect said to have the potential to break into the top 10 within the next decade. His unique decree was one of the reasons for this. Shadowpath Decree. It was one of the rarer and more dangerous decrees. With its great power came enormous risk. It was for this reason that not many reached the top with this decree. The side effects and repercussions of using the decree were extreme, with users being more prone to fractures than any other decree. Nevertheless, ignite, bang, there were outliers capable of bearing the burden that came with the decree. Kai was one such outlier. Sparks flew within his node. With each spark, his node expanded further and further, providing him with unimaginable and explosive strength that he used to shatter the numerous walls that were ahead of him. Bang, bang. Despite Geneva's best attempts to stop him, it was of no use. Kai was like an unstoppable train. He rammed through each wall without any regard. It was almost as if he was walking casually with no obstruction. D-damn it. Geneva cursed under her breath as she stared in Kai's direction. She didn't even know why she reacted. Had she been controlled? Was it due to her feelings for her brother? What had made her react like this? But regardless of how much she wanted to curse herself for her actions, it was already too late. Get her. There were already several people heading in her direction. Without a thought, Geneva shifted her attention away from Kai and onto the approaching group. Her nodes all flared up as her fingers started to twitch. But just as she was about to take action, slide, a cubicle in the far right opened, revealing a girl with long blonde hair and green eyes. She looked stunned by what she was seeing. But at the same time, the moment she caught sight of Seth, her node flared, and the surroundings turned blindingly bright. The eyes of many closed. Even Kai was no different. The attack itself wasn't harmful, but it was enough to cause everyone to lose their sight. But what was most shocking was how Geneva didn't find herself turning blind like the others. What sort of? It was also in that moment that she sensed the woman's gaze. She didn't say anything, but just nudged her head. The message was clear. Go. Geneva reacted in a heartbeat. She didn't know what was happening, but she knew that this was her chance to dash away from the group and follow Seth from behind. This was exactly what she did as she dashed away. Get her. She's running. It didn't take long for the others to realize what was happening. Immediately they gave chase. Of course, some also turned in Zoe's direction, but by the time they went for her, she was already gone. I don't know what the hell is going on, but this is all I can do, Zoe muttered under her breath, leaning back against the walls of another cubicle as she stared at the walkie-talkie in her hand. She had been waiting in her cubicle from the start, waiting for the moment to come out. Seth had warned her a few hours prior about what was to come. Zoe had been confused, finding his words back then confusing, but seeing everything planned out as he had spoken, she found herself at a loss. What is he planning? Space. At the same time, in another area of the gate. What did you just say? A loud voice echoed. Staring at the walkie-talkie in his hand, the guild master of the royal chambers opened his eyes wide. He wasn't the only one stunned. Several of the people who had entered the gate with him were similarly stunned. The walkie-talkie vibrated. This is Latcher, I repeat. This is Latcher. I've located the one responsible for the deaths. I'm currently chasing him down. There also appears to be Geneva with him. I can't tell if she's been converted or is an illusion. For now, I have engaged with the usual protocol. She will be treated as an enemy. Location has been shared. Hearing the words coming from the walkie-talkie again, the first one to snap out of it was the guild master. He didn't think twice. Connecting the walkie-talkie with his phone, he immediately traced the location of Latcher's walkie-talkie. Go, go! Everyone followed alongside him. At the same time he moved, he opened the universal channel and announced, to everyone hearing this, stop whatever you are doing immediately. Proceed at once to the coordinates linked to Latcher's walkie-talkie. I repeat, cease all activity and move to Latcher's coordinates. This is of the utmost importance. The guild master repeated the same message several times before finally stopping. At the same time, he picked up his pace, his eyes narrowing as he hurried towards where Latcher's location was. I hope I make it on time. I really want to make it in time. The guild master. He wanted to be the one to set an example for those who mess with his guild. Space, where are you running off to? Latcher's loud voice bellowed across the corridors as he rushed in Seth's direction with all his might. He was explosive. With each step he took, he grew faster and faster. But at the same time, bang, 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 he'd be stopped by the numerous walls that would appear right before his eyes. Kai would shatter them effortlessly, but his momentum grew weaker each time. When he turned back, he saw Geneva slowly catching up to him. His blue eyes flickered as he stared at her. You really have betrayed us, he muttered silently, his eyes turning colder as he turned his attention back towards Seth. Despite his best attempt at trying to catch up to him, there would always be something that would hinder his path. Be it Geneva, random interference from people inside the cubicles, or even anomalies. Kai was shocked to find the gap between him and his target only widening. To make matters worse, his target had not once run. He simply just walked. The sight made his insides twist green, his pride recoiling violently at the humiliation. His ego refused to tolerate it, refused to accept even a second of it. That was why he stopped holding back. In a single moment, he forced open every node in his body, ignoring the strain, ignoring the warning signs. A crushing pressure erupted from him like a shockwave, warping the air itself. The surroundings buckled under the force, the walls bending, the floor trembling as the immense pressure poured out of him without restraint. Crog crack. With a single step, the ground shattered. His body faded from the spot. And in the fraction of a second, he was already before Seth. Kai didn't hold back. The moment he arrived before Seth, he reached forward with his hand, trying to get a grasp of his head. But almost as if he had eyes at the back of his head, Seth moved it to the side. No. He moved it even before Kai had moved. It was as if he had predicted everything from the start. The sight left Latcher stunned, his momentum carrying him past Seth, his body shooting forward before he released all the tension and forced it to come to a sudden stop. Bang! The pain that came from such action was enough to make one faint. But Kai wasn't one to care about pain. He had long grown numb to it. But to him, there was something more important as he turned his head to stare in Seth's direction. You? Kai tried to speak, but the moment he did, he stopped. Seth wasn't even looking at him. He was looking elsewhere. What? For some reason, Kai's heart sank. Bah thump, bah thump. What followed was a loud and rhythmic thump. One that came right from his heart. He didn't know what was going on, but with each passing second, his heart only grew more and more frantic. And soon, he found himself turning his head. The moment he did, his heart stopped beating. So did his breathing. He wasn't the only one. Soon Geneva arrived, she froze just like him. The same was for those who were chasing. And even, this is the place. They've stopped here. They, silence. All people present stopped speaking or breathing. In that moment, all eyes were focused on a singular point. Towards a singular door. One that had a metal plaque that said, Manager's Office. Chapter 447, The Boss 2. In that moment, all eyes turned away from Seth. He was no longer the focal point of anyone present. He had long been forgotten as all eyes shifted towards the inconspicuous door that stood at the end of the corridor. Manager's Office. It was just a plain door. And yet, the moment all eyes fell on it, it was as if the very air had been sucked away from the surroundings. Bah thump. Hearts drummed in unison, as nobody dared to make a sound. The drones that hovered overhead captured the entire scene, showing the door to everyone watching. Bua Malavia branch. It's the boss's room. We've finally found the final room. Tension ran high within the auditorium, every face drawn tight as dozens of eyes fixed on the inconspicuous-looking door. It wasn't ornate, nor did it carry any markings of importance. In fact, its plainness was exactly what made everyone uneasy. Something so ordinary had no business feeling this ominous, yet the atmosphere around it was suffocating. Soon the guild masters all stood up. The sheer gravity of the situation weighed on everyone's mind, as the branch leader had no choice but to speak up. Please calm down, everyone. I understand what you are feeling, but for now, we can't send any more people into the gate. There's still some buffer time since the last team entered. The best we can do for now is tell them to wait. The buffer time wasn't too long. It was just a couple of hours. Once 100 people were sent in, another 100 could be sent over a couple of hours later. These were the general rules of this gate. For now, I will deliver the message to stay put. We've already marked the room's location. We may go whenever we wish. The best course of action is to acquire even more information regarding the gate. Despite the situation, the branch leader remained relatively calm. The guild masters of the larger guilds were no different. They were one of the few that remained seated, their hands crossed as they stared at the door indifferently. They didn't feel the same way as the others. They weren't as intimidated by that plain door. I will be delivering the message now. Taking out a small flip phone from his pocket, the branch leader sent over a message real quick. Hold position for now. Do not approach the door. I repeat, do not approach the door. Hold position. The message was clear. In order to avoid misunderstandings, he repeated it a couple of times. Ding, 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 ding. Chimes began to echo across the feed as the message spread across all members. And once they took out their phones, What? We're going in. Why are they instructing us to go in? This doesn't make sense. We don't know anything about this room. What's going on? There was a slight delay between the broadcast and the real live events. But it wasn't too long. However, upon hearing the words coming out of the members inside the gate, the faces of the people in the auditorium couldn't help but change. But none reacted more sharply than the branch leader. His face drained of color the moment he heard their words, the tension in his jaw tightening visibly as the weight of the situation settled on him like a stone. Impossible. He stared at his phone again. It was to his utter shock and horror that the message that he had sent was completely different from the one he had intended to send. How did? A loud scraping sound echoed across the entire room. When the branch leader lifted his head, he saw all the guild masters stand up and head towards the exit of the room. The branch leader said nothing at the sight. There was nothing that he could say. At this moment, all guild masters were starting to get ready. They all understood that it'd soon be their turn to move. There was something extremely sinister at play. Space. This makes absolutely no sense. Why do they want us to enter the room? We don't know anything about it. Wouldn't the best approach be to wait for more people? Hit. It's because they can't feel what we feel. They're trying to send us to our death in order to get more information. The messages caught everyone completely off guard. A heavy silence fell over the area as the weight behind the door pressed harder and harder against them. With every passing second, the pressure intensified, wrapping around their chests and shoulders like an invisible vice. It felt as though simply standing there was enough to crush them. What do we do? Do we have no choice but to listen? Shit. Guild Master. Eventually, all eyes fell towards a single person. The most qualified person. The Guild Master of the Royal Chamber Guild. Unlike the rest, and a few others, he was still relatively calm, his expression fixed on the phone in his hand. Feeling everyone's gazes, he looked up. Eventually, he put his phone away. We wait. What but? Do not be fooled by the messages. The Guild Master replied, his tone low. The command makes absolutely no sense. It's far too erratic. I refuse to believe this is a message the BUA would issue. Even if they intended to gather additional information, their standard procedure involves several verification steps before anything like this is ordered. This feels fabricated. Either we're trapped in an illusion, or our devices have been tampered with. The safest course of action is to wait for reinforcements and have them confirm the situation firsthand. His words brought a certain calm to the group. When thinking about it, his words made sense. Standing not far from him, Kai shared a similar opinion. I've encountered similar situations like these before. Although it shouldn't be possible to tamper with our devices, this is no normal gate. It is best to exercise caution. There was still some doubt in the air. However, with the two most qualified people speaking, everyone started to calm down. If it was them, then. What are you doing? But of course, how could things flow smoothly? Before anyone realized it, a certain figure had already walked towards the door. Latcher was the first to react, but by then it was already too late as Seth reached for the handle of the door and pulled it open. No. You. Kriak. The moment the door opened, a suffocating darkness poured out from within. The air seemed to collapse inward, pulled violently toward the threshold as if the darkness itself were devouring it. Every sound vanished. Voices, breathing, even the faint hum of the lights. All of it was swallowed whole, leaving the surroundings in a perfect, chilling stillness. But soon, click, click, click. A clicking sound echoed, one that was neither hurried nor slow. Within the darkness, a faint light flickered. It was small, pale, and strangely steady. It came from what looked like a lone monitor, its glow cutting a thin line through the void. And behind it, partially swallowed by the shadows, sat a figure, its silhouette barely visible behind the monitor. Click, click. His fingers continued to move quietly across the keyboard. Click. It was almost as if he hadn't even noticed them. Click, click. But everyone present knew. Click. It was aware. Click. Observing them. Click. Evaluating them. Click, click. Judging them. But soon. Click. The last key echoed. A tense silence followed. One that was broken by a certain voice. A voice that sent chills down everyone's spine. You're here. Chapter 448, The Boss 3. Nobody dared to breathe. The voice was soft, and yet the moment it sounded, it almost felt as though something was crawling at the back of their necks, inching closer and closer to their ears. It was also at that moment that the clicking returned. Click. The tension in the room reached an all-time high. Every person was frozen in place, hardly daring to even look at each other, while the repetitive clicks of the keyboard echoed through the air like a ticking clock. Click, click, and click. There was no time to even think. It was like each click resounded with the beat of their own heart. The creature that stood before them. Just what is it? How can something like this? Zai. Several covered their mouths, unable to calm their nerves as their legs shook under the sheer tension of the situation. They were all elites. At least a major part of them were. And yet, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. Help. As though they had been transported back in time to the times when they had just started, their entire bodies quivered under the rhythmic, yet tense presses of the keys. Only a few were able to maintain their calm. But even they were struggling to do so. Kermite, this must be a Kermite. I've only seen one before, but I don't know. Why does this one feel even more terrifying? Can we? Doubt, horror, dread. They were all feeling certain unspoken emotions. Kermites were rare. However, each time one appeared, the entire world would submit under its might. At this very moment, they all realized the sheer terror that came with such a label. Not even the conductor could make them feel this way. And soon, click, the manager paused once more. As it did, its voice quietly whispered into the air. It took you long to find this place. Took long. It had been waiting for them. Several started to tremble even harder. Of course, the more clear-headed ones understood that it had been the case. From the moment that they had entered the gate, this anomaly had likely been waiting for them to make their way towards it. But was it really speaking to them? Were they the ones that it had been waiting for? The eyes of a single person in the room flickered. Nevertheless, he remained quiet. His calmness was noticed only by a single person, who stared at him with a pale face. Could he? Click, click. The clicking continued. This time slower. It was also at this moment that the voice whispered in the air once more. I expected this to be a lot less troublesome. Scratch, scratch. A faint scratching sound echoed a moment later. Nothing ever goes smoothly. For a moment, everyone paused. Nobody could recognize the voice, but it sounded. I have been doing a lot of overwork. Annoyed. He's interfering, and yet they don't even see it. Disappointed. Humans. The anomaly stopped, its voice growing thinner. What fragile beings they are. For some reason, the moment the last words left its mouth, the air in the room seemed to thin instantly, as if drained away, leaving several people gasping in silent panic. It wasn't just that they couldn't breathe anymore. Something deeper, heavier was pressing down on them. It was now more like they were being choked. Click. They can't see the enemy even when presented before their eyes. Click, click. They are careless, they don't think. Click. They fear what scares them, but not what is truly scary. Click. Humans. Click, click. They are useless. Click. Pressing the key again, the anomaly stopped. Silence. The entire room fell silent as it stopped speaking or typing. But it was that silence that made everyone turn completely unsettled, their hearts stirring. What next? Was it going to move? Was it going to? We need to act quickly. In that fleeting moment, the remaining paragons stirred. They had been communicating with each other the entire time. I've detected its weakness. Kai spoke through his mind, his expression grim as he fixed his attention towards a certain spot, his eyes narrowing the more he looked at it. I'm almost certain about my hypothesis. If we don't act soon, we won't have time to act later. You've detected it. How sure are you? Yes, it's the computer. So long as we destroy the monitor, we should be able to clear the gate. Are you sure? I'm certain. I have read it in several of the clues that I've found. Blinking his eyes, he shared several images with them. All paragons were equipped with devices that could allow them to talk with each other once they reached a certain distance. These devices came in the form of lenses, allowing them to speak through their minds, preventing anyone else from hearing. But was that truly the case? Could their thoughts really not be heard? A single exhale. It was just a single exhale, and yet everyone could feel the disappointment laced in that one breath. The paragon stiffened. For some inexplicable reason, it felt like it was directed at them. That couldn't be right. Surely, they really are useless. The word made the hearts of the paragons sink. In particular, Kai, as his head stiffly turned towards the creature sitting behind the desk, its features still obscured under the darkness of the room. He couldn't see the creature standing behind the desk. But he could feel it. He could feel its gaze directed right at him. You can't even realize it when you're being played. Tab. Pressing his hand against the table, the expressions of the paragons changed. Ahyuka. And no. The devices they used to communicate shattered all at once, leaving them stunned. This. How did? It looks like it's time. Without waiting for anyone to speak, the monitor before the boss slowly started to move and turn. The movement was slow, but the sound was grating, each scrape tightening the air as the tension in the room climbed to an all-time high, and every pair of eyes locked onto the glowing monitor. Soon the monitor turned, and everyone caught a glimpse of the screen. A red dot. That was the first thing that everyone caught a glimpse of. It was moving quietly across the monitor, moving closer and closer to the area marked as Zone 0. By thump. For some reason, the closer the red dot moved to Zone 0, the faster their hearts drummed. None could really understand. And yet they could feel it. The incoming dread as the air grew colder. Still, and soon under the watch of everyone present, including the world, the red dot reached Zone 0. Time seemed to stop in that moment. A voice followed. The devil has come. Space. At the same time, the world was similarly holding its breath. A live stream of the entire event had long been broadcast, and in that moment all eyes were fixed on the boss and the monitor. The devil has come. The voice was soft, but it reverberated across the entire world. Households, bars, offices. Not a single place didn't hear the spine-chilling voice, as it spread through every corner of the world. Online, the comments were going crazy. What's going on? The devil, what's it talking about? Why aren't they doing anything? Why are they being so useless? Send more people, holy fuck, what is this shit? What are they doing? Quickly send someone. I've already transferred all of my assets away. I can't fucking watch this shit. My heart can't take it. Fuck. Panic had long since settled across the minds of the citizens. They all sat frozen, eyes glued to their screens, holding their breath as they waited to see what would unfold next. At the gate, several of the highest-ranking members of the guilds were already standing outside. How long until we can go in? The branch leader checked his watch, trying his best to remain calm as the long arm of the watch rotated slowly. There's still 5 minutes. Despite his calm appearance, his back was entirely drenched in sweat. He, too, was watching the stream. And while none of the people watching could truly feel the dread coming from the anomaly sitting behind the chair, he could feel it. Everyone standing outside the gate could feel it. And soon, rumble, rumble. The gate shook, startling everyone. Careful. Be careful. The ground cracked, and the entire island shuddered beneath the impact. Several people stumbled, losing their footing, while only the remaining paragons and guild masters managed to stay standing amid the chaos. Rumbled. It was as if a high-magnitude earthquake had taken over. But everyone knew it wasn't the case. It's starting. The branch leader muttered under his breath, his lips trembling as his wide, unblinking eyes remained fixed on the gate looming before him. The climax. He licked his lips, which had long gone dry. The true nature of the gate is being revealed. Chapter 449, World Trembles 1. The devil has come. The boss's voice drifted quietly across the room, as the red dot finally reached its designated mark. In that moment, in that breath of time, every gaze locked onto the monitor. No one blinked. No one spoke. Their breathing was restrained, shallow, and light as all attention narrowed to that single red dot pulsing softly on the screen. Nobody understood what the words meant, but the unease gripping the room tightened. It coiled around them like a cold hand, squeezing slowly, making every breath feel heavier than the last. Devil. There's a devil, what is it talking about? There's something coming, something is coming, I can feel it. W here, where is it? The silence stretched on, but within the silence everyone heard them. The whispers. Some heard laughter, others heard their own names. They were soft at first, but with the passing of the seconds they grew louder, invading their minds. But it wasn't all. Soon, the whispers spread beyond the room itself. What's going on? What am I hearing? What is happening? What is this voice? Duh. People in the crowd turned pale as the whispers grew more and more pronounced. They grew louder, numerous, and more sinister. Birds mid-flight stopped mid-air. Cars halted in the streets. Street lamps flickered without wind. Screens across the world shimmered as if something was messing with their screens. It was as though the entire island had stopped moving in that moment. As if the very thing inside the gate had started to spill into the real world. Rumble, rumble. A loud rumbling shook everyone out of their thoughts. The island shook once more. This time it was fiercer, and everyone could feel it. What's happening? Help. The reporters who had all stayed behind started to panic. They were just regular people after all. Something terrible is happening. Cracks spiderwebbed across the streets as lamps toppled one by one, the entire island trembling with growing violence. But if that wasn't enough to send panic surging through the population, something far worse followed. A thick black mist began to seep across the ground, curling around the feet of everyone present. Black mist. The sight made a few pause. But soon, a horrifying realization dawned on everyone. Urgency clawed up their throats as they all turned their heads. This can't be. The island. In the far distance, massive clouds of black loomed over the horizon. They rose like towering mountains, shifting and pulsing as if alive, waiting for the perfect moment to spill over the island and swallow the city whole. The island, it's sinking. Indeed, the island was sinking. The faces of those who were standing outside the gate turned grim, their gazes meeting as they understood what was happening. An external power has entered the gate. It's starting to break. A cool voice followed amidst the chaos. It belonged to one of the paragons, their expression relatively calm as they assessed everything coldly. Whatever this devil is, it likely possesses power equal to or greater than the boss inside the gate. Its presence alone is destabilizing the structure. At this rate, it won't be long before the gate collapses entirely. Turning his head to face the gate, the paragon's eyes narrowed. And sure enough, crack. Cracks began to appear over the gate as he took a step back. The gate is on the verge of collapse. Once it collapses, whatever is trapped inside will come out. We should take that opportunity to eliminate it. But what should we eliminate, the boss or the devil? The paragon turned silent. He didn't answer. He himself didn't know. But it didn't take long for him to get his answer as he stared at the stream on his phone. It was there that he witnessed the gruesome sight of a paragon's head exploding on the spot as the boss snapped its finger, killing it without any mercy. The sight was one that everyone present witnessed. But it was what they heard next that made their decision clear. Quick, break the monitor, help the thing escape. That's the way to clear this gate. Don't fall for the anomaly's words. This is not a devil. Quick. Everyone watched as the group inside the gate all moved at once, rushing towards the boss as they tried to destroy the monitor in front of him. Hearing their words, they all immediately understood. The devil. It was very likely the other power that was causing the gate to crack. It was the thing that the boss was trying to imprison. In that case, get ready. The gate is moments away from collapsing. When it does, you must act immediately. Either destroy the monitor on site or assist the entity that emerges from it. It will most likely be weakened at first, but once it stabilizes, it will be able to contend with the boss. This is our only chance to clear the gate. The order came directly from the branch leader as he stared at the gigantic black mountains in the distance. As they grew taller and taller, the tips started to spill onto the city. He didn't know whether his order was correct. However, he didn't have time to make sure. They had to pick a side. They chose the most logical side. The boss was responsible for creating the gate. Not only that, but its actions inside the gate were clear. It had already killed several paragons. The devil was the entity that it was trying to contain, or even worse, absorb. They couldn't allow this to continue. Crack. Get ready, the gate is about to break. Everyone get ready. Standing outside the gate, everyone got ready, their bodies tensing as the cracks around the gate expanded. At the same time, everyone maintained their attention on the stream. In particular, towards the figure sitting behind the monitor. In that moment they all saw it. The subtle movement coming from the monitor. Cracks started to appear all over its back. The monitor shook, and more heads began to explode as everyone rushed the boss. It was a scene of carnage. one that made the hearts of many clench. But was this truly what was happening inside the gate? Crack. Yes, I need to destroy the monitor. So long as I destroy the monitor, I can be free. The boss, that's the one we need to get rid of. Don't fall for its trick. I mustn't fall for its trick. Kill the boss, destroy the monitor. This is the only way we can be free. Voices continued to whisper in everyone's minds. Soft, disjointed murmurs slipped between their thoughts, threading through the room like invisible fingers. All eyes stayed fixed on the figure seated behind the monitor. Its posture did not shift, its silhouette did not waver, yet its features remained swallowed by the darkness, as if reality itself refused to show them what it truly looked like. But contrary to what the people outside believed they were seeing, there was no carnage. No corpses littered the floor. No blood splattered the walls. No heads had exploded. In reality, not a single person inside the room was dead. Crack. Yet despite that undeniable truth, every observer, everyone watching through the feed or within the room, saw the slaughter. They felt it. They believed it. Because in their minds, it really had happened. Seeing the chaos around him, the boss didn't react. Instead, it fixed its gaze on the one figure that remained calm. To the one figure that was completely unaffected. Eventually, the gate is about to crack. Seth's voice whispered in the air, its dark eyes remaining locked onto the boss. Once the gate cracks, you will be attacked by everyone. Even with your current strength, you will not survive. The boss didn't answer. Its features were still obscured under the darkness. Why didn't you take it? Seth spoke again, but this time its voice was even colder. Had you taken the Emblance shard, none of this would have happened. But now. Seth's eyes narrowed. His eyes flickered into what felt like disappointment. There's no reversing what you've done. There's no turning back into what you once were. You've now fully become an anomaly. What even was the point of creating a gate? The voice was calm. And yet, if one listened carefully, they would catch the fury buried beneath every word. Seth, the doppelganger, the system. Whoever it was disappointing. Angry. Crack. Amidst its words, the monitor cracked further. It was now on the verge of completely shattering. But despite the situation, the boss remained still. It stared right at the doppelganger before slowly starting to stand up. Sigh. A single sigh escaped its lips. It was a long and tired sigh. Staring at the monitor that was on the verge of cracking, the boss looked at Seth, its features still obscured by the darkness. The gate. Words finally started to leave its mouth. There was a purpose. Seth wordlessly stared at the boss. No, to be more precise, what was left of the original Seth. Crack. The monitor shook further. A strained sound followed. One that contained whispers. Give it up. You can't contain me. I am not something that you can imprison. The entire world is against you. There's nothing that you can do to defeat me. Give it up. Each whisper grew louder with the seconds, digging at the boss's mind. Dentalion's figure started to materialize from within the monitor, prying its way out of the screen. Its features were blank, but one could see the smile plastered across its face. The boss stared at all of this in silence before lifting its head to stare at the doppelganger. As it did, it left its final words, I needed to buy time. It paused, its voice lowering as its features started to show. I needed to buy time for myself to get adjusted to this new state, to tame this new power. Bang! The monitor exploded a moment later. As it did, the entire world turned completely white. That marked the end of the gate. It also marked the start of the end. Chapter 450, World Trembles 2. The world of anomalies was unnatural. The more powerful an anomaly became, the sharper its mind remained. Yet beneath that clarity lay something else. Not whispers, not voices. Something lower, something darker. It was the raw and unfiltered inner nature buried deep within the human heart. For when a being turned into an anomaly, its true, feral nature emerged. No, not yet. From the moment Seth turned into an anomaly, he tried to curb that instinct. He tried to restrain it so that he could retain his consciousness. But there was no fighting the primal instinct that was coming from deep within his body. He knew that it wouldn't be long until the instincts took over. until his consciousness truly faded. He held on for a while. The power that came with the turn was unimaginable. But at the same time, it was hard to control. It was for this reason that he created a gate. The purpose was to hold the demon at bay until he could finally control his power. And now, swoosh! Seth's eyes opened. The blinding light receded, withdrawing from his vision. In its wake, he found himself exposed, surrounded by thousands of eyes, all fixed on him from every direction. All of them simply staring. Time seemed to slow down in that moment. But it was amidst that restless crowd that he began to look around. His gaze drifted over countless faces, expressions twisted with fear, anger, tension, and even calmness. And then his eyes settled on one person. He stood out, not because of anything unusual in his appearance, but because of the expression he wore. Among all the numerous expressions around, he was the only one smiling. Dantalion. Of that, Seth was certain. There was no trapping him. He had also escaped the moment the gate shattered, and now Dantalion had settled himself amidst the crowd. Blink. Sure enough, in just the blink of an eye, the man's expression snapped back into one of fear. As if on cue, another face in the crowd shifted. This time it was a woman. Her lips curled upward, forming that same uncanny smile, stretching just a little too naturally across her face, like one that was waiting to see a great show. And sure enough, they're coming. Seth could feel it. Looking at the ground and the shifting muscles and churning of nodes, he could tell that the numerous humans were getting ready to attack him. He stared at them calmly before reaching for his tie and adjusting it. As he did, a quiet, yet low voice rang out. Come. Space. Come. The boss's voice was quiet, its features completely masked by a dark mist that covered its entire body, save for the pristine suit it wore. However, it was the sound of its voice that made several people's expressions change. Its entire demeanor appeared to change in that moment, and a pressure that was unlike anything that it had exerted before burst out from its body. Careful. Move back, move back. Rather than attacking him, the guild master and paragons retreated. There was too little information regarding the boss, but that wasn't the main reason why they retreated. They were searching, looking for the other entity that was supposed to appear. Where was it? Where was it hiding? Everyone looked around, but there wasn't a single trace of another anomaly. For a brief, breathless moment, the surroundings fell deathly silent. But that silence didn't last for long. Swoosh! One of the paragons eventually moved. Huh? It was Kai Latcher. His gaze was hazy and his expression frosty. The moment he moved, several of his nodes churned at once. His momentum grew exponentially as a loud whistling sound arose across the surroundings. It didn't take long for him to reach the boss, and without a moment of hesitation, he unleashed every ounce of built-up power into a single, devastating punch. Hiya! The air screamed alongside him, and the punch soon arrived before the boss. The entire sequence of events occurred in less than a fraction of a second. And soon, BOOM! A thunderous explosion tore through the air, the force of it making the entire area shudder. The ground trembled beneath their feet, air vibrating as the shockwave rippled outward, swallowing every other sound in its wake. Careful. Move back. The impact was powerful, raising a large cloud of dust. For a moment, the world held its breath. They all stared in the direction of the cloud, waiting, anticipating the result of the clash. But the anticipated result never came, the hearts of many sinking, especially when their eyes landed on the figure standing before the boss. With both hands pressed together, an anomaly, pitch black from head to toe, took the full force of the impact. It simply stood there unmoved, as if the blow had meant absolutely nothing. Cracks split the ground at its feet, dust rising in thin wisps, while Latcher's breathing grew heavier and heavier behind it. The boss stood silently, staring at all of it amid the haze covering its face. For just a moment, everything froze, nobody moved, all eyes fixed on the spectacle before them. But that was only for a moment. Go. Soon the other paragons moved. Kai's actions had started a chain reaction. Nodes started to churn, and everyone began to move at once. Attack. Surround them. Attack quickly. Their momentum was terrifying. The instant they launched forward, the collective force of their movement collided with the boss's pressure and pushed it back. The suffocating weight that had filled the area just moments ago was forced to retreat under the sheer power of their advance. And this was before the main guild masters, or the upper echelon of the paragons, had even taken a single step. They hadn't moved yet, and still the balance had already shifted. The boss didn't pay attention to any of it. Its focus never once drifted toward the chaos unfolding around the battlefield. Instead, its gaze locked onto Latcher. Latcher stood with his head lowered, shoulders rising and falling with strained breaths. At a glance, it looked as though he had poured everything he had into that one attack. But looking closer, the boss caught sight of something else. A thin smile. Indeed, he was smiling. Using Latcher's body, Dantalion had pushed everyone into action. Same tricks. Finally lifting his head, the boss stared at the numerous figures rushing toward him. The boss didn't panic. He didn't tense. He didn't even shift his footing. He simply watched. His eyes traced each person barreling his way, taking in every movement, every stance, every node, almost as if he had all the time in the world. Their momentum was terrifying. It had long overwhelmed his momentum. If he took their attacks head-on, the result would be obvious. But he wasn't alone. Fixing his tie again, the mist covering the boss's face shifted slightly. It was brief, almost easy to miss, but in that moment the veil thinned just enough for a hint of the face behind it to show. A faint curve at the corner of the mouth. One that seemed to belong to a mask. Hey. A laugh rippled through the air a moment later. It was a soft and eerie laugh. And yet, the moment it carried through the air, the momentum rushing toward him came to an abrupt halt, leaving everyone frozen in disbelief. Nobody understood what had happened. But before any of them could even begin to process the scene before them, the laugh grew louder, rising through the silence, echoing across the world with a depth that made every hair on their bodies stand on end. Hey. The laugh carried through the air, its pitch high, and the deep sense of madness that hid within it spreading through every corner of the surroundings. For just a moment, the boss's body hunched, the mist covering its face fluctuating wildly, revealing hints of its true features. Jingle. Subtle bells rang in the air. The boss's body hunched further, its hand reaching up to cover its face. Ha-ha, pdtc. Its laugh grew even more terrifying, its movements growing more and more erratic. In that moment, it was as if something was taking over its body. Something extremely sinister. But most horrifying was what came with the laugh. My node. What's? The nodes of several recruits stalled all at once, freezing as if they had suddenly turned to stone. No matter how hard they tried to force them awake, no matter how desperately they pushed, their nodes refused to churn. And amidst such a situation, the boss continued to laugh, its laugh growing higher and higher in pitch as laughs continued to whisper in its head. Hey. The more he heard the laughs, the more they made him want to laugh. Ha. No, not ha-has yet. Covering his mouth with his hand, forcing the laughs to come to a stop, his eyes swept over the surroundings before the mist closed in again, hiding his features and pulling the area into a brief, heavy silence. That silence lasted only a moment, ending the instant his low voice echoed once more. I guess I'm a little stressed from all the work. Crack. The ground cracked beneath its words, thin fractures spreading outward like roots. A moment later, hands began to claw their way up through the openings. One after another they surfaced, dragging out creatures of all shapes and forms. Gasps broke through the crowd as horror settled in. The things rising from beneath the earth were nothing any of them wanted to see. That's Vial 1, Vial -38. Vial 402. A man suddenly spoke, his voice grave as he scanned the numerous creatures rising from the ground. Vial 920. Vial 882. Vial 1930. Eventually, he stopped, his breath coming to a pause as he moved his hand behind him, trying his best to cover its trembling. They're here. He may have been able to hide his hand, but not his lips as he muttered, all the missing anomalies. They're here. The employees were here. Chapter 451. A laugh that terrifies one. The words uttered sent a chill down the spines of the many watching. Vial 11. Vial 301. Vial 992. Vial 201. One anomaly after another began to appear, their presence looming over the numerous guild masters, paragons, and guild members. This was an unprecedented scene that left everyone stunned. No one could find their voice, no one dared to breathe too loudly, as their minds scrambled to make sense of the impossible sight unfolding before them. How was this? How? Eventually, all eyes fell on the boss again. The originator of it all. The sense of horror coming from the figure grew even more pronounced, pressing into the minds of several until their thoughts were practically shouting, "It can summon anomalies! What sort of concept is this?" Their disbelief mixed with a fear they could no longer rationalize. An anomaly like this. They had never seen it before. But to make matters worse, there seemed to be something deeper to the boss. Something even more terrifying. Thankfully, that very essence appeared to be contained at least to some extent. But what no one could tell was that the boss was barely holding on. He hubs haughty. Laughter echoed in the boss's mind from all directions. The more anomalies appeared, the stronger the whispers and laughter inside his mind became. His inner nature. It was slowly making its way out. No, not yet. Seth could slowly feel his consciousness sinking deeper and deeper into the inner nature, contained within his body. The more it threatened to take over, the more the mist around his face fluctuated, revealing even more hints of what lay beneath. It was only the sharper-eyed people who caught it. Gold red. Smile. Jingle. Bells. A picture began to form in the minds of those who caught it. But alongside the picture was a quiet sense of dread, one that made their expressions turn grim. Hee-hee-ha. Hearing the laugh echo in his mind again, Seth covered his face, looking at the numerous anomalies that were clawing their way towards the top. By now, the elites of the guilds had all snapped out of their shock. They didn't hesitate. Before more appear, eliminate them. Follow containment procedures. Divide into several groups, forge a path to the boss. Despite being from different guilds, they were all elites. The moment several of the higher-ranked paragons and guild masters issued orders, they all followed them swiftly, dividing into multiple groups. One group handled the anomalies while the other and more powerful group handled the boss. Bang! Immediately, both sides began to clash. Containment procedures for all the numerous anomalies appeared on the screen of their phones, with several guild masters designating different groups to fight the approaching anomalies. Each group contained more experienced containment members, with the front being held by those from the hoarding and other departments. Unlike the containment members, they were a lot more adept at fighting against monsters and anomalies. When it came to raw power, they were a league above. Hurry! Quick! Make sure to be as swift as possible. Take the burden from the others. Bang, bang! Chaos ensued, and the anomalies brainlessly attacked the numerous elites and members around them. Their numbers were endless, but their power was not. It was to the surprise of everyone present to find that they weren't as strong as they expected them to be. Or at least that was until it showed up. Wham! With a single stroke of its baton, the music flared. The tune was loud and sharp. The moment it sounded, several of the weaker people froze in place, their faces turning pale as blood leaked from the side of their ears. For a moment, the entire battlefield quieted down. For just a moment, everyone paused, their gazes fixed on the creature standing not far from them, its hand holding onto a small violin as the stitches on its mouth ripped apart, revealing a cruel and twisted smile. Behind him were several faceless figures. They all held onto a different instrument as they looked at the figure before them. Towards the conductor. Enough. The conductor smiled, feeling the attention of everyone on it, its body giving a faint, twitching shudder, the kind one would make when a deep sense of excitement stirred from within, and soon, its hands slowly began to move. What an incredible audience! Wham! The music flared again, the conductor's movements sharp and swift. Help! Screams filled the surroundings, blood splattering from the faces of many as eardrums ruptured. It was a scene that left many holding their breath, their eyes glued on the stream as they froze on the spot, unable to turn away from it. But soon, the guild members reacted. Their reactions were swift. A figure with short black hair stepped forward, her hands swiping in the air as several barriers began to form around the air, blocking all the noise from entering. Her reaction was quick, preventing anyone from sustaining severe damage. She stood with her back straight, her eyes narrowing as she looked at the conductor. But before the people could rejoice, "Hey!" A soft giggle echoed, and the barriers shuddered. It was only for a moment, but that was enough to make the noise enter. And thus, chaos erupted from within the barriers. Screams filled the air once more, but as if that wasn't enough, several phones began to flicker at the same time, a figure appearing within them as several people froze at once, their eyes turning slack. And soon, "W8, what are you doing? Why are you attacking? Traitor, there's a traitor." It was chaos. It was utter chaos. If not for the swift reaction from the paragons and guild masters, the damage would have been immense. Catching a glimpse of the unfolding situation, the doppelganger didn't show much of a reaction. He stood amidst the chaos, observing everything as he stared at the anomalies under Seth's employment, serving their uses. They had grown quite strong under his rise. But it wasn't enough. Far from enough. And sure enough, snap! A loud snap echoed in the air. In an instant, all sound ceased. The conductor, who had been smiling a moment prior, suddenly stopped, the smile slowly receding as it stared toward the source of the noise, the stitches in its eyes snapping as a group of people appeared in the distance. They didn't appear at all flustered by what was happening. Rather, they appeared relatively calm as they scanned the surroundings, their gazes falling on a girl sitting on top of one of the lamps, her feet dangling as she popped the gum in her mouth. "Who's going to take care of her?" A quiet voice whispered, causing a woman with long brown hair to step forward, her hand covering her mouth as she yawned. "Warden decree, right?" "Most likely." "All right, I'll do it." Not even a second after the words left her mouth, her figure blurred with the surroundings. In the next moment, she was already next to the girl, a thin dagger appearing in her hand as she slashed at the girl. Pop! The gum popped, and Myrle's body fell back, her legs still hooked around the lamp as she dodged the attack. "Hey!" She started giggling again, but it was simply not enough. Sasha's face paled for just a moment as she maneuvered her body around the lamp, her movements fluid like water as she stabbed toward Myrle's exposed head. Her actions were incredibly swift, all happening in a fraction of a second. Not even Myrle could do anything about Sasha's actions. Thankfully, she wasn't alone. From the gleam of Sasha's dagger, a face appeared, and not a moment later, a voice followed. "Mr. Jingle." "Nope." From below, Hugo shook his head, his nodes churning as the dagger on Sasha's hand hardened, blocking the anomaly from appearing. To make matters even worse, Emma, the sonorous paragon, waved her hand, casting a large bubble over the two. Wham! The conductor's music flared a moment later, but the bubble absorbed all of the music, allowing for Sasha's dagger to cleave down on the little girl. She didn't miss. The dagger stabbed right at the back of Myrle's head. Pop! The gum popped once more, and not a second later, Myrle's body faded. Thud! Sasha landed on the ground a second later, her hand holding onto her neck as she looked towards the others. That was quite a bit of an effort for just an anomaly. Yeah, not bad. From what I know, she should have been one of the supervisors. It's only normal for it to be hard. A bit troublesome, but don't get distracted. The others focused on the conductor a moment later. The smile from the conductor had long faded, replaced by a gloomy expression. This was the first time that anyone had seen such an expression from the conductor. Not even Seth was familiar with this expression, having only seen it once before. For the usually smiling conductor, this was very rare. I guess things are getting a little bit more serious. The paragons remained calm, looking at the conductor. Their goal was clear. They had to take care of the supervisors. Regarding the boss, one of the paragons smiled. I can only hope they leave some for us. An even more terrifying group was taking care of him. Chapter 452, A Laugh That Terrifies Too. Where? From the start, Seth's goal was clear. He wanted to get rid of Dantalion. That was his one goal and the reason why he had done everything. The system had asked him to run. But he had other plans. Hey! Had a goal. He'd ha ha he. Where is ha? His gaze desperately scanned the surroundings, trying his best to look for any clue regarding Dantalion. But nowhere. Dantalion was nowhere to be found. To make matters worse, swoosh! Seth could feel a shift in his surroundings. He could feel the numerous anomalies that he had summoned were starting to be pushed back. Not only that, but his connection with Myrle had also faded. Ha. Seth took a deep breath, the mist covering his face fluctuating. The laughter in his head grew further, every part of his body tingling as he continued to scan the space. Alongside the tingling, he could feel the hidden sadistic nature that hid deeply within his body was starting to take over. He didn't have much time. Swoosh. All of a sudden, time appeared to have stopped. He instantly recognized what was happening. Temporal. Not a moment later, several figures walked amidst the frozen time. Their power and pressure were unlike the others, and Seth could even feel his own momentum beginning to be suppressed. We should get this done quickly. It's not easy to create a pocket. All right, I got it. Their voices were rather leisurely. Seth scanned each face. There were about a dozen of them, each one of a different age, and while he didn't know who they were, he could tell that they were incomparably powerful figures. But he didn't care too much about them. After one glance, he looked away from them. He looked towards the crowd, staring to see if he could spot the demon. But regardless of where he looked, he wasn't able to find anything. Have he. Ha 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 heh. He. Ha ha. He. By now, his entire mind was filled with laughter. His entire body shuddered, and for a moment he lost sight of what was around him. The laughter was clouding his thoughts. By the time he realized, several figures were already charging at him. This easy. A dark figure appeared before Seth in an instant. With both hands crossed, the Realmwalker prepared to take the full brunt of the attack. Banged. However, the Realmwalker's figure quickly shattered under the sheer impact of the attack. The attack carried through from there. Seth stared at the attack unmoving. The momentum behind the attack was powerful, but he wasn't worried. A black pool formed beneath his body, pulling him down. He vanished a moment later. Swoosh. Seeing his attack miss, Borek raised his brow before glancing at the figure standing beside him. James, I thought you stopped time. How did? Careful. Borek felt a pair of hands shove him aside, as a silhouette appeared exactly where he had been standing a moment earlier. The speed at which the anomaly emerged left him stunned. But he recovered quickly. The moment he laid eyes on the anomaly, several of his nodes churned, and in an instant, a large boulder materialized above it, crashing down with force. At the same time, Ramirez waved his hand, causing several gloves to appear from beneath the ground, grasping Seth's body from all directions, keeping him in place. Rank 27, Ramirez was of the Guardian Decree. His nodes could temporarily seal and contain anomalies. The brief opening they created allowed everyone present to strike at the boss simultaneously. Quick! They unleashed everything they had. None of them was from the anomalous department. In fact, every one of them was an elite from the Horrating sector. Because of this, they handled the situation smoothly, each knowing exactly what they needed to do. Given the little information available about the boss, there was no need for any containment member to be present. After all, in terms of strength, they were significantly weaker. Bang banged. Several attacks came crashing down on Seth at once. Ramirez's nodes churned wildly as they tried to contain the boss down, and while he struggled, he was able to keep him just barely in place. Seth felt all of this, his body momentarily freezing under the strange effects of the Paragon's power. To make matters worse, the laughter grew louder in his mind. It made it harder for him to think properly. But despite this, he was still looking. Looking for the demon. Where is? The Paragons took advantage of this. Keep attacking. Use everything that you have. The attacks were relentless, each one landing harder than the last as Seth's clothes began to shred, his tie snapping loose while the mist clinging to his body fluctuated even more wildly. Where? It was obvious that Seth was on the losing side. Despite the power contained within his body, he was still getting pushed back. This situation. It wasn't like Seth hadn't anticipated it. He knew from the start that when faced against the top experts of the world, he'd still lose. But this wasn't the true reason why he was struggling. Ha he h he. Ha ha he. He hi ch. He ha he h. He ha he ha. It was the voices in his mind. They were becoming increasingly pronounced, and they were the main reason he was starting to struggle. Under the barrage of attacks, he found himself unable to focus on containing the voices. Ha 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 ha. The mist that covered his body grew thinner and thinner. A long piece of fabric with a bell at its tip slipped out from the mist covering his face. Jingle. It rang once. Hey. That single sound was enough to make the attackers stop. Not because they chose to, but because they were suddenly unable to move at all. Bang, bang. For just a moment, the surroundings turned silent. Not a sound was heard. But soon, he'd have. A laugh echoed. A certain chill rose in the air as the boss's body hunched, several bells popping out from the mist covering its face. Jingle, jingle. The jingles of the bells echoed quietly across the space as the air froze. He'd have. What followed was a forced, yet strained laugh. From the moment it sounded, it was as if everyone's blood froze. What's going on? It's changing, it's evolving. I can't move, Ramirez. I'm trying. The previous calmness on the Paragon's expression began to change. In its place was a deep sense of apprehension as they watched the mist slowly start to fade from the anomaly's body. CR crack. A cracking sound echoed, Seth's body hunching further as his arms and body started to squirm. Soon, the mist covering his body thinned further, and the appearance beneath the mist began to be revealed. One detail at a time. Krog crack. What emerged was a figure completely different from before, one that they were aware of, yet nothing about it resembled humor. Its mask, split into a permanent smile, curved sharply at the edges, as if carved with the intention of mocking anyone who dared to look at it. The colors on its suit were faded and uneven, hanging loosely in places as though the fabric had decayed along with whatever was wearing it. Small bells dangled from its collar and wrists, but instead of ringing, they gave off a dull, hollow rattle that caused the air to freeze. And just as everyone became aware of what lay before them, the jester raised its head. The moment it did, the lips on the mask pulled into a tighter smile as it suddenly began to laugh. The laugh was unlike anything that the Paragons had ever heard before. Not just because of the way it sounded, but because of what came alongside the laugh. Ha. All of a sudden, one of the weaker Paragons started to feel something, their breathing growing heavier. The change caught everyone off guard, but before they could even figure out what was happening, the Paragon's face turned completely white. Especially when... Krog crack. He heard a sudden crack in his mind. The sound was subtle, but he heard it. Not just him, everyone else did too. In that moment everyone froze, all eyes falling on the Paragon as time appeared to freeze. Then... Crack. Fast. Loud. Numerous cracking sounds followed all at once, all eyes falling on the Paragon as he looked at them with a blank expression. In that moment his lips opened. As he did, he mumbled, "My nodes." He blinked his eyes, his lips opening again. But this time no words came out. Instead, his entire appearance started to change. In just a breath's time, his face turned completely white, the color draining out as if something had wiped away every trace of humanity he once had. Crack. His body began to lengthen, joints stretching in ways that looked painfully unnatural, yet he showed no sign of discomfort, as though he had lost complete sense of what was happening. The structure of his limbs shifted next, growing thinner and more exaggerated, giving him an almost puppet-like body that swayed with each subtle movement. Horror flashed across the faces of those watching, their hearts sinking to the lowest pits as the laugh from the jester echoed in the background. In that moment, their heads turned to face the jester as it laughed, its hand covering its face as its gaze fell on them, the amusement all too clear. The laugh resounded loudly in their ears, one that made them realize something. The jester, It had turned someone into an anomaly. Chapter 453, A Laugh That Terrifies 3. The laughter was different from what it had been before. If earlier it sounded restrained, now all restraints had been thrown out the window. The laugh grew even more deranged as the jester's body hunched further and further, the mask covering its face twitching with a madness so palpable it made the world seem to pause around it. But it was the jester's changes that made everyone look at it in horror. It was what the laughter brought that made the paragons stop dead in their tracks. Crack. A paragon's body twitched, its bones jutting up and down beneath its skin as its entire structure began to change. The movements were small at first, barely noticeable, but they quickly grew sharper, the sounds of bones grinding against one another slipping through the air. Its skin tightened, then stretched, then tightened again, unable to keep up with the shifting shape beneath. The paragon tried to speak, but only a strained breath left its throat, cut short as its jaw locked into a new angle. Within moments, its silhouette no longer resembled the person it had been. Its arms lengthened unevenly, fingers fusing, splitting, then bending backward in ways that no human joint could manage. The spine arched, pushing the torso into a hunched, unnatural shape, while its head tilted to one side, settling into a position that looked disturbingly deliberate. By the time the mist cleared, the paragon had disappeared entirely. In its place was a completely different creature, one whose pressure was enough to alarm the other paragons as they stared at one another, their faces unable to hide their shock. In the many years that they had been doing this job, this was the first time they had witnessed a scene like this. A scene in which an anomaly had turned another person into another anomaly. It was enough to send chills down their very spine. Oh man! But despite their stupor and confusion, the paragons were quick to move, their bodies dashing away as they distanced themselves from the anomaly. Instead, they immediately focused their attention on the jester as they started communicating with one another. What do you think happened? What's with the sudden change? I'm not sure. Ramirez replied, his nodes churning as a white glow enveloped the newfound anomaly, covering its entire body and preventing it from moving. I can't determine its strength, but for now I should be able to contain it. But that's not the problem here. Ramirez's tone turned grim as he looked at the jester. He. Hearing the distorted laugh that continued to echo from the jester's body, his expression sank. I don't know how it managed to do that, and that's what worries me. I do not fear what I know, I only fear what I don't know. His words brought a moment of silence as the laughter continued to echo in the background. While none of them felt any major changes in their bodies, they did feel a slight tingle in their nodes. It was easy to ignore at first, but the more they used their nodes, the more pronounced the feeling became, and as they exchanged glances, they soon understood. Don't overexert your nodes. The further you push your node, the more likely it will be to take over. Keep your control to a manageable level. Sandy, block all of the noise. Make sure not to. Samuel's words were quickly put to a stop. Before he could even share his commands, the jester's entire body trembled further. At the same time, Ramirez's expression changed drastically. Shit. All eyes turned on the paragon that had turned into an anomaly. It was there that they witnessed the white film covering its body begin to thin. Ramirez reacted instinctively, his nodes churning harder as he tried to reinforce the seal, but as he did, Samuel's expression shifted drastically. Shit, don't do. It was too late. By the time Samuel spoke, Ramirez's nodes had already churned faster. This was also the moment that his expression changed. He. The laughter that echoed in the background grew even more pronounced, and Ramirez froze on the spot, his eyes wide as he looked at the others, his face turning pale as his lips opened to mumble, "Oh." By the time he realized his mistake, it was already too late. Crack. A series of cracks echoed from within Ramirez's head as his eyes turned completely red, the blood vessels within his eyes exploding at once. It felt like a long time had passed, but not even a moment had elapsed as the world around them seemed to freeze. Crack. His body began to change a moment later, enlarging as pieces of stone formed across his skin, spreading quickly until both of his hands were covered by gauntlet-like layers. A heavy, terrifying pressure radiated from him as the transformation continued. Be rank. Nodes a rank. The faces of the paragon sank. They hesitated. not because of the power that the anomaly exhibited, but because of the jester. In that moment, they all shared the same thought. If I use my node, will I also turn? Despite being the absolute best elites in the world, this was the first time they had witnessed something like this. None of them understood what was going on, except that the anomaly fed on the sudden overuse of their nodes. The answer was clear. They had to keep the usage of their nodes to a minimum. But what was the minimum? Not only that, but with them not being able to use their nodes to the absolute best, it was the same as nerfing them heavily. A heavy sense of dread descended upon the group in that moment, their faces turning slightly pale as they looked at one another. But the moment of hesitation only lasted a brief second. There was no turning back. They couldn't turn back. And as such, they quickly focused their attention on the jester. I've already contacted the others outside. They will be coming shortly. They've already suppressed most of the anomalies outside. I've also relayed to them the situation over here. Just don't overdraw your node, so long as you don't overdraw then. Not even a few seconds after Samuel began speaking, the jester suddenly stopped laughing, bringing the nearby surroundings to a still silence. Nobody moved. Nobody except the jester, as it brought its hand away from its face and turned to look in their direction. No, it was looking elsewhere, towards a different direction. None of them understood what it was looking at, but that brief moment of silence was enough to make everyone grow unsettled. The Paragon's body began to move subsequently, their nodes churning moderately as they tried to attack, but at the same time they did, the jester's head turned. Jingle, jingle. The bells at the top of its head jingled as its lips pulled into a tighter smile. And shortly after, ha 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 chi 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 ha. Ha 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 head is ha. Ha 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 head is ha. Ha 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 head ha. It began to laugh once more. But this time, its laugh was a little different. It was cruder, more deranged, and most importantly, it was louder. Loud enough for everyone within the vicinity to hear. And subsequently, crog crack, crog crack, crog crack. Crog crack, crog crack. Crog crack, crog crack, crog crack. Crog crack, crog crack, crog crack, crog crack. Crog crack, crog crack, crog crack. Crog crack, crog crack, crog crack, crog crack, crog crack, crog crack. Crog crack, crog crack. Crog crack. Crog crack, crog crack, crog crack. Crog crack, crog crack, crog crack, crog crack. Crog crack, crog crack. A series of cracking sounds began to echo throughout the surroundings. Everything froze in that moment. Be it the anomalies, the paragons, the agents of the BUA, the guild masters, or even the viewers. In that moment, all focus was on the laughing jester. Question marks appeared on a few. Their minds struggled to process what was happening, but in the next moment all questions faded. What replaced it was a look of true dread. 4. Even more anomalies began to appear. Chapter 454, Hunting the Demon One. What the hell is happening? Jason. Emily, what are you doing? Why aren't you moving? The surroundings were filled with shock and confusion. At one point, everyone was fighting the numerous anomalies, and in the next moment, several people stopped at once, a faint cracking sound echoing from their minds. Nobody knew what was happening. However, in the next moment, scenes that shook the minds of all those watching unfolded before them, followed by a deranged, almost sadistic laugh that echoed across the surroundings like a chill carried on the wind. Echaha-he. The frozen bodies began to move, their bones cracking as their limbs twisted unnaturally, their shapes slowly and grotesquely changing. Shit. And what the fuck? It didn't take long for everyone to realize what was happening. But it was that realization that shook them to their core. They're turning. How is this possible? This makes no sense at all. Move back. No, kill them now that they are turning, Huke. Some chose to step back, still unsure of what was happening and unwilling to strike at people they had been fighting alongside only moments earlier. But of course, there were others who were far more ruthless and cold, already preparing to cut down whatever stood before them without hesitation. Seeing how the situation was turning, those who chose to attack went all out. Attack now before things get worse. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. A lot of the members present had been trained to forego any semblance of emotion, conditioned to choose only the most optimal option in any situation. It was for this reason that they chose to strike. But was this really the best option? One single laugh. That was all it took for the many who chose to act to freeze. What? My node. In that instant, they all felt a similar sensation. A similar tingle in their nodes. In that moment, for just a brief moment, time appeared to stop for them, a constant ringing echoing in their ears as they looked around, finding several people staring at them, mouthing strange words. Not them too. One of them managed to read the lips of a distant person. But it was already too late. Krog crack. He soon heard it. The familiar cracking, sound that he had heard coming from the people who had frozen moments prior. And soon, his vision turned black. But in the very last moments, he could feel it. The changes happening within his body as he, too, started to turn into an anomaly. Crack. Space. At the same time. Not far from where the jester stood. Rumble, rumble. The surroundings shook, screams filling the area as everyone witnessed the spine-chilling results that came with the jester's laugh. What the hell is happening? Kyle muttered, his lips dry as he stared at the distant jester. Alongside him were Zoe and the rest of the group that had entered the gate. Even the section chief was present, although his expression wore a frown as he mumbled, "Something is not adding up. Did what I saw really happen? Did it?" Guild Master. Team leader Soren spoke up, her expression grave as she looked towards the Guild Master who stood ahead of the group. For some reason, there appeared to be a peculiar expression on the Guild Master's face as he looked towards the distant jester. It was almost like one of amusement. No, that doesn't make sense. Why would he be amused? Blinking once, the thin smile that she seemed to have seen from the Guild Master faded as he turned his gaze in her direction. Yes. Soren's head once again focused on the jester and the distant chaos before hurriedly speaking. The situation seems to be a mess, and judging from the situation, that thing is capable of turning people into anomalies. I've thought of several approaches, and I think there's no need. The Guild Master raised his hand, cutting the team leader off. He then began to speak, his voice calm and seemingly completely unconcerned. The situation is indeed a bit of a mess, but it's still not completely out of control. Not completely out of control. Soren blinked her eyes, staring at the Guild Master at a complete loss before looking back in the direction of the jester, where more and more people were slowly starting to turn as its sadistic, almost cruel laugh echoed in every direction. She wanted to say more, but eventually shrugged. Well, if he says so. Soren's thought process was simple. Since he paid her salary, he was right. But that was just her. Hearing the Guild Master's words, the other present team leaders and even the section chief looked at him in confusion. But just before any of them could get any word out, the Guild Master turned his head to look at one particular individual. His lips curled further into a smile. It's manageable, right? The group froze. Thereafter, all heads slowly turned in the direction of where the Guild Master was staring, and it was there that everyone caught a glimpse of a pair of dark eyes. Seth. Seth, did you say Seth? What? Why are you here? No, wait. Kyle hastily raised his head in alarm, his eyes sweeping over the surroundings. He knew all about Seth's situation and what was presented in the news. In fact, the moment he came out of the gate, he also seemed to have had the impression of being betrayed by Seth, but Kyle understood from the start that something was wrong. He didn't believe in his memories for 1 second. But still, they felt incredibly real. He wasn't the only one to react like this. Almost everyone else was the same, staring at Seth with a look of wariness. But soon, all eyes turned on the smiling Guild Master. Does he know something? Kyle's heart skipped a beat for a moment. His thoughts paused on what he'd previously witnessed inside the gate, and his expression couldn't help but turn serious. Now that I think about it, he did seem to know a lot back in the gate as well. Although he did betray us in the end, I don't think all my memories are fake, but what is true and what is false? Kyle felt a headache starting to form. So, do you have an idea of what's going on? I do, Seth replied after the Guild Master spoke. He didn't give the others time to process the information before turning to look elsewhere. He's hiding, somewhere within the crowd. If you can find him and eliminate him, all of this will be over. He? Who is hiding? As the others asked the questions, Seth didn't reply. Instead, he turned around and headed in a certain direction. There is no better time to attack than now. Its power is at its weakest after being sealed for so long. If you don't take advantage of this situation, it'll all fall apart. It won't be easy to find him, but it'll essentially be the only non-human in the dwindling number of humans present. The entire time, his attention seemed fixed on something else, and without a word he eventually broke away from the group, leaving everyone stunned. Question marks appeared on the heads of everyone present, but before anyone could fully process his words, the guild master clapped his hand, his smile still lingering. You've heard him, time to start looking. Chapter 455, Hunting the Demon 2. What? Nobody moved despite the guild master's words. How could they move? They could hardly understand his orders. Follow along. But even if they did, what were they supposed to do? Guild. His words were pretty clear. You just need to look for someone who is disguised as a human but isn't human. Pausing, the guild master's gaze fell on one of the team leaders present. Carmen, I'd like you to use your abilities to look at the surroundings. See if you can spot anyone trying to disguise themselves as a regular member. But guild master, just do as I say. I'll take responsibility for now. Eventually, Carmen relented. As the team leader of the hoarding department, she was the only one in the room with the authority and ability to act. Too many members were still missing, and none of the other departments, section chiefs, were present besides the one from the containment department. With no one else available, the responsibility of checking the situation through her hunter decree fell solely on her. Because of that, after a brief moment of hesitation, she finally decided to activate her node. Her nodes churned, and the moment they did, the surroundings began to distort. Lines stretched across the world like shifting grids and intersecting vectors, the colors around her bending and bleeding into one another. At the same time, she tapped her foot against the ground while saying, I'm going to share my sight with everyone. Her third node churned, and the eyes of all those around turned blue. They all soon shared her vision. Or at least most of them. Share it with him too. Don't worry about overexerting your nodes. With me here, nothing will happen. It was only when the guild master spoke that Carmen reluctantly shared her vision with the departing Seth. Despite her actions, he didn't stop for 1 second. It was almost as if nothing had happened to him. Stop wasting any more time. Start searching. Make sure to keep a distance from the jester in the distance and use the chaos to your advantage. It's obvious that the range of its laugh is limited. And with the guild master's words, everyone began moving. Watching everyone leave, the guild master remained standing in place, his gaze slowly turning in the direction of where Seth had left. Thinking about his actions and the jester in the distance, he couldn't help but smile once more. What an interesting turn of events. What do you think? I don't know. What am I supposed to think? Zoe glanced at Kyle as they moved quietly through the chaos. Every step felt heavier than the last. The scene around them was enough to send chills through their very core, and the closer they drew to the distant jester, the stronger the sense of dread pressed against their chests. Ha-he-ha. By now, they had grown close enough that the laughter became more pronounced. The moment they arrived close enough to reach its range, they all felt a strange tingle up around their nodes. It made them pause for a second, but a cold voice followed the moment they stopped. Keep moving, don't overexert your nodes, you won't be noticed with me here. There was another person moving alongside them. Clara. Although the two didn't understand why she chose to go with them, her presence was the main reason why they were able to get closer to the main area without being noticed. Looking at the small black tendrils that were clinging to their body, the two exchanged glances before hearing Clara's words once more. Keep your eyes peeled. Remove all unnecessary thoughts and focus on the task at hand. Her words instantly brought the two back to the situation. Without wasting a second, they started to look around. Look for someone that is pretending to be human, right? Kyle muttered, his eyes squinting as he scanned the area for anything out of the norm. This wasn't exactly easy. Despite the team leader's skill being used on them, the area was completely chaotic. Besides the laughing jester, they could hear screams as people froze on the spot, their bodies cracking and turning into grotesque creatures. They could even see blood spilling onto the ground, and as they grew nearer, they all started to slow down, their breathing coming to a pause. Slow your steps. Clara took the front, her eyes sweeping the area as they stopped behind a burned-down black van. They all immediately rushed behind it as a scream ripped through the area. Hug. They didn't need to see to know what had happened. Kyle and Zoe's expressions tensed, their gazes falling on Clara as her brows furrowed tightly. The two weren't just worried about the situation around her. They were also worried about Clara. It hadn't been long since she had been reinstated to the battlefield, and while she seemed fine now, there was no telling whether she could fall back into the state she had fallen into the past few months. Still, despite knowing this, the two of them didn't stop looking around. It had to be said, the team leader's ability was remarkable. Even from such a distance, she could share her perception with all of them. It made navigating the chaos far easier, allowing them to distinguish humans from anomalies at a glance. Yellow for human, red for anomaly. Kyle looked all over the place, his eyes desperately searching for something. Anything. I still don't know what's going on, and I don't even understand why the guild master is listening to Seth, but looking at the situation, we're at a point where we just need anything. Otherwise, we might never clear this scenario. Biting his lips, Kyle kept scanning the area, ignoring the sharp sting building in his eyes from forgetting to blink. Yellow, 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 yellow. But regardless of where he looked, he couldn't see anything suspicious. He checked his phone, hoping to see if the other members had seen anything, but there were no new messages. As he looked at Zoe, Kyle's heart sank. Shit, is there really someone pretending to be human? Could Seth have? No. Kyle shook his head. Seeds of doubt were planted in his mind, but he quickly shook them off. Even if the entire world refused to believe in Seth, he wasn't going to be one of them. He knew Seth better than anyone, and even though he was acting weird, Kyle still believed in him. As such, he continued to scan the surroundings. The laughter of the jester. The screams of the paragons and members. Kyle continued to ignore it all as he strained his vision to look around. Where? He started to become desperate. He continued to look all over the place, even going as far as moving away from the spot despite Clara and Zoe trying to hold him back. Must be somewhere, must be. Kyle suddenly stopped. All of a sudden, his gaze fell towards a certain individual. He stood amidst the chaos, his lips pulled into a smile. The moment Kyle caught a glimpse of him, he felt a cold chill run down his body. But, yellow, his entire body is coated in yellow. Realistically, he should have been a human. But why was he smiling, and why am I suddenly feeling chills running down my entire body? Kyle's breathing grew heavier, his lips pursing together. And soon, as if sensing his gaze, the figure turned his head. For just a moment, time seemed to freeze between the two of them. Kyle's pupils slowly constricted, every hair on his body raising. But something strange happened right after. Something he couldn't quite understand, as his vision turned completely dark from that moment onward. But only for a moment. Bang! The moment he snapped out of it, he felt a large hand clamp around his neck, his back smashing against what appeared to be a wall. His breath caught instantly, strained and shallow, as his hands reached for the hand clasping his neck. His struggles only made things worse. The hand clamped harder against his neck. Look! But just as he tried to pry himself free, he looked down and froze. It was there that he saw a familiar pair of eyes staring back at him. And soon, his cold voice cut through the panic rising in Kyle's chest. Found you. Chapter 456, The One to Kill the Jester 1. Banged. Kyle's figure was thrown to the side of a wall as a hand clasped onto his neck, lifting him above the ground. Hyuka. It all happened so fast that he had no time to react. By the time he did, a pair of cold, dark eyes stared straight at him. Through his struggle, Kyle managed to get a few words out. Seth. He was stunned. He didn't know what was going on. In one moment he was looking at someone, and in the next moment he found Seth grabbing him by the throat. His thoughts spiraled. What's happening? Why is he acting like this? This makes no sense. Why would he be doing this? What if? His mind fell back on the memories he had seen. All of a sudden, a thought surfaced in his head. What if they weren't fake? What if they had all been real? A shudder ran down Kyle's spine as his pupils constricted. He didn't hesitate. Past the point of confusion, and at the point of realization, he instantly activated his nodes, trying to freeze the time around him. But to his absolute horror, he realized none of his nodes were responding. How? Kyle didn't even have the time to speak out his confusion, before he felt the grip over his throat tighten as Seth's hand pulled back, before smashing him against the side of the wall once more. Bang! Ack! A harsh groan tore from Kyle's throat as the air was driven from his lungs. In his daze, he continued to stare at Seth. He still couldn't understand. Why were his nodes not working, and what the hell was going on with Seth? "What are you doing?" Thankfully, reinforcement came pretty quickly as Kyle caught a glimpse of a lock of blonde hair from behind Seth. In that fleeting moment of clarity, he could see the look of shock on Clara's and Zoe's faces. But despite their presence, Seth's attention remained fixed on Kyle. "Come out." It was as if he only cared about one thing, and one thing only. Everything else appeared to be white noise to him. But what was he even saying? "Come on." "Hey." A hand gripped onto Seth's shoulder, pulling him back. "What are you doing?" Zoe's voice echoed once more, this time louder as she glared at Seth. Clara stood not far from her, observing the entire situation with a deep expression. For a moment she looked almost hesitant. But that hesitation didn't last for long. Soon her expression returned to normal as she stared at Seth, dark tendrils moving up her body as they enveloped her entire body. Seth didn't mind all of this. He couldn't care less about what was happening around him. His only focus was on Kyle. "You're still not going to show yourself." His grip over the throat tightened as he pulled Kyle back once more, his hand ready to smash him against the back of the wall once more. But before he could even attempt such a move, a figure appeared right before him, her movements quick. It was only then that both sides came to a halt, Clara's gaze locking firmly with Seth's as the tension between them thickened. That moment seemed to last for an eternity, but it was just for a moment. Not even a second later, Clara appeared behind Seth, a cold dagger already pressed against his throat. She was so fast that Seth didn't even have the time to react. Or at least, that was how it appeared to be for Kyle. But looking at Seth, Kyle's throat clenched. For some reason, it didn't really feel like he cared at all as his gaze remained fixed on him. "Why you? I don't understand what is going on, but you need to let go of Kyle. I'll keep things courteous on account of what you did to me. However, if you continue like this, I'm afraid that I'll have to take more extreme measures." The cold blade dug deeper into Seth's throat, its edge pressing firmly against his skin. Still, Seth didn't react. That forced Clara to press the blade even harder against his neck. The pressure increased until a thin red line finally appeared, slowly tracing its way down his neck. Drip. But despite the threat, despite the blood that dripped down, Seth, he remained unmoved. His eyes never left Kyle's, his own reflection staring back at him from within them. For just a moment the surrounding chaos appeared fleeting to the four of them. The screams, the clashes, the laugh. Everything appeared null as Seth continued to stare at Seth, and Clara's dagger pressed deeper. But eventually, Seth's grip over Kyle's throat loosened. Until, thump, he finally let go. Cough, cough, and cough. Slumping to the ground, Kyle coughed violently, both hands clawing at his throat as he fought to draw in air. His head spun, his throat burned, and his thoughts came sluggish and unfocused. Even so, he kept his eyes on Seth, forcing himself to stay aware. He was still trying to understand. Why did you? But Seth's attention wasn't on him. It was elsewhere. Not on Clara, not on Zoe. Somewhere else entirely. And when Kyle followed his line of sight, his breathing stopped entirely. The same went for Zoe, and even Clara's grip on her dagger slackened, her hand trembling as whatever they saw stole the air from their lungs. Standing in the distance was a figure that didn't need to move to be felt. Its gaze locked onto them, and as its attention fell upon them, a crushing pressure bore down on their bodies. It felt as though something beyond this world was staring straight through them, ignoring flesh and bone alike. A deep, primal dread rose from within their bodies, instinct screaming as they froze beneath its gaze. But they weren't the only ones. Everything around it seemed to freeze as well, the gazes of many locking firmly onto it. Jingle, jingle. A soft jingling sound drifted through the air, carried by a faint breeze, and with it the laughter came to an abrupt stop. Nobody moved, be it the people or the anomalies. Everything had stopped. For the first time, the jester had stopped laughing. Nobody knew what to expect. All sorts of thoughts drifted through their minds as they stared at the jester. It stopped laughing. Should we attack? Did it get tired? Should I use my node? Is it safe to use my node? No, not yet. Observe. Why did it stop laughing? Calm, keep calm, calm. Look for a weakness. Don't use your node yet. Keep observing. They were all assessing the situation, trying to determine what to do and make of the situation. And under such gazes, the jester finally began moving. Step. The world tensed, the nodes of many starting to churn as they prepared for the worst. But to everyone's surprise and growing horror, the jester continued to move. Step, step. It seemed to have a goal. A direction. Those in its path moved aside without thinking, their bodies reacting before their minds could catch up. With every step the jester took, the hearts of those watching thudded harder, each beat pressing heavily against their minds. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Where was it going? What was it doing? Watching the jester move, all eyes followed its gaze and finally caught sight of a pair of dead eyes staring back at it, a red line tracing down his neck. The faces of a few changed, recognizing the figure staring back at the jester. How could they not? Hey, the traitor. Shock filled the hearts of many, but their shock only amplified as the jester drew closer and closer to the traitor, eventually coming to a stop in front of him. In that moment the world seemed to fall silent. Every sound vanished, every breath stilled, and all hearts paused. All eyes were fixed on the two figures facing one another. The jester and Seth. Just what was happening? Chapter 457, The One to Kill the Jester Too. The jester's sudden presence brought everything to a halt. Movement died where it stood, as if the world itself had been ordered to stop. All eyes were fixed on the two figures facing one another, the space between them carrying a certain sense of suffocation. Neither moved as they stared at one another. For just a moment the world appeared to quiet down, all breaths held. Until, I should have known. A hoarse voice shattered the silence, bringing everyone's attention towards the disheveled figure next to Seth, his eyes glaring at him. Why you planned all of this, you are with that thing. His words weren't loud, and yet they managed to reach the ears of everyone present, shaking them out of their daze as their bodies started to move. As they did, Kyle's voice grew louder. You did this, you are a traitor. He was screaming, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Seth as he weakly raised his hand to point at him. You damn traitor. Kyle's words bellowed loudly as everyone looked at Seth and the jester, their eyes starting to become clear as realization also dawned on them. That's right. He was said to be a traitor, it all makes sense. He's the one controlling the jester, he must be the one behind all of this. So long as we get rid of him, we can get rid of that monster. The eyes of many changed, turning even wilder as they set their gaze over to Seth. Feeling the numerous gazes directed at him, Seth didn't react at all. Instead, he took them all in before slowly turning his attention towards Kyle. Kyle's eyes were still bloodshot, his face pale as he glared at Seth. But on closer look, one could notice the smile hidden beneath his gaze, the pure look of ecstasy hidden within those eyes that curled at the edges. Seeing all of this, Seth's lips similarly curled. A smile soon marred his lips. So you've finally decided to show yourself. He looked utterly unconcerned by the people surrounding him as the jester finally began to move, its gaze slowly shifting, turning toward the numerous figures advancing in its direction. Nodes churned one after another, power surging to the surface, yet as they did, the numerous anomalies that had formed also began to move. The fragile balance that had held the surroundings together only moments ago finally shattered, and in an instant, the area was flooded with attacks from every direction. Bang! The surroundings shook, each side attacking the other. Overlooking the entire thing, the jester's body grew even more hunched as its lips parted slightly. Hey! A chuckle. It was just a mere chuckle, but it was enough to make the hearts of the many that were heading in its direction squeeze. Control your nodes carefully. Don't overruz. Wham! Music flared all of a sudden, cutting through the chaos with a sharp, jarring intensity that made every movement falter for just a split second. Not a moment later, a figure appeared behind the jester, the stitches on its lips and eyelids ripped as the two dark holes in its eyes stared straight at the people heading its way. Holding onto the violin, the conductor's hand moved down. Zii. Pulling the stick down, a high-pitched, dissonant, and unsettling sound began to play out from the violin, forcing the faces of a few to turn completely pale. Only the stronger paragons were able to resist it, albeit their faces turned even graver. But that wasn't all. With the presence of the conductor, a dark figure soon materialized next to the jester, followed by a soft popping sound as a young girl appeared on top of another lamp, staring at the scene leisurely. The sight made a few despair. How is this? Why are they here? They should have been dead. But this was merely the start. As its lips parted wider, a soft, jingling sound spread through the area. A cracked, hoarse chuckle followed, seeping out of the jester and echoing unnaturally across the surroundings. Ha-teet-ha. Many stopped. It wasn't that they chose to stop. Their bodies simply refused to obey. The nodes within them began to churn on their own, faster and more violently than they intended, slipping out of their control. Eyes widened one after another as panic set in, all of them staring at the jester as the same horrifying realization settled in their minds. And sure enough, HAHAA. The laugh changed a moment after, turning to the one everyone had grown accustomed to. Oh shit. That was also the moment many realized what was happening. But by then, it was already too late. Krog crack, krog crack, krog crack, krog crack, krog crack. They had all started to turn. Focus, ignore them. Keep eyes locked onto the target. While this was happening, the more elite group focused its attention on Seth. By now, everyone could tell that the jester and Seth were working together, with the jester even going as far as protecting Seth. This made things obvious for everyone. Seth was the mastermind behind everything. He was the one that they needed to get rid of. Make sure to block all noise from reaching. The laugh appears to be of the sonorous property, so make sure to drown it all away. Scylla's, you keep your attention on the target. We'll take on the jester while you take on the target. Make sure not to lose sight of him. Do whatever you want. If you feel that you need to kill him, kill him. Yes. The group's pace surged, their movements sharpening as their bodies were bathed in a bright yellow glow. At the same time, dark tendrils crept across Scylla's body, wrapping around him as his form began to blur, slowly fading from sight. The jester noticed, its gaze shifted toward him. But it was already too late. Before it could react, the paragons were on it, closing the distance in an instant. Multiple nodes churned at once, power erupting from every direction as they launched their assault. The paragons were different from the rest. Although they were wary of the jester, they didn't fear it, especially since they were now aware of its weakness. Hold it back. Make sure to buy enough time for Scylla's. They just needed to do one thing, and one thing only. Kill Seth. So long as he died, all of this would end. Space. Bang banged. Chaos had completely taken over the island. Screams, destruction, laughter. The entire island was thrown into a terrifying state, chaos spreading as the battles raged on. And amidst it all, only two individuals stood completely unaffected. They simply stared at each other until... I'm curious, how are there two of you? Kyle finally began speaking. While his tone was calm, his face showed fear and anxiety. To the world, he needed to show fear. No, there aren't two of you. Taking a closer look, Kyle's eyes squinted. Enough. Realization soon dawned on his face. You are that weird system thing, aren't you? That doppelganger. For just a moment, Kyle's lips trembled. He so clearly wanted to smile, finding the entire situation amusing. I bet your entire plan went up in smoke, right? Kyle's gaze turned even more amused, the corners of his eyes squinting further. Your entire plan revolved around him, and yet he chose to sacrifice his entire body. Even when you provided him with a way out, he chose to forego such an option, turning into a complete anomaly. You must be disappointed, right? You must be angry, especially since you probably can't do anything to me due to the body that I've taken over. You're not going to kill poor Kyle, right? Do you think he would allow it? Propping his body up, Kyle slowly stood up, bringing himself closer and closer to Seth before stopping. As he did, his lips finally pulled into a smile, his hands extending. So, what's your choice? Kill me, but what would the point of that be, after all? Kyle's head slowly turned towards the jester. He's already useless, isn't he? Chapter 458, The One to Kill the Jester 3. The silence between Seth and Kyle stood in sharp contrast to the chaos around them. And yet, The tension between the two far outstripped anything that was around them. Bang! An explosion resounded. It shattered the nearby surroundings, as the jester's power grew increasingly stronger. Hee-haw! With every second that passed, the jester's power would evolve in some twisted and terrifying way. Slowly but surely, even the paragons were starting to feel a sense of crisis. "Hurry," one of the paragons shouted, urgency ringing through their voice as they rushed toward the jester. "Faster! Get rid of him faster, its laugh is changing. We need to hurry." The paragon's voice was followed by several other voices. "Hold it back, anything, silence it. That. Every scene, every moment, every angle. It was all recorded and broadcast to the entire world. Every single person holding their breath as their attention remained fixed on the fight between the paragons and the jester. Could they win? Were they enough to defeat the jester? Bang! Another explosion resounded, the anomalies under the jester's control attacking from unexpected angles and forcing several paragons to shift their attention away from the jester. "Damn it!" One of the paragons swore under their breath, a burst of bright light flaring around their body as they barely managed to block the sudden attack. In the next instant, they retaliated, tearing the anomaly apart piece by piece. But the moment one fell, two more took its place. Damn it, damn it. The situation was growing more and more chaotic. By now, everyone had lost control of the situation. Anomalies poured in from every direction, crawling up from beneath the ground and tearing their way out of the space around them. Coupled with the laughter echoing through the air, it pushed many to the brink, their movements growing desperate as the pressure continued to mount. All those spectating stood at the edge of their seats, many forgetting to breathe as the situation grew more and more despairing. But what nobody paid attention to was the silent figure that was making its way towards the two individuals standing behind the jester. Swoosh! The world didn't know, but the paragons knew. They were aware of the importance of the two figures, or more specifically. Seth. Clank. Just a little more. As paragons fought, they kept looking in Silas's direction. They hoped, prayed that he'd make it. Swoosh. Dark tendrils clung to Silas's body as his nodes churned. Shadow walk. Sound distortion. Body lightening. Ranked within the top 20 of the Sentinel Decree, Silas was the perfect person for any type of mission that involved stealth and assassination. Staring down the jester, he moved faster. "It still hasn't discovered me. I don't think it will even if I get near it. I should be safe for now." There weren't many things he could claim absolute confidence in, but when it came to his stealth, he had no doubts. He was certain that unless they were already within close range, not even the jester would notice him. That certainty was what allowed him to move forward without hesitation. It was why he believed he could see this through. "All I have to do is kill one person. I'm sure I can do it." Lifting his head, he fixed his gaze on his target. "Seth, from the information that I've gotten, he should just be a regular person with no powers. However, is that really the case?" Silas's eyes narrowed as he stared at Seth's exposed back. By now, he was almost certain that his target had something to do with the jester. He wasn't the only one, but most of the higher-ranked paragons thought the same. Although they weren't absolutely certain, so what if they were? The worst that could happen would be his death. This was a risk they were willing to take in order to resolve the situation. "Okay, I'm almost there." Silas drew nearer and nearer to Seth, his movements practically soundless. The closer he drew, the clearer Seth's outline became. He was standing opposite another person whom Silas wasn't very familiar with. However, it looked like the two were conversing. The surroundings were too chaotic for him to hear what was being said, but this was perfect. If he's distracted, it makes things a lot easier for me. But there was something else that caught his attention. Not far from the two, Silas spotted two more figures. His movements came to a short pause as he stared at them. Although he wasn't quite familiar with one of them, he was familiar with the other one. He had seen her in the annual rankings, and as if sensing his gaze, her head turned to face his direction. For a moment, Silas didn't know how to react. He was stunned. She detected me? No, that's not quite right. Looking at her, Silas realized that while she didn't detect him, she did sense something. The realization caught him off guard. Given how refined his stealth was, that shouldn't have been possible. What terrifying perception! His surprise lasted only a second before he deliberately eased his stealth, allowing his presence to surface. In that instant, Clara finally noticed him. Before she could react, Silas raised a finger to his lips and subtly shifted his gaze toward Zoe, making his intentions clear. "Stay put, do not interfere." This was all he did before deepening his concealment and once again moving towards Seth. From that point forward, he no longer paid the two any attention. 5 meters. 3. 1. Seth's back was now to Silas, his sharp dagger gleaming in the darkness as he prepared to ambush and take Seth out in a single, decisive strike. Even though he was very close, he could just barely make out their conversation. "Rat. Failed, given up. A real body. Do for now." Silas closed his eyes and drowned out all the noise. He didn't even pay attention to Kyle. Right now, he couldn't care less about what they were saying. He had a job to accomplish. "I'm ready." Silas drew in a slow breath. His muscles locked tight, coiled like drawn wire as energy surged through him, his nodes accelerating, roaring beneath his skin. The air itself seemed to tense. And then, his eyelids flew open, and all the tension coiled within his body snapped at once. The release was so sudden and violent, it felt like a gunshot had gone off inside him. Now, bang. Everything was perfect. The target was locked. The jester's attention was away from him. His condition was great. Everything was great. In that instant, he appeared before Seth and brought the blade down in a single, fluid motion. The strike was flawless, and he felt the unmistakable resistance as the blade cut through flesh and drew blood. Spurred. Blood sprayed in all directions. Success. He had succeeded. He had... All it took was one blink. By the time he blinked once, he found himself standing still, right where he had been a moment prior, but as opposed to before, he felt something else. Something more terrifying. And when he slowly turned his head, he saw it. The jester's gaze. HAA. Silas's breath left his body, his mind processing the situation. It makes no sense. How come nothing had happened? He had clearly felt the knife stab into Seth's flesh, and yet... KH. By now, Silas was fully out of his stealth. His presence was completely exposed, every part of him laid bare as the jester's gaze locked onto him and refused to let go. That one moment seemed to last for a lifetime, as his gaze wandered around the jester. Silas felt the weight of countless stares settle on him. From the jester's unblinking gaze to the paragons around them, mouths parting as if the world had slowed, every one of them seizing that moment to move, turning their attention toward the jester and preparing to strike. Bang! A thunderous explosion rang out as an attack struck the jester head-on, spiderweb cracks spreading across its mask. Before the shock could settle, another blow followed, then another, each impact deepening the fractures as more cracks crawled outward, carving into its expression bit by bit. Bang, banged. The sounds thundered across the surroundings as the jester remained standing, its gaze still, as numerous anomalies crawled from all directions to attack the paragons. While the jester was still standing, it was obvious that it was slowly starting to lose. It was the sudden turn of events that snapped Silas out of his daze, especially when he took note of the other paragons starting to overwhelm the jester. Fuck, I can't get distracted. Silas clenched his teeth until his jaw creaked under the strain. No, I have to go. Silas tightened his grip over the dagger, his nodes churning even harder as he stepped forward and released all the built-up tension within his body. He wanted to finish it before Seth could even have the chance to react. Even if Seth was aware of his presence, he was still confident in his skills. Knowing the potential connection Seth had with the jester, Silas didn't want to take any risk. It had to be done quickly, but things never panned out the way that he wanted them to. Spurred. A sudden spurting sound rang out, followed immediately by blood splattering across the ground. It was just simple blood, and yet the moment it stained the ground, it was as if something within the atmosphere shattered. The jester, which had been looking at him a moment prior, altered its gaze, turning it towards the source of the blood, the cracks on its mask growing even wider. The paragon's attacks grew even more relentless. Keep attacking. We're almost there. Everyone could see the light at the end of the tunnel. They could see and feel the eventual fall of the jester. They had to push just a little bit more. Bang, bang. But even amidst the numerous attacks, the jester's gaze never faltered. It remained fixed in the same spot. towards the two figures standing opposite one another. And it was that unsettling calmness that drew attention over the surroundings, unlike anything that had been there before. One that made Silas freeze. Not good. Chapter 459, The One to Kill the Jester 4. A few moments prior, the smile on Kyle's face was gone, replaced by sheer terror as he looked at Seth. To anyone watching, it seemed genuine, convincing even. But the tone that followed told a different story. Light, almost playful. One only needed to hear it to understand what his real expression truly was. I say this out of goodwill, but you should be careful of your back. There's a rat that is trying to make its way towards you. I'm not so sure you'll be able to handle it. That rat is quite strong. He nudged towards the back of Seth. What he meant, only they knew. It shouldn't be long now. Dantalion spoke once more, leisurely turning his wrist to check his watch. Yes, not long. He clenched his hand, then loosened it, before slowly lifting his head to look at Seth. For a brief second, he said nothing. Then the corner of his lips curled upward as he turned his gaze away toward the distant jester. Seth didn't move, his eyes never leaving Kyle. And when Kyle finally spoke, the voice that came from his mouth was no longer the same as before. I'm sure you're not happy about the current circumstances, right? You failed your goal and your host has given up on his body. It must be a terrible feeling. It was raspier. There's no way for him to ever turn back into a human, and while he might be able to withstand the current onslaught of attacks, you know very well that it won't be long until he dies. In such a situation, what are you going to do? Kyle blinked repeatedly, each blink quicker than the last. With every flutter of his eyelids, his expression shifted in subtle, unsettling ways. A small mouth briefly split open along the side of his cheek, only to fade moments later, replaced by a single eye that lingered for an instant before vanishing as well. Oops. Covering his cheek, Kyle looked at Seth. It seems there's less time than I expected. This body isn't exactly ideal, at least not compared to the one that I had chosen, but I guess it'll do for now. There's plenty of time to create a new one. Twitch. Kyle's face twitched violently. Flesh shifted with a sickening ripple as another mouth tore open at the top of his forehead, followed by a pair of eyes forcing their way out along the side of his left cheek. The sight was enough to freeze the blood. It looked as though countless souls were trapped beneath his skin, writhing and pressing outward, desperate to escape. Holding onto his face, Kyle cracked a smile as he looked at Seth. It really does look like you're running out of time, Mr. System. So, what are you going to do? You don't have many options. Twitch. Lips slowly formed at the top of Kyle's forehead. They were faint, barely defined, but Seth could see them clearly enough. They were pulled into a smile, almost as if it were mocking him. No, it was mocking him. There wasn't much time left before Dantalion fully took over Kyle's body. Once the demon succeeded, there would be no way to stop it. The only reason it hadn't done anything until now was that it couldn't. The demon needed a proper vessel in order to fully exhibit its powers. To make matters worse, if Seth made a move against Kyle now, the jester would almost certainly respond. No matter how Seth played it, he'd be put at a disadvantage. Wouldn't it be better if you joined me? Twitch. Kyle's face twitched again, more features forcing their way out along the side of his skin. The sight was deeply unsettling, and yet nobody seemed to notice such changes. It was almost as if Seth was the only one capable of seeing and hearing the truth behind the mask he wore. But amidst the changes, one thing remained the same. That smile. Kyle, or to be more precise, Dantalion never stopped smiling. At least that was until Seth moved. It all happened in an instant. Swoosh. So fast and unexpected that not even Dantalion was able to register it. Spurt. By the time realization set in, all he could do was slowly lower his head. Blood streamed down his abdomen, a long knife buried deep into his body. The smile that had lingered on his lips vanished at once. In its place was something far rarer. Surprise. You. Seth's gaze remained unmoved as his grip over the knife tightened, and he began to slowly twist the knife. There was an immediate reaction. Despite this not being its body, it could still feel pain. That was also the moment when the two felt changes coming from the surroundings. Kyle. A scream ripped through the surroundings, followed by several shadows as they headed in Seth's direction. However, Seth remained completely indifferent to the changes around him as time slowed down for the two of them. "Why can't I?" Dentalion's voice whispered a moment later. Though he was surprised, he seemed more curious than surprised. Perhaps this was the reason why he had slowed time down using Kyle's node, but looking closely, it became obvious that he was massively overdrawing that very same node. Crog crack. He could already hear faint cracking sounds beginning to form. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Kyle's node gave out entirely. "Why can't I use my powers? Why can't I transfer away?" Dentalion's voice whispered in the air. "What have you do? Are you done speaking?" "It was never about stopping you," Seth replied, his gaze drifting briefly over their surroundings. "The real issue was finding you, and there's something else you miscalculated as well." Seth looked at Kyle up and down, his expression calm. "I have no attachment to the body you've taken. You should already understand by now that I am not human. I do not possess emotions. To me, the sacrifice of a human life in order to erase a demon is simply an acceptable exchange." Seth's grip on the knife tightened. Blood spilled more freely onto the ground, pooling beneath them as Kyle's face drained of color. His expression warped further with each passing second, caught somewhere between pain, surprise, and something far more unnatural. "Why you?" But regardless of what face he showed, Seth remained indifferent. "Stop struggling. You've already wasted enough of my time." Drip, drip. Blood continued to pour as Kyle reached for the knife embedded in his abdomen with both hands, his twisted expression slowly softening as he gripped the hand still latched onto the blade. But no matter how much strength he put into it, Seth didn't move. If anything, the blade sank deeper. Dentalion's expression faltered, the color draining from his face as his resistance weakened. His eyes widened, breath hitching as the pressure mounted. For a brief moment, it almost looked like he was going to give in. Like he was going to break. But only for a moment. "Just kidding." A playful smile spread across his face the very next second, the pallor on his face fading completely as he completely let go of Seth's hand. At the same time, time snapped back to its normal pace. A shadow passed over the two of them, and somewhere above, the soft jingling of bells echoed through the air. Jingle. Seth didn't need to look to understand what was happening, but instead of showing a reaction, he continued to pull the dagger deeper and deeper into Kyle's body. "You do anything and I'll kill him." The words were enough to stop the shadow behind him, the sudden pause marked by the faint echo of jingling bells ringing out from the darkness. Jingle, jingle. In the meantime, Seth maintained his focus on Kyle as his brows furrowed slightly. He could feel it. The stairs, the numerous stairs that were directed at him, from the distant paragons to Scylla's, Zoe, Clara, and the numerous drones in the air. He could feel them all. And so did Kyle. KH. Kyle's expression twisted with pain, and as he slowly raised his head, the smile was gone, replaced by a sad and pained expression. Seth. His voice cracked, his face turning paler, but this time he didn't look at Seth, he looked elsewhere. Towards the shadow standing behind Seth. Towards the jester. "I am dying. Help me." Jingle, jingle. A powerful breeze carried through the next second, causing the bells on the jester's head to jingle once more, even as its expression remained fixed on Kyle. In that very moment, its mask began to twitch. It was faltering. The demon could feel it. "I don't know what the TWO of you are planning, but I will try my best to stop the two of you. I know you two are in it together. You are the ones responsible for all of this, you are." Seth, help me, it's me, Kyle. Please help me. I don't want to die like this. I don't know what is going on, but please, help me. I know you're in there. Please help me. Swoosh. Kyle's plea was cut short as the jester lunged forward without warning. Bang. Long, clawed fingers slammed into his cheeks, gripping his face with terrifying force. The pressure was absolute, crushing, silencing him instantly. Kyle's face changed almost immediately, and even the indifferent Seth had a change in expression as the sudden turn of events took him completely off guard. But before he even had the chance to properly react, something unexpected occurred. Under the watch of everyone present, a sharp cracking sound echoed from the jester's grip. Crog crack, crog crack. The sounds multiplied, sharp cracks piling atop one another, all coming from the same place. Kyle's body began to convulse violently under the jester's grip, jerking in unnatural spasms, as if something inside him was being forced apart. The sight was enough to make several faces go pale, expressions twisting as the realization of what they were witnessing slowly sank in. Zoe's face in particular paled, as she stared at the scene in front of her in horror. "Kyle," but before she could even move or react, a figure appeared behind her, holding her back. "No, stay back." "What do you mean, stay back?" "Kyle, Kyle." Crack. A loud cracking sound rang out without warning, sharp enough to make her freeze in place. Then, thump. A heavy impact followed as a body collapsed to the ground. Chapter 460, The One to Kill the Jester 5. The air went still. No breath followed, all eyes lowering to stare at the body on the ground. "Ada." Zoe froze completely, her lips trembling as she opened and closed her mouth. Clara was no different. Staring at Kyle's body on the floor, her mouth parted slightly. Even the paragons in the distance reacted the same way. But the most shocked of them all was someone different. It was Seth. Staring at Kyle's limp body, Seth blinked his eyes slowly, unable to understand the situation. What just happened? He shattered his node. This is no different than killing him. But why would he kill him? Weren't they on the same side? Did he lose all reasoning? Was this why he did this? Did he turn completely useless? Questions crowded the doppelganger's thoughts as it stared at Kyle's lifeless body. Even now, watching Kyle lie there, the doppelganger couldn't make sense of it. This outcome, this entire situation had unfolded in a way it had never foreseen. No. From the very beginning, everything had slipped beyond its ability to predict or control. In the moment when it felt as though it had finally managed to take control of the situation, something would occur that would shatter that sense of control and predictability it sought. And it didn't like that feeling at all. But above all else, as the doppelganger stared at Kyle's body, it felt the changes rippling through the body. Kyle's shattered nodes churned faster and faster, pushing beyond what was normally possible, and soon enough, his body started to follow along as it started to spasm uncontrollably on the floor. He was in the process of turning. "Kyle, Kyle." The brief silence was shattered by Zoe's scream, as the paragons had already made their way towards the jester. "Kyle, stop, don't do anything rash." Zoe's words were cut short as she was restrained, her voice lost in the chaos. "Go. Attack now." Everything appeared to move in slow motion in that moment. Crack. By now, the cracks across its mask were more noticeable than ever. Its presence was far weaker than it had been at the start. Any second now, everyone could feel it, hearts racing. Bah thump. It was only a matter of moments before the jester crumbled. They just had to hold on. He must have lost his mind. I don't see any other explanation. The doppelganger's expression settled back into its usual indifference. With the initial shock gone, his thoughts cleared. Even as he sensed the numerous figures rushing toward him, he showed little reaction. Even if this body were to crumble, it wouldn't simply die. He was no mortal. His only goal in coming was to fix the situation, to make sure the scenario proceeded the way that it had planned on going. But it became clear to the doppelganger that there was no saving the situation. The host had given away his body for power and was now on the verge of death. There was no saving the situation. The host had already lost all sense of reason. There was nothing left to salvage, no matter what it tried to do. And so, when it turned its attention back toward the jester, the doppelganger expected to end things. But the moment it turned around, it froze at the sight that greeted it. It had anticipated the vacant, doll-like stare of an anomaly. Instead, something else met its gaze, something wholly unexpected and utterly out of place. The doppelganger saw a pair of clear eyes. Eyes that seemed to be completely aware of what was going on. The sight made the doppelganger blink once more. He's aware. But then, swoosh. The doppelganger's thoughts shattered as the jester suddenly moved, its hand reaching toward it. The doppelganger reacted on instinct alone, gripping the same knife he had used on Kyle and driving it forward, stabbing straight toward the jester without hesitation. It was a self-sacrificing move, one where he traded off his own safety to deal a blow. Although the jester was much stronger than it was in such a state, its current body was on the verge of destruction. Having sustained numerous injuries from the paragons, it could barely move its body. Even a regular person could kill it at this moment. The doppelganger half expected the jester to stop, but contrary to its expectations. Spurt. The knife reached as it stabbed at the jester's abdomen, black blood spilling out of its body. Almost as if it wanted it to happen. The doppelganger's eyes widened for a brief instant before it forced the blade in deeper, driving it into the jester's body without hesitation. He didn't fully understand what he was trying to accomplish, nor what the outcome would be, but its resolve had already been set long ago. It was going to get rid of the jester, for it had already turned useless. But at the same moment he drove the blade forward, the jester's hand shot out toward the doppelganger. Despite its terrible state, the hand moved faster than expected. Swoosh! It swallowed the doppelganger's vision completely, fingers closing in until everything went black. As its hand reached the doppelganger, a faint, hoarse voice echoed through the darkness. "You're the exact copy of me." The doppelganger froze, its mind processing the words. "The same as me just before turning, everything is the same." The words thundered into the doppelganger's mind, its body freezing as the words repeated in its mind. Exact copy. Same before turning. Everything is the same. Within the darkness, the doppelganger's eyes slowly started to widen as a certain thought crossed its mind. But by the time it understood what was happening, it was already too late. Perfect. The voice whispered into the doppelganger's mind once more. Unlike before, however, there was something different about the tone of the voice. It had a certain element of amusement in it, and as the realization finally settled in and all the pieces fell into place, the doppelganger could only mutter to itself, "I've been used." The realization came too late. From the very start, the jester, or to be more precise, Seth, had never lost control. It had only pretended to do so. Perhaps the entire scenario, the chaos, and the outcome had all been exactly what he was aiming for from the very beginning. Thinking about it, the usually indifferent doppelganger felt secret shudders run down its body. Even so, it was all already over. There was no time to be shocked. It had fallen for his ploys. Our dealings end here. Seth's voice whispered into the doppelganger's mind. This time, his voice was a lot clearer than it had been before. "I hope in your last moments you remember something." The jester's hand squeezed tighter onto the doppelganger's head, rendering its entire body immobile as a strange glow manifested over the jester's body. "I detest when people try to use me." The grip tightened, Seth's voice growing hoarse. "The only one that can ever hope to use me is myself. Let this be a warning. There won't be a next time." Swoosh. These were the last words the doppelganger heard before its world turned black. Chapter 461, The One to Kill the Jester 6. It all felt like a fever dream. One that seemed to be both a nightmare and a long dream. I couldn't remember much. Fighting. Yes, I remembered fighting. I also remembered setting up a gate to hold back the demon, while perfectly assimilating with my newfound body and power. I also remembered holding so much power that it felt as though the entire world rested in the palm of my hand. Hundreds, if not thousands, of different abilities at the palm of my hands. Fear unlike anything I'd ever seen before. Awe, worship, power. I felt it all. And for a moment, I almost lost myself to the sensation. For just a moment, I thought about letting the power consume me, but I quickly discarded such thoughts. There was more to it than this power. I had surrendered myself to it in order to accomplish one goal. Yes, I can't let this power take over, I can't. There was more that I needed to accomplish. This wasn't where I wanted to die. I had done so much in order to avoid death. Why would I turn into a mindless anomaly if I didn't want to die? Even if I did survive, it would defeat the entire purpose of living. I wanted to live. Not just in body, but in mind as well. I didn't want to die. And in order to live, I had done what I did. Blink. As my eyes opened, a large shadow loomed over me. Something brushed against my face, light but unsettling, and the first thing I noticed was the smell. Smoke hung thick in the air, mixed with a faint, dry warmth that clung to my skin. Sensations I hadn't felt in a long time crept back in as I weakly lifted my hand. My fingers brushed against whatever was clinging to my face, and with slow, unsteady movements, I pushed it away. It didn't resist my movement. It was almost as if it didn't have the power to resist my movement as I continued to pull the hand back, slowly revealing a white, ceramic mask. But the mask was different than in the past. Cracks spiderwebbed across the mask, spreading in all directions. Crack. More of it came into view as I looked closer, and soon my gaze drifted upward until I met its eyes. I stared straight into them. The dark eyes behind the mask looked empty, distant, as the mask continued to watch me in silence. Jingle. Even as the bells jingled under the soft breeze, the jester didn't react. It probably wouldn't react even if it went teed too. Lowering my gaze, I noticed an all-too-familiar blade lying on the ground. I silently smiled to myself as I reached out slowly, my fingers brushing along the cold blade as I traced its edge. I raised my head to stare at the figure standing before me. In that moment, the world appeared to be entirely quiet. I could see and feel the eyes of many fixed on me. Nobody was moving. Perhaps they had all realized that it was over and the effects of the demon's powers had disappeared. They all stopped. I paid no mind to it, as I continued to keep my attention on the jester. Eventually, however, I brought the blade forward. Towards the neck. Spurred. One clean movement. Thud. The jester's head fell a moment later, followed by its body. A notification rang in my ears a moment later, the knife in my hand trembling slightly. I ignored it. Using what little strength I had left, I willed the Realmwaker to store the blade away, only then lifting my head. Seeing the drones in the air and the numerous eyes, I could only close my eyes and raise both hands. I'm done. The words started a chain reaction. Thud. It started with one anomaly. But soon the numerous anomalies that were standing still and had been controlled by the jester all started to fall one by one. Thud, thud, thud. The sight caught many off guard, but this was just the start. Look. Wait, they're turning back. The anomalies that had been attacking everyone just moments ago now lay scattered across the ground, their twisted bodies slowly reverting to what they had once been. And as if one looked closer, they'd notice their chests rising and falling. This only meant one thing. They're still alive. It was a sight that made many pause. But not long after, every gaze turned in my direction once more. That was also the moment when I knew that I couldn't escape, but I didn't need to escape. I saw no need to escape. And thus, looking back at the numerous stares directed my way, I raised both hands. Do as you wish. Space. The aftermath of the fight was brutal. It had all happened far too fast. Even as Seth was detained and dragged away, nobody truly knew how to react. Nobody even understood what had happened. The reporters, the members who had taken part in the raid, even the paragons themselves, no one fully understood what they had just witnessed. It's over just like that? Is it really over? Shock and confusion hung heavy in the air, tangled with a deep sense of disbelief, and an unsteady relief that no one dared to voice aloud. For many, this had been an event unlike anything they had ever experienced in their lives. The mere thought of the jester, and everything that had come with it, was enough to make them shudder, unease crawling down their spines at the memory alone. Yet amid that unease, one image refused to fade. The image of the boy standing before the jester. The boy who had killed the jester. Just who in the world was he? Which side was he on? I don't understand. What even happened? How did that boy kill something like that? It doesn't make any sense. Worry about that later. Help me escort the injured. No one knew who had said it, but the moment someone pointed out the victims who had reverted to their human forms, the crowd surged into motion. People rushed forward all at once, scrambling to provide whatever first aid they could. Over here. Here too. I need help. They're still breathing, but barely. Hurry. With the BUA handling the individual responsible for killing the jester, attention shifted at last to the wounded. Menders appeared in droves, weaving through the chaos as they did everything they could to stabilize those who had been transformed back into human form. But amid the noise and frantic movement, a small group broke away, rushing toward a single figure lying motionless on the ground. Kyle. Zoe was the first to reach him, her breath heavy as she dropped to her knees beside him. Clara and several others followed seconds later, their faces pale, eyes wide with dread. Kyle. Everyone present remembered the final moments all too clearly. They had all heard the sharp crack echo through the air when the jester's hand closed around Kyle's face. They had all seen him collapse, his body going limp as he hit the ground. That memory weighed heavily on them now, dark thoughts settling in as they stared at his pale and frozen body. Zoe pressed her trembling fingers to his neck, desperately searching for any sign of life. Seconds passed. Then more. Her expression stiffened, her lips began to shake. She swallowed hard, her head tilting to face the others. I see can't. Her voice turned hoarse. I can't feel a pulse. Chapter 462, The One to Kill the Jester 7. Tzzz. A faint, whispering static murmured through my mind, subtle yet insistent, like an old, worn-down TV. Accompanying the static were certain voices. What do you make of the situation? I don't know, he's still unconscious for now. His condition isn't very great. But are you certain he had nothing to do with the situation? I don't know, I really don't know. The entire situation is fucked up in more ways than you can imagine. Nobody can really tell what the hell is going on. Just let the Bureau sort out the situation. We're just here to escort him there. All right. They whispered in and out of my consciousness. I could hear the words, but I couldn't quite make sense of them. They simply went from one ear to another. Despite this, I was keenly aware of my surroundings. From the subtle roar of the engine to the bumps that it would take from time to time, I was currently being brought away somewhere, most likely by those from the Bureau to question me. Despite being fairly sure of this, it was all a guess. After all, I couldn't see a single thing. I wasn't quite in control of my body. My vision was dark, and I could tell that my body was not in the greatest of condition. Ding! A familiar notification sounded within the darkness. What followed was a series of notifications. Escape. Quest completed. Calculating rewards. Catching sight of them, I felt the darkness recede, but only for a short moment as a series of new notifications appeared. Calculation was met with unexpected variables. Reevaluation quest completion. Quest requirement, escape. Avoid the body getting taken over by Demon Dantalion. Task complete. Errors. Quest requirement, escape. Avoid the body getting taken over by Demon Dantalion. Recalculating. Task complete. Errors. Quest requirement, escape. Avoid the body getting taken over by Demon Dantalion. Recalculating. Task complete. Errors. 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 The notifications were endless. The moment one notification arrived, a series of new notifications arrived. They were relentless, growing faster and faster with each subsequent notification. What s? I stared at the numerous notifications in confusion, but at the same time, I wasn't surprised by what was happening. Thinking about what I had done, I could see why there were so many error messages. The way that I had completed the mission. It wasn't quite what the system wanted me to do. Errors. Errors. But staring at the numerous error messages, I started to wonder if there was going to be an end to this. After hesitating for a moment, I tried to move towards the notifications, but the moment I attempted to do so, the notifications came to an abrupt stop. Ding! A loud chime followed shortly after. And soon, a new notification appeared, one that was different from the error messages from before. Why? This time, the system was communicating with me directly. Staring at the notification floating before my eyes, I basked in the silence around me. The silence felt nice after all the chaos that had just occurred. At least, that was until a new notification disrupted that very silence. Why? Yet again, the same notification. Knowing that this would repeat over and over again, I decided to speak. For a system that has been with me for quite some time, I'm surprised that you don't know the answer. I thought I had made it clear from the start. No, not just the start. Even towards the end, I'm sure I told you the reason. I simply didn't want to be used. I didn't like the feeling of getting used. I didn't like going along with the whims of someone or something that I didn't know, like some sort of puppet. It was for this reason that I did things my way. And thankfully, it all worked out. Still, I've got to thank you. At the end of the day, it's still because of you that I managed to succeed. I had long been aware of the doppelganger that the system used on certain occasions. Of course, this wasn't surprising. The doppelganger never tried to hide its existence from me, nor anyone else within the guild. That was also how I was certain that it wasn't an anomaly. Had the doppelganger been an anomaly, it would have been found out regardless of how good its disguise was. In that sense, I was certain that it really couldn't be a proper anomaly. In that case, a copy. The doppelganger was an exact copy of me. A copy of me belonging to a certain time. There is, after all, no reassurance quite as nice as knowing a flawless duplicate of my own body stands ready at my beck and call, ready for me to take over once my previous body deteriorates beyond any hope of repair. It made matters considerably easier for me, you see. It was also the main reason why I went all out, why I held no regard for what I did, why I chose to let cognitive shard take over. Because I knew that, regardless of what I did, there was a perfect copy of me that I could take over. The system wanted me to run, figure things out until later for a new quest. But I didn't want to run. I wanted to go to a point beyond that. I wanted to eliminate the demon while I had the chance. Knowing full well that the demon would come back to bite me later down the road, I chose to end things quickly, especially since I knew full well that this would be the best chance for me to do so. Am I wrong for doing so? The demon needed a proper vessel to use its power. That was my original body. Without the vessel, it could hardly display its true abilities. Even when it took Kyle's body, it needed time to completely take over. Had things gone the way the system had planned, things would have progressed to a very annoying degree. I simply decided to get rid of future trouble in advance. If you ask me, I deserve a better award than what you were originally planning on giving me. I also know that you've taken the demon somewhere. I do not know where you've taken the demon, but whatever the case is, it's all my credit. Staring at the floating notification in the darkness, I watched as the darkness clung to it like some sort of mist. Do you not think that's the case? Silence. My words seemed to drift listlessly in the darkness as the notification remained floating before my very eyes. I waited patiently, expecting some sort of response, but the response never arrived. Eventually, the darkness swallowed the notification away. We're here. Get several agents to wait outside. We don't know what might happen. It's best to be cautious. Yes, of course. Voices drifted from the background as the sound of the engine stopped. It was in that same moment that I felt the darkness deepen, growing thicker and heavier as it seeped into every corner of my vision, until at last it reached out and settled upon me. I didn't reject it. Instead, I let it consume me as my consciousness started to slip. He still looks to be unconscious. Let him be. Let's bring him inside first. We can figure things out later. Yes. The voices grew fainter in my head, to the point where they almost felt like whispers as my entire vision turned black. Or at least, that was until one more notification arrived. One that I had been expecting. Ding. Basic node, containment vessel activated. B-rank spirit, Kyle. Chapter 463, the one to kill the Jester 8. The darkness stretched from all directions. What's going on? Through the haze in his mind, Kyle could just barely keep himself conscious. He could hardly recall what had happened. Despite this, in that hazy state he was in, bits and pieces of memory began to resurface in Kyle's mind. Memories of the last moments replayed in his mind. Seth the Jester, and everything that came from his last moments. But such memories were hazy, he could just barely make sense of them. They felt more like hazy photographs than memories. Did I die? It felt like it. The world around him felt incredibly cold, and he barely felt his own consciousness. Barely. Kyle could still feel something, albeit faintly. He couldn't quite make sense of what was happening, falling into this strange limbo as he sank further and further into the darkness. It was cold. So cold. Time seemed to move to a crawl. Kyle lost complete track of it. It felt as though he had been trapped within the darkness for days, perhaps even longer. He wasn't sure. All he knew was that he was sinking deeper and deeper with seemingly no way out. He felt completely lost, and as the darkness thickened, he began to lose sight of himself. Despite not being fully aware of himself, Kyle could feel it. The slow and gradual fading of his mind. He didn't have much time left. Am I? It was amidst such realization that Kyle finally spotted something within the darkness. It was faint, but he could see it. A faint light. Without a second thought, Kyle moved towards the light. He didn't know what he was doing, nor did he know what the light was, but he understood that he needed to go to the light. And so he did. Even as the surroundings grew darker and darker, he continued to move towards the light. The light grew brighter and brighter. So bright that it almost felt blinding, but Kyle ignored the sensation as he finally started to feel a certain warmth covering his body. The more he basked in that warmth, the more he started to feel his mind clear, and that was also the moment he started to move faster. I have to. Eventually, the source of the light became clear to him. It was a large white sphere. One that he felt was vaguely familiar. Coming to a stop, Kyle stared at the orb in confusion as his thoughts became clearer and clearer, until he finally figured out what the orb was. Ace node. Swoosh. Light blinded him from all sides. He barely had any time to react before the light completely enveloped him. By the time his vision returned, he found himself staring up at a pair of bright lights above. Alongside the light was a constant, yet repetitive, beeping sound. Beep, beep. Blinking a few times, Kyle caught the sterile scent lingering in the air, and as it registered, he slowly turned his head. He finally realized where he was. Hospital. The memories that he had struggled so much to make sense of a moment prior finally sank back into his mind, and his previously calm expression started to change. That's all but how could. The gate. The boss, the supervisor, Seth's strange movements. The gate explosion. Memories. His body getting taken over. Everything finally sank back in his mind at once, with the last memory being that of the jester, grabbing onto him and shattering his node. Remembering those moments, Kyle's heart started to beat faster, but above all and most importantly, it has all a fake, a ruse. Seth. He was innocent. He was definitely innocent. Beep, 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 beep. The sudden spike in his heartbeat was immediately reflected on the electrocardiogram, the beeping growing faster and more erratic. The change didn't go unnoticed. Moments later, the door swung open and several figures rushed in, their movements urgent. Clank. What's going on? I'm picking up an irregular pulse. What's go? The moment the figures came in and caught sight of the wide-awake Kyle, they all stopped. Patient is awake. And nurse. A moment after, they quickly realized what had happened as they moved closer to him, and started to change his IV fluids while also detailing to him the situation. Please calm down. No, I can't. I need to. I can understand the confusion, but there's no need for you to be confused. We'll explain everything to you shortly. I've already called your colleagues. They will be with you shortly. Sure enough, not even a moment later, several familiar figures appeared by the entrance of the room. Kyle, looks like you're finally awake. From Zoe to the section chief, and even several other figures that Kyle didn't know too well. He saw at least a dozen people entering the room at once. If not for the nurse stopping them, Kyle would have probably been overwhelmed. Stop. Suddenly, one of the nurses spoke up. He's just woken up. Please don't crowd around him like this. Give him some space to breathe. This situation isn't good for him. Let's have a visitor at a time, okay? The nurse's words brought everyone to a silence. Eventually, everyone looked at one another before everyone's gaze settled on the section chief. Let me have the first round. I'll fill him in on the situation. Okay. Yes. Zoe hesitated, but she eventually nodded, leaving alongside everyone else as the section chief grabbed a chair and sat down. Or at least he tried to. The moment everyone left, Kyle spoke up. Section chief, about Seth, I think that. All right, calm down. The section chief pressed his hand against Kyle's head and pushed it down the pillow. I know what you want to say, but for now, calm down. No, but... Relax, we are all aware he is fine right now. Nothing has happened yet, just relax for the moment and speak to me. Kyle's lips trembled, but eventually he calmed down. The section chief finally smiled. How are you feeling? Likes I've been hit by a truck. Kyle answered honestly. He felt like absolute shit at the moment. Although he didn't feel much pain, that was mostly because he was currently on several dozen painkillers. To be honest, getting hit by a truck would have probably been better. I know. The section chief replied, massaging his face. Looking closely, Kyle finally took notice of the section chief's haggard expression. He looked like absolute shit, even worse than usual. This also made him think about the current situation, and just as he was about to ask, the section chief grabbed a paper and began reading it to him. Cranial fracture present. evidence of puncture trauma to the kidney and lung, accompanied by multiple rib fractures. Hearing the section chief's words, the smile on Kyle's face began to fade, especially when he recalled the very last moments. Although he wasn't quite conscious back then, as his body had been taken over, he could still recall most things. That was also how he recalled the state of his node. His heart sank. Maybe this was the end of his. Surprisingly, the only thing you've suffered is bodily injuries. Huh? The section chief placed the papers down, his brows furrowed as he scratched the back of his head. There's been no reported fractures on your nodes. In fact, all of your nodes appear to be in great shape. What? Kyle blinked a couple of times, struggling to come to terms with what the section chief was saying. Although his memories weren't perfect, as his body had been taken over, he couldn't recall everything perfectly. But at least, in the very last moments, he could recall the jester's hand reaching out for his head and his node shattering. In that sense, how is it possible? Chapter 464, The One to Kill the Jester 9. I am not sure myself. The section chief replied honestly. We were all there, we saw what happened to you. I thought you lost your node just like everyone else. Worse than that, I thought you were dead and well. The section chief's lips tugged into what could only be called a wry smile, as his gaze dropped to the papers resting on the bed. Somehow you only came out with these injuries. I say only, but considering everything you went through, I suppose it's fair, wouldn't you say? Haha, right. Kyle scratched the side of his face, only for him to stop as he suddenly recalled what he wanted to say to the section chief. He looked at the section chief with a hesitant expression. About Seth. He's currently detained at the BUA. The guild master has also been brought into the headquarters. The section chief replied honestly, his expression turning a little bit more serious. The guild master? Yes. The section chief replied as he set the papers aside, leaning back in his chair and crossing his legs. They're interrogating him about what happened during the incident. I don't know how clearly you remember it, but it was during the moment he chose to side with Seth. They just want to understand why he made that decision. Oh, right. Kyle had a sort of idea of what he was talking about. His memories weren't perfect, but he could still recall that much. If I don't remember wrong, I also did push for it. There's no need to worry about the guild master. He's going to be fine. But what about Seth? The section chief fell silent a moment after. Kyle's heart sank at the sight. At the same time, he sat up. Section chief, I don't know what you know, but Seth is definitely innocent. You must get the BUA to contact me. I can testify for him. I don't know exactly what happened, but I am certain that my body was taken over by a sort of entity. Seth, he's innocent. He was just trying to. I know, stop talking. Pushing Kyle back onto the bed, the section chief cut Kyle off. Massaging his forehead while mumbling, You've just woken up from a coma, and you're already worrying about Seth. With a big sigh, the section chief brushed his hair back. Regarding Seth's situation, you don't need to worry too much. As I said before, I'm aware of the circumstances. The entire bureau is. I don't know exactly what happened, but after the jester was eliminated, something changed. The memories of several people changed. No, that's not quite right. You could say their original memories of the events returned. Returned? Kyle blinked a couple of times, struggling to follow along. Think back to the events that occurred within the gate. Try to recall your moments with Seth. Blinking once more, Kyle did as told, and in that same moment his eyes widened as he looked at the section chief. That's not all. The footage we previously believed to be accurate has also reverted, and it was through that footage that we finally noticed the discrepancies in what we once thought was true. In that case, yes, it's very likely that Seth was aware of what was going on, and he was actively trying to stop it while the entire world was against him. Kyle took a deep breath, trying to force his expression to stay composed as he looked at the section chief. However, despite his best attempts, he was doing a very bad job at it as he found the entire situation to be unbelievable. To some extent, it was unbelievable. The section chief was essentially saying that not only was Seth going up against a terrifying gate of the SS rank, but he was also doing so while fighting against the top members of the entire world. Make it make sense. Although I can't be completely certain, it seems Seth was working with the jester right up until the very end. I don't know what kind of entity he was actually fighting, but... The section chief paused, taking a deep breath. His expression gradually darkened as his thoughts sank back to everything that had happened, and his tone turned heavy. For something to deceive so many of us, I can only hope this was a one-time occurrence, because if it was... He trailed off before finishing quietly. I don't see much hope for us at all. Space. BUA headquarters. Following the events in Malavia, the entire bureau was thrown into chaos. From dealing with reporters to compiling damage reports and calming public outrage, the bureau found itself buried under a mountain of responsibilities. It had been quite a long time since they had been busy to such an extent. Huh? A long sigh slipped from Jensen as he stared at the pile of documents in front of him, one hand lifting to scratch the back of his head in frustration. I don't think I'll be able to get done with these anytime soon. Don't tell me I won't be able to sleep for the next week or so. Pinching the middle of his brows, Jensen considered quitting on the spot. Although the pay was good, he had enough savings to retire. Yeah, maybe I should ret. Clank. Just then the door to the room opened, and a cold, authoritative voice followed from beyond the threshold. No, not on my watch. Hey, Jensen sighed again, his head lowering in exasperation as he turned back. Why are you doing this to me, manager? Because the Bureau is in need of talented people like you. Patting Jensen on the shoulder, Rasen's clear blue eyes briefly caught onto the numerous papers on the table. She licked her lips briefly before turning her gaze away, pretending to miss them. Jensen opened his mouth, but eventually gave up. There was no point. In fact, there was even a chance of her adding to it. Rasen wore a light brown coat that matched her curly brown hair perfectly as her eyes moved over every detail. The room itself was simple. A plain window set into the wall, a large metal desk positioned at the center, and several chairs arranged around it. But despite the plainness of the room, this was no regular room. How is he doing? He's doing all right as of now. As things stand, he didn't sustain a lot of injuries. They were mainly superficial. Jensen replied, walking up to her and staring at the window before them. The two of them stood in silence, neither speaking a word as they stared at the window. Eventually, Rasen turned her head to look at Jensen. It looks like he's finally waking up. Do you want to take it? Do I have a choice? Not really. Nah, fuck. Jensen covered his face, trying his best to suppress his groan. In the end, he could only shake his head before walking back to his desk and grabbing several papers. Although I have a rough idea of the entire situation, I still find him to be suspicious. We both saw what happened. I don't. Get on with it. Stop trying to procrastinate. Tusk. Clicking his tongue, Jensen glared at Rasen's back before heading towards the door. His expression turned sharp. Suspicious, he's definitely suspicious. Chapter 465, The One to Kill the Jester 10. Swoosh. A strong, bright light awakened me. Groaning slightly, I blinked a couple of times while looking around me. Where am I? My mind was still quite groggy. My vision was hazy, and a constant ringing sound echoed inside my mind. I was struggling to recall what had happened. Thankfully, this memory lapse merely lasted a few seconds before everything became clear to me, and I started to calm down. Right, I should be detained. I looked around me. Indeed, it looked like I was in some sort of interrogation room. The concrete walls surrounded me from all sides as I sat on a metal table, my hands bound by handcuffs that were connected to it. The overhead lights shone sharply from above as a dark glass I couldn't see through appeared on the sides of the room. This situation... I closed my eyes and leaned back on the chair. Not surprising. Clank. Not long after, the metal door opposite me opened, and a series of steps echoed. I kept my eyes closed while waiting for the steps to stop. A tense silence followed, and I felt a powerful gaze settle on me. It pressed down through my closed eyelids as if it were trying to pierce straight through me. But I remained calm. Calm until I heard a soft scraping sound, and I finally opened my eyes. Krrr. Seth Thorne. A deep voice reverberated a moment later. Sitting on the chair opposite me was a man clad in a dark BUA uniform. He had a clean-shaven face, neatly parted hair, and glasses, his long fingers tapping softly against the metal table. His gaze bore down on me with a powerful intensity, and under such a gaze, I felt my body begin to tense. Clearly, there was something about his gaze that created this weird sense of oppression. There's a lot that we need to talk about. So he said, "Do I need to start?" "You do not." The words flowed effortlessly from my mouth. Despite the strange sense of oppression emanating from his gaze, I felt completely unaffected in that moment. When compared to what I had experienced, even he looked surprised, prompting his brows to furrow slightly, but I didn't give him the chance to say anything before speaking once more. "You've all been fooled from the start." The man didn't react, his gaze firmly locked onto me. I couldn't quite tell what he was thinking, but I didn't quite care as I continued to speak. The clues were there from the start. From the moment the gate started, there were clues everywhere. I'm sure that by now most of you are aware of the fact that you've been tricked. The silence was all the confirmation that I needed. So it looks like they're all aware of the fact that they've been fooled. This makes things a lot easier for me. There were many eyewitnesses who were present back when I was at the gate. You couldn't have imagined my surprise when I saw them all turn on me. That was indeed a surprise. Well, maybe not quite for me. Of course, I later learned that their memories had been altered and that I had been made the enemy. That's not all. I've also come to learn that all the footage has been altered to make it seem like I was responsible for everything, but... I stopped, my eyes squinting as I stared at the interrogator in front of me. I'm certain that if you watch the footage once more and speak to the people about what happened, they'll give you a completely different account from what they gave previously. Isn't that right? Silence followed once more. The silence once again spoke volumes to me. It looks like they've already done that. Good, it looks like they're quite efficient over here. From the moment I had accomplished my goal and had taken care of Dantalion, I knew that all the manipulation it had done would vanish. The truth behind what had truly happened within the gate should have come out, and my name, which had previously been stained, should have been cleared. To some extent, at least. He's probably here for other reasons. You want to know why I did what I did, how I knew what I knew and who I was working for. This was the most obvious answer. It didn't take a genius to figure this out, and without holding back, I began to explain the situation to them. In truth, I was originally planning on conducting a stream on the abandoned factory. Pausing, I looked at the interrogator. His expression remained unchanged. I nodded once more. He seemed aware of this, too. Of course, I'm well aware of the fact that you are aware of this. This isn't news I've been trying to hide. I made a large announcement on the internet. The plan was for me to leverage the hype around my game and situation to grow my following and generate more marketing for my game. But who would have thought that place was a hideout for a strange cult? There was nothing that I needed to hide from this point. Despite knowing that I was currently being monitored intensely for any possible lies, I didn't feel any pressure at all. In fact, the more I spoke, the smoother my words became. Excluding some key details, I recounted the entire situation to them. From the things that I had managed to figure out, the strange cult, the twisted man, and everything that I knew about the cult. I was sure that they knew all about what I was telling them. They just wanted to hear it from me. They wanted to know what led up to the situation. It was there that I learned about the demon known as Dantalion. The tension within the room heightened at the mention of the demon, the interrogator's expression finally changing for the first time. I could even feel a shift from the one standing outside the window, but without paying them much attention, I continued speaking. He has a strange power. He seems able to read minds, alter faces, and alter reality to bend it to his will. It probably did everything it did to get rid of me because I knew too much. That was also the reason why I acted the way that I did during the gate incident. The moment I managed to escape the place and planned on telling everyone about what I had found out, the gate occurred, and I was swept into the situation. In the end, I knew that nobody was going to believe me even if I told them everything, and as such, I acted on my own. Of course, that someone wasn't actually me. But they didn't need to know this, and as I looked at the expression of the interrogator in front of me, I was sure that what I had recounted was pretty much in line with what he had found out. Right. There was something else I forgot to mention. The jester was one of the experiments. He was originally supposed to be the main vessel of the demon, but thankfully, he was able to free himself from its control and decided to work with me. The two of us were working together, and that's why I was targeted by the demon. I stopped speaking then. There was no need for me to speak any longer. Staring at the interrogator and seeing his troubled expression, I knew that he was very likely struggling to come to terms with the fact that I wasn't lying. And that's because I'm not lying. Everything that I said was the truth. Regardless of what he tried, the outcome wasn't going to change. Leaning back, I basked in the silence as it stretched in all directions, my gaze locked firmly on the interrogator. As the moment dragged on, he finally raised his head, his eyes sharpening as his deep voice quietly reverberated through the room. You. My heart remained calm as the tension in the room heightened. From the moment you appeared, all kinds of things have been happening on Malavia Island. From the recent gate incident to the conductor gate not long before that. There's also the situation surrounding your games and the strange events that have occurred in the short span of time you've been active. I've only just listed a few, but there are quite a few more that I'm still sorting out. Taking a brief pause, his eyes narrowed. Who the hell are you really? Hearing his question, I opened my mouth but stopped the moment I felt his gaze. I could tell that he had done his research and knew quite a lot about me. It was also obvious that, despite the fact that I had passed his lie detection test, he was still suspicious of me. But in the end, none of that really mattered as I smiled. Isn't it obvious? I looked at the man in front of me. I am the one who killed the jester. Chapter 466, Conclusion 1. Clank, what do you think? Jensen looked at Rasen and lowered his head. He was still trying to process the entire interrogation. He didn't lie, I'm sure he didn't. Jensen measured everything. Seth's heartbeat, his tone, his sweat, everything. None of the measurements were out of the norm. Of course, this didn't necessarily mean that he wasn't lying, but Jensen was someone who specialized in this type of interrogation. Even when using his nodes, he couldn't find any flaws with what was being said. In that case, he isn't lying. But what was with the sense of bitterness he was feeling? Thinking about everything that he had found out during his investigation, he felt that there was more to it than what was being shown. And yet, Dantalion. Rasen's voice shook him out of his thoughts. Lifting his head, he turned his attention towards her as her gaze remained fixed on the window. If what I heard is not wrong, then there's going to be more of these demons. The tension within the room heightened as Rasen's expression remained calm. Recently, there have been strange activities running across several islands. I did receive some reports of strange and mysterious cults appearing all over the world, but I haven't paid much attention to them since they've been here since the dawn of time. However, it looks like I'll have to start paying more attention to these matters now. Jensen's expression turned grim upon hearing her words. Thinking about what had occurred from just one demon, he couldn't even imagine what would happen if several more demons like that were to appear. One SS-ranked gate was enough to make the world tremble. But what about one more, 2, 3? The more Jensen thought about the situation, the grimmer his expression became. There's no need to pull that face. Turning around, Rasen smiled as she looked at Jensen. The outcome does sound grim, but that's only on the occasion that we allow for such demons to appear. Now that we're aware of how they operate, we can stop them before it's too late. I'll assign the top paragons around the numerous islands to take care of these matters. Understood. Despite her words, Jensen didn't feel much better. The situation was that grim for him. Let's leave that aside. There's another thing that I need you to check up on. Casually walking towards the table in the middle of the room, Rasen brushed her curly hair back before picking up one of the papers and giving it a quick scan. I don't know if it's just the trend these days, but I've received reports of certain horror games appearing all over the world. Although they are all harmless, there have been quite a few reports about them causing quite a stir. Horror games? Jensen raised his head, his mind churning as a certain figure appeared in his mind. Yes, Rasen replied, placing the paper down and turning to look at the window. Horror games, just like the ones he's developed. Space. Following the interrogation, I was soon escorted away. Clank, this will be your room for now. You are free to roam the surroundings, but you are not allowed to leave the premises of the headquarters. One quick glance and I found myself surprised. The room was a lot better than I had originally expected. Not only did it have all the necessary furniture, but it was also fairly large. This right here is your ID card. The agent who escorted me handed me a slick black card. I reached out for it a moment later. With it, you can access the canteen. The food is provided directly by the BUA. The ID card will also be useful for you later down the line when you collect your stuff back. Looking at the agent, I asked, how long do I need to wait before I can get my stuff back? My phone and everything had been confiscated by the BUA. In fact, I wasn't even sure of where I was. Well, I know that I am somewhere controlled by the BUA, but am I still in Malavia? It certainly didn't feel like I was. I apologize, but I can't say when you'll be released. Given the nature of the situation, it may take some time. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up taking quite a while. Some time? How long are we talking about? I'm not sure. The agent shook his head. There's never been a case as unique as yours. There were a lot of things that I wanted to say to the agent. In the end, however, I chose to keep silent and just accept his words. I knew that even if I said something, he very likely wouldn't know a thing. I understand. The only thing I could do was accept the situation and wait. I'll take this chance to rest. I needed to catch up on a lot of sleep. Beyond that, I had to get used to this body. Even though it was an exact replica of my own, my movements still felt stiff. At times, I even struggled to properly control certain parts of it, as if it hadn't fully become mine yet. I won't be surprised if I end up peeing the bed today. Thankfully, this seemed like a temporary thing. Outside of that, the body was exactly the same as my old one. I hope the system can create a new one. Well, maybe not. The system wouldn't be stupid enough to fall for my trick twice. I have accomplished my duty. If there is anything else that you need or require my assistance, please feel free to reach out. You can tap on the bracelet on your wrist and I will come to assist you. Oh, yes. Looking at the dark bracelet on my wrist and then the agent, I nodded slightly and thanked him. He proceeded to leave shortly after that. Clank. Silence fell across my surroundings a moment after. Looking around the room, I didn't relax. They may have hidden them, but I'm sure that there are cameras to monitor me. It wouldn't be wise of me to summon my anomalies. With that being said, I was curious about their situation. I could still feel my connection with them, but it was a lot weaker than it was in the past. It was almost as if they were struggling to accept this new body of mine. Thinking about my current situation, I felt that even if there didn't exist means to monitor me, it wouldn't be wise to summon them. Besides the conductor, I was afraid that they'd all turn on me. There was also Kyle. Thinking about his situation, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Yes, let's just wait for a little bit. What should I do then? Relaxing. I didn't know how to do that. But it wasn't like I had anything else to do. Scanning the room, I eventually settled my gaze on the remote on the bed. I decided to watch some TV. Let me check out the news. I wonder how the situation in Malavia is. I was just about to turn the TV on when... Ding! A notification appeared across my vision, stopping me in place. Calculation finished. The system. Quest completed. It was back. Chapter 467. Conclusion 2, Volume 1 end. Quest completed. I was rather surprised to see that. Given everything that I had done, I expected myself to fail. However, it didn't seem like the system was that petty. I guess that makes sense. I did accomplish the goal, even though I did it in quite the unconventional way. Ding! Due to unanticipated host behavior, reward calculation exceeded the expected processing window. All variables have now been evaluated. Quest status completed. Host successfully evaded the demon entity and contributed to its capture. Additional rewards are being processed. Reward 1. Imblance Shard. Reward 2. Black. Reward 3. 200,000 SP. Reward 4. End of trial period. I immediately grew confused upon seeing the rewards given to me by the system. Of the 3 that I had received, the only one that I understood was the SB and the Imblance Shard. The Imblance Shard in particular intrigued me. It was an item that I desperately needed. Added with the one that I didn't use back in the gate, I will have 2. Despite having a new body, the problems with my nodes didn't disappear. I still had the cognitive shard, and it was slowly consuming me. It was also for this reason that I was still stuck in the 3rd order. The Imblance Shards would be useful for me to finally move up a level. It's a pity that I used all my shards in the gate, but it's not like I can't find new ones. I have the fax machine to help. Added with the SB that I just received, I shouldn't have any problems reaching the 4th order. My main issue came with the 2nd and 4th rewards. Ones I couldn't read. The 2nd, end of trial period, what did this even mean? Wait, don't tell me that everything up until now was just a trail. My heart sank at the thought. If this were merely just a trial period, then what was going to happen during the non-trial trial period? The more I thought about it, the more my heart sank. Ding! The system didn't even give me time to process the situation. Trial period concluded. The host has advanced beyond the initial stage. Core system features will be unlocked shortly. Please wait a moment. The notifications in front of me rapidly shrank. Subsequently, a wheel appeared. One that was accompanied by a percentage bar beneath. 0%, 10%, 100%. The progress bar advanced faster than I expected. In less than a minute, it reached 100%, and the instant it did, a large panel materialized directly in front of my eyes. Game developer Seth Thorne. Status, third order play button, see more. Black small square basic node, containment vessel. Black small square basic node, trait transfer. Black small square intermediate node, anamnesis. Play button Dreamwalker. Play button Mural. Play button Mr. Jingles. Play button Conductor. Play button Kyle. Items. Black small square blank mask. Black small square purity enhancer. Black small square spectral glasses. Black small square quick-stitch outfit. See more. Shop open. Quests unlocked available 0. Developed games. Gentle Whispers rating 0.5. A Regular Day in the Office rating 1. A Twisted Game rating 2.5. Nightmare Hotel rating 2.75. Balance 221,442 SP. Game Developer Mode. Locked. The system interface looked exactly the same as the one that appeared on my computer screen. There didn't seem to be any changes to it. Was this the new feature? At least, that was until I discovered the last area. Locked. Was this some sort of joke? Is this supposed to be the thing that I'm supposed to get at the end of the trial period? Then there was almost no difference between then and now. How do I even unlock it? Curious, I pressed on it. Ding. The feature is locked. No shit. Thankfully, there was a chat box beneath. I started to immediately type my question. How do I unlock the locked area? Because I wasn't on my computer, it took me a lot longer to type out the question. Especially since I didn't want to look suspicious, as I had no choice but to lie on the bed and carefully tap on the holographic keyboard. The answer arrived in the form of a notification. Quest unlocked. Difficulty NA. Reward unlock new feature. Objective reach 3-star rating. Location NA. Description: host has demonstrated developmental potential in game creation, with measurable improvement across successive projects. However, a progression impediment has been detected. The most recent game failed to meet the threshold required for feature unlock. System assessment concludes the host is currently unqualified to access the latest feature. Minimum requirement: reach a 3-star rating. Increased pace recommended. Delays will negatively impact progression. Time limit 1 month. What? I thought that my answers would be cleared the moment that I received an answer, but instead, I only grew more confused. A new quest, create a 3-star game. Why is the requirement for unlocking the new feature to reach a 3-star rating? Thinking about my latest game, it did come quite close to reaching 3 stars. 275. It was quite a good score. However, thinking about the Twisted Game, the rating increase wasn't that much higher. It wasn't so much that I didn't try, but mainly because reaching the 3-star rating was a lot harder than I had initially anticipated. Even when I went full VR and added all the extra features, it refused to climb up. There was also the time constraint that I needed to take care of. In the end, I had no choice but to upload. But I'm not supposed to create a 3-star game, in 1 month at that. Nonsense. This was absolute nonsense. No, wait. Cooling my mind a bit, I looked back at the quest. I quickly realized that the quest was for me to reach a 3-star rating, not create a 3-star rated game. So I just need to somehow upgrade one of my games to 3 stars. I sighed in relief. This felt a lot more accomplishable. If it was going to tell me to create a new game, then I was just going to ignore the quest. I was already used to ignoring the system. Still, while this mission was accomplishable, there was still a problem. I don't have my laptop, nor do I know where I am. My team is also not here. Can I even upgrade my game in the meantime? The thought gave me a headache. However, beyond all of that, my eyes remained glued to the quest, or to be more precise, towards the last sentence. Increased pace recommended. Delays will negatively impact progression. What did this even mean? I didn't hesitate to ask the system. I half expected the system to ignore me, but contrary to my expectations, I received an answer not long after. You may be ahead in some aspects, but you're lagging behind in others. The more you delay, the more you will fall behind. I didn't know what to make of the answer. Without a second thought, I began to type once more. But, what are you talking about? What does it mean? Who are others? The system ignored me each time. By the time I realized it wouldn't answer me any longer, I didn't even have it in me to be angry. Not when a certain thought entered my mind. One that made my body tense. The system. Was I the only one to have it? Space. Volume 1 has officially ended. For those who are unaware, there will be a total of 5 volumes unless I decide to make changes. The volumes won't be as long as this first one, of course. What to expect in the upcoming volume? More world building. More horror. The start was more about an introduction to the world than true horror. The story is one that is supposed to grow progressively more horrific as it progresses. At least I'll try to make it more horror. Romance. This will be the volume it starts. Twists, even more twists. Thank you all for reading until now. Chapter 468, Main Island 1. A white orb floated in the middle of the darkness. The orb appeared bright, pushing away at the darkness. It levitated in silence. There was a strange sense of peace that emanated from that single orb, one that made Kyle feel very relaxed as he basked in the strange warmth and glow of it. But that strange sense of peace didn't last for long. Krog crack. Cracks began to form on the very same white orb. The space fluctuated, and the surroundings turned incredibly cold. Krog crack, krog crack, krog crack. More cracks spread across the surface of the orb, multiplying rapidly. With each new fracture, the light within it dimmed further, thinning and weakening, and the darkness began to seep in and slowly take over. The process was quick, and before Kyle could even realize it, the orb was swallowed up by the darkness. The process was swift, and before Kyle could even register what was happening, the orb had become just a mere speck within the darkness, its light just barely reaching Kyle within the darkness. Along with the coldness was a strange heaviness that pressed heavily against his chest, making it harder and harder for him to breathe. And soon, swoosh, even the last bits of the light were swallowed. In its place was an endless and dreadful darkness that threatened to swallow him from all directions. One that felt vaguely familiar. Hud! A scream ripped out of Kyle's throat as his eyes flared open, and he sat up on the bed. Ha. Clutching his chest, Kyle sucked in a series of rushed breaths as his body curled forward. His forehead pressed against the bed, sweat dripping down onto the sheets beneath him. It's that dream again. Kyle wasn't unfamiliar with the vision. Ever since the incident with the gate, his nights had been plagued by the same dream. No, they weren't quite the same. With each dream, he'd feel more and more from that one single event. The darkness grew more profound, and the sense of coldness that clung to his body grew even icier. He felt suffocated. It felt as though with every dream, he was being pushed deeper and deeper into the depths of some unknown waters. It really felt suffocating. Calming himself down, Kyle sat up and leaned his head against the back of the wall as he closed his eyes and took some time to properly recover. Just what in the world is that dream? Why does it keep showing in my mind over and over again? And Kyle held onto the side of his head. Why does my node hurt? For a moment, he started to question the doctors who had checked up on him. It had already been a couple of weeks since he had been discharged from the hospital, and while they all told him that there was nothing wrong with his body, Kyle didn't feel the same. Is it possible that I'm still possessed? The thought made Kyle shiver, but he quickly shook the thought away. Although he wasn't certain, he didn't think it was the case. Then, I don't know, I really don't know. Grabbing onto both sides of his head, Kyle shook his head. The more he thought about the situation, the more lost he felt. In the end, he took a few extra moments to steady himself before getting out of bed and changing. It was still early, around 5:30 a.m., but there was no point in staying there any longer. He knew he wouldn't be able to fall back asleep even if he tried. I guess I'll head back into the guild. Putting on a coat, Kyle walked out of his apartment and headed down. Because it was so early, his usual coffee shop was closed. Not that it would be open anyway. Despite a couple of weeks having passed since the gate incident, the island was still in a state of closure. The citizens had yet to immigrate back into the island, with the BUA and several other guilds investigating the main location of the gate to better understand what had happened. Not only that, but the island itself had sustained some damage to its core. In order for it to be safe again, there needed to be a lot of repairs. With no people around, all the shops were closed. The only things that were functional within the island were the guilds. Ding! Stepping into the elevator, Kyle pressed the -5 button and turned to face the mirror at the back. He stared at his reflection for a moment before lifting a hand and touching just beneath his eyes. The couple of weeks had taken a toll on him. Dark circles had long formed due to his lack of sleep. I'm starting to look like Seth. A small smile spread across his lips as the thought entered his mind. However, it was only for a moment as his smile faded a moment after that. Thinking about Seth, Kyle's chest grew heavier. In the past 2 weeks, he had yet to hear a single thing about Seth. The only thing he knew was that the BUA had him in custody somewhere on the main island. Whenever he tried asking the section chief, he'd just shrug his shoulders, telling him that he also didn't know and that the guild master was also on the main island. Huh? Kyle let out another sigh. I hope he's fine. Ding! With the elevator coming to a stop, Kyle stepped out and walked towards the main area of the containment department. As he walked in, he expected the place to be empty, but contrary to his expectations, there was one person before him. Kyle, Section Chief. Kyle paused, staring at the section chief in front of him. His haggard look was the same as always, although the dark circles beneath his eyes appeared even more glaring. Another one. It looked like everyone was starting to look like Seth. Trouble sleeping. You can say that. Kyle half-heartedly replied, moving towards his cubicle before dropping his stuff. It's getting a little bit better, but I'll need more time to adjust before I can have some proper sleep. That's reasonable. The section chief nodded, leaning against the cubicle wall. Turning his head to look at him, Kyle cocked his head. What about you, section chief? You look even more tired than usual, are you also? No, it's not that. The section chief waved his hand. I'm just being overworked. The guild master is gone, so someone has to take the brunt of his work, no? The same goes for the other section chiefs. We're all being overworked right now, especially with the fallout from the entire situation to deal with. We're still in the process of recontaining all the anomalies that escaped our facilities. Thankfully, with the BUA's assistance and the reduced population on the island, it's been manageable, but it's still proving to be quite a lot of work. All right. Kyle lowered his head. He felt quite bad about the situation. Because of his situation, he hadn't been able to help at all. It was probably because of this that he had forgotten about the situation. Don't worry. Patting him on the shoulder, the section chief comforted him. Just keep resting for now. You can join once you get better. Yes. Kyle nodded, doing his best to stay positive. Even so, despite his efforts, a trace of disappointment slipped through, clear in the way his expression fell for just a moment. The section chief took notice of this, but didn't say anything. Instead, he brought something else up. Oh, right, I've got some news for you. We're going to be heading to the main island in a couple of days. The main island? Yup. The section chief pulled his hand away from his shoulder. From the new ranking announcement to the World Congress, we'll be away for quite some time. In the meantime, I also have some good news for you. Good news? Yup. The section chief cracked a smile. Seth is going to be released soon. You'll be able to see him then. Chapter 469, Main Island 2. Hiya. Lately, Jensen has been sighing quite a lot. Staring at the stack of papers spread out before him, Jensen thought back to the first time he had started filling them out. A faint smile crossed his face as the memory resurfaced. Compared to back then, after endlessly working for the past couple of weeks, the pile has gotten bigger. Thud. Jensen slumped his head over the table. Maybe I should quit. It had gotten to the point where he couldn't take any more. He wasn't the only one. He had heard that several people had already quit the bureau. This couldn't be helped. Not only did they need to deal with the aftermath of the Malavia Gate, but they also needed to deal with the upcoming World Congress and Rancor announcement. There's also the issue with public opinion. At present, the world's opinion of the BUA was far from favorable. The Malavia Island incident was widely viewed as a major failure. Thankfully, there weren't many casualties, but that didn't mean that the entire incident was without any casualties. The total death toll was still unknown, and with anomalies still rampaging around, the island was still uninhabitable. They really demand too much out of us. Sitting back up, Jensen picked up one of the papers on the table. They were the latest headlines. Breaking Malavia Island Gate Crisis sends shockwaves through global markets. Questions mount over BUA responsibility. Breaking world economy reels after Malavia Gate disaster. Did the BUA fail its mandate? Breaking from containment to catastrophe. How the Malavia Gate crippled trade and trust. Breaking billions lost overnight. Malavia Island incident exposes fragile global defenses. Breaking in time of dire need. Where were the top rankers? Have they gone into hiding? The headlines weren't pretty. However, a lot of the things that were being said were true. The economic impact that the incident has had on the entire economy was very large. Trade with several islands had come to a complete halt, with the shares of several major guilds falling. The uppermost guilds were no different. Billions of dollars were lost in the span of a day. Trust with the guilds and BUA was at an all-time low. Despite resolving the situation and sustaining minimal losses, everyone had witnessed the entire scenario from the start. They could see just how helpless the BUA and the Paragons had been on certain occasions. But this wasn't anyone's fault. The entity that they were dealing with was just that monstrous. And yet, ungrateful fuckers. Scratching the back of his head, Jensen tossed the papers away. The more he thought about the situation, the more he felt his blood pressure go up. I should at least count myself lucky. I'm sure they are having a much harder time than I am. By they, he was referring to the absolute top rankers. Because of the abruptness of the situation, despite this being a global crisis, not all of the Paragons were able to make it. This wasn't due to them not wanting to show up, but it was mainly because they were stuck in certain gates. This was particularly so for the uppermost rankers. I can see many articles about them already. I wonder what sort of reaction they'll have when they find out what happened while they were clearing their gate. Jensen smiled wryly. However, just as he was about to return to his work, the door swung open abruptly and an agent walked in. Sir? Yes. Standing up, Jensen looked at the agent. Is something the matter? Nothing serious, sir. I'm just here to report to you that the paperwork has been filed. As of tomorrow, detainee Seth Thorne will be released. Holding onto a file, the agent handed it to Jensen, who grabbed it and looked through it. The last thing that is required is your approval. I see. Jensen pulled his gaze away from the time. So it's already time for him to leave. Jensen didn't know how to feel about the situation. Although Seth had passed his detection, Jensen still felt that there was something wrong with him, that he was hiding something. However, regardless of how much he tried to push, he'd just received the same answers. If only he had more time. Sir? Oh, yes. Perhaps showing the tension on his face, Jensen quickly shook the thoughts away and dismissed the agent. You've done a good job, you may leave now. Thank you. Bowing once, the agent left the room. Jensen stood in silence, rolling the paper and slapping it against his palm a couple of times. Eventually, he shook his head and proceeded to make his way out of the room. I guess I should send him off personally. The BUA headquarters were very large. The entire headquarters was made up of several massive buildings, each more distinctive than the last, with the main structure, the shell, standing out as the most remarkable of them all. Resembling the shell of a snail, the massive metallic structure curved inward on itself, its layered surface catching the sunlight in muted silver tones. The metal reflected the sky faintly, and as a gentle breeze moved through the nearby trees, the structure stood out quite a lot against the surroundings. Even Jensen, who had grown used to the sight of the shell, couldn't help but marvel at the structure. His admiration merely lasted a few seconds before he headed in the opposite direction. Eventually, a building came into view as he walked into it and passed the main security, where he was soon escorted before a white door. Standing in silence, Jensen hesitated for just a moment before reaching for the door and pulling it open. Clank. This wasn't the first time he had come to visit him, and yet with each visit he found himself growing more and more nervous. There was something about the detainee that made him feel unsettled each time he interacted with him. Eventually, a slow and monotonous clicking sound reached his ears. Click, click, click. Jensen came to a pause, his expression tensing as he looked ahead. The clicking sound ceased, and at the same time a head slowly turned. A pair of dark eyes was revealed, so deep they seemed to consume the shadows around them, swallowing whatever darkness dared to linger. A thin smile soon appeared on Seth's face. I take it that my time here is coming to an end. Jensen's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Seth. A strange pressure radiated from him, subtle yet suffocating, and despite his best efforts to stay calm, his heart ignored him, beating faster with every passing second. He's different compared to before. This was one of the observations that Jensen had noticed. Unlike the cold, detached version of Seth he had seen inside the gate, and during their first encounters, the man standing before him now felt different. He was a lot calmer, more contained, and yet, he also felt a lot more terrified than before. The sense of oppression he gave out was far greater than before, and the darkness in his gaze appeared to be even deeper. The more Jensen looked at him, the tighter he held onto the papers. He's not normal. He definitely knows more, I'm sure of it. Scrunch. Huh. Before he even realized it, the papers in his hands had crumpled under his grip. By the time he realized, it was already too late, or at least that was what he initially assumed. This. Jensen looked at the papers in his hand in shock. When did? I'll be taking these. Appearing before Jensen, Seth grabbed onto the papers. He gave them a quick scan before nodding. I can finally leave this place, that's good. His words, however, fell on deaf ears as Jensen stared at the papers in shock. That? He was sure that he had scrunched them up. How come? How come they were fine? Chapter 470, I'm just one of many, 1. I guess I should start packing my things up. I looked at the paper in my hands with satisfaction. I had been waiting for quite some time to get discharged. Although the place was quite nice and large, besides the cafeteria and gym, I was restricted from going to most places. There was also no Wi-Fi access, limiting me to only old movies I wasn't very interested in watching. At least they gave me a laptop. That was the only means of comfort that I had. Turning back to face the desk, I stared at the laptop. It wasn't anything fancy. A middle-end model that could just about do anything that didn't require high-level computing. It did have a few games, but without internet, the games available were rather boring. Not that I was keen on playing them. The main reason why I even needed the laptop in the first place was so that I could better organize my own thoughts regarding my last game. I only had 2 more weeks until the final deadline of the quest that I had recently received. Knowing full well that I wouldn't be able to develop my games without any internet and a team, I decided to properly study my game and determine its flaws. In other words, I wanted to determine the reason why it failed to crack the 3-star rating. In the end, after a lot of thought, I came up with a conclusion. I was simply too focused on making sure that the player killed themselves by the end of the game than making sure the game is actually fun. The horror aspect of the game was present. However, everything else was. The game wasn't really a game. Besides the initial aspect of selection, the player didn't have much of a choice after that. The players, they didn't have any means to properly struggle or fight back. All they did was observe and wait for their eventual death. This was what I believed to be the main flaw of the game. At the end of the day, making them struggle and still leading up to them killing themselves will make the game even more terrifying. Right. It's not fun if they struggle just a little bit. I need to give them hope before removing it. Keck. It's only that way that their death might seem even more genuine. The more I thought about the game, the more I started to shudder, thinking about all the changes and plans I had in my mind. I struggled to contain myself. Talkie. I hurriedly covered my mouth, holding my laugh back. Me and my old habits. Still, it won't be easy. I had already planned out several ideas, but there was an issue. Each one of my new ideas would require a lot of time to develop. I planned on expanding the game beyond what it currently was. In order to give the player more means to play, I needed to expand the game. One such way was by giving them the ability to inspect floors and scenes closely. I could also have the player interrogate the guests and give the player special abilities picked up from rooms, with locations randomly changing each new game. A mask that could see through disguises. A microphone that could detect lies once. A knife that could be used for self-defense. The possibilities were endless. The more I thought about it, the more concrete the idea became. I started to feel a surge of motivation and excitement. For a moment, I forgot about everything that had happened in the recent weeks. I was still taking my time to process everything. I'll go crazy if I continue to think about it. This was so that I could keep my mind away from those matters. Of course, alongside the excitement, I also started to feel nervous. 2 weeks. Could I add all these changes in 2 weeks? It's worth a shot. Making up my mind, I took a deep breath and closed down the laptop. All right, let's pack everything up for tomorrow. I woke up before my alarm could even go off. Besides the nagging boredom and the feeling of confinement, the 2 weeks had been quite good for me. At the very least, sleep wisely. I had been able to get more than 8 hours of sleep each day. But all good things needed to come to an end. Grabbing my luggage and the papers from yesterday, I quickly headed out of the room without looking back. Stepping out of the building and feeling the morning breeze, I tugged my jacket closer to me. Cold. Looking around, I followed the path leading away from the shell until I reached the gate. Tall exterior walls enclosed the headquarters, their presence making the space feel closed off and controlled in spite of its large size. I was stopped immediately for a thorough security check, and every item was inspected before I was finally cleared. Once my belongings were returned, I stepped aside and transferred the files from my laptop to my phone. Following which, I handed the laptop back. Or at least tried to. You can keep it. Huh, really? Yes, consider it a gift for holding you for so long. That's pretty generous of you guys. I'm glad you like the gift. Staring at the guard and then the laptop, I pretended to be thankful. In reality, I wasn't quite sure of what to make of the situation. Despite being a middle-end model, it was still better than my current laptop. But there was a problem. Safety. I wasn't sure how safe this laptop was. What if their goal was to use it to monitor me? Then again, even if I purchase another one, they can spy on that one. Rubbing the back of my head, I shook my head and stored the laptop away before leaving. I'll think about it more later. I'll be leaving, thank you. Have a nice day. Nodding once, I stepped out of the walls. Finally, the first thing I did when stepping out was stare at the blue sky above. There was no difference between the sky within the walls and outside, but something about the air outside the headquarters felt different. Something about it felt less stuffy. Perhaps it was just me, but it felt as though a massive weight had been lifted off my chest. Okay, I guess I should start booking a flight. The plan was to go back to Malavia. That was also where my office and team were. In order to work on the updated version of the game, I had to. You're just about on time. I was just coming out as well. Then, turning around, I was stunned to see a familiar figure. He stood not far from me, walking out through the gate as his large, dark coat fluttered in the wind. One hand slipped out of his pocket to adjust the hat on his head, his movements unhurried and calm. Guild Master. He's here. Not only that, but from the looks of things, he seemed to have been waiting for me. You came out at just the right time, Seth. I've already called for a cab. A cab? Did you expect a private driver? Not really. I didn't even expect him in the first place. Well, I would have liked to have had a driver to pick us up, but there's a certain situation at the branch guild, and he won't be able to make it. We'll make do with a cab for now. I see. I actually had no clue as to what was going on. I was kind of struggling to make sense of what was going on. In the end, the guild master cracked a smile as he turned his attention towards the road where a black SUV began to approach. Our guild has a branch on the main island, just like any other guild. Given that Malavia is currently still in a state of shutdown, going there is impossible. Not only that, but given the recent situation, there's no point in staying in Malavia for now, especially with the few upcoming events. Blinking harder, I started to frown. Was he talking about the World Congress? Were they still going to host that? Was it really appropriate? Well, those are the excuses that I'm using for now. The reality of the situation is quite different. Reaching for his pocket, the guild master retrieved a mask and a pair of sunglasses and handed them over to me, adding to my growing confusion. Wear them. What for? What for? Chuckling slightly, the guild master lowered his hat and stepped into the cab. Why else, for your own safety. You're currently one of the most famous people in the entire world. Chapter 471, I'm just one of many. 2. Could you please provide a formal statement on the matter? Who is Seth Thorne, and how was he able to determine what was happening? Why has he not been previously known to the public or to members of the press? Is he the Severed Stars Guild's secret card for the upcoming World Congress? Will you be issuing an official statement, and if so, when can we expect it? Where can Seth Thorne currently be reached? Additionally, what are your expectations for the upcoming World Congress, and do you believe this incident affects your chances of attaining King grade? Many observers remain optimistic about your prospects. Could you please respond to at least one of these questions? With the BUA headquarters located far from any city, the drive to the branch guild took over an hour. By the time we arrived, a swarm of reporters had already gathered at the entrance, crowding in from all directions and pressing in on every member and staff who tried to pass through. I swallowed nervously at the sight of them, but above all, I finally caught sight of the branch guild. Contrary to my expectations, the building itself was just as large, if not larger, than the one on Malavia Island. The massive skyscraper pierced straight into the sky, forcing me to crane my neck upward just to glimpse the top. There's no need to be surprised. Although this place looks bigger, we don't actually own the entire building. It's shared with other companies and guilds. Oh, I see. That made a lot more sense. The guild was rich, but I didn't think they were that rich, especially since we were in what appeared to be a good district. I still have no clue as to where I am. The main island was simply too unfamiliar for me. I presume we're in Signs at least, the main capital. Please stop here. Seeing the situation unfold, the guild master asked the cab to stop. He paid the fare without hesitation before turning to look at me, his expression calm. He didn't need to say anything to me, but he didn't need to. I had already put on my sunglasses and mask. If you ask me, I'll look even more suspicious this way, but... Staring at the crowd outside the branch, I started to shudder. I could already imagine the chaos that would ensue if I showed myself. Let's go, there's no need to worry too much. With me here, nothing will happen to you. The guild master's words felt rather comforting. Throughout the entire cab ride, I kept expecting him to ask about what had happened or about the incident itself. Instead, he remained quiet the whole time, eyes fixed on his phone as he made a few brief calls, offering no real talk and no questions. The entire ride felt suffocating, and I found myself just sitting in silence, doing nothing, occasionally scrolling on my phone. Seemingly not noticing my inner struggle, the guild master led on as he continued to speak. It must be surprising, right? Seeing this many people calling and demanding your name. Sort of. I wasn't quite used to so much attention, not even when I was in the middle of my petty feud a while back. But taking into consideration the events of a few weeks back, this wasn't anything surprising. This shouldn't be surprising considering what you've managed to achieve. Everyone saw it with their very own eyes, and even though the videos were altered, the real versions of them have already blown up over the internet. Yes, that seems to be the case. A lot of people have been praising you lately. I imagine there are also quite a few who aren't on my side. That's to be expected. I suppose so. I was well aware that I had blown up across the internet. The guild master's words back at the entrance of the BUA were what finally pushed me to look into it myself, and the moment I did, my stomach churned at what I found. For the first time in a very long time, I finally felt like puking again. They're saying you're suspicious, that there's no way someone as uninformed as you could have resolved the entire situation on your own. Others are claiming you were directly involved in the incident, that you might have been the instigator, or that you simply got lucky. Pursing my lips, I looked at the guild master. However, all I was met with was his smiling gaze as I understood the hidden meaning behind his words. Inadvertently, I looked away from him. Whether their words are right or not, I don't know. I'm quite interested to know, but now is not quite the right time. There are quite a few things that I need to take care of before the two of us can have a proper conversation. Before I knew it, we had made our way to the back of the branch guild. The area was completely deserted, not a single reporter in sight. That was hardly surprising. There was no door, no visible entrance to speak of. Just a neglected stretch filled with scattered trash and a quiet hum that seemed to come from the large radiators outside of the building. Is there supposed to be some sort of secret entrance around here? Here? Sure enough, the guild master led me to an inconspicuous section of the building. He scanned a card against the wall, and a hidden door slid into view. He opened it without hesitation and stepped inside, leaving me to follow behind him. We both eventually stopped before an elevator. There's no need to make yourself known just yet. Head to the top floor and get yourself a key for a room to stay in. Rest for today, and later tomorrow you can head down to meet everyone at the branch. I understand. This arrangement worked out for me. I hated interacting with new people and socializing, so there was no way I'd be against it. Following the guild master's instructions, I headed up to the 17th floor and obtained a card. The moment the woman at the desk noticed me, a strange expression flickered across her face. She suppressed it quickly, handing me the card without a word. I took it and left just as fast, soon finding my room and moving in. Clank. Hiya. It was only then that I finally let out a quiet sigh of relief and took off the mask and sunglasses. I took a moment to scan my surroundings, making sure I was truly alone, before heading over to the nearby desk and sitting down. The first thing I did was take out my phone. I tapped the screen once, and not long after, the image of a clown appeared. Check for any wiretapping and cameras. Flick. The screen turned off a moment later, turning back on after half a second. Seeing the clown once more, I closed my eyes and started to relax. Looks like there aren't any. Even if there were, I wouldn't be too worried. With me working with the guild master, I was certain that it didn't matter even if he found out, unlike the BUA. He was also very likely the reason why I had been able to get out of the headquarters in just 2 weeks. I guess I made the right decision by working with him. There were risks, but there were also benefits. So far, the benefits have helped me out massively. If not for the guild master trusting me during the gate events, then things would have truly become quite annoying. Enough of that. Leaning both hands against the table, I calmed my racing heart. Now that I'm alone, it's finally time that I check it. Clenching my fist softly, a dark figure began to emerge from the ground beneath me. The figure's presence filled the room as I slowly turned toward it, my gaze lowering to its hand, where I finally caught sight of it. Butcher's knife. The knife I had used to kill the jester, the same one that grew dependent to what it killed and how much it killed. I wonder just how much it's grown after killing such a strong anomaly. Chapter 472, I'm just one of many, 3. I could already tell from the first glance that the knife had changed. A bloodthirsty aura seemed to emanate from it, and I could feel sweat forming at the back of my shirt. Staring at it in silence, I then turned my attention back towards the Realmwalker. It stared at me in silence, not saying anything. One glimpse at the loyalty tab, and I knew why. I started to scratch the back of my head, pursing my lips at the same time as I started to speak. The situation was outside of my control. It was the only way for me to survive. I understand that you've died multiple times, but you were of great help. If you think about it, if I die, you die. At the end of the day, you can say that you did this to protect yourself. It won't happen again. Pausing, I frowned. Why was I making so many excuses? There was no need for me to make any excuses. I did what I did in order to survive. I didn't regret my actions one bit. Show me the knife, let me have a look at it. Thankfully, the Realmwalker's grudge wasn't too deep. Its loyalty dropped all the way down to 42, but this was still not low enough for it to revolt against me. Swoosh. The moment I grabbed the knife, a window appeared in front of me. Bloodthirsty butcher's knife. 4th order. Through repeated killings, the knife has absorbed vast amounts of blood essence, awakening into a bloodthirsty butcher's knife. The blade now exhibits autonomous predatory traits, granting it several abilities. Ability 1, Butcher's Instinct. While wielding the knife, the user gains heightened perception of vital points of anomalies. Ability 2, Meat Sense. Passively detects living creatures within a short radius, revealing heartbeat intensity, injury severity, and what type of living being they are. Hiss. I drew a deep breath the moment I caught a glimpse of the new abilities of the knife. They were far beyond anything I had expected. Just the butcher's instinct alone made all the effort worth it. It's good that I didn't forget to use the knife at the end. Knowing that I would eventually swap places with the doppelganger and that I would have to kill the jester, I had deliberately left the knife behind for that moment. The goal had been to use the opportunity to feed the blade, to turn it into something I could wield without issue. This bloodthirsty butcher's knife, was the result of my effort. Holding onto its wooden shaft and gripping it tightly, I raised my head to look at the Realm Walker. The moment our gazes met, the Realm Walker took a step back. "I'm not going to cut you down." The Realm Walker took another step back. Stop moving back. Its back was now pressed against the wall. "What sort of?" In the end, I tried my best to ignore it. "Let's test this new ability out." Taking a deep breath, I activate the first ability, Butcher's Instincts. The effect was immediate. The moment it activated, the surroundings seemed to bleed red, every sound around me sharpening and rising as it flooded my mind. Most prominent was the sound of my very own breath. Each breath echoed loudly inside my mind as I looked at my surroundings. Everything was the same, but as opposed to before, all colors had faded, completely taken over by a muted red. Slowly looking around, I eventually settled my gaze back towards the Realm Walker, and it was there that I spotted the series of red dots scattered around its body. 5. I could see 5 of them. The hand gripping the knife twitched, a sudden urge to cut down the Realm Walker surging through my mind as I struggled to restrain it. Deactivate. Only when I deactivated the skill did I finally regain a sense of myself, as the colors returned. I see. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath. I now had a better understanding of how the new skill worked. This was definitely going to help me out a lot in the future. That's good. I handed the knife back to the Realm Walker. Keep it for now. The Realm Walker grabbed the knife and faded into nothing shortly after that. It looked too eager to do that, leaving me at a complete loss. At least I can now use the Realm Walker to store items. I no longer needed to carry items with me. By giving it to the Realm Walker, I could practically have it keep the item for me, and whenever I needed it, I could call for it to give it to me. It certainly makes my life a lot easier. Stretching my body, I sat down on the bed and took out my laptop. My real laptop. Of course, I had Mr. Jingles do a check-in to make sure everything was okay before turning on the web browser and searching for hot horror games right now. The system's words a while back had never left my mind. For the past several weeks, they had been nagging at the back of my mind continuously. What did it mean by its words? Was it hinting at the fact that I wasn't the only one? That there were other people like me? I wouldn't be surprised if it's the case. The doppelganger's attitude had made it clear to me that the system had planned to dump me because of my actions. I could also tell that it wasn't too worried about discarding me. Thinking about the demon that I fought against and the possibility of the system trying to hunt down such demons, I quickly realized that I alone wouldn't be enough. Is the system trying to create a sort of army to deal with the demons? The thought settled in my mind for half a second before I discarded it. No, this made no sense. If that was truly the case, why would it try to make me develop games? There was more to it, I was sure of it. From the way it spoke, this also seems like a sort of competition. If there truly exist other beings that have the same system as I, then there's nothing that guarantees that they are going to be on the same side as me. In fact, it looks more likely they will be against me. Just what is this weird system planning? The more I thought about it, the more lost and confused I felt. I really didn't like this feeling. As the page in front of my computer loaded up, I paused, my eyes falling on the result that came from my search. Horror games surge as the industry's new trend, with multiple island studios entering the spotlight. From niche to mainstream, horror games dominate upcoming releases across the islands. Rising Fear, island-based horror games poised for silver and gold awards this year. The new wave of horror gaming, upcoming titles from multiple islands draw award buzz. Seeing the numerous results in front of me, I took a deep breath but didn't react. Instead, I pressed on the links and dived deeper. I checked the date at which the trends started and what sort of results the games created. I prayed that it was nothing. However, the more I researched, the clearer it became to me. There's no doubt about it. My expression turned grim. This is no coincidence. It was very likely that my previous guess was correct. I wasn't the only one who had the horror developer system. Furthermore, judging from the awards some of the games were receiving, I was lagging quite a bit behind. I didn't know the purpose of all this, but I grew even more apprehensive about the situation. Just what was the system trying to do? And what exactly was its end goal? Chapter 473, Branch Guild 1. I ended up dwelling on the matter all night. It was to the point where I didn't get a single ounce of sleep. The only thing that I could think of was the situation and what the system was trying to do. The more I researched and discovered, the more apprehensive I became. There was definitely something suspicious about the situation, but without any more information, the only thing I could do was slowly gather more and more evidence. For now, I'll just focus on reaching the 3-star rating. I was intrigued to see the feature that I had supposedly unlocked. Thankfully, I had already contacted my team. They had all evacuated from Malavia and weren't too far from where I was. Filling them in on the situation, they had already started updating the game, but without the necessary equipment, things were going to be much harder. Yawning, I got out of bed and moved over to the bathroom. Staring at my own reflection and seeing the dark circles, I pulled the skin slightly before moving my hand away and washing my face. Given the guild master's words, I had to get ready. Today, I was going to meet with the branch members. My stomach flipped. I don't want to do it. Space. Did you hear he's here at the branch? Here, you mean? Yeah, the one that ended up killing that anomaly on the island. I heard some people say that if not for him, many more people would have died. The secretary yesterday said that she saw him and even gave him the keys to one of the apartments. He's really here. What, are you serious? Yes. Is he really strong? To be honest, nobody really knows. There are some who say he's lucky, and others who argue that he's some sort of secret trainee developed by the guild master. Nevertheless, if you see him, you should be careful. There's something about him that feels off. You thought so too, right? Maybe it's just his looks at the end of the day. If he's here, then it means that the Bayue has cleared him. I'd still stay away. The Severed Stars Branch Guild was rather lively today. Located near the uppermost floor, covering at least a dozen floors, the branch could be considered quite big. They couldn't compare to the true giants of the main island, but they weren't lacking in most aspects. 27th floor. A man leaning back in his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, glanced around at the two people surrounding his cubicle. What do you think? I'm not buying it. Across from him, one of the two shook their head, arms crossed tight over their chest. A faint crease formed between his brows as he gradually unfolded his arms. They're overrating him. They just don't know what we know. I'm with Andreas here. Beside him, Elias Morrow adjusted his glasses and leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. Unlike Andreas, his expression remained composed and thoughtful, but the confidence in his eyes made it clear he'd already reached his conclusion. He may look impressive, but I don't think he's actually that strong. I think he just lucked out with the situation. Right place, right time. Not that I'm taking credit away from him, as he isn't without merit, but I'm with Elias. People are overrating him. Really? Marcus sat up in his chair while tapping on his phone and replaying the scenes from the Malavia gate. His gaze remained fixed on a certain individual. He continued to watch the video for a while before shaking his head. I honestly can't tell. The entire video is a little too chaotic. I would have had a better idea if I had been there. It was just about to become my turn to go as well. Come on, don't be ridiculous, Marcus. Rolling his eyes, Andreas moved closer to Marcus as he showed him his phone. It's obvious. The guy found himself at the right place at the right time. Didn't you see the official report by the BUA? He was originally going there for a stream and stumbled upon a cult place. That last anomaly let him kill it. I guess. Marcus couldn't argue against such logic. Not everyone was aware of the real truth, but by now, the truth behind the matter had already started to spread amongst the higher-ranking members within each guild. And with the three of them being the aces of the branch guild, it was only natural that they were already aware of it. Still, it doesn't look like the standards of the main guild are that great. Elias muttered as he moved closer to Marcus, his eyes settling on the video playing on the phone. Though the others didn't reply, their silence spoke volumes about their opinions. Although they were supposedly from a branch guild, they all subconsciously looked down on those from external islands. It wasn't that they were inherently bad, but the stage was simply too small. The three of them alone had probably cleared more gates in a week than those from the main guild had done in a couple of months. There was no real comparison, especially since they were all top graduates from the top academies across the main island. This wasn't about ego. It was just the truth. What are you all doing? Shit. Suddenly a voice cut into their discussion. All three stiffened at once, turning toward the source. Their faces paled as a figure stepped into the room, a cardboard box held loosely in their arms. "What, cat your tongue? Why is nobody speaking anymore, Hialu?" A head peeked out from the side of the box, a loose ponytail hanging down as a pair of green eyes settled on them. Her features were flawless enough to captivate anyone who looked her way. And yet, despite her appearance, the moment she showed her face, the three immediately had anything but captivation in their eyes. "Oh. That's squad leader. We were just talking about the upcoming World Congress." "Oh, and what about it?" "We just felt that we had a pretty good shot at it." "Oh, right. I think there's also a chance that you might be able to rank in the new upcoming ranking." I don't know about that. I think it's a little bit too early for that." Setting the box down on the cubicle to her right, she patted the top of it a couple of times before diverting her attention back to the group. Her smile grew wider as she did. At least for a few seconds. Eventually, the smile faded from her lips as she stared at the three in silence. "Do you like taking the piss out of me?" No, wait. Cut the bullshit. I could hear you all the way down the corridor. Don't take me for a fucking idiot. I'll kill you if you do." Neither of the three spoke. None of them took her threat lightly. Perhaps she wouldn't kill them, but cripple them. Very much possible. Seeing the three shut up, Catherine looked away from them and back towards the box. Patting it once more, she began mumbling, "I don't give a single fuck about what you think about that guy from the gate, but my sister will be coming soon to the guild. I don't want you all to screw up her image of us the moment she enters. Is that understood?" The three hastily nodded, signaling that they understood. And just as one of them was about to speak, came a sudden knock from the distance. Immediately, all heads turned. A moment later, a pair of piercing dark eyes met their gaze. "This is the right place, right?" Those eyes alone were enough to make everyone tense. At least that was the case until Catherine stepped forward, a bubbly smile blooming across her face. "You should be Seth, correct?" Before he even had time to respond, Catherine extended her hand. "Nice to meet you, I'm Catherine." She paused briefly before adding, "Catherine Turlin. I've heard all about you from my sister. I'm happy to finally make your acquaintance." Chapter 474, Branch Guild 2. In hindsight, I should have seen it coming. From the moment I appeared in this world, I had been hit by surprise after surprise. Therefore, "Catherine Turlin, I've heard all about you from my sister. I'm happy to finally make your acquaintance." This sudden introduction shouldn't have come as a surprise to me. "I'm quite happy to meet the man of the hour. I've been wanting to meet you ever since I saw you on the live stream." So she said, but since when did Zoe have a sister? There was no denying the resemblance. Although her hair was more on the light brown side, and she looked more bubbly than Zoe, her green eyes stood out quite a lot. They were no different than Zoe's. "Hello." "I apologize." Snapping out of my thoughts, I looked towards the extended hand and nodded. I wanted to shake her hand, but my hand was currently too sweaty. Be it the lack of sleep or the nervousness that came with interacting with new people, my hand was a sweaty mess. Thankfully, she didn't seem to mind as her smile became sweeter, and she lowered her hand. "You didn't get much sleep last night." "No, not much." "Is that so? Most of the apartments here are quite nice. If you want, I can ask the staff to have the bed changed." "There's no need for that. It's more of a me problem." "I see. In that case, if you need anything, you can always tell me." "I will do that." Catherine was it. She seemed quite easy to get along with. I already had quite a nice impression of her. But all that aside, I was still surprised by the fact that Zoe had a sister. Then again, the game never truly went beyond the island where Zoe and her parents fell. There was also not much dialogue about her family back home, like how many siblings she had and what the situation at home was like. I also can't dismiss the fact that things are different compared to the game. In the game, Zoe was supposed to have survived with her parents, but in the real world, they didn't survive. There were quite a lot of things that were different than what I knew. I couldn't just rely on my game's knowledge. Their backstories were at most similar to those of the games. "Okay, that's great." Clapping once, Catherine grabbed me by the arm and dragged me away. Her sudden actions caught me completely off guard. "What?" "Since you're here, I might as well give you a tour of the Branch Guild. I'm sure that you're unfamiliar with this place. I also have quite a few questions for you." I wanted to pull away, but the moment she dragged me away, I noticed 3 other people standing behind her. It was only for a moment, but as we locked eyes, they all averted their gazes, seemingly looking sympathetic. No, wait. Contrary to my expectations, there wasn't much that I needed to worry about. Despite my initial reservations about the situation, Catherine proved to be surprisingly professional. She escorted me through the branch, guiding me across its floors while introducing the various facilities along the way. Each department has its own floor. The containment department, which you'll be part of, is on the 26th floor. I'm currently with the hoarding department, but I used to work in containment as well. So she wasn't part of the containment department. Why did you decide to leave? Because I'm not very good at using my brain. I'm more into killing directly. Knocking her head, she stuck her tongue out. My sister is better at that than I am. Looking at her sweet and bubbly persona, I found myself agreeing with her evaluation. Of course, I kept those thoughts to myself. Oh, I see. What about Zoe? How is she doing lately? Zoe? I wonder too. I wasn't really that close to her. We were on speaking terms, but that was about it. I didn't even have her number or any means to contact her. I honestly had no idea about how she was doing. Not even Kyle. But I didn't really need to speak to him to know how he was doing. I saw her during the live stream. She did quite well, no. You can say so. Right. Catherine smiled. It was the same bubbly smile that she had shown multiple times already, but for some reason, something about that smile of hers felt off. I couldn't quite put it into words, but it felt insincere. But before I had any time to dwell on it, she clapped her hands. We're here. She stopped before a certain door. Pointing at it, she looked at me. This will be your office going forward. Office? Yes, I was honestly quite surprised about it, too. Despite being here for so long, I've yet to have my own office. I'm quite jealous, you know. Is that so? Well, this was apparently an arrangement made by the guild master. I think it's some sort of reward for your achievements back during the gate incident. I can't say I don't envy you, but your achievements speak for themselves. Tapping the door a couple of times, she stretched her back. Well, I think that's enough for me for now. I've taken up enough of your time, and I still have several things I need to take care of. She offered the same bubbly smile I had already grown accustomed to and stepped away from the door. Just as she did, she paused, as if suddenly remembering something. Oh, right, before I forget, she added. I heard they're going to run a drill down in the containment department. Since you're here, I think you can also go. It should be a good way for you to get more familiar with the other members and their skills. Let me know if you want to take part in it. I think it would be good for you. Opening my mouth, I soon shook my head. I think I've had enough of gates for now. Okay then, I hope you enjoy your break. The others from the main guild will be arriving in a few days, so feel free to do whatever you like until then. I will do. With all that said, she finally left. I could only stare at her parting back before focusing my attention back towards my new office. Catherine. She seems quite easy to get along with. Space. HMMMM. A soft hum echoed across the corridors of the branch guild. Walking with her hands behind her back, Catherine hummed quietly to herself. As people walked past her, she'd received several greetings, which she returned with a sweet smile and nod. Her reputation within the branch guild was quite good. To some extent, she could be considered the ace of the guild. There were a couple of people who were on her level, but they were just about the same. It was just unfortunate that nobody had yet made it into the world rankings. But perhaps soon. Coming to a stop, Catherine retrieved her phone and looked at the caller ID. The sweet smile wiped away from her face shortly after as she answered. Yes, I got. Her tone grew increasingly colder as she leaned against the wall, scanning the surroundings to see if there were any people. Once she was sure that she was alone, she answered, I checked. He does appear to have a node, but it's just one. Aside from that, I wasn't able to check further. He's being quite cautious. I've invited him to tomorrow's outing, but I'm not sure if he'll show up. Either way, I don't understand why you're doing all of this. Pausing, she added, he doesn't seem to be all that. I don't know why you're looking for him, but I think it's a mees. Catherine stopped, her eyes closing as she eventually nodded. All right, I understand. I won't ask any more questions. The voice on the other end of the phone eased, and after exchanging a few more words, Catherine hung up the phone, her expression hard to read. But eventually, she turned to face a certain direction as she mumbled, I guess I'll see for myself tomorrow. Chapter 475, The butcher won. Kaelric Hillcrest sat behind his desk, his back turned to the large glass window that framed the city's skyline. Towering skyscrapers stretched into the distance behind him, their lights reflecting faintly off the glass, when his voice suddenly echoed across the room. You don't need to ask questions, just do as you're asked. I will hold up my end of the deal if you do so as well. He ended the call there and then. Not even a moment later, Jennifer Lance, his private secretary, stepped into the room, her expression already troubled. The concern on her face deepened the instant she noticed Kaelric's expression. It was one marked by unmistakable fury and irritation, barely restrained, simmering just beneath the surface. Yes, sir. Her voice wavered as she spoke, hesitant at first, but her words eventually managed to reach him. He finally took notice of her. Jennifer. Sir, I think you're rushing things. I don't think there's a need for you to do something like this. We can take more time to do some proper research before reaching out to him. I am doing what I'm doing exactly because I want to make things clearer, Kaelric said, lowering his gaze to stare at the monitor in front of him. Although the monitor was turned away from her, the assistant could clearly tell what the guild master was watching. It was the recording of the gate incident that had occurred not long ago. Although the monitor was turned away from her, the assistant could clearly tell what the guild master was watching. It was the recording of the gate incident that had occurred not long ago. As the guild master of the Obsidian Bastion, part of the Big Five, and a powerhouse that ruled the entire Central Island, he was naturally aware of what truly had transpired in Malavia Island, with a couple of paragons from his guild. But he felt odd right now. Staring at the feed, Kaelric couldn't take his gaze away from one particular individual as he stood before the imposing creature. Alone, his black hair fluttered silently as he stood face to face with that creature, and yet he didn't look at all scared. But that wasn't the part that was odd to him. Kaelric could still remember the order he had given back then. He had poured an absurd amount of the guild's resources into the search, chasing faint leads and empty trails. When time passed and nothing came of it, he was left with no choice but to abandon it. His single thread of hope disappeared just like that. Or at least that was what he had believed. Now, staring at the monitor in front of him as the footage replayed once more, Kaelric felt a rush of memories he had long buried surge back to the surface. His thoughts tangled together, old faces and moments resurfacing one after another, as his aged hand slowly reached out toward the screen. He watched the boy slash down the anomaly that had terrified the entire world. With one smooth movement, he decapitated the anomaly, ending the nightmare that had taken over the world. His actions were decisive, and his movements were clean. But it wasn't the way that he killed the anomaly that Kaelric was paying close attention to. It had never been about the way he killed the anomaly. No, what Kaelric cared about was something different. That distinctive appearance of his that closely resembled his own, a younger version of him. He was so similar, and yet so different. Seth Thorne. Kaelric drew a deep breath, his chest coming to a subtle pause as he tried to quell the rising anger that was fueling deep within his body. The more he looked at the boy, the more the rage grew. His anger wasn't directed at the boy, but towards the individuals who had caused the situation to turn out this way. To the people who had taken him from his home. Jennifer. Kaelric spoke, his tone as calm as he could possibly try to make it. I want Ray and Martha to come to my office as soon as possible. Make sure they come without any complaints. If they have any, then tell them they can find another guild to work in. Understood. The assistant answered at once, her head lowering for a brief second as she raised it back up to ask, What about the youngest mistress? Would you? No, there's no need for that. Kaelric shook his head, his expression regaining some semblance of calm as he managed to quell the rising anger from before. The World Congress will be starting soon. I don't want her to get distracted by things that are yet to be confirmed. I'll think about telling her when I'm absolutely certain that it's him. Reaching the glass cup on his desk with his aged hand, Kaelric took a small sip of his drink before leaning back on the chair and turning back to stare at the scenery below. Some say that he did what he did due to luck, but I have a feeling that the situation is quite different from that. I have a feeling he'll also participate in the Congress. In that case, I'm curious to see how he'll interact with her. Taking another sip of his drink, Kaelric smiled faintly. I'm really curious indeed. Space. The office I was given was far larger than the one I'd had back at the main guild. Large windows lined one side of the room, offering a clear view of the city streets far below. There was even air conditioning, a small detail, but one that immediately made the space feel more comfortable. In many ways, it was better. But I prefer my old office more. Pressing the remote to lower the curtains, I sat down on the chair and leaned back. I need to hurry up and get my shit together. Time was ticking, and I had yet to make any meaningful progress with the game update. The ideas were there, and I had already shared them with the others, but with the equipment still back in Malavia, getting things done was quite difficult. I've already contacted the guild master regarding this matter, and he's already said that he's going to provide me with the equipment, but that'll take some time too. I don't know if I have enough time to spare. Groaning, I took out my laptop and got to work. Even without the equipment, I could still do some things to make things much easier when heavy programming had to be done. Should I try hiring more people? It was worth taking into consideration. What I wanted to do now was get the update done quickly before the quest time ran out. I wasn't planning on making money. I could do that later. Maybe. I don't know. It might take some time to fill them into the project. Might make the entire process even slower than expected. Groaning, I tried to think of more solutions, but no matter how hard I pushed myself, every idea only made things worse. In the end, I just gave up and continued to do things the hard way. I might end up foregoing sleep once more, but I feel like I have to complete this quest at all costs. I don't know what the new feature will be, but I have a feeling that it's going to be extremely important further down the line. Taking a deep breath, I cracked my fingers and got to work. Or at least, tried to. The moment my hands touched the keyboard, a sudden notification rang across my mind. Ding! The moment it did, my fingers froze. I should have seen it coming. Chapter 476, The Butcher 2. You have been haunted. The notification came abruptly, and yet staring at it, I felt nothing. This notification didn't come as a surprise to me. In fact, there was still one anomaly that was currently hunting me down and had yet to make a move. I was more worried about that than this new notification. With everything that has gone down recently, this shouldn't be surprising. It might be something or someone related to the other demons. I knew that the cult wasn't the end of it. In fact, it was very likely just the start of it. From the Ars Gotia to the Unholy Trinity, I was deeply aware of the hidden depths of the world and that the system was somehow linked to it. That begged the question, was the system against the demons, or was the system part of the demons? My breath turned shallow upon reaching that point. However, I was quick to curb my unease as I leaned back against the chair and let my mind relax. Just the thought of what lay ahead of me made my stomach churn, but as opposed to the past, I no longer held the same fear. I can manage it. Whatever it was, I could manage it. All I needed to do was focus on what I could manage. I needed to be more proactive. I needed to get rid of problems before they truly became problems. So let's start by getting rid of this thing. Reaching into my pocket, I took out a compass. Holding the compass tightly, I thought about the anomaly that was hunting me. Bring me to it. There were two who had set their target on me. I didn't care which one it was. I needed it to bring me to whatever one was closest. Clenching and unclenching my hand, I slowly began to activate my nodes as I stood up from the seat. It's about time I started to test this body properly. I had taken the emblance shards. My mind was a lot clearer than it had been in the past, and having already requested the guild master with more fragments, it wouldn't be long until I reached the fourth order. Not even a second after I stood up, the compass began to spin rapidly, moving in all sorts of directions. I stood in silence, waiting for the compass to stop eventually. Thankfully, I didn't need to wait long to see a result, and the tip soon stopped. I see. I didn't hesitate. Holding onto the compass, I began to follow the direction of the tip. Subconsciously, I had already started moving toward the door, expecting the anomaly to be somewhere farther away. But the moment I turned in the direction indicated by the tip, my heart came to a stop, my movements freezing as my head slowly turned back. Back towards my desk. Tightening my grip on the compass, I didn't let the situation take hold of my mind. My nodes began to churn quietly as I kept my gaze fixed on the desk. There was no reason to panic yet. I scanned it carefully, searching for anything out of place. But as my eyes moved across the wooden surface, I found nothing that seemed amiss. Step. Drawing nearer, I kept my entire body tense, my eyes continuing to scan the surroundings as I tried to pick anything out of place. But nothing. I didn't let my guard down. Moving next to the table, I stared at the drawers. Holding onto the compass and bringing it closer to it, the compass began to spin in all directions. So it's here. Nodding, I put the compass away before tapping the floor with the sole of my foot. A dark figure began to emerge as I pointed at the drawer. Help me check if there's anything inside. The figure didn't move. Instead, it just stared at me in silence. I averted my gaze slightly, pretending to be oblivious to the Realmwalker's gaze. But, instead of listening to my order, the Realmwalker took a step towards me and tilted its head, trying to get me to face its gaze. I averted my gaze further, but the Realmwalker tilted his head further, peering closer and closer to my face before eventually meeting my gaze head-on as I pursed my lips. I'm not using you as a meat shield. I'm only asking you to check something for me. There's nothing dangerous about checking a drawer, right? Look, my death would mean your death. Under the Realmwalker's pressuring gaze, my voice grew weaker and weaker, not out of fear, but from a growing sense of shame. You're not a meat shield, okay? You're much more valuable to me than that. This persisted until I just decided to give up and chose to remain silent. The Realmwaker's gaze never changed, and feeling it, I knew that I had to sort this situation out. I have a feeling that he might start an anomaly union soon enough. I couldn't allow for something like that to happen. Not on my watch. Are you not going to check? Giving me one last dirty look, the Realmwaker finally complied and moved toward the drawer, opening it without hesitation. Throughout the entire process, my body stayed tense, every muscle coiled and ready, prepared to react to anything that might spring out at any second. Clank. But contrary to the dramatic outcome I had braced myself for, nothing came out of the drawer. There was no sudden hiss, no grotesque creature, no invisible force lunging for my throat. Just silence. Instead, a shiny object appeared. Confused, I took a step forward, and when I finally caught a glimpse of the object, question marks appeared on top of my head. A meat grinder, what? The object's randomness caught me completely off guard. However, it became clear to me that this was the anomaly that was haunting me, or at least was related to the anomaly. Pushing all other thoughts aside, I moved closer to the meat grinder, and it was when I drew close enough for it to be at arm's length from me that a new notification flashed across my vision. Do you wish to start the grinder? Play button yes, no. It was a notification that felt vaguely familiar. Everything became a lot clearer to me a short moment later. Isn't this like the hourglass from before? Yes, this was very similar to it. In that case, if I turn it on, I'll very likely be brought into a gate. Most likely, I'll be brought into the same gate where the anomaly that is haunting me is located, and for the object to be here of all places. It was very likely the system's doing. Just like last time, it was likely trying to help me. In that case, it would be rude of me to refuse. I dropped all hesitation and pressed yes. Unbeknownst to me, in the brief moment my hand moved to press the button, I caught a glimpse of my own reflection on the shiny body of the machine, and it was there that I noticed something peculiar about my expression. I'm smiling. Smiling. I was smiling. For what reason? Why was I smiling? Hey. Was the idea of hunting an anomaly that amusing? Chapter 477, The Butcher 3. With the eventual start of the meat grinder, the surroundings began to distort. The office flickered in and out of view, alternating with an entirely different scene, one that was still too unclear for me to fully make out. But the changes weren't all visual. The pungent smell of iron soon began to fill my nostrils. It thickened along with the warmth of the surroundings, clinging to the back of my throat. The hum beneath my feet deepened into a constant, mechanical growl, vibrating through my bones. When the office blinked away again, it didn't come back. Steel hooks swayed from the ceiling, surrounding me from all directions. The floor was slick, reflecting the harsh fluorescent lights in trembling streaks of red. Somewhere nearby, the subtle sound of something being dragged echoed. When I turned to look in that direction, I only managed to catch a glimpse of a fading shadow. This looks like a slaughterhouse. I got my confirmation shortly after. Operation, the host's invitation. Class Melas. A remote slaughterhouse resumes activity after a prolonged shutdown, despite no workers being present. Trucks arrive on schedule, gates open on their own, and the animals are processed without human intervention. But recently, business hasn't been very good. Something about the animals isn't quite right. Here it is. The scenario notification. Reading the notification, my eyes opened up slightly. The class is no longer hidden like it's always been in the past. Is this because this is no longer the trial version? That's interesting. Will there be even more changes in the future? I carefully pondered the situation while staring at the notification. Mayla's class, that's in line with what I expected, doable. The appearance of the meat grinder was all I needed to see to know it was related to the system. Knowing the system wouldn't make me do the impossible, I knew it was something that I could clear. I didn't just blindly accept to enter for the simple reason of hunting an anomaly. But looking around this place, it really is quite large. The area was vast, chains hanging down in every direction, swaying faintly as if recently disturbed. The smell of blood hung heavy in the air, thick enough to taste, while shadows flickered along the walls and floor. At both ends of the room stood white doors, each hanging loosely open as though inviting me forward. Staring at both sides, I didn't rush towards the doors. Instead, I took out a white mask. I stared at it in silence, a mix of emotions rising in my chest. The mask itself was simple, holding no special powers, yet it was no doubt my most dangerous item. I'll get killed on the spot if I turn myself into the jester. That identity, it was no longer one that I could use. At least for now. At this moment, I needed a completely different identity, and as soon as I put on the mask, a string of different options appeared for me. But I already knew what I wanted. There was no need for me to dwell on my option as I scrolled down and selected it straight away. Jester, Clown, Skull, Play Button Pig. The transformation was instant. Once the option was selected, the mask began morph into the selected option. The moment I touched my face, I felt all the unnatural creases running down it, alongside the ear's fur. It's fitting when considering the place. Oh, this is bad. I covered my mouth, trying to pull my lips down, but the more I thought about the situation, the more my lips refused to listen to me. But it couldn't be helped. What sort of person would purposely choose to make themselves look like a pig, so that an anomaly would come and hunt them? Oh, this is bad. This is pretty bad. I wasn't sure of what was happening, but ever since returning to my body, things hadn't been quite right with my mind. I thought that the emblance shards would fix me, but even now, there was something fundamentally different compared to before. No, that's not quite right. Thinking about it carefully, I did return to how I was before. The emblance shard did do its job, but perhaps it did it a little too well. My mind felt clearer than ever. And that was most likely the problem. My mind was too clear. The inner shackles that once restrained my true instincts had thinned to brittle threads. Becoming the jester hadn't twisted me into something new. It had peeled me back to what I always was. With my mind finally clear, parts that I tried to bury deep within me started to slip out. Hey. Clutching my face and forcing my lips shut, the laugh still managed to force its way out of my lips as my shoulders trembled. Biting my lips, I began to head for the door as I reached my right hand out to the side, a familiar weight settling into my palm. I didn't need to look to know what it was. As though it were an extension of my body, I clutched the handle tightly as the surroundings started to turn red. Huh? I let out a long breath, moving past the first door. Where are you? The one who haunts me. Clank, clank. The chains brushed against one another, their slow clinking echoing as the shadows stretched unnaturally across the white walls of the slaughterhouse. The scent of iron that gripped the surroundings grew suffocating. Heavy enough to taste. On either side of the room, one larger than the one from before, carcasses hung in silent rows, their swollen bodies swaying ever so slightly. Thick red liquid slipped from torn flesh and pooled on the floor before creeping toward the drain at the far end. Pigs, cows. There were all sorts of carcasses, and holding onto the knife, I calmly walked across the space. I can't feel anything here. Taking out the compass, I followed the tip, moving towards where it was guiding me. The deeper I walked, the colder the surroundings felt. It grew so dense that a faint mist began to form with every breath I took, blooming in the air before slowly sinking, as though the room itself was exhaling alongside me. Staring at the mist, I stopped. The silence was deafening, and taking in my surroundings, I soon shook my head. At this rate, it'll take too long. This was the moment I reached for my pocket and retrieved a pair of sunglasses. Since it'll take too long for me to find it, I might as well get it to come with me. Swoosh! The changes were immediate. The moment I put on the glasses, the coldness that spread across the surroundings didn't just cling to my body. It seeped into it, crawling under my skin like 1,000 worms. My spine tightened with a sharp, unnatural tingle as the blue tint tried not just to overwhelm the crimson in my vision, but to devour it, swallowing every trace of warmth as the world dimmed into something colder, darker. Ha! My chest trembled once more as my mind adjusted to the changes, trying its best not get overwhelmed by the sensations. But above all, I could feel it. Them, the numerous eyes that were staring in my direction. The carcasses surrounding me started to sway with more momentum, their chains clattering louder as each swing grew sharper. In the distance, the heavy sound of chops echoed through the cold air, matching the beat of my own heart. Peck. Keeping hold of the knife, I looked around. Waiting. It's coming, something is coming. I could feel it. Peck. The chopping sound grew louder, my eyes tracking the carcasses as they swayed left and right. Their momentum increased, and as they continued to swing, I noticed the dark liquid dripping from them beginning to pool beneath my feet. Faster. Harder. The carcasses continued to sway, blood striking the white walls before sliding back down, spreading into growing pools that slowly crept across the floor. Tightening my grip on the knife, I watched the spreading pools of blood merge together, forming larger shapes that soon reached the tips of my shoes. When I looked down at the dark surface, a pig's head stared back up at me. For just a brief moment, the surroundings came to a complete standstill. A deafening silence took over as I silently stared at the reflection. And then, finally showing yourself. Swoosh! The pool of blood stirred, then a blood-red hand shot out, grabbing for my ankle. But it wasn't alone. The surrounding pools rippled and more hands burst through the surface, reaching from every direction and latching onto my feet. 1, 2, 3, 4. The numbers kept climbing, each hand gripping tighter, crawling higher up my legs as they tried to pull me down. Staring at all of this, I raised my hand and slashed down. Chapter 478, The Butcher 4. Swoosh! The knife slashed right through the arms, cutting them with one clean slice. I took the chance to pull my feet back, but the moment I did, even more hands emerged, clinging to my legs ferociously. They gripped my pants and climbed higher and higher, forcing their way towards me. Swoosh! I continued to cut down the hands, barely freeing myself each time, but it was no use. Each time I cut down a hand, a new one appeared. No, not just one. Several dozen appeared at once. Swoosh. It reached the point where all I could see were hands, my shirt and face smeared with blood as the heavy scent of metal filled my nose. To make matters worse, the distant chopping grew louder, steadily closing in. I could feel it. Something else was coming. Something even more powerful. But I didn't panic. Swinging my hand, I continued to slash down, cutting down several hands at once. But even that became problematic. With each slash, a dozen new hands appeared. I was being overwhelmed. Each slash forced me back, my arms burning as sweat streamed down my face. My swings began to slow down just for a moment, but it was enough. Swoosh. More hands burst from the blood, clawing at my legs, my arms, my clothes, anchoring me in place. I struggled, but they only multiplied, dragging me down inch by inch as I continued to move back, my back eventually colliding with something soft behind me. I gave my back a quick glance, finding one of the carcasses behind me. But something was wrong. The carcass moved. Its cold, mangled skin shifted against my back, the entire body cracking and changing in forms as its rib cage expanded with a sharp, splitting sound, stretching wide, as if trying to swallow me whole. By the time it acted, it was already too late for me. Thankfully, I wasn't alone. The moment the carcass moved, a shadow appeared right behind it as two dark hands grabbed onto it, stopping its movements. Hitty. A laugh followed, and the hands came to a sudden stop. Turning around slowly, I looked at the dangling carcass and slashed the chains on top. Thud. The carcass collapsed to the floor shortly after, and the number of hands dragging at me began to dwindle, shrinking one by one before there were none left. The same was true for the chopping sound, as it faded into the background. "I guess you're not it." I was a little disappointed to see this. From the moment I entered the room, I'd already sensed something else inside the place. It wasn't the glasses that revealed its presence, but the knife. Through its second ability, I realized an anomaly was hiding among the carcasses. But it didn't stay put. It kept shifting from one body to another, never settling, which explained why every carcass had been swaying since the start. It was for this reason that I allowed it to do as it pleased, moving back slowly and waiting for it to strike. In the end, this was the result. "But you're not the one who is haunting me." Lifting my hand to look at the blade, I once again met my own reflection before wiping the blood from its surface. When I glanced down at my clothes, I found them torn in several places and completely soaked in blood. "This won't do." Taking out my quick-stitch outfit, I quickly changed it into an apron and put it on. "I won't get dirty this way." Adjusting the mask on my face and holding onto the knife tightly, I began to walk away from the place. Time to look in a different area. Space. Early morning. BUA Branch Guild. A small group had gathered in front of a particular door, a man in a dark suit standing before it with a clipboard in hand. As most of you are aware, the guild is preparing for the upcoming World Congress. Soon, the main guild's representatives will arrive, and things are going to get more and more hectic. We'll need to determine which teams will represent us, and naturally we'll be holding a trial for that. He was the section chief of the hoarding department, Clement White. Staring at the group in front of him, his voice turned stern. "Do not look down on those coming from the main guild. Although they aren't from the island, they have access to a lot more resources than all of you. They're also trained by some of the best people on this planet. When the time comes for you to meet them, you'll be surprised by their skills." Despite the intent behind his words, the section chief's words didn't reach the ears of many. It was practically ingrained in everyone's minds. Those from the outer islands can't compete with those from the main islands, besides a few. This stigma didn't appear out of nowhere, but from years of results in the World Congress and the achievements that followed. The number of people who came from external islands and actually did well was a dime in the dozen. There was usually no comparison. Let's also not forget that we're also part of the same guild. It would be best if you all got along. The section chief's gaze paused on a particular figure as he spoke. Though he didn't say anything, his eyes said it all as several heads turned toward the woman leaning against the side of the wall, playing with her phone. Finally taking notice of all the stares, Catherine looked up. "What? Why is everyone looking at me?" Nobody answered. All heads simply turned back to the section chief as he continued briefing the group on the current situation. "The type of gate we'll be entering is a hoarding gate, meaning that it'll continue until you end up clearing it. It's a fairly straightforward one. Most of you should already know the basic information about the anomalies inside and the general method of clearing them. I won't waste time explaining what you already understand. Your scores will be based on the number of kills you secure and their ranks." Seeing how everybody had ignored her, Catherine clicked her tongue, feeling annoyed. But just before she could say anything else, a figure appeared next to her. "Did he end up showing?" Chatterine paused, her emerald eyes turning towards the figure standing next to her. Eventually, she shook her head. "He didn't even answer me. He didn't pick up. Even when I knocked on his door, he didn't answer." "I see." Marcus nodded, his expression calm. He wasn't surprised by this development as he calmly nodded his head. "I guess it makes sense. He probably doesn't want to expose himself before so many people." "Probably so." Catherine brushed a strand of hair behind her ear while simultaneously taking out an electric vape and taking a quick drag of it. "I don't really blame him. If I were in his position, I'd also try my best to milk it so that I can make enough money to retire. If you ask me, he made the correct decision." "Yay. That's enough time wasted. Get ready, everyone. The trial will start soon. Make sure to get into your groups and prepare yourselves. This isn't going to be an easy ride." Taking another drag of her vape, Catherine pushed off the wall and headed toward her group. Marcus followed close behind, the two of them drawing the attention of the nearby members as they made their way over and joined the other two guys. Their presence instantly caught everyone's attention, for they were the aces of the hoarding department, and the most likely group to receive a good ranking within the World Congress. Chapter 479, The Butcher 5. Swoosh. The first thing the team noticed upon entering the gate was the heavy stench of blood. It clung to the air and soaked into the silence, filling the entire area until the faces of a few scrunched up as a result of the smell. Enough. Marcus was no different, holding onto his nose while looking towards the two other people standing next to him. I've been to my fair share of gates, but I've never been in one that has ever smelled this bad. You're not the only one, Elias replied, quietly retrieving his square-framed glasses and wiping them with a cloth before slipping them away and replacing them with a circular-framed pair. The new glasses had gold rims, giving him a more scholarly air than before. Of course, he didn't have to change glasses just for a style change. So, did you find anything? Give me a moment, don't rush me. Holding onto the rims, Elias scanned the surroundings as he took a close look at his surroundings. He took in the dangling chains, the flickering overhead lights, and the blood splatters throughout. For the next couple of minutes, everyone stood in silence, quietly waiting for him to speak. And then, there are numerous anomalies located on both paths that we take. I do not feel the presence of a boss just yet, but he'll eventually show up once we manage to defeat all the little minions. Any abnormalities? Catherine spoke, her emerald green eyes scanning the surroundings as she wore a nice, bubbly smile that seemed to ease the tension. If there are no abnormalities, let's go ahead and start. The faster we get this done, the faster we can go back to the guild. All right. Putting on a pair of gauntlets, Andreas took a step forward, his enormous body towering over the rest as he moved toward one of the doors positioned at each end of the room. It's been a while since I've entered a gate. I've just about gotten quite tired of waiting at the guild. Now that I'm finally back, I'm planning on stretching my body a bit. Smacking the two gauntlets, he laughed. That said, Andreas said, chuckling as he spared Elias and the others a glance, I really like the sound of going back earlier. Since time inside of the gate flows much faster than the real world, it's best if we do this quickly. Let's do the usual. I'll take the lead and you'll follow me from behind. How about it? That sounds fine with me, Elias replied sternly, his gaze flickering in all directions as he studied everything around them. I'll take care of the scouting while everyone else takes care of the rest. The standard time for the gate clearance is 3 hours and 46 minutes. I expect us to be able to clear this faster than the record. Don't take this lightly. Catherine cut in, her lips pulling into a thin smile. This is a trial, not a random gate excursion. We're all going to be graded on our performances, not how long it takes for us to clear the gate. The gate isn't going to be like one that everyone is used to. Furthermore, given everything that's happened recently, there's no guarantee the gate will act normally. I'd even argue that the chances of something going wrong are quite high. If I were you, I'd all be careful. Catherine gave everyone a meaningful look before interlocking her hands behind her back and making her way toward the far end of the room. Her words stirred a sharp tension through the room as they all glanced at one another, their smiles fading while their expressions shifted into something far more serious. If the fact that this was a trial wasn't enough to make them treat the gate with caution, then the second part of her statement was what truly added the cherry to the cake. Everyone's mind went back to the Malavia incident a few weeks back, from the anomaly that brought despair to the world to everything else that happened in between. The images remained vivid in the minds of all those present, and as they all thought back to those moments, they realized that they really couldn't take the situation lightly. Who knew if they'd end up being the next victim? Let's go. As Catherine's words faded, everyone followed along in silence. Space. Drip, drip. Blood dripped from the body of my blade, staining the ground beneath it. Huh? Breathing was a little difficult beneath the mask, sweat dripping down the side of my face as I looked around. Carcasses littered the place, severed limbs appearing in all directions as some twitched while others still tried to crawl towards me. So this is a hoarding gate. By now, I had already understood what sort of gate I was in. This was no normal gate. It was no doubt a hoarding gate. There was no real scenario to speak of. There were just endless anomalies that appeared with each room that passed. The goal of the gate was to find the boss and kill it. In that regard, hoarding gates were relatively simple in their structure. But that was the issue. Because of their simple structure, everything else was a lot more difficult. The anomalies were less tricky, but they were without a doubt more powerful. Furthermore, finding the boss was no easy task. Like endless mazes, hoarding gates were designed to make it as hard as possible to find the boss. There were a few exceptions, but that was just about it. Standing still, I stared at the compass. It was no longer pointing at a single direction. It was now spinning in all sorts of directions. This makes the situation a little troublesome. Kicking a limb to the side, I tightened my grip on the knife and closed my eyes. Several dots appeared within my darkened vision, each one relatively far away from me. Fixing my attention on the dots, I soon opened my eyes and shook my head. None of them appear to be the boss. Although I wasn't certain, a gut feeling told me. But more than that, why is such an anomaly haunting me? This was the thing that I was trying to understand the most. I wasn't quite familiar with this anomaly, nor had any interactions with it. It was different compared to the conductor. No, but now that I think about it, I also did get haunted before. I'm still not quite sure about that one either. I've only got a couple of guesses, but no real certainty. Could it be the system? This felt like the most probable scenario. Thinking about the system potentially being the one responsible for the entire situation, my grip over the knife tightened as I wiped some of the blood that had stained the pig mask. I don't like this. Yet again, the system was trying to control me. I really don't like this. I had already given it a warning, but it didn't seem to have paid much attention to it. Wiping the mask once more, I looked ahead and proceeded to the next room. I hope I'm just overthinking things. Otherwise, I really don't want to resort to extreme measures like before. I really didn't. Chapter 480, The Butcher 6. I came to a stop. Turning my wrist and checking the time, I frowned. I've been here for more than 2 hours. Time flew by before I knew it. No, it's more like I never had enough to think about how much time has passed. I spent the entire time fighting anomalies while also chasing the boss. And yet, this very boss appeared to be hiding from me. This was despite using the glasses in order to attract its attention. In the end, you haunt me, and yet you don't even bother doing anything to me when I show up in front of you. It may seem like 2 hours wasn't much, but there was no guarantee the gate didn't have some kind of time dilation. Did time inside the gate flow the same as outside? I didn't know, and as such, I needed to be as fast as possible to make sure unexpected situations wouldn't occur. Then again, I'm sure the guild master will back me up if I really take too long. Still, I had already grown sick of this place. I wanted to go back as fast as possible. I guess this is of no use to me. Putting the compass away, I decided to head for the next area. Clank. Moving past the next door, I expected to see the same layout I'd encountered the previous times. But the moment I stepped into the new room, I was met with a warm and damp air that contrasted sharply with what I'd encountered before. I paused dead in my tracks. Something is different. T-A-K, T-A-K. A sharp cleaving sound echoed. The sound rang out loudly, each strike cutting through the air with the force and clarity of a bolt of lightning. T-A-K. I felt the floor shiver faintly under the repeated impacts. Warmth pressed against my face, humid enough to make the skin under my eyes prickle. I looked up. Rows of hooks hung from the ceiling. They swayed ever so slightly, their sharp tips brushing against one another. A dim glow pulsed near the hooks, not quite flickering but twitching, almost as if the light itself was uncomfortable being here. The light filtered through the numerous hooks, casting weird shapes around the walls and floor. I can't see beyond the hooks. Just the number of hooks hanging from the ceiling was enough to cover my entire vision, almost as if they had created a sort of veil that blocked my path. Clank, clank. Brushing past the first row of hooks, I took a step forward. The smell hit me then. It was different compared to the iron-like scent from before. This was heavier, and it coated the inside of my throat, making each breath uncomfortable. Just ahead, the room opened wider. And there they were. T-A-K. Several figures stood in a loose half-circle, their backs turned as their broad shoulders hunched over towards the work desk before them. They moved with an awful rhythm, shoulders lifting, elbows rising, blades coming down in the same repeated motion. T-A-K. Then another. T-A-K. The wet squelch beneath each blow filled the air, gnawing at my chest. But the sound was not what made me still. I shifted slightly to the side to get a clearer view of what they were working on, and the moment the full shape came into view, a shiver ran down my spine. There were carcasses, just like the other rooms. But something about these carcasses felt familiar. Their limbs and parts were longer and thinner than the ones I was used to, the shape extremely familiar to me. Humans, and not just regular humans. but ones that had an identical body shape to mine. Kaya, TAK. The butchers eventually came to a stop, a heavy and suffocating silence settling over the surroundings as I kept my gaze firmly locked on them. I tried to gauge their strength while gripping my knife, ready to strike the moment they made a move. Perhaps they were the ones I was looking for. The boss that I needed to clear in order to escape this gate. I got myself ready, my nodes churning at the same time. But then, as if they all took notice of my presence, they froze mid-movement, their bodies stiffening as their heads began to turn slowly until they faced me. One by one, their features revealed right before my eyes. A cow, a pig, something that might have once been a horse, its jaw hanging loose, swinging slightly as if the tendons had already given up. How fitting. It almost felt amusing when thinking about my current outfit. But staring down at the enormous blades they were carrying, the amusement barely lasted a few moments before I tightened my grip on the knife as I scanned the group. I could tell from just a glance that they were a lot stronger than anything that I had faced before, but despite this, I still had a nagging feeling that the boss, or the one that was haunting me, had yet to make a move. It was probably still watching, waiting for me to show an opening. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to play along. I needed to get this done quickly. But, staring at the butchers in front of me, my hand tingled. I realized rather quickly that the more I held onto the blade, the more it seemed to corrupt me. The corruption didn't seem permanent, only there in the moments when I held the knife. But the longer my fingers stayed wrapped around its handle, the more something subtle pressed in at the edges of my thoughts, nudging them, shifting them, as if trying to let out my inner thoughts. Normally, I'd be able to suppress the hidden part of me, but... Perhaps I had killed a little too much today, but staring at the anomalies standing in front of me, I didn't step back or act with the caution I knew I should. Instead, something else crept in, different thoughts, quieter and more sadistic. Let me kill them. I could tell that they were a lot stronger than anything that I had faced thus far. There was also the potential ambush coming from the anomaly that was haunting me, but such thoughts appeared to fly out the window as I took a step forward, moving towards the anomalies. Swoosh! As I took a step forward, a black film began to slide over my skin from beneath my clothes. My body felt lighter, almost hollow, and I started to feel a surge of power. Trait transfer. Using trait transfer and connecting it to the Realm Walker, I was able to enhance my physical abilities. I was now more confident in dealing with the anomalies. But as I moved forward, I felt a sudden twitch come from the back of my mind. Let me out. It's been a while since I've been out. Let me fight them. I can take care of them for you. I've gotten stronger since before. Let me out. The conductor's voice continued to ring inside my head, but I ignored it. It wasn't that I didn't want to rely on the conductor or that I thought he was useless. Quite the opposite. With him present, I'd have no real worries. But I wanted to do this alone. No, that's not quite right. While it was true that I wanted to do this alone, that wasn't the real reason. The truth was, I just didn't want it to touch my prey.